Outside, the night was pitch black. Heavy rain poured down as thunder shook the sky, casting a grim shadow over the old rundown house. Inside the tiny room, the keyboard clattered non-stop, without a single pause. A young man wearing headphones stared at the screen as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Let's go. The boss just burned its skills. The cooldown is huge. Charge now. In the game, a massive level 102 monster rushed forward with terrifying force. If they missed this chance, the next skill rotation would wipe out the entire party. Lu Xun, the handsome and cold-looking character, curled his lips into a faint smile and raised his sword. He shot into the air as spiritual power gathered along the blade before erupting into a massive sword slash. In an instant, the blazing sword light tore through space and split the giant monster in half. The system instantly announced that the level 102 boss had been defeated. The game chat exploded as teammates spammed non-stop. As expected, only Lu Shen can carry the team. He's truly the best. How is he this insanely strong? The young man grinned in satisfaction and took a sip from his soda. A few more runs and Today's boosting order would be finished. Just then, his younger sister walked out of the bathroom, drying her hair as she sighed. You can't keep doing this. You haven't slept for 3 straight days. He turned toward her and calmly replied, It'll be fine. Nothing that bad will happen. Once I finish this urgent order, we'll have enough tuition for next semester. Hearing that, the girl lowered her head sadly, wanting to say something more. Before she could speak, he smiled and called her over. Lu Xun gently patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry, go study. Once I earn enough money, I'll stop taking boosting jobs. After that, he put his headphones back on and returned to gaming while his sister lay on the bed reading. My name is Lu Xun. I'm a professional gamer. To be exact, I'm a game booster. From leveling and farming gear to collecting resources, if the client pays, I'll do it. The monitor lit up the entire room. Our parents passed away long ago, leaving us with nothing. I was born weak and had no special talent. This job drained me completely, but at least it kept the two of us alive. Lu Xun carefully examined the stats of a newly created character. This was the last account. Once he finished building it and cleared the difficult beginner quest, he could sell it for a great price. He happily adjusted every stat and laughed. If I'm selling this account, the character has to be as handsome as possible. But the very next day, his head suddenly spun as his vision went completely dark. The hand holding the mouse began trembling uncontrollably, and all strength vanished from his fingers. Wait, what's happening? His face turned pale as sweat poured down like rain, and his entire body slowly became numb. At last, Lu Xun collapsed onto the keyboard with one terrified thought. Am I really going to die? His consciousness slowly faded into darkness as the only thing he could hear was his sister crying out in panic, begging him not to scare her. At that very moment, a deep and mysterious voice echoed from the endless void, as if asking him a question. In the middle of a vast white field of spider lilies, 2 long-haired figures calmly played chess while sharing drinks. One of them gently placed a black piece on the board and said coldly, Once you make this move, there is no turning back. The young man suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on lush green grass and stared around in confusion. Where the heck am I? He quickly got up to check himself and realized he was wearing unfamiliar ancient robes. Lu Xun hurried to a nearby stream to look at his reflection. The face staring back at him left him speechless. This guy is ridiculously handsome. Wait. The memories from before he passed out suddenly came rushing back in slow motion. His final words before losing consciousness echoed clearly in his mind. If I'm selling the account, the looks have to be maxed out. Only then did Lu Xun realize the horrifying truth. Isn't this the side character from Tian Chen Realm that I just created? You've got to be kidding me. He screamed into the empty wilderness with tears nearly falling. No way. I actually got transported into the game? This is crazier than any movie. Refusing to believe it, he pinched his own face as hard as he could. Wake up already. I still have to earn money to support my sister. The painful pinch made him cry out as he grabbed his face. Ow, that hurts. This feels way too real. There's no way this is a dream. Completely hopeless, Lu Xun looked up at the sky and shouted, I just finished making this side account, and now I'm trapped inside it? This account has to be cursed. Just then, a young woman suddenly flew across the sky, leaving Lu Xun completely frozen. She was riding a flying sword when she glanced down and spotted him below. With just one look, Lu Xun's maxed-out handsome face hit her like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes instantly lit up, looking as if she had just found an incredibly rare treasure. Without hesitation, she landed on a nearby tree branch for a closer look. Seeing someone flying like an immortal right in front of him, Lu Xun broke into a cold sweat. So this really is a cultivation world. First things first, stay alive. She probably wouldn't kill a random stranger, right? But instead of wanting to silence him, the girl stared at him with fascination, as if she were admiring the finest treasure. Lili sat on the branch, carefully sizing Lu Xun up from head to toe. Only one thought crossed her mind. This guy is an unbelievably rare cultivation furnace. The moment he heard those words, Lu Xun's face turned bright red. A cultivation furnace? In an instant, his imagination ran wild. Wait, don't tell me this kind of lucky break actually exists. He pictured himself surrounded by countless beautiful women and couldn't help smiling. Then he suddenly froze. Hold on, this is the Tian Chen realm. From what he remembered, a cultivation furnace might enjoy the process, but their cultivation would be permanently limited. Others could reach the peak, while he would stay a weakling forever before becoming nothing more than someone else's stepping stone. Once he was no longer useful, he could easily be discarded. Thinking of that, Lu Xun's face darkened. No way. I can't throw away my future for a little pleasure. Besides, demonic cultivation like this would make me a target for everyone. And looking cool was way more important anyway. While he was lost in his chaotic thoughts, Lili watched him with complete confusion. Lu Xun awkwardly cleared his throat and looked away, secretly thinking there might be another chance someday. Watching his expressions change every second, Lili came to her own conclusion. He's a little strange, but he's absurdly handsome. If I cultivate the demonic art with him, that's nothing but profit. But the moment she thought about cultivation, her expression grew heavy. Memories of a blood-soaked past filled her mind. Her home had burned to the ground, and her parents died before her eyes because greedy people coveted the cultivation art and sword technique they had found. Since then, revenge had become her only goal, and the fastest way to gain strength was her only path forward. Given her current situation, dual cultivation and that special sword were her greatest hope. If she had to choose a partner anyway, she might as well pick someone this handsome. As she weighed her options, she glanced at the sword on her back and made up her mind. Forget everything else. I need to take him with me before my pursuers catch up. Seeing the girl walk toward him with a dangerous look in her eyes, Lu Xun panicked and shouted, "Don't come any closer." His face turned pale as cold sweat streamed down. Only one thought remained. Done for. Is she really going to force this? Just a level 1 account with nothing except good looks. But Lili had grown up as a pampered young lady and had no idea how to talk to people. Blushing deeply, she finally managed to stammer, "Would you come with me?" Lu Xun froze on the spot, completely unable to process what was happening. After calming himself down, Lu Xun forced an awkward smile and shook his head. "I don't think that's a good idea." But the moment Lili saw that smile, her heart skipped a beat, her affection shot through the roof, and she blushed all the way to her ears. How can someone look this handsome even with an awkward smile? Watching her affection keep climbing, even Lu Xun was confused. Seriously? It went up just from saying a few words? He put on an even colder expression and rested a hand against his forehead. Back then, grinding NPC affection nearly broke my back. Now it's easier than breathing. Looks really are the ultimate cheat code. The cooler he acted, the faster Lila's affection increased. She stared at him with sparkling eyes, thinking only one thing: he's absolutely perfect. But at that very moment, her expression suddenly turned serious. A familiar killing intent was rapidly approaching. Li immediately rushed behind Lu Xun to shield him. Meanwhile, he was busy thinking, with her affection this high, maybe I can convince her to let me go. As long as I reach the nearest city, I can join an ordinary sect. Before he could finish thinking, Li suddenly wrapped her arms around him, leaving him completely stunned. The next second, she tucked Lu Xun under one arm and dashed away at incredible speed. Carried around like luggage, Lu Xun could only cry inside. My youth is over. I seriously ran into a terrifyingly strong monster of a woman. Not long after, a group of masked pursuers arrived. They searched the area frantically before shouting, "Her scent ends here. She can't be far. Chase her." Killing intent erupted from the entire group. Once we kill her, the immortal sword and cultivation technique will belong to us. As soon as the words fell, they split up and searched in every direction. Deep inside the vast forest, Li kept running while holding Lu Xun tightly, her face full of worry. Watching her circle around again and again, he began to suspect something. Didn't we already pass this place? A horrifying realization suddenly struck him. Don't tell me She's actually terrible with directions. Judging by Li's completely lost expression, that was clearly the case. After observing for a while, Lu Xun finally tried to call out to her. He wanted to tell her to stop, but they were moving far too fast. The wind slammed into his face so hard that every word was blown right back into his mouth. It was so bad he felt like even his nose was about to fly off. I can't even get a chance to speak. Just then, his eyes landed on the sword strapped to Lila's back. A system window immediately appeared. Jiayi sword, yellow grade weapon, player level too low to view additional details. After reading the information and looking at Li Li's condition, Lu Xun quickly reached a conclusion. In the Tianchen realm, a yellow grade weapon was already an extremely rare treasure. If someone as young as her possessed one and was being hunted this fiercely, she was definitely being chased for real. The thought made his entire body go stiff. Cold sweat poured down his back. Him seriously caught up in something huge this time. From Lu Shun's memories, equipment in the Tianchen continent was ranked from mortal iron, magic weapon, spirit weapon, immortal weapon, all the way to divine weapon. They were also divided by color into white, yellow, blue, purple, and orange grades. The naming was simple, but impossible to forget. And the Jiayi sword was a yellow grade weapon, top-tier loot for the early game. To cultivators at this stage, it was a priceless treasure. After all, who could resist shiny gold-tier gear? After running for quite a while, Li Li finally stopped and set Lu Xun down. The moment his feet touched the ground, he asked, "You're lost, aren't you?" Hearing that, Li Li instantly drew the sword from her back, with a fierce expression. Seeing her suddenly pull out a sword, Lu Xun's heart nearly stopped. Oh no, is she going to silence me? He quickly raised both hands. "Even if you hit me, it won't help you find the way. Spare this innocent, handsome guy." Li Li calmly replied, "Who said I was going to attack you? I'm using it to find the way." Then she tossed the sword into the air and let it spin. 1 second later, the sword dropped straight to the ground in front of them. Using his brilliant gamer brain, Lu Xun immediately figured it out. "Oh, so you just follow whichever direction the tip points?" Before he could react, Li Li grabbed him again and sprinted off, leaving him completely speechless. Lu Xun was utterly baffled. "So in the end, you're just running in the direction where the sword happened to fall? How does that make any sense?" After thinking it over, he decided to stop worrying. No matter how they traveled, they would eventually reach a city anyway. He might as well let her drag him wherever she wanted. Comforting himself, Lu Xun decided to treat this like riding the ultimate mount, a beautiful girl. The thought alone made him blush as his eyes unconsciously drifted toward Li Li's ample chest. After a long journey, the sun slowly disappeared behind the mountains as the golden sunset painted the surrounding landscape. After running non-stop for so long, Li Li finally stopped, breathing heavily from exhaustion. She gently put Lu Xun down and said seriously, "Stand on your own." But the moment she looked directly at his ridiculously handsome face, her resolve instantly softened. Her cheeks turned bright red as she blurted out, "Hez seriously so handsome." Right after that, her attitude completely changed. She carefully helped Lu Xun onto a nearby rock, as though he were a priceless treasure. Lu Xun looked at her and asked, "We're not running anymore?" Li Li sat down beside him and replied, "Let's rest for a while first." After the long escape, Li Li was clearly exhausted. Sweat covered her forehead, but she finally let out a relieved sigh. At least they had shaken those relentless pursuers for now. Then she looked at Lu Xun with curiosity. He had no trace of spiritual energy, yet he had stayed unbelievably calm the entire time. Even after being carried all over the place, he never truly panicked. What a strange guy. Seeing her stare, Lu Xun smiled first. "My name is Lu Xun. May I know your name, miss?" Deep down, he was thinking that he should at least learn the background of the girl who wanted to turn him into a cultivation furnace. The moment she saw his smile again, Li Li blushed and stammered, "I am Li Li." But as soon as the words left her mouth, she grabbed her head and turned away in embarrassment. She had planned to use a fake name, even preparing the alias Niu Dazhuang, yet somehow she blurted out her real name instead. Hearing that name, Lu Xun immediately searched his memory. There had never been a character named Li Li in the story of the Tianchen realm. Could she just be a minor character destined to die? She wanted a cultivation furnace, despite being so young, carried a rare yellow-grade weapon, and practically had every death flag imaginable. While Lu Xun was lost in thought, Li Li happily played with a tiny butterfly resting on her hand, looking so beautiful that he could hardly look away. Just as the atmosphere became peaceful, Lu Xun's stomach suddenly growled. An awkward silence instantly filled the air. Lu Xun could only laugh awkwardly as the two of them froze from embarrassment. Just then Li Li suddenly took something out, catching Lu Xun's attention. It was only a small pastry. She held it out and asked hesitantly, "I brought this from home. It's the last one I have. Do you want it? Watching her actions, Lu Xun slowly changed his opinion of her. Maybe she wasn't as scary as he had imagined. He reached out and accepted the pastry. But at that exact moment, Li Li's own stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Lu Xun laughed and broke the pastry in half. There's only one, let's share it. He offered her the other half, but Li Li barely noticed the food. Her eyes stayed fixed on his face as one thought kept repeating in her mind. Hez so handsome, I could stare at him forever. While they were chatting, loud voices suddenly echoed from the distance. I picked up that woman's scent again. Find her. She has to be hiding nearby. The pursuers shouted even louder. Once we kill her, the Li family will be completely wiped out. The treasure and cultivation technique will be ours. Hearing every threat clearly, both Li Li and Lu Xun turned pale. The instant she heard them approaching, Li Li quickly covered Lu Xun's mouth. The move was so sudden that the half-eaten pastry was shoved right into his mouth, leaving him staring in disbelief. Hey, that's my pastry. She hurriedly whispered, stay quiet, don't say a word. Then she pulled Lu Xun down with her into a thick patch of bushes to hide. After finally swallowing the pastry, Lu Xun quietly asked for some water. But the moment Tia spoke, his imagination started running wild. If this were the modern world, someone might take that request the wrong way. Meanwhile, Li Li was pressed tightly against him, her face glowing bright red. She slowly took out a water gourd but hesitated. This is the one I've been drinking from. Is he really going to drink straight from it? Just as she expected, Lu Xun casually grabbed the gourd and drank several big gulps without a second thought. The sight made Li Li's heart skip a beat. Doesn't this basically count as an indirect kiss? Embarrassed by the thought, she immediately pushed it out of her mind. Yet, as she watched Lu Xun happily drink, she somehow felt an odd sense of disappointment she couldn't explain. By now, the masked pursuers were extremely close. Her scent is definitely here. Someone else snapped, why are you the only one who can smell it? But the tracker insisted the target was hiding nearby. The assassin spread out to search. With the tension at its peak, Lila's hands trembled as she signaled Lu Xun to stay silent. Meanwhile, Lu Xun had only one thought. I'm doomed. I just got transported here, and I'm already about to die. Suddenly, an icy, sinister wind swept through the area, making Lu Xun's expression change. Goosebumps covered his entire body as he trembled uncontrollably. You've got to be kidding me. This place isn't just dangerous, it even has ghosts. Just then, the masked pursuers all pointed at the bushes where the two were hiding and shouted, over there! That girl's scent is coming from those bushes. The moment they finished speaking, they slowly closed in with their weapons drawn. Seeing there was no escape, Li Li fell into despair as tears rolled down her cheeks. Her trembling hands clenched into fists as she prepared to fight to the death. If I'm going down, I'm taking a few of them with me. Father, mother, ill, see you soon. Lu Xun saw the determination in her eyes. Without hesitation, he covered her mouth with his hand. Holding a finger to his lips, Lu Xun whispered, hide your aura, don't breathe too hard. Deep down, he thought, you shared your pastry with me. Saving your life makes us even. As a veteran booster who had farmed countless accounts in the Tianchen realm, he knew this place inside and out. That sinister wind was far too familiar. A confident smile slowly appeared on his face. The next moment, a strange purple mist spread over the masked group, yet they still failed to notice the danger and kept talking. What is this weird smell? Who cares? Kill anything that gets in our way. In an instant, the dark purple mist began surging like a tidal wave. Then a bizarre creature slowly emerged from within the fog. Strangely enough, the ghost wasn't terrifying at all. It had an innocent-looking face, blinked its eyes, and let out adorable little cries. Even funnier, the words "I am a ghost" were written across its forehead. Seeing its goofy appearance, the masked men burst into laughter instead of fear. What is this thing? Should we just kill it while we're at it? Without another thought, they charged forward together. Whatever it is, kill it. Hearing that, the little ghost showed no fear at all. Instead, it looked delighted, as if someone had invited it to play. In the blink of an eye, its razor-sharp tongue shot out and pierced every assassin at once. One attack wiped out the entire group, leaving behind a horrifying bloodbath. Watching everything unfold from a distance, Li Li turned completely pale with fear. Lu Xun, however, simply looked at the little ghost and smiled to himself. Just as I remembered, the infamous newbie killer of the Tianchen realm. After Lu Xun finally removed his hand from her mouth, Li Li gasped for air and asked with a trembling voice, What was that thing? Lu Xun grinned as if he had found treasure. It's something good. Hearing that nearly broke Li Li. Tears welled up as her entire body shook. Meanwhile, Lu Xun thought differently. It's really not that scary. If you know the trick, even a 3-year-old could deal with it. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he stood up. Li panicked and quickly grabbed him, warning that the monster was still nearby. The little ghost quickly caught their scent and let out an excited cry. To Lu Xun, though, it looked nothing more than a walking bundle of experience points. The ghost suddenly turned its head, its glowing eyes locking onto them before letting out a shriek. Li instantly lost all color in her face and screamed, "We're dead this time." In the next instant, the ghost charged straight at them. Li burst into tears and covered her eyes, unable to watch. Even as the ghost rushed closer, Lu Xun remained perfectly calm. He simply told Li to get back and remember to stop breathing then. He launched himself into the air and flew straight toward the little ghost. Lu Xun wore a confident grin and boldly called back, "Keep your eyes open. Time for the show." A strange glow gathered at the tip of his finger. Lu Xun accelerated toward the ghost at incredible speed. Watching from behind, Li was completely confused. She even wondered if he would rather risk his life than become her cultivation furnace. But the very next moment, she genuinely worried about him and shouted, "I won't force you to be my cultivation furnace anymore. Just run. That's a monster." Even in the middle of the danger, Lu Xun casually looked back and said, "Theories, no need to panic. That thing isn't a monster." He deliberately paused for dramatic effect before flashing a mysterious grin. "It's a ghost maiden." The reveal hit like a perfect jump scare. Li's face turned ghostly white as she stammered, "A real ghost?" The very next second, she fainted on the spot, even foaming at the mouth from sheer terror. Seeing her pitiful condition, Lu Xun scratched his head in confusion. Wow, is she really that easily scared? Without wasting another second, he focused on the mountain ghost ahead, leaped forward, and declared, "No more playing around. Time to finish this." With that, Lu Xun immediately used a breath concealment skill. The mountain ghost instantly lost track of him and could no longer sense his position. Lu Xun, meanwhile, was thrilled. Missing such a huge beginner reward would be a waste. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. A sly grin spread across his face as he charged straight at the ghost. Without hesitation, Lu Xun stabbed both fingers into its eyes and blinded it instantly. The move was so smooth it looked like a veteran monster grinder. He even bragged that he had taken down over 900 of these before. Blinded by the attack, the mountain ghost let out a deafening scream. The system immediately announced the mountain ghost's defeat and awarded 6#6 EXP. Its body slowly crumbled into ashes right in front of Lu Xun. After finishing the fight, he landed gracefully with effortless style. Lu Xun walked over to Li, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. He opened the system interface and muttered that monsters in this world really did give EXP just like in a game. Then he checked his character panel. The results were terrible. Level 1 and every stat like strength, speed, and agility was only 1. His martial arts list was completely empty. Lu Xun could only sigh. This account was total trash. Even though 666 EXP could raise several levels, he had no cultivation method or skills. Stronger stats alone would just make him a tougher punching bag. Finding a sect had to be his top priority. As he thought about it, his eyes drifted toward Li lying on the ground. His face turned slightly red as he admitted that, despite her age, she already had a pretty nice figure. Lu Xun gently poked her cheek and called her awake, telling her everything was fine and the danger was gone. Then he suddenly caught himself and quickly reminded himself that a real man should be chasing elegant and charming older women instead. The fantasy of being surrounded by beautiful ladies was enough to make him imagine nosebleeds and drool. A while later, Li slowly woke up with a confused look. She quickly asked if he was hurt and where the ghost had gone. Lu Xun helped her to her feet with a relaxed smile and calmly said the ghost had already been taken care of. Hearing that, Li's eyes lit up like she had found a treasure. She excitedly asked if it was really true. Seeing such an exaggerated reaction, Lu Xun could not help wondering why her affection was rising so ridiculously fast. Even so, he calmly walked ahead and said they still had unfinished business, so she should follow him for now. Li looked at him with sparkling eyes and happily asked where they were going. Lu Xun answered without hesitation that they were going to collect the loot. The stuff was worth a decent amount. He generously said he would only take a little while, she could keep the rest. Scattered before them were the fallen black-clad men's belongings, including 97 taels of silver, an ordinary sword, a plain outer robe, and a nearly broken short spear. Li was overjoyed after hearing that. She rushed toward the pile like she had discovered a hidden treasure and kept thanking him, leaving Lu Xun speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Xun picked up a martial arts manual called Eagle Finger and examined it. It looked like a fairly common finger technique used across the martial world. The technique itself seemed decent, but the name sounded pretty plain. While he was still looking at it, Li smiled and said that without a master, martial arts manuals were extremely difficult to learn, so it would be better to sell it for money. She hated reading, so she always collected equipment instead, leaving her loaded with good gear while Lu Xun was completely broke. After thinking it over, Lu Xun selected Learn Technique in the system. He figured there was no reason to pass up an extra skill for self-defense. The moment he confirmed it, Lu Xun's aura changed completely. Li stood there in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. After fully absorbing the technique, Lu Xun opened his eyes. His entire presence was clearly different from before. In an incredibly short time, he could already control his inner energy with ease, casually releasing power from his fingertips. Seeing this, Li's affection for him skyrocketed. She stared at Lu Xun with admiration and exclaimed that he had mastered the manual after reading it only a few times. Could he really be the legendary martial arts genius? Unlike Li's excitement, Lu Xun suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He quietly worried that her affection was increasing far too quickly. If it crossed the limit, things could get really bad. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he imagined Li completely losing control, laughing while chasing him everywhere, and trying to force dual cultivation on him, as she kept shouting that she loved him. The more ridiculous scenarios Lu Xun imagined, the more frozen he became. Cold sweat poured down his back as he wondered how he was supposed to survive this. He turned pale as he glanced at Li. Even his handsome face might not save him. It could just make her even more excited. Noticing him staring at her so strangely, Li asked why he was looking at her like that. Caught off guard, Lu Xun quickly looked away and awkwardly said it was nothing. Under the crimson sunset, the two continued walking and chatting. After a while, Li suddenly asked why he was not curious about the reason she was being hunted. Lu Xun casually replied that it was obviously because she kept forcing people to become her cultivation partners. The moment she heard that, Li clenched her teeth in anger. In her heart, she thought that he was the only cultivation partner she wanted. With that thought, she suddenly shouted at him, leaving Lu Xun completely confused. He could only scratch his head in bewilderment. Her anger lasted only a few seconds. Her hopeless crush took over again, and she stared at Lu Xun with sparkling eyes, deciding to let it go because he was just too handsome. While Li was still lost in her own thoughts, Lu Xun suddenly pointed into the distance and changed the subject, telling her the county town was right ahead. As he spoke, a cheerful smile spread across his face. Before he could react, Li suddenly grabbed him by the collar, leaving Lu Xun completely stunned. She dragged him toward the county town at full speed, while proudly saying her sense of direction had been right all along. This was exactly where she wanted to go. A short while later, the two arrived at the city gate. The moment Li saw the name, she immediately realized where they were. Lu Xun was also in high spirits. His mind was already making plans because Wei County was practically his home turf. Earlier, he had learned that the current year was 3997 on the Tianchen calendar, while the game's story began in the year 4000. That meant he had arrived 3 years before the main plot. Wei County also happened to be the starting area of an alternate character he had played before, so he knew every corner by heart. Walking beside him, Li blushed and shyly suggested finding an inn first. She hesitated because she had not bathed in a long time, but felt too embarrassed to say it directly. About 10 minutes later, they stopped in front of an inn called Humble Longman Inn. The moment Lu Xun saw it, he confidently declared they had picked the perfect place. He enthusiastically introduced it as the best budget inn in all of Wei County. Li was secretly overjoyed and wondered if he was actually thinking about her feelings. As soon as they entered, a waiter warmly greeted them and asked whether they wanted food or rooms. Lu Xun answered without hesitation that they wanted rooms, and the best ones available. The waiter immediately asked if they wanted one room or two. Lu Xun turned to Li and told her to decide. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she shyly covered it with both hands. She timidly raised one finger and stammered that one room would be enough. But at that exact moment, Lu Xun grabbed her hand and firmly corrected the answer to 2 rooms. The waiter nodded and politely led them upstairs, saying that 2 premium rooms had been prepared. On the way up, Lu Xun pointed at Li and sighed that sharing a room could easily lead to trouble. He told her not to be so obsessed with his body. Li simply looked at him with innocent eyes and asked why not. Hearing that, Lu Xun flicked her forehead and seriously lectured her that a proper young lady should behave with more dignity. While the two were still chatting, a new voice suddenly came from outside the inn, asking if there were any rooms left. The question made Lu Xun instinctively turn around. The newcomer was a slightly plump, middle-aged woman carrying a long sword. Smiling, she asked to rent a room. What caught Lu Xun's attention was not her appearance but her identity. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit up with excitement. Was that not Murong Yan, the beginner guide NPC from Qingmu County, the one responsible for leading players into the high-level sects of the Tian Chen continent? As the waiter continued leading them upstairs, he turned back and politely told Murong Yan to wait a moment while he settled these guests first. Hearing that, she simply nodded and sat down to wait patiently. As Lu Xun walked upstairs, he secretly chuckled. Things were getting interesting, but she was nowhere near qualified to become his master. Meanwhile, Murong Yan downstairs began paying attention to the two of them. More precisely, her gaze was fixed on the sword hanging at Li Li's side. Murong Yan stared at it without blinking, her sharp eyes seeming to see through everything. Lying on the bed in his room, Lu Xun could not help sighing. He had really crossed into this world. At least he had remembered to buy insurance before dying, so his little sister would not have to worry about money. Even so, he could not stop wondering how heartbroken his sister must be. As he lay there, he imagined her crying her eyes out. His nose tingled as he quietly whispered for her to live well. She was all alone in the old world now, while he would do his best to survive in this one. Somehow it almost felt as if she were thanking him from somewhere far away. Just as Lu Xun was lost in thought, the sound of a door opening suddenly startled him awake. The one entering the room was none other than Li Li. She peeked through the door with a smile and asked if he wanted to come sell those weapons with her. Seeing her, Lu Xun slowly sat up and teased that she must be worried he would run away while she was gone. He assured her he was not going anywhere. Although he joked about it, there was a trace of bitterness in his smile. Deep down, he knew he had nowhere left to return to. Li Li walked closer with an embarrassed smile and admitted he had guessed correctly. It was her first time traveling alone, and she knew nothing about trading. What if a shop cheated her, or even tried to kill her? She eagerly offered to split the money 50-50 if he came along, leaning her face close to his as she spoke. Lu Xun smiled and agreed to go with her. He also said he did not need any share of the money. He only wanted one small favor in return. Hearing that, Li Li immediately blushed and began stammering. She shyly asked what the favor was, while Lu Xun slowly stood up. He gently reached toward her and casually said, "Take off your veil, let me see your face." The moment she heard that, Li Li hurriedly pushed him away. Her face turned bright red as she mumbled that she needed to freshen up first. With that, she dashed out of the room as fast as the wind. Lu Xun could only smile helplessly, saying he had only been joking. Then he wondered why such a thin veil mattered at all. He really could not understand girls these days. A while later, Li Li's voice came from outside the room, saying she was about to come in. The next moment, she slowly walked over to stand in front of Lu Xun. Lowering her head shyly, Li Li quietly warned him not to regret this. Bathed in the evening glow, her beauty was even more breathtaking. The instant Lu Xun saw her true face, he gasped inwardly. He had almost wasted 3 years of his life without realizing it. Completely confused by that strange remark, Li Li asked what wasting 3 years even meant. Lu Xun pointed at her and seriously said she was still too young to be searching for a cultivation partner. There were plenty of other ways to grow stronger. Even as he spoke, he covered his eyes to act calm, but secretly peeked through his fingers. In his mind, he thought she could easily pass for a modern middle school student. Hearing Lu Xun call her too young, Li Li put her hands on her hips and protested. Her chest bounced slightly with the movement as she huffed, and insisted she was not as young as he claimed. Just then, another figure suddenly appeared outside the room, startling Li Li. In an instant, she reached for her sword and warned Lu Xun that the newcomer had incredibly high movement skills. She had not sensed them at all. If it was an enemy, they would be in serious trouble. At the same time, the system displayed the visitor's information. Murong Yan, level unknown, no hostile intent detected for now. After reading it, Lu Xun became even more curious about why she had come. Thinking that, he immediately walked over to open the door. Seeing this, Li Li asked in confusion what he was doing. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Xun had already opened the door. Wearing the calm confidence of a true protagonist, he looked at the woman outside and asked if she needed something. The moment Murong Yan saw Lu Xun's face clearly, she froze on the spot. Her eyes lit up, and her expression looked as if something had struck her mind like lightning. It was nothing. She quickly claimed she had the wrong room, then turned around and left in a hurry. But as she walked away, she became much more cautious. She secretly wondered how a single glance at that young man had shaken her mind. Had her mental state not been stable enough after all? Once she was gone, Lily turned to Lu Xun and asked if the woman had really left. He nodded but added that she definitely had not come by mistake. Lily looked even more confused and asked what he meant. Lu Xun calmly explained that nobody who entered the wrong room would politely knock first. She had clearly come with another purpose. He also mentioned that she had given Lily a very strange look before leaving. Before he could finish, Lily jumped in and asked if the woman had really been looking at her. She immediately covered herself out of instinct. Seeing that, Lu Xun could only sigh to himself. It looked like that veil was never coming off again. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed information about the sword on Lily's back. Its name was Jieji Sword, yellow grade, with a note saying it was hidden beneath a low-level concealment spell. After reading the description, Lu Xun smiled. As expected, this was still the Tian Chen world he knew so well. This was a world where cultivators stood at the center of everything. Normally, a cultivation world like this would be filled with people killing for treasures, fighting over destiny, and endless wars between righteous and demonic factions. But the Tian Chen world was the complete opposite. Most cultivators here loved doing good deeds. Whenever they saw injustice, they stepped in without hesitation. Upholding justice was practically a tradition. The cultivators of this world carried a unique immortal spirit and were willing to protect ordinary people even at the cost of their own lives. Even wandering martial artists acted the same way. Whenever they saw someone being bullied, they did not hesitate to help. Thinking about it, Lu Xun looked at Li and smiled. This world really did have a comforting atmosphere. Only high-level cultivators like Merongyan could see through the concealment spell on that sword, and since it was a magical weapon, almost nobody in the Tian Chen world would kill just to steal it. As he thought about this, Lu Xun kept staring at the sword on Li's back, leaving her completely puzzled. The next moment, Li grabbed his hand and pulled him along, telling him to stop thinking and come explore the town with her instead. Before he could respond, she dragged Lu Xun straight out of the inn like a gust of wind. Li was obviously thrilled to be spending time with him. Lu Xun, however, was quietly making plans. Since Merongyan had appeared here, one of the 3 best opening opportunities was probably about to begin. If he seized this chance, he could establish a solid foothold in the Tian Chen world. With that thought, Lu Xun glanced back at the inn and silently committed it to memory. By now, the sunset had painted the entire sky orange and red. The busy streets of Wei County were packed with people, making the town lively and vibrant. After selling all the loot, Li smiled so widely that she could barely stop grinning. She happily cheered that she would never have to worry about starving again. Seeing her so excited, Lu Xun jokingly asked if she was going to treat him to a meal now that she had money. Li immediately told him to order whatever he wanted without holding back. She even boldly declared that anything under 2 silver coins was completely fine. Lu Xun could only laugh. She really was generous in her own unique way. As they strolled through the streets, Lu Xun suddenly asked if she did not find Today's events a little strange. Li looked at him in confusion and asked what was so unusual. Lu Xun immediately pointed out that the woman who had knocked on their door earlier was clearly suspicious. Hearing that, Li suddenly remembered and exclaimed that she had meant to bring it up earlier, but had completely forgotten. Even after thinking hard, she still could not figure out what was suspicious. Looking at her blank expression, Lu Xun could only sigh inwardly. She had all the looks but none of the sharp thinking. After they returned to the room and listened to Lu Xun's explanation, Li finally understood. She shot to her feet and slammed the table in shock, asking if that older sister was really a cultivator. Her loud shout nearly burst Lu Xun's eardrums. He immediately frowned and told her to keep her voice down unless she wanted the whole town to hear. This was a huge opportunity, so they had to keep it secret. Li's eyes lit up with excitement. She nodded over and over before asking how he knew all of this. Instead of answering directly, Lu Xun pointed at the sword on her back and told her to take a closer look herself. Hearing that, Li lowered her head and carefully examined the sword on the table. She stared at it for a long time but found nothing unusual. In the end, she could only look back at Lu Xun with confused, sparkling eyes. Seeing her innocent reaction, Lu Xun nearly froze. He could only sigh to himself. The problem was not the sword. The problem was that she could not see it. Rubbing his forehead, he explained that the sword was hidden by a concealment spell, so ordinary people could only see it as a common weapon. The moment she understood, Li Li beamed with joy. She excitedly said that if she could really take that older sister as her master, nobody in the cultivation world would dare bully her again, and she might even avenge her parents. The more she thought about it, the more she admired Lu Xun. Her eyes were practically filled with hearts as she kept praising him for noticing such a tiny detail. Lu Xun remained completely calm. He said that was not the important part. What really mattered was whether that cultivator would choose the two of them. Just then, a strange voice echoed through the streets outside. Tonight is the Ghost Festival. Do not go outside. The Ghost Gate is open. Life and death are separated by only a step. The haunting warning repeated over and over, sending chills through the air. The sound of rattling bells and scattered spirit paper filled the night. Everyone hurried to shut their doors, warning each other not to get involved while the Ghost Gate was open. Looking outside, Li Li finally realized that today was the Ghost Festival. She slowly stepped back into the room, her expression no longer calm. For some reason, her emotions suddenly burst free. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out a question, asking whether her parents would ever have the chance to be reincarnated. Lu Xun did not look at her. He simply stared at the gray sky beyond the window and quietly said that those who lived with kindness would eventually receive kindness in return. Hearing that only made Li Li cry even harder. Her whole body trembled as she collapsed onto the table and desperately asked if good deeds were truly rewarded in this world. Lu Xun stayed silent for a long time, watching the heavy rain outside. Even he was not sure if that was true, but at least the insurance money was enough for his little sister to finish college. That alone made life feel a little less hopeless. Just as he drifted into thought, someone suddenly called out behind him, making him turn around. The sword on the table suddenly shook violently as if reacting to something. Li Li hurriedly called Lu Xun over. A strange crimson aura kept flowing from the blade, making it obvious that something was happening. The system immediately displayed a warning. Magic weapon resonance detected. Competing spiritual treasure nearby. Extreme danger. After reading the alert, Lu Xun did not panic. Instead, an excited smile spread across his face. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Without another word, he grabbed Li Li's hand and rushed outside, saying that a great opportunity was waiting for them. She looked completely confused and asked what it was. Lu Xun's expression instantly turned serious. His eyes grew cold as he calmly answered that on a ghost festival night like this, it could only be ghosts. His answer made Li Li's face turn pale. Her eyes reddened with fear as her whole body froze. Outside, ghosts had already filled the streets. Countless bizarre creatures crowded every corner. Lu Xun, however, looked delighted. He explained that ghosts in the Tian Chen world were completely different from those on Earth. They were born from accumulated resentment rather than ordinary wandering souls. And the biggest event during every ghost festival here was the annual ghost hunt. When it came to hunting ghosts, Lu Xun was an experienced veteran. Looking at the endless sea of ghosts, his eyes practically glowed with excitement. Clearing this place would earn a mountain of EXP. As he spoke, he dragged Li Li straight into the streets, completely ignoring the fact that she was terrified out of her mind. Seeing her trembling non-stop, Lu Xun casually teased her for being such a coward. Whether she liked it or not, she was coming with him to claim this great opportunity. With that, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and silently worked through his plan. If that person really appeared here, then everything was unfolding exactly as he expected. Outside, more and more ghosts gathered together. Their eerie laughter echoed through every street. After watching for a moment, Lu Xun's lips curled into an eager grin. Just as expected, that person was really here, and wherever Merongyan appeared, she was bound to show up as well. This was one of the greatest early-game opportunities in the Tianchen world, and Lu Xun had no intention of missing it. Without hesitation, he carried Li Li and leaped straight into the street. Meanwhile, Li Li remained completely overwhelmed with fear, quietly sobbing the whole way. She suddenly realized she was being carried over Lu Xun's shoulder. Her face turned as red as a tomato as she stammered, asking where he was taking her. Lu Xun simply smiled and answered, "To find a cultivator and take a master." The moment she heard the words, "take a master," Li Li's expression completely changed. She told herself this might be the only chance she would ever get, so no matter how terrifying things became, she absolutely could not faint again. Before long, she spotted Murong Yan in the distance and happily pointed at her. She is over there. In Lisa's eyes, Murong Yan looked exactly like a legendary cultivator. Even with ghosts filling the streets, she calmly sat by the gate, protecting the townspeople. It was obvious she was no ordinary expert. The truth, however, was that Murong Yan was simply sitting there comfortably eating sunflower seeds and watching the excitement. When she noticed the two approaching, she casually asked what they wanted. Hearing that, Lili felt slightly disappointed, so the great expert had only been watching the show. Lu Xun, on the other hand, paid no attention to that. His eyes remained fixed on the ghosts in the distance as if he had spotted something. Amid the chaotic ghost horde, laughter echoed non-stop while several ghosts were being knocked all over the place. The one playing around in the middle of the ghost swarm was none other than Mao Nanbei. She laughed while fighting, treating the entire battle like a fun game. In the middle of the fight, Mao Nanbei suddenly sensed something and turned around with a surprised look. At that moment, Lu Xun's presence seemed to shine so brightly that even Lili had to squint and complain that it was dazzling. Even Mao Nanbei was stunned by his breathtaking appearance. She simply could not understand how someone could be this handsome. Because she was so distracted by Lu Xun, Mao Nanbei completely failed to notice a gigantic and extremely dangerous shadow appearing behind her. The ghost burst out with terrifying evil energy and lunged straight at Mao Nanbei, instantly making her genuinely angry. The moment she shouted, every ghost nearby fell completely silent as if they had encountered their natural predator. In the blink of an eye, Mao Nanbei closed the distance. Flames erupted around her body as she let out a furious battle cry. Just before attacking, she casually adjusted her magical weapon. One look at her dark expression made it obvious someone was about to have a very bad day. In an instant, countless slashes tore the ghost cleanly into two. Mao Nanbei kept attacking while angrily shouting, as though she wanted to wipe out every ghost in sight. Her anger nearly drove her out of control. Every ghost she saw was cut down without mercy. Watching from a distance, Lu Xun almost wanted to cry. So much delicious EXP was disappearing right before his eyes, and none of it belonged to him. The ghost army was terrifying enough to make ordinary people panic, yet she wiped them out as easily as cutting grass. Someone with that kind of strength had to be at least level 40. Level 30 definitely would not be enough. While quietly judging her strength, Lu Xun suddenly noticed Mao Nanbei turning toward him with an annoyed expression, before calling out to him coldly. After saying that, she immediately walked toward him, with the overwhelming presence of a final boss. Mao Nanbei pointed straight at Lu Xun and declared that she knew he had been watching her the whole time. The only problem was that the height difference between them was so ridiculous that the intimidating scene ended up looking oddly funny. Refusing to accept that, Mao Nanbei immediately floated upward until she was half a head taller than him. Seeing such a childish move left both Lili and Lu Xun completely speechless. Then she smiled and cheerfully asked, "Hey, human, do you want to become my personal mount?" The so-called demon clan were simply creatures that had awakened intelligence. Just like in ancient legends, they absorbed the essence of heaven and earth before gradually cultivating human forms. But absorbing the essence of the sun and moon was anything but easy. They had to cultivate day and night with unbelievable dedication. 100 years of cultivation was only the beginning. The road ahead was so long that many of them needed decades, or even centuries, just to make a little more progress. After enduring such a long journey, the Demon Clan constantly refined themselves until they finally became powerful enough to serve as immortal mounts. Back in the present, Lu Xun froze for a few seconds after hearing Mao Nanbei ask him to become her mount. Then he looked at her in confusion and repeated, "A mount?" His thoughts immediately wandered. Using a person as a mount was certainly rare. Then his mind drifted somewhere completely unrelated, making him think of luxury rides and beautiful older women instead. A second later, he mentally slapped himself back to reality. The mount he had been imagining was basically just an expensive ride, so he needed to stop getting the wrong idea. Mao Nanbei folded her arms confidently and introduced herself. According to her, becoming her mount would be the greatest honor anyone could ever receive. Lu Xun looked at her with interest as he remembered who Mao Nanbei really was. She was the famous great demon from the middle of the game, the cat-eared beauty who drove countless players crazy, with many of them happily letting her bully them. Thinking about that, he screamed inwardly. No matter how many people dreamed of becoming her mount, he refused to start his new life with such a bizarre role. Just then, Murong Yan walked over, bowed slightly to Mao Nanbei, and quietly reminded her that this was against the sect's rules. The moment Li heard the title Junior Grand Marshal Uncle, her eyes went wide. She looked so young, yet her seniority was that high. Mao Nanbei casually sat on Murong Yan's shoulder and snorted that rules were made to be broken. Murong Yan could only panic and tell her to keep her voice down. She warned that the enforcement elder would cause trouble if he heard that. Mao Nanbei remained completely calm, saying she was his senior anyway, so why should she be afraid? Besides, those words came from second senior sister, not her. If anyone had a problem, they could argue with second senior sister instead. Murong Yan immediately understood and could only laugh awkwardly. Mao Nanbei then turned back to Lu Xun and continued tempting him. If he became her mount, he would never lack cultivation techniques, magical treasures, spirit pills, or fine wine. Standing nearby, Li became more and more confused. She could not help wondering if Lu Xun would actually agree to become someone else's mount. But Lu Xun always smiled like that whenever he was secretly plotting something. That smile alone left the three women speechless for several seconds. All of them quietly wondered how someone could possibly be this handsome. At that moment, Lu Xun suddenly asked Mao Nanbei a simple question. "Are you really that strong?" Mao Nanbei proudly lifted her chin and declared that she had come here to deal with the Ghost King in this area. For the vengeful ghosts from earlier, she could wipe them out with a single move. Lu Xun continued asking about her sex strength, and Mao Nanbei confidently replied that it was naturally one of the strongest. Lu Xun suddenly became exceptionally polite and gently asked if he could visit her sect first before making a decision. While he sounded respectful, he had already finished calculating everything. As long as he entered that sect, his perfect start would be secured. Mao Nanbei looked slightly annoyed and complained that he asked far too many questions. She hated people who kept questioning her. Lu Xun immediately played his trump card. He looked straight into her eyes with an earnest expression. The attack was devastating. Mao Nanbei instantly blushed and softened. She agreed without the slightest hesitation, and it was not just Mao Nanbei. Even Li and Murong Yan were stunned by Lu Xun's appearance. Lu Xun gently nudged Li and told her it was her turn now. He quietly reminded her to act a little pitiful. That would greatly increase her chances of being accepted as a disciple. But when the crucial moment arrived, Li froze completely. She stuttered so badly that she could not even finish a sentence, leaving Lu Xun completely helpless. He sighed to himself. In the end, he had to handle everything personally. Fortunately, his past experience bargaining while selling game accounts taught him how to improvise. A second later, Lu Xun unleashed his persuasion skills at full power. He began telling the tragic story of Li's life, describing her parents and her miserable past, until it sounded like endless drama. The more he talked, the more emotional he became. He acted so convincingly that real tears streamed down his face. It reached the point where the storyteller cried before the audience did. After hearing the heartbreaking story, both Mao Nanbei and Murong Yan looked full of sympathy. They sighed that the poor girl had suffered far too much. The funniest part was that even Li became moved by Lu Xun's completely made-up story. With tears in her eyes, she wondered if her own life had really been that tragic. Watching her reaction left Lu Xun speechless. He immediately placed a hand on her head while screaming inwardly, "Please stay serious," in trying to convince them to accept you as a disciple. According to his plan, only one final step remained. He just needed to make her bow and formally take a master. But right as he was about to do it, Lu Xun's arm suddenly froze and refused to move, as though his shoulder had been completely locked in place. He could only force an awkward smile while cold sweat poured down his back. It looked like this time he was the one embarrassing himself. At that very moment, Li suddenly became completely serious. She bowed respectfully to Murong Yan and Mao Nanbei before saying that both of them were righteous cultivators. One had revealed the true nature of her sword, while the other had destroyed the vengeful ghosts in the name of justice. Li then formally asked to join the immortal sect with unwavering determination. Seeing that she had finally learned to speak up at the right moment, Lu Xun secretly nodded in satisfaction. She was starting to catch on. But the very next second he realized something was terribly wrong. His body stiffened as cold sweat broke out. Wait, did she just call them a righteous immortal sect? Right then, Mao Nanbei suddenly burst into laughter. Li was completely confused by the reaction and had no idea what she had said wrong. Mao Nanbei proudly placed her hands on her hips and bluntly declared that she came from the Purple Demon Sect. The moment Li heard the words demon sect, she froze on the spot. She could barely stammer out a few words. while Lu Xun could only sigh helplessly beside her. Uneasiness quickly filled Li Li's heart. Just hearing the name demon sect sounded dangerous, yet the petite girl in front of her did not seem evil at all. Caught in the middle of it all, Li Li had no idea what to do, so she turned to Lu Xun with a questioning look. At that moment, Lu Xun simply smiled and gave her a reassuring nod. Seeing his response, Li Li immediately understood. She realized she had no path left to retreat. With her mind made up, she knelt before Mao Nanbei and Murong Yan. Wearing an unusually serious expression, Li Li formally asked to become their disciple. Mao Nanbei was briefly stunned. She clearly had not expected the girl to make such a decisive choice. A moment later, she laughed with interest and said that as long as Li Li did not regret it later, everything was fine. She then told Murong Yan to test Li Li's aptitude first. Murong Yan immediately stepped forward and gently asked her to stand up. Li Li looked at the two of them and obediently did as she was told. Murong Yan raised her hand toward Li Li and softly instructed her to relax and clear her mind so the aptitude test could proceed smoothly. She then placed her hand on Li Li's forehead while the young girl obediently closed her eyes. In an instant, rings of light began spreading around Li Li's body. Mao Nanbei watched closely, counting each ring one by one. When the 8th ring appeared, Mao Nanbei's eyes widened in surprise. Li Li's talent had far exceeded her expectations. Mao Nanbei smiled with satisfaction and said Li Li was only 1 ring behind her. She was truly an exceptional talent waiting to be polished. Hearing that, Lu Xun quietly thought to himself that what she really wanted to brag about was being 1 ring ahead. Still, 8 rings meant an aptitude score of 8, which was undeniably excellent. After the test ended, Li Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nervously asked if she had passed. Murong Yan smiled and nodded. She said Li Li had not only passed but had done so with ease. All she needed now was to cultivate diligently. Li Li immediately nodded obediently in agreement. Right after that, both Mao Nanbei and Murong Yan turned their attention to Lu Xun. One was curious how many rings he would have, while the other gently reassured him not to feel nervous. Lu Xun simply smiled calmly and said he had nothing to be nervous about. As the testing light appeared, all 3 of them watched with eager anticipation. The final result instantly froze the atmosphere. Only a single ring of light appeared around Lu Xun. All 3 of them stood there in complete disbelief. None of them could believe there was only 1 ring. Even Lu Xun nearly coughed up blood from the shock. He immediately remembered the problem and screamed inwardly. Damn it, I completely forgot about the attribute allocation. When creating his character, he had dumped every single point into appearance, pushing his charm stat all the way to the maximum of 100. As a result, Lu Xun's aptitude was only a miserable 1 point. Looking at him now, the other 3 could only pity him. He was basically a beautiful old vase that could walk. The next morning, the group set out on their journey. Murong Yan led the way and reminded the 2 of them to finish gathering supplies before they departed for the sect. Walking beside Lu Xun, Li Li gently tugged on his sleeve and quietly said that she would work hard to cultivate from now on. Lu Xun looked at her with a smile and replied that was exactly the attitude she needed. Deep down, however, Li Li was full of worries. Thinking about entering the demon sect, she could not help worrying about Lu Xun. With such poor aptitude, he would surely be bullied in a place where strength meant everything. Because of that, she secretly became even more determined to cultivate with all her strength. It seemed Li Li had finally found her purpose in life. As she ran after Lu Xun, she silently promised herself that one day she would become strong enough to protect him. Seeing her fall behind, Lu Xun turned around and called for her to hurry up, making her happily run after him. The Tianchen continent is home to countless sects, but the righteous path is led by the 4 great sects, Wanjian Mountain and Yijian Mountain. Then there is Qingtian sect. Along with Luotian sect, each faction is unbelievably powerful with endless foundations. Strangely enough, every sect name sounds awesome on its own, but the first 2 together feel oddly awkward, and the last 2 together sound even worse. Wanji's Mountain believes the true sword Dao is forging one supreme path from 10,000 swords. They master countless sword arts to create their own great Dao. Yijian Mountain believes one perfect sword is enough to shatter every technique in the world. Their disciples devote their entire lives to a single sword. In truth, both sects came from the ancient Jianshan, but different beliefs split them into 2 factions. As for Qingtian sect and Luotian sect, the story is much simpler. Their founders both liked the word Tian, but the 2 sects have nothing to do with each other. On the demonic path, the 3 great demons sects are Mozong, Wuqi Mountain, and Chunqiu Forest. All three are openly evil and never pretend to be righteous. At that moment, the Mozong disciples were still recruiting new members. Murong Yan carried a massive sack and announced everything was ready, so it was time to return to the sect. Seeing the giant bag, Lili could not help asking how anyone could carry it. Murong Yan calmly answered with just 2 words, easy. The jade ring on her finger suddenly began to glow. In an instant, the huge sack vanished into the ring. Lili stared in shock while Lu Xun acted like it was nothing special. Seeing the girl's sparkling eyes, Lu Xun quietly laughed to himself. Poor thing. She had never even seen a space backpack. Then he corrected himself. In this world, it was called a storage ring. Just then, Murong Yan stepped forward and released a powerful sword intent before announcing it was time to depart by flying sword. As spiritual power surged, Lili became thrilled. She immediately imagined an immortal riding a gigantic flying sword. A powerful aura spread from Murong Yan's palm, making both of them watch without blinking. She then released her sword and coldly said, "Let's go." Murong Yan leaped onto the sword. A moment later, she hovered high in the air on the flying sword and signaled everyone to follow. But when they looked carefully, both Lu Xun and Lili froze. The sword was not huge and majestic at all. It was unbelievably tiny. Lili stood speechless while Lu Xun almost burst out laughing. At that moment, Mao Nanbei took something out and smiled as she told everyone to get ready. The object instantly turned into a giant paper crane. Mao Nanbei pointed at it and told Lili and her future mount to climb aboard. Lili jumped up with ease, but Lu Xun had a much harder time. With almost no cultivation talent and the crane standing so high, he struggled again and again but still could not climb up. Lu Xun clung to the paper crane, trembling as he tried to pull himself up, his face pale while begging everyone to wait for him. In the end, the 3 of them soared into the sky on the paper crane. Lili still felt nervous and kept worrying she might fall to her death. Mao Nanbei then handed Lili a cultivation manual and explained that cultivators could not be judged by common sense. Murong Yan's flying sword was called Hongmao, carrying a special wish of its owner. She then gave Lili the Mozong beginner cultivation manual. Watching from behind, Lu Xun could only drool with envy. But the moment Mao Nanbei looked at him, she warned him that until he officially became her mount, he had no right to learn Mozong techniques and must never study them in secret. Lu Xun instantly broke into a cold sweat. Although he looked disappointed, he quickly used his ridiculously handsome face to ask if he could at least touch the immortal cultivation manual. Faced with those sparkling eyes, Mao Nanbei could not resist and immediately gave in. "Fine, you can touch it for a moment." The instant Lu Xun touched the manual, a crafty glint flashed across his eyes. He secretly grinned to himself like a true schemer. Sure enough, he looked innocent on the outside, but every move had already been planned. The moment Lu Xun touched the manual, the system asked if he wanted to learn it, and warned that once he confirmed, he could never switch techniques. After reading that, he almost burst out laughing. There was no way he would pass up such a great cultivation art. The system soon announced that he had successfully learned the breath absorption art. His current level was rank 0. At once, spiritual energy began gathering around Lu Xun. Feeling the change, he sighed in regret because he still could not spend experience points to level up his cultivation art. Lu Xun wanted the perfect foundation, so he refused to waste points on the wrong technique. He smiled, saying this already felt pretty good. Mao Nanbei immediately tried tempting him again, claiming that if he became her mount, he could touch something even smoother. Lu Xun instantly turned her down. He was not interested for now. Even so, Mao Nanbei still looked completely confident. She kept talking, saying that if he became her mount, he would have the chance to enter Xiaoshu Study, the most prestigious place in Mozong. Even elders and deacons could not enter freely. Hearing that, Lili curiously asked if disciples could study there after joining Mozong. The moment Lu Xun heard the name Xiaoshu Study, his eyes changed. His true goal had finally appeared. On the Tianchen continent, there were several nearly impossible starting paths, and joining Xiaoshu Study was considered the hardest of them all. In reality, it was just a small house hidden deep inside Mozong's bamboo forest. Lu Xun knew that entering the place was only the first challenge. The real difficulty was becoming the master's disciple. Countless players had tried before, but only one had ever succeeded. Ironically, that player later died from gaming too much. Lu Xun used to envy him like crazy. Now he had somehow ended up living the same kind of fate. While he was lost in thought, Murong Yan flew beside him and reminded everyone that if they wanted to stay in Mozong, they first had to understand its rules. No one could do whatever they pleased. She even glanced at Mao Nanbei and seriously warned them not to copy their little grandmaster aunt. Mao Nanbei immediately protested. She insisted she only had a bad memory and forgot the sect rules, so she merely broke a few tiny ones. Li could only listen in confusion, amazed by her unbelievable logic. While Mao Nanbei continued sulking, Murongyan calmly explained more sect rules, going through them one after another. Lu Xun quietly memorized everything and reached one conclusion. Mozong had an extremely strict hierarchy, and every rule ultimately traced back to the master of Xiaoshu study. After pouting for a long while, Mao Nanbei finally returned to the main topic. She explained that Mozong was divided into the outer sect, the inner sect on the main peaks, and Xiaoshu study behind the mountain. As she spoke, she pointed directly at Li and declared that she was now an outer sect disciple. Then she casually introduced Murongyan as an inner sect disciple. Finally, Mao Nanbei proudly announced that she was the personal disciple of the master of Xiaoshu study. By rank, each future mount would outrank those inner sect disciples. She deliberately shot Lu Xun a meaningful look. Lu Xun understood her hint in just a few seconds. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his face turned completely dark. This cat was obviously trying to trick him into her trap. Meanwhile, Li looked a little worried and cautiously asked if calling him master meant everyone in Mozong still had to attend classes. Mao Nanbei giggled and explained that the old man simply liked being called master. He was not some ordinary teacher. Regular outer sect disciples were not even qualified to hear his teachings. Only geniuses like her had that privilege. Li's eyes immediately filled with admiration. Standing behind them, Lu Xun was completely speechless. The only thought in his mind was that this cat was absolutely hopeless. As for that mysterious master, almost no one in the Titianshan world knew the limit of his strength. Some player once joked that if the master was not the final boss, he would livestream himself eating a meal while doing a handstand and then do it all over again. That alone showed how legendary the old man was. Just then, Murongyan suddenly announced that they had arrived at the gates of Mozong. Li immediately looked around in confusion. Seeing nothing at all, she asked where the sect gate was. Mao Nanbei smiled proudly, opened her palm, and revealed a tiny paper crane. Ordinary people could never see it. She released the little paper crane into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it shot toward the enormous lake below like an arrow. The paper crane dissolved in midair and merged into the water. Mao Nanbei calmly added that by the time someone could see the gate, there would already be no turning back. Hearing those chilling words, Li turned pale, her face filled with shock and unease. Murongyan told Mao Nanbei that only she could bring everyone into the sect, because her own token allowed just one person to pass through the grand formation. Mao Nanbei simply nodded and took out her token. She deliberately waved it in front of Lu Xun and proudly said the sect's grand formation had been personally created by her master. Lu Xun's face immediately darkened as she openly showed off again. Mao Nanbei then raised the token toward the empty sky. Instantly, space split open into a massive gateway, and the paper crane quietly flew inside. Seeing Lu Xun remain calm, Mao Nanbei asked once more if he would become her mount. Lu Xun simply replied that he still needed time to think. On the outside, he stayed composed, but inside he was a complete mess. Lu Xun secretly complained that having too much willpower could be exhausting. Every woman in this world seemed determined to claim his body. He needed to become his master's disciple as soon as possible before someone forced him into it. Just imagining that miserable future made Lu Xun scream inside his head. First, he was treated like a cultivation furnace, and now someone wanted him as a mount. Even a body of steel could not survive that. Just then, Li suddenly widened her eyes. She cried out in surprise because the scene before them was nothing like the rumors. Mozong was not dark or sinister at all. Instead, it looked like a paradise with waterfalls, bright sunshine, and a rainbow stretching across the sky. Even Lu Xun could not hide his surprise. It was his first time seeing Mozong in person, and he could hardly believe it. There was no endless demonic aura or mountains of corpses anywhere. At that moment, Mao Nanbei spoke with unusual seriousness. She said people could forget the sect rules, but there was one sentence they must always remember. Walk through heaven and earth with a clear conscience. Beneath the bright sky, those words sounded incredibly inspiring. Mao Nanbei then told Li that those were the words her master had once taught her. Li's eyes sparkled with admiration as she praised him as a true sage. Lu Xun, however, was completely baffled. He never expected the guiding principle of Mozong to sound so righteous. Suddenly, Li noticed something strange and quickly called Lu Xun over to look at a distant mountain. Lu Xun immediately turned toward the direction she pointed. A floating mountain hung high in the sky, and embedded at its peak was an enormous object that looked exactly like a sword sheath. Lu Xun could only twitch at the sight. Other famous mountains resembled soaring swords, but this one looked so bizarre that he had no words. Seeing his confusion, Murongyan smiled and explained that the mountain really was shaped like a sword sheath, and its origin was far from ordinary. Li eagerly asked for more details, and even Lu Xun became curious about what made it so special. To everyone's surprise, Murongyan put on a mysterious expression and gave a completely meaningless explanation, basically saying the mountain had a great origin because its origin was great. Hearing such ridiculous nonsense, Mao Nanbei lost her patience and smacked Murongyan on the head. Both Lu Xun and Li were stunned by the sudden scene. The two of them could only sigh. That explanation was so pointless it was better forgotten immediately. After giving Murongyan a nice bump on the head, Mao Nanbei admitted that even she had no idea where the mountain came from, then warned the newcomers not to believe that old woman. Li became even more confused and stared at Murongyan in disbelief. She looked so reliable, yet she actually loved making things up. Murongyan showed no embarrassment at all and simply grinned with satisfaction. As the group flew deeper into Mozong, a line of disciples was already waiting below, all looking up at Mao Nanbei's paper crane. The disciples shouted in unison, welcoming their little grandmaster aunt back to Mozong. The paper crane slowly landed. Mao Nanbei, Li and Murongyan stepped down gracefully, while Lu Xun awkwardly struggled to climb off. Before he could reach the ground, Mao Nanbei casually dismissed the paper crane, sending Lu Xun crashing down hard. While he was still groaning in pain, she ordered the disciples to summon Elder Chu Shui at once, saying she had brought back a promising recruit. The disciples immediately obeyed. Not long after, an excited woman's voice echoed from the distance as she rushed over at incredible speed. The owner of that voice was Elder Chu Shui of Mozong. She was a stunning beauty with fiery red hair and captivating eyes. The moment she arrived, she smiled and eagerly asked where the promising recruit was. But the instant she saw Lu Xun, she froze on the spot. Staring in disbelief, she could only mutter that his face was far beyond ordinary handsome. Just as expected, even Chu Shui was stunned by Lu Xun's appearance. Under the bright sunlight, his charm became even more irresistible. Chu Shui slowly walked toward him with a slightly shy expression and softly asked if the person Mao Nanbei had brought back was him. Mao Nanbei instantly stepped in front of Lu Xun like an angry cat protecting her territory and loudly warned Chu Shui not to get any ideas about her future mount. Hearing the words future mount, Chu Shui was completely dumbfounded. A human could be someone's mount? In an instant, countless bizarre scenarios filled her imagination. Her face lit up with dangerous curiosity as she secretly admired how bold her little grandmaster aunt really was. While everyone's attention stayed on Lu Xun, the real genius was almost forgotten. Murongyan quickly pushed Li forward and announced that she possessed 8 Dao Foundation rings. The surrounding disciples instantly changed expressions in shock. Chu Shui immediately switched targets. She rushed over, grabbed Li's hand, warmly introduced herself, and said Li could come to her for anything in Mozong. She even offered to accept her as a disciple. Overwhelmed by the enthusiasm, Li could only answer shyly. Right in the middle of their conversation, something suddenly dazzled Chu Shui's eyes. That brilliant light was none other than Lu Xun's face. His presence seemed to come with its own glowing aura. Curious, Chu Shui turned to Mao Nanbei and asked how many Dao Foundation rings he had. Mao Nanbei said nothing and quietly raised one finger. The surrounding disciples froze on the spot. Their mouths fell open as whispers spread everywhere. 10 Dao Foundation rings? That was beyond anything they could imagine. At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Xun as if he were a monster among monsters. Some even suspected he was an immortal who had descended into the mortal world. But just as the excitement reached its peak, Mao Nanbei calmly added that it was not 10 rings. It was 1. Lu Xun could only force an awkward smile. The moment the truth came out, the crowd scattered faster than the wind. Some suddenly became interested in the sky, while others remembered they had laundry waiting at home. Even Chu Shui sighed in disappointment, feeling that fate had cruelly given him unmatched looks but terrible talent. Lu Xun then appeared behind Mao Nanbei with an eager smile and asked if he could join Mozong by passing the outsect entrance test. Mao Nanbei looked at him in confusion and asked if he really preferred becoming an outer sect disciple over being her mount. Lu Xun scratched his head with a grin and said it was just a casual question. Then he admitted there was something else he really wanted to know. He seriously asked what it took to become the master's disciple. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire area fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Xun as though he had completely lost his mind. A man with only one Dao Foundation ring actually wanted the master to accept him as a disciple. Hearing the whispers, Mao Nanbei immediately shouted for everyone to be quiet. Deep down, she felt pleased. Her judgment had been right. This guy really had guts. She turned back to Lu Xun and explained that the master accepted disciples entirely on a whim. Every case was different. She herself had been accepted simply because the master liked cats and wanted a cat spirit by his side. Then she asked if Lu Xun truly wanted to hear this time's requirement. Lu Xun nodded without hesitation. He was completely confident because he had memorized every detail of the disciple recruitment strategy discovered by players in his previous life. Seeing how determined he was, Mao Nanbei raised 3 fingers and explained the 3 requirements. First, the candidate had to be an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated. Second, they had to be under 30 years old. Hearing the first 2 conditions, Lu Xun almost laughed out loud. They matched him perfectly. But just as he was feeling confident, Mao Nanbei gave him a dangerous smile and revealed the final requirement. To catch the master's attention, he had to jump into the bottomless abyss below and return alive. The moment everyone heard the 3rd condition, every Mozong disciple turned pale in shock. They immediately cried out that it was absolute madness. Even ordinary cultivators would be smashed to pieces from that height. Without a powerful treasure, even an elder might not survive. This was Jianshao Mountain, floating 108,000 li above the ground. Jumping off was no different from choosing death. Unlike everyone else's horrified expressions, Lu Xun simply smiled with complete confidence, as if everything was going exactly according to plan. At that moment, the system announced that he had triggered a special hidden quest related to becoming a disciple of Xiaoshu's study. After reading it, Lu Xun became even more certain that his guess had been correct. His eyes grew firmer than ever. Lu Xun knew that luck alone would never be enough. This time, he had to bet everything. Without another thought, he turned and walked straight toward the edge of the cliff, leaving the crowd behind completely stunned. Li Li's face turned deathly pale as she desperately shouted for him to stop. Even Mao Nanbei was shocked by how fearless he was, and tried persuading him that becoming her mount carried a status almost equal to an elder. Elder Chu Shui stood nearby, completely confused about why she had suddenly become part of the comparison. Beneath the bright sunlight, Lu Xun turned around and gave everyone a calm, carefree smile. He quietly said goodbye, then sprinted toward the edge of the cliff. The crowd panicked and shouted for someone to stop him. Mao Nanbei and Li Li reacted first, chasing after him while desperately calling his name. But at that exact moment, something unexpected happened behind them. Murong Yan's expression suddenly changed in horror. It was not just her. Everyone present was instantly pinned in place by an invisible pressure. From the ordinary disciples to Mao Nanbei and Li Li, no one could move, as though bound by invisible chains. Meanwhile, Lu Xun calmly stood at the very edge of the endless abyss. With one decisive leap, he threw himself into the open sky and shouted loudly as though beginning a grand adventure. Everyone could only watch helplessly as his figure disappeared into the abyss, unable to stop him. Li Li was almost in tears. She cried out in pain, unable to understand how everything had ended this way. Even Mao Nanbei rarely looked so shaken. She quietly muttered, wondering if Lu Xun would really rather die than become her mount. Murong Yan could only sigh beside her. Then Mao Nanbei suddenly noticed something strange. She frowned, wondering what that mysterious force had been that could immobilize everyone at once. The moment she realized it, she immediately ordered everyone to investigate below, and the disciples rushed into action. As she descended, Mao Nanbei told herself that she had to find him, alive or dead. After all, he was the mount she had chosen. She also wanted to uncover the source of that mysterious power. At the same time, countless figures descended from the surrounding floating islands. Seeing this, Chu Shui cried out in shock. Even the peak masters and the sect master had been drawn here by the disturbance. When Mao Nanbei reached the place where Lu Xun had fallen, she clicked her tongue at the miserable body before her, and remarked that the kid had certainly caused a huge commotion. But her expression quickly turned extremely unpleasant. The master was not even at the back mountain. He had left long before. In other words, Lu Xun's desperate jump had been completely pointless. After falling 108,000 li, his body was almost completely destroyed, with only his blood-covered face still recognizable. Even Chushui could not help feeling sorry for such a handsome face meeting such a tragic end. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared beside Mao Nanbei and respectfully greeted her. Mao Nanbei glanced over and asked Shen Yan if his followers had slowed him down again. The newcomer was none other than Mozong's sect master, Shen Yan. He looked like a bald child because his fire cultivation had burned away all his hair. The moment he arrived, he shoved aside his two burly attendants and asked if that kid had really jumped from Jian Peak. Instead of answering, Mao Nanbei asked if they had also come because of the mysterious force that appeared when Lu Xun jumped. Shen Yan immediately nodded. Mao Nanbei then seriously asked whether they had figured out where that strange power came from. Shen Yan could only shake his head. Even with his 8th realm cultivation, he could not see through it. Looking at Lu Xun's battered body, Mao Nanbei felt both curious and uneasy. She started wondering if she had accidentally picked up someone with an incredible secret. Just then, she noticed something unusual. Mao Nanbei quickly bent down to examine him and suddenly cried out in surprise. The kid was still alive. Sure enough, Lu Xun still had a pulse. Although his body had almost completely lost its life force, he forced a crooked smile as if saying, "I'm still alive." At the same time, the system displayed that his health had dropped to 1%, and he had 2 of 3 revives remaining. After confirming it, Mao Nanbei turned to Shen Yan and said Lu Xun was truly still clinging to life. Shen Yan was stunned. That meant Lu Xun had fulfilled the condition left behind by the master. The problem was that the master was not in the sect, and none of them dared make the decision for him. Mao Nanbei pointed at Lu Xun's mangled body and calmly said that if the master really accepted him, then that bloody pile of flesh would become the martial uncle of everyone present. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. Mao Nanbei added that such a huge matter should already be known by second senior sister, so she ought to have responded by now. The moment she finished speaking, a calm yet commanding voice echoed from the empty air. It spoke only one word: approved. Everyone immediately held their breath. Even Lu Xun, barely hanging on to life, managed a satisfied smile. At the same time, the system announced that the special hidden quest, Join Xiaoshu's Study, had been completed. Mozong's Forbidden Hall was hidden deep in the back mountain, standing atop a towering peak above the clouds. As Li Li climbed the mountain carrying a basket, she quietly thought that Lu Xun's condition was probably a little better today than yesterday. Just thinking about seeing him made her smile without realizing it. While walking, Li Li noticed a young woman in a black robe sitting quietly beside a lake. Her long dark blue hair made the peaceful scenery feel even colder. Li Li immediately recognized that she was sitting in the exact same place as always. Li Li respectfully bowed and softly greeted the Grandmaster Ant. She then continued walking with a faint smile, thinking that this was the master's second disciple and Mao Nanbei's second senior sister. Strangely, every time Li Li passed by, the woman never moved an inch. Mao Nanbei had once warned her that second senior sister hated being disturbed while cultivating. Sure enough, the young woman remained motionless with her eyes closed. That only made Li Li more curious. She honestly wondered if the woman ever left that spot at all. After a long climb, Li Li finally reached the summit. Waiting there was Mao Nanbei, sleeping soundly while stretched across a chair. Li Li politely greeted her, almost calling her little Grandmaster Ant out of habit before quickly correcting herself. Her voice accidentally woke Mao Nanbei. Mao Nanbei let out a long yawn, lazily stretched, gave a sleepy little meow, and told Li Li to go inside on her own. After saying that, she flopped back down and continued sleeping. Li Li obediently nodded and walked into the room. Along the way, Li Li remembered that Mao Nanbei absolutely hated the word little. Whenever someone called her that, she would fiercely argue and demand to know exactly what part of her was little. Li Li quietly walked to Lu Xun's bedside and softly called his name. He was still unconscious, his entire body wrapped in bandages. She gently wiped his face with a cloth, her eyes filled with concern. Li Li softly said that the medicinal herbs from Changmen were truly remarkable. His recovery was incredibly fast, but no one knew when he would finally wake up. Then another thought crossed her mind. Once Lu Xun fully recovered, she would no longer have an excuse to visit the back mountains so often. By then, they might not even see each other once a year. Just thinking about it left her feeling unexpectedly lonely. Tears quietly rolled down Lila's cheeks as she whispered that Lu Xun was the only familiar person she had left in this world. After a while, she began telling him all the rumors spreading through the sect. They praised his unmatched looks, his incredible destiny, and how he had jumped into the abyss without changing his expression. To Mosong, Lu Xun had already become a living legend. Even so, Lili would rather see him safe and healthy than never see him again. As she spoke, she carefully fed him another medicinal pill. Outside, Mao Nanbei was still lying on her chair and yawning when someone suddenly appeared before her. Still half asleep, Mao Nanbei lazily asked why he had come. The visitor was Shen Yan. He immediately bowed and said he had come to check on his martial uncle's recovery. Mao Nanbei stayed sprawled across the chair without moving and casually asked if there was anything else. Shen Yan respectfully replied that he would stay and keep watch so she could continue resting. Hearing that, Mao Nanbei's eyes immediately lit up. She jumped to her feet in an instant and rushed off with an excited grin, reminding him that the place was now his responsibility. In less than a blink, Mao Nanbei had completely disappeared from sight. Watching her leave, Shen Yan shook his head with a helpless smile. His little martial aunt truly never grew up. But the moment he muttered that no one would get in his way anymore, his expression turned dark, and his eyes filled with calculation. Inside the quiet room, Lu Xun remained unconscious, yet his handsome face was still impossible to ignore, especially those soft-looking lips. Sitting beside him, Lili gradually lost her composure. Her cheeks flushed red as she found herself wondering what those lips might feel like. Just as her thoughts wandered in a dangerous direction, a sudden noise came from the doorway, startling her badly. Cold sweat formed on her forehead as she nervously turned around and stammered, "Who ho's there?" Standing at the entrance was none other than Shen Yan. He simply smiled and answered in a calm voice. The moment Li recognized him, she froze in surprise and asked why the sectmaster was here. Shen Yan slowly walked into the room and explained that he had only come to check on his martial uncle's condition. Outwardly, he looked perfectly calm. Inside, however, he was screaming in agony. To save Lu Xun, he had used an incredibly rare divine pill he had treasured for years. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. It was a treasure he had never even given his own direct disciples, yet now it had all been spent on Lu Xun. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to cry. Because he felt such a painful loss, Shen Yan had come here today with a sly smile, clearly hoping to recover at least a little of his investment. Still grinning, Shen Yan slowly reached his hand toward Lu Xun. The sight terrified Li. She turned pale and wondered if the notoriously stingy sectmaster was about to take revenge on Lu Xun for using such a precious pill. After examining Lu Xun for a while, Shen Yan suddenly called Li's name. She instantly froze in place. Trembling, Li slowly turned around and nervously asked if the sectmaster was about to make her do something terrible. Shen Yan instead gave her a warm smile and praised her talent, saying that with the right teacher, her future would be incredibly bright. Li could only stare at him in complete confusion. Shen Yan then opened his hand, revealing a tiny flame crystal resting on his palm. He handed it to Li and explained that her physique was well suited for fire cultivation, and this treasure would greatly help her training. Receiving such a valuable gift out of nowhere only made Li more confused. She could not understand why he was suddenly being so generous. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Shen Yan turned around and prepared to leave. He maintained a cool and dignified expression, but inside he was desperately shouting, "Come on, stop me and ask another question." Just as he hoped, Li quickly called after him and asked why he had given her such a precious treasure. Hearing those words, Shen Yan nearly floated with joy. "Finally," she asked. Shen Yan immediately straightened his expression and answered with perfect composure that he simply hated to see true talent wasted. After saying that, he slowly walked away like a mysterious grandmaster. Li began to rethink her impression of him. Maybe the sectmaster was not as frightening as the rumors claimed. After leaving, Shen Yan grinned from ear to ear. He was already imagining that when the time came to choose an inner sectmaster, Li would definitely pick him. After all, everyone knew he was so stingy that even his own disciples barely received any cultivation resources. As he walked, Shen Yan muttered with excitement that after decades, a true genius had finally caught his eye. The funny part was Shen Yan had no idea nobody wanted him as a master because he was incredibly stingy. Even so, was real not to miss this chance. A little earlier, after slipping away from Lu Shen, Mo Nanbei happily ran to the bamboo forest. glad someone was finally watching the house so she could visit her second senior sister. The moment she finished speaking, she turned back into an adorable little golden cat. In her kitten form, Mao Nanbei dashed straight toward Gu Xiaoman. She pounced in excitement, planning a surprise attack while meowing non-stop. Before she could do anything, Gu Xiaoman caught her with ease. She then gently placed Mao Nanbei on her lap. Inside her second senior sister's study, Gu Xiaoman happily stroked her soft fur until Mao Nanbei purred in pure bliss. Feeling completely spoiled, Mao Nanbei eagerly recounted everything from the trip and proudly bragged that her junior brother had become her personal mount. Hearing that, Gu Xiaoman's expression instantly darkened. Without another word, she smacked Mao Nanbei on the head. Rubbing her head, Mao Nanbei hurriedly explained she only admired his handsome face and amazing body, not because she wanted to do anything bad. The excuse only made things worse, and Gu Xiaoman bonked her several more times until a huge bump formed on her head, leaving her yelping in pain. In the end, Mao Nanbei could only pout in frustration. She declared she was done talking to her senior sister, but Gu Xiaoman acted as if she had heard nothing. Seeing the silent treatment fail, Mao Nanbei snuggled into her arms, softened her voice, and begged for more fun stories from below the mountain. Before long, night fell, with moonlight covering the world and a cool breeze filling the air. Mao Nanbei returned home, curled up on the wooden chair by the door, and fell asleep. Inside the room, Lili quietly watched Lu Xun and could not help thinking he was unbelievably handsome. Right then, Lu Xun finally showed signs of waking up. He slowly opened his eyes and asked for water in a hoarse voice. Lili rushed to get some, but before she could move, Mao Nanbei shot over like lightning, shoved the whole water jug to Lu Xun's mouth, and cheerfully yelled that he could drink as much as he wanted. Caught completely off guard, he could only mumble helplessly. Watching the whole scene, Lili was speechless and finally realized the Grand Marshal ancestor was still half asleep. After that overly enthusiastic care, Lu Xun sat up and asked how long he had been unconscious. As he looked up, Lu Xun secretly frowned. He had expected the game's revival system to restore him completely, but this time it left him with barely any health. Something was definitely wrong with this body. Mao Nanbei casually poked and examined him, amazed by his terrifying recovery speed. She sighed that such a perfect body would be wasted if it did not become her personal mount. Lili added that he had only slept for 3 or 4 days, yet his injuries had almost completely healed. Hearing that, Lu Xun curiously asked why he had recovered so fast. Deep down, he figured his health bar must already be full. Lili quickly explained that the sect master had saved him with precious spirit pills. After everything that had happened, she no longer thought Shen Yan was as terrifying as the rumors claimed. As soon as he heard that, Lu Xun jumped out of bed and said he had to thank Shen Yan properly someday. Seeing him jumping around the moment he woke up, Lili panicked and reminded him his entire body was still wrapped in bandages. Just then, Mao Nanbei, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly interrupted with a question. Lu Xun immediately froze. Both girls stared at him suspiciously and asked how an ordinary mortal with no cultivation had survived falling into the abyss. Even under interrogation, Lu Xun stayed calm and answered with only 2 words, secret. Hearing that, both Lili and Mao Nanbei were so distracted by his unbelievably handsome face that they completely forgot to keep questioning him. But Mao Nanbei quickly snapped out of it, shook her head, and said he was not fooling her with that secret excuse. Lu Xun calmly replied that he was protected by a family heirloom, while secretly thinking the revival system probably counted as one anyway. Hearing that, Lila's eyes lit up as she excitedly guessed Lu Xun had to be from an incredibly powerful family. Mao Nanbei simply clicked her tongue, looking like she had already figured it out. Lu Xun secretly sighed in relief now that he had gotten through that question, but then he remembered an ownerless treasure hidden inside the sect. Just thinking about that galaxy-like glowing treasure made Lu Xun itch to claim it. He decided to level up a bit more before grabbing it. While planning ahead, Mao Nanbei suddenly appeared right beside him, waving a hand in front of his face and asking if he had forgotten something. Snapping back to reality, Lu Xun looked confused and asked what he had forgotten. Mao Nanbei floated proudly in the air with her hands on her hips and reminded him he still had not called her senior sister. Lili could not help laughing at the scene. Catching Lili laughing, Lu Xun immediately turned to her and asked if she had forgotten something important too. Lili blinked in confusion, having no idea what he meant. Lu Xun straightened up with a serious face and calmly told her to address him as Grand Marshal Uncle. Lili instantly froze. After standing there in shock, she could only blush, bow respectfully, and softly call him Grand Marshal Uncle. Lu Xun looked completely satisfied. The moment he received the proper greeting, he immediately turned to Mao Nanbei and quickly bowed while calling her senior sister. Mao Nanbei nearly exploded when she heard that half-hearted greeting and pointed at him, threatening to bite him if he dared fake it again. Lu Xun stepped closer, flashed his deadly smile, and asked with a grin, "Really, senior sister?" That single move completely melted her. In the end, Mao Nanbei gave up, let out a small huff, turned around, and told him to get dressed before meeting their second senior sister. Watching her reaction, Lu Xun secretly smiled to himself. Being handsome really had its advantages. Beneath the cool moonlight in the quiet bamboo forest, Gu Xiaoman remained seated in meditation, completely undisturbed. From the distance, Mao Nanbei brought Lu Xun over and loudly announced that she had brought their junior brother. Lu Xun immediately cupped his hands and respectfully greeted his second senior sister. At the same time, he quietly observed her, recalling all the rumors he had once heard about Gu Xiaoman, the demoness of the study. Strangely, no one had ever seen her true face. The only thing people knew was that she stuttered, though nobody understood how those rumors had spread. Without saying a word, Gu Xiaoman quietly held a book out behind her. Lu Xun reacted instantly and caught it. But the moment he touched the book, his whole body trembled so violently that even Mao Nanbei was startled. Opening the book, Lu Xun's face lit up as he thought he had struck gold. It was a fully annotated edition, the perfect treasure for beginners. Unfortunately, it was not very useful to him, and his excitement quickly turned into disappointment. A second later, Lu Xun changed his expression completely, politely thanked his second senior sister, then turned to Mao Nanbei with a dangerous smile and asked where his gift from his fourth senior sister was. That look sent a chill down Mao Nanbei's spine, making her think he looked strangely terrifying. Lu Xun kept blinking at her with sparkling eyes full of expectation, making her break into a nervous sweat. Without saying a word, his eyes practically screamed that everyone else had given him a gift. So was she really planning to give him nothing? Mao Nanbei instantly went pale, both annoyed and helpless because that stare conveyed far too much pressure. After struggling with herself for a while, she reluctantly took out a storage ring and handed it to him as a welcoming gift. The moment Lu Xun saw it, he beamed with joy, quickly accepted it, and thanked her over and over. Right then, the system displayed a notification saying he had obtained a storage ring and asked whether he wanted to equip it. While Lu Xun happily checked its details, Mao Nanbei hurriedly explained that she was not stingy. It was just that anything better was still beyond his current level. Holding the ring, Lu Xun turned back with a righteous smile and said that any gift from his senior sister was naturally priceless, so how could he possibly dislike it? That single line, combined with his handsome smile, completely defeated Mao Nanbei again, leaving her blushing and speechless. Even Li Li standing behind them felt her heart race. Just then, Gu Xiaoman silently gestured to Mao Nanbei. Mao Nanbei understood at once and told everyone it was time to head back. On the way out, Lu Xun could not help wondering why his second senior sister spoke so little and why so little was known about her. As the night grew deeper, gentle moonlight and countless glowing fireflies created an incredibly peaceful scene. Li Li happily caught one in her hand and smiled with delight. Seeing her so happy, Lu Xun curiously asked why. Li Li softly replied that it was because he had finally woken up. After saying that, she opened her hand and let the firefly return to the night sky. That moment touched Lu Xun, and he realized she was genuinely happy that he was safe. A moment later, he beckoned her over, leaving Li Li wondering what he was about to do. Hearing him call, Li Li slowly walked over, feeling both nervous and hopeful. Blushing slightly, she softly asked what he wanted. But instead of a romantic moment, Lu Xun flicked her forehead with surprising force. The instant he did it, he turned and ran, leaving Li Li clutching her forehead in complete shock before realizing what had happened. As he ran away laughing, Lu Xun proudly declared that a grand martial uncle needed no reason to flick someone's forehead. Hearing that, Mao Nanbei immediately perked up. She suddenly turned and stared at Lu Xun, leaving him completely confused. Before he could react, Mao Nanbei returned the favor with an even stronger flick that launched him flying through the air. Calmly, she said that if he enjoyed flicking other people so much, then getting one back from his senior sister should not be a problem. Li Li could only stare in disbelief. Lu Xun slammed into a wall and had to crawl out of the rubble while groaning in pain. A huge bump quickly swelled on his forehead, making him look so ridiculous that Lily burst into laughter. After all the noisy teasing, the group finally returned home while Lu Xun kept chatting non-stop. Right then, Lily suddenly realized something important and froze. She had only been staying there to care for the unconscious Lu Xun, but now that he had recovered, she no longer had a reason to remain. Thinking about that made her anxious, fearing she would be asked to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Xun asked Mao Nanbei if Lily could also study the cultivation manual given by their second senior sister. Mao Nanbei casually replied that it belonged to him now, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. Lily was left stunned. Her face turned bright red as her imagination ran wild, picturing herself living alone with Lu Xun from now on. Just then, Lu Xun casually walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. He wore a mischievous grin that made Lily jump. Leaning close to her ear, Lu Xun quietly told her to come into the room with him, making her blush all the way to her ears. Following him inside, Lily's thoughts were in complete chaos as she nervously asked what was going on. Without wasting time, Lu Xun placed the cultivation manual in front of her and explained that the annotated version would greatly help her training. Lily immediately refused because it was far too valuable. Lu Xun simply said she should treat it as a thank you gift for taking care of him over the past few days, and besides, he had already memorized everything inside. Lily stared at him in disbelief and asked when he had managed to memorize it. Lu Xun proudly answered that he remembered the entire book the instant he received it from his second senior sister. Even as she accepted the manual, Lily remained skeptical and asked if he was bluffing. Lu Xun just shrugged and told her to test him with any page she wanted. Lily eagerly opened the book, but before she could ask anything, Lu Xun raised a hand to stop her. Startled, she asked what was wrong. Lu Xun declared that they should make the challenge a little more interesting. He told her not to ask about the original text anymore. Instead, she should test him on the annotations written by their second senior sister. Hearing that made Lily even more astonished. She immediately read a passage about using acupoints to guide spiritual energy while avoiding excessive resistance. She even pointed out that it was the very first annotation on page 37. Lu Xun confidently wagged a finger before flawlessly reciting everything that came next without the slightest pause. At that point, Lily closed the book and exclaimed in shock that he was a complete monster. Lu Xun proudly lifted his chin, secretly praising the system's book-scanning skill as an absolutely broken cheat. Witnessing that unbelievable talent, Lily's affection for Lu Xun skyrocketed. To her, he was talented, thoughtful, and impossibly handsome. Suddenly, Lu Xun sat down on the floor, pointed at the bed, and told her to sleep there while he rested on the ground. Hearing that, Lily blushed and quietly said the bed was more than big enough for both of them. But Lu Xun showed no hidden intentions and calmly said he wanted to spend the night cultivating. Outside the wall, Mao Nanbei quietly pressed her ear against it to keep eavesdropping. She leaned closer, completely puzzled. Weren't humans supposed to be full of desires? Why was this junior brother only interested in cultivation? Inside the room, Lily lay on the bed, looking at Lu Xun with admiration. He was already so capable, yet he still worked this hard. Inspired by him, she told herself she could not stay lazy forever, and her eyes filled with determination. Unfortunately, that determination did not last long. Lily soon fell asleep with the cultivation manual still open in front of her. Meanwhile, Lu Xun remained seated in meditation, quietly thinking things through. Even though the system could level him up quickly, he still wanted to experience real cultivation for himself. After all, cultivation novels always described it as an amazing experience, sometimes even leading to all kinds of tempting dual cultivation. Just thinking about it sent his imagination running wild. With a burst of confidence, Lu Xun declared it was time to begin. He eagerly looked forward to experiencing the legendary pleasure of cultivation as spiritual energy began swirling around him. Only a few seconds later, his face turned deathly pale and sweat poured down his body. Inside, he screamed in agony, realizing he had been completely fooled. It felt as though countless needles were piercing every inch of his body at once. The pain was so unbearable that he thought he might die. His body trembled violently, and blood even seeped from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Outside the room, Mao Nanbei continued her all-night eavesdropping and quietly remarked that cultivation was no joke. The pain of the first step alone was enough to make ordinary people break down. Far away in the bamboo forest, Gu Xiaoman also sensed the disturbance from Lu Xun. she quietly looked forward to the outcome because the first step of cultivation was always crucial. Even with blood covering his face, Lu Xun gritted his teeth and endured, finally understanding many things. He realized that if cultivation really felt as relaxing as a vacation, no one would call the path so difficult. It was precisely because the pain reached the soul that cultivation was so challenging. With that realization, Lu Xun became even more determined and pushed his spiritual energy forward without hesitation. Veins bulged across his face as his entire body shook from the pain, yet he refused to give up, knowing a single mistake could cost him his life. Before long, dawn slowly arrived, and the first rays of sunlight appeared on the horizon. After a good night's sleep, Lily woke up and stretched. Looking over, she saw Lu Xun still sitting in the exact same cultivation posture from the previous night. She was stunned by his condition. His eyes were dark with exhaustion, his face was covered in blood, and he looked like a ghost crawling out of hell. Strangely enough, seeing him in such miserable shape only made Lily like him even more. Mao Nanbei had also stayed awake all night watching the drama. Dark circles hung beneath her eyes, yet they could not hide her amazement. She truly had not expected him to endure that level of pain. Even Gu Xiaoman, far away, sensed Lu Xun's unyielding will, and a faint smile appeared on her lips in approval. She silently judged that the young man possessed remarkable determination before returning her focus to her own cultivation. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Xun was so weak he had to lean on Lila's shoulder just to walk, his whole body still trembling. Worried, she asked if he was really all right. With teary eyes, Lu Xun complained that the pain was absolutely unbearable, like being stabbed by hundreds of needles over and over without end. Hearing that, Lily lifted her head with unwavering resolve and said she was not afraid. Lu Xun turned to her with a curious look. Lily looked away slightly and softly replied that there was no pain in this world greater than losing both of her parents. Her answer made Lu Xun fall silent as he looked at her for a long moment. Seeing his reaction, Lily lowered her head, quietly apologized, then smiled gently and promised she would live a better life and devote herself to cultivation. But her expression quickly turned gloomy. Clenching her hands, Lily hesitantly told him she would not be able to visit often anymore because she had been transferred to the outer sect for cultivation. After calming herself down, Lily respectfully bowed to Lu Xun and firmly said her goodbye. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, and even her voice carried a hint of sadness, as if they might not see each other again for a very long time. Seeing the mood turn into a dramatic farewell, Lu Xun simply pinched her cheek, pulled her closer, and laughed. Looking at her blushing face, he gently comforted her, saying she just could not come see him anymore, but he could still visit her whenever he wanted. Lu Xun looked completely sincere as he slowly said that, in this world, Lily was his only friend. Hearing that, her face turned bright red and her mind filled with one thought. This guy was way too handsome. Lily's affection shot up once again, and her eyes practically turned into hearts. Lu Xun could only sigh to himself. Even at a touching moment like this, she somehow got distracted. As she stepped down the stairs, Lily turned back, waved happily, and reminded him to take good care of himself. Lu Xun watched her walk away with a confident smile, quietly thinking he would be just fine because the real challenge was only beginning. He then slowly returned to his room, quietly mumbling to himself along the way. A thought suddenly crossed Lu Xun's mind. If the players really descended into Tianchen one day, would he ever meet the younger sister who used to play the game with him? With that thought, he immediately opened the system interface and made up his mind. Right now, his top priority was leveling up as fast as possible. Whether he could return or not, he refused to let his little sister be bullied in this world. Staring at the glowing level-up screen, Lu Xun rested his chin on his hand and sighed at the tiny amount of experience he had earned. After an entire night of cultivation, he had only gained 20 experience points. He gave a bitter smile, thinking this was exactly what OnStar talent looked like. Without hesitation, Lu Xun confirmed the level up. A golden formation instantly appeared beneath his feet as light enveloped his body, officially raising him from level 0 to level 1. Even though he knew the road ahead would be difficult, he accepted reality and planned to find ways to improve his talent later. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Xun felt completely drained. He dragged himself into the room, clutching his empty stomach while thinking about finding something to eat first. Just then, a loud voice from outside congratulated him on officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. The newcomer praised the extraordinary talent of the disciple their teacher had accepted, saying it was truly a great blessing for the demon sect. The speaker was none other than sect master Shen Yan. Lu Xun immediately bowed respectfully. On the surface, he was polite, but inside he was full of suspicion. He wondered why the old man had suddenly come here. Was he trying to take back those spirit pills? After all, this bald sect master had been famously stingy in the game. Shen Yan smiled warmly and said he was relieved to see Grand Marshal Uncle recover so quickly. He then explained that accepting a disciple was a major event for the sect, so a grand ceremony would be held the next day, and he wished to invite Lu Xun to attend. The moment Lu Xun heard the words grand ceremony, he froze and asked what he meant. Right then, the system suddenly triggered a sect reputation quest. The reward stunned him. It offered 10,000 experience points, along with special attribute points. Only seconds later, Lu Xun could not stop smiling. In his eyes, the ceremony had become nothing more than free rewards falling from the sky. Without the slightest hesitation, he accepted the quest. Seeing Lu Xun's expression change so quickly, Shen Yan looked puzzled and asked if something was wrong. Lu Xun immediately regained his composure and seriously replied that he had no objections and would definitely attend the ceremony tomorrow. Hearing that, Shen Yan nodded politely and said everyone would be waiting for Grand Marshal Uncle to join the celebration. With that, he slowly turned around and left. Lu Xun remained lost in excitement over the massive reward waiting for him. More importantly, it was the perfect chance to make an impressive appearance before every disciple of the demon sect. But before he could enjoy that excitement for long, Lu Xun suddenly froze in place. Lu Xun immediately took off running, shouting that the most important thing right now was finding something to eat. At the same time, the system confirmed that the sect reputation quest had been accepted. Just then, a piercing scream echoed across the floating island, making the entire area seem to shake. Anyone could tell someone was about to explode with anger. The furious one was none other than Mao Nanbei. Pointing at Lu Xun, she yelled that he actually dared to order his senior sister to catch fish for him. Lu Xun instantly put on an innocent face and softly explained that he had been eating bland food for days and just wanted something different. He even shamelessly claimed he had once been the top disciple of a five-star restaurant chef. The moment Mao Nanbei heard five-star restaurant, her attitude changed completely. Her eyes sparkled as if she had found a priceless treasure. She declared that if the food tasted bad, she would swallow him whole, then vanished like the wind to gather ingredients. Watching her leave, Lu Xun remembered the days when he sold street barbecue. That so-called five-star restaurant was really just his tiny Qinghao barbecue stand. Even he thought he had exaggerated a bit too much. Before long, Mao Nanbei came rushing back with a pile of fish and chickens, excitedly meowing the whole way. Lu Xun stood there in shock. He had never expected this cat to move so unbelievably fast. Mao Nanbei proudly dropped the ingredients onto the ground as if she had accomplished a great feat. She even secretly praised herself for being such a kind and caring senior sister. Lu Xun immediately played along, showering her with compliments. Deep down, though, he was only thinking that having this cat hunt for food was incredibly convenient. A little later, Mao Nanbei led him to third senior brother's kitchen and complained that his cooking was terrible, even though he made her taste it every single day. She pointed at Lu Xun and warned that if his cooking was just as bad, he could eat it all himself. Lu Xun simply grinned and said it would be no problem. With that, Lu Xun rolled up his sleeves and got to work. From cleaning the ingredients to chopping vegetables and slicing meat, every movement was smooth and skillful, like watching a professional performance. Before long, the delicious aroma filled the kitchen. Lu Xun stayed completely focused, clearly giving this meal everything he had. Mao Nanbei waited outside impatiently until her cat nose suddenly twitched as the fragrance drifted over. In an instant, she was practically drooling. Her face was filled with excitement, and she could not stop praising how amazing it smelled. The next moment, she dashed into the kitchen like an arrow, barely able to contain herself. Startled by her sudden entrance, Lu Xun looked at her in confusion and asked what was wrong. But Mao Nanbei's eyes were locked on the food. Drool dripped from her mouth as she repeatedly begged for just one bite. Lu Xun quickly picked up the tray and stepped aside, calmly saying he planned to bring it to second senior sister first. The moment Mao Nanbei heard second senior sister, she froze. In the very next second, she vanished without a trace, and the tray in Lu Xun's hands disappeared with her. It turned out Mao Nanbei had snatched the entire tray and then acted as if nothing had happened. Smiling as innocently as possible, she said that delicious food should naturally be shared with second senior sister. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman was still sitting motionless on a stone, looking just like a statue. But the irresistible aroma finally made her open her eyes, and she quietly let out a small sigh of admiration. Mao Nanbei immediately ran over with the tray, excitedly calling for second senior sister to come and taste their junior brother's cooking. As she spoke, she carefully placed the tray in front of Gu Xiaoman as though presenting a priceless treasure. Looking at the meal, Mao Nanbei suddenly faced a difficult problem. There were 2 fish and 1 chicken. How was she supposed to divide them fairly? Before her brain could figure it out, her hands had already made the decision. She quickly grabbed the food and confidently announced that this was the most reasonable way to split it. In the end, she pushed 1 fish, the whole chicken, and a bowl of rice toward Gu Xiaoman, saying they were second senior sister's share. Meanwhile, Lu Xun quietly watched to see how the normally cold senior sister would react. Deep down, he could not help wondering whether someone as graceful and otherworldly as Gu Xiaoman would actually eat such ordinary mortal food. But the truth completely shocked him. Gu Xiaoman did not hesitate at all. She simply picked up the food and finished it without a second thought. Lu Xun was stunned. She actually ate it. Nearby, Mao Nanbei hugged a grilled fish and sat happily on the ground, saying she had been craving this forever. Seeing that, Lu Xun quietly sat down beside her. Just as Mao Nanbei opened her mouth to devour the whole fish, Lu Xun lunged over in panic, yelling for her to leave him some. Mortal food really could heal the soul. While Gu Xiaoman quietly enjoyed the meal with perfect elegance, Lu Xun and Mao Nanbei bickered over every bite and turned the place into chaos. After wiping out every last bit of food, Mao Nanbei collapsed onto the ground with a full stomach, groaning that she could not eat another bite. Lu Xun leaned against a rock with a satisfied sigh. Looking at her round belly, he joked that everything was gone, and if she wanted more, she would have to start chewing on the plates. Just as everything fell silent, a loud burp suddenly came from Gu Xiaoman, startling both of them. The funny part was that she kept her cold, graceful expression as though nothing had happened. Lu Xun and Mao Nanbei exchanged speechless looks. After finishing the meal, Lu Xun and Mao Nanbei slowly headed back. Along the way, he curiously asked when their teacher would return to the mountain. Mao Nanbei casually replied that she had no idea. But Lu Xun kept guessing anyway. Maybe their teacher had gone to handle major affairs, fight another demon sect, or clash with the righteous factions. After listening to his wild theories, Mao Nanbei looked at him like he was an idiot and said nobody would waste time on things like that. Their teacher had simply gone out to have fun. Lu Xun was completely dumbfounded. Mao Nanbei explained that staying on the mountain every day was unbearably boring. If she had not been stuck looking after Lu Xun, she would have gone out to have fun long ago. That only confused Lu Xun even more. He had imagined a legendary demon sect expert plotting world-shaking schemes, not casually going sightseeing. While he was still trying to process everything, the system suddenly announced that the game's official forum had opened. Lu Xun immediately opened the interface. The title Tianchen World Online appeared, but the forum itself was completely empty. He figured he had simply arrived too early. Yet only a minute later, the member count had already passed 3,000, leaving him stunned. Closed beta was still 3 years away, and the forum was already this active. That made Lu Xun think of a frightening possibility. Time might flow very differently between Tianchen World and the real world. But a sly grin soon spread across his face. Since the players were guaranteed to arrive eventually, he had to make tomorrow's ceremony unforgettable. Players always loved mysterious and powerful-looking NPCs. While happily planning ahead, blood suddenly trickled from the corner of Lu Xun's mouth. The pain made him gasp. It turned out he had been secretly cultivating the devouring chi art the entire time. A faint aura surrounded him as he muttered that this technique was truly bizarre. Every session felt like it stole 20 years from his life. Even so, he considered it worthwhile, because at least he gained experience in return. Shivering all over, Lu Xun looked at the system's screen displaying a satisfying 666 out of 500 experience points. Just then, Mao Nanbei burst through the door like a storm, shouting for him to get up immediately. Lu Xun jumped in surprise, completely confused. Mao Nanbei hurried deeper into the room and kept urging her junior brother to come outside with her. Before Lu Xun could even respond, she grabbed his hand. Then she dragged him straight out. Seeing how unusually excited she was, Lu Xun asked what was going on. Mao Nanbei cheerfully explained that today was his entrance ceremony. and it would be lively and packed with people. Hearing that, Lu Xun immediately saw the real reason. Looking at her, he asked if what she was really excited about was watching all the excitement. Mao Nanbei immediately played innocent, kept pulling him along, and insisted that was not important. Lu Xun quickly pointed at the robe lying on the table and said that if they were going, he at least needed to get dressed first. Mao Nanbei nodded in agreement. After all, Lu Xun was now their teacher's disciple and the demon sect's grand marshal uncle, so he should wear the sect's robes. She even shut her eyes tightly and solemnly promised she would never peek while he changed. Still, the excitement on her face was impossible to hide. Of course, Lu Xun did not believe a single word of it. He immediately grabbed Mao Nanbei. Then he tossed her straight out of the room, kicked the door shut, and loudly told her to leave. Before closing the door completely, he told her to wait outside. Mao Nanbei instantly flared up, pointing at him, and demanding to know what that look meant. Did he really think she would peek? The only reply she got was the door slamming shut in her face. Even though she kept grumbling, Mao Nanbei was secretly looking forward to it. She imagined how incredible Lu Xun would look in the demon sect robes. With that face, there was no way he would look ordinary. While she was still lost in thought, the door slowly opened, and Lu Xun stepped outside. His silver hair had been neatly arranged, making him look perfectly refined. The black robe gave Lu Xun an even more mysterious aura. Combined with his icy silver hair, he looked almost unreal. Mao Nanbei froze for several seconds, her face turning bright red as she stammered his name. Lu Xun simply wore his usual gentle smile and calmly asked what was wrong. But the moment he spoke, Mao Nanbei blushed all the way to her ears, spun around, and bolted down the mountain while screaming. Covering her face with both hands, her thoughts became a complete mess. All she could think about was making Lu Xun her personal mount. She knew he was her junior brother, and that it would go against their teacher's wishes, yet she could not suppress the strange urge. Watching Mao Nanbei laugh and run away like she had gone crazy, Lu Xun stood there in total confusion. He even wondered if she had somehow caught a feline illness. What he failed to realize was just how devastatingly handsome he looked. After that, Lu Xun looked down at his robe and quietly muttered that it seemed to be more than ordinary clothing. He immediately asked the system to inspect it. The system window appeared, explaining that the robe was crafted from rare materials but provided absolutely no bonus attributes. After reading the description, Lu Xun instantly understood. It was basically a cosmetic skin with 0 stats. Thinking about how future players would go crazy over items like this, he secretly rolled his eyes. A little later, Mao Nanbei returned, but she looked like a complete mess. Her hair was so tangled it resembled a bird's nest. Startled, Lu Xun asked what had happened. Blushing awkwardly, she claimed she had just fought a wild cat and won. Lu Xun's face practically screamed that he did not believe her. He looked at her suspiciously and asked if she had really been fighting. Mao Nanbei immediately looked away and urged him to hurry because the ceremony was about to begin. In truth, the wild cat story was just an excuse. She had actually been trying to calm herself down after being overwhelmed by Lu Xun's appearance. On the way, Lu Xun curiously asked whether he would have to give a speech at the entrance ceremony. Mao Nanbei casually replied that of course he would. That only made him more interested, so he asked what she had said at her own ceremony. Mao Nanbei instantly put on a cold, murderous expression and seriously answered that anyone who dared provoke her should prepare to lose their head. Lu Xun was left completely speechless. Just imagining the demon sect disciples hearing that back then was enough to picture the chaos. Just then, Mao Nanbei started digging through her pocket, as if she were about to pull something out. She seriously declared that important occasions required the image of a true master. Seeing that, Lu Xun immediately warned her not to do anything strange. Soon, the two of them climbed onto Mao Nanbei's paper crane mount. Grinning from ear to ear, she explained that every great master needed a personal mount to look impressive. As they flew, she pointed below and said those were the disciples of the demon sect. The disciples below all looked up at them. Some were shocked. Others excitedly whispered among themselves. One of them even shouted that their grand marshal uncle looked like an immortal descending from the heavens. Even many female disciples blushed with racing hearts. The male disciples could not hide their envy of Lu Xun's unreal looks. One glance at him was enough to leave everyone spellbound. While the crowd below was losing their minds over his appearance, Lu Xun had no idea what was happening. He only saw everyone getting strangely excited and was completely confused. Right then, the system popped up with a notice saying his reputation points were rising fast, mostly from women. It also warned that favorability increasing too quickly could become dangerous. Lu Xun froze after reading it, especially the last warning. Mao Nanbei turned to him and said it was time to meet all the disciples of the demon sect. Lu Xun nodded seriously. But in the very next second, she suddenly kicked him off with a smug grin and told him to make his own way down. The kick came so suddenly that Lu Xun was sent flying off the paper crane before he could react. All he could do was scream while falling. Meanwhile, Mao Nanbei stayed on her mount with a satisfied smile. She wanted to test his recent training, because a bad landing would be completely humiliating. The disciples below were shocked and pointed at the sky. Some worried Lu Xun would crash since he had barely trained, while others feared their junior granduncle would dive headfirst into the ground. As he fell, Lu Xun looked up at Mao Nanbei and cursed her in his mind. That cat really loved setting people up. But a confident smile quickly appeared on his face. Making him embarrass himself in front of everyone would not be that easy. Even though he had only mastered the first stage of the spirit absorption art, Lu Xun had absolute confidence in his control. After all, he had once been a top-tier gamer. In the blink of an eye, he slammed down into the middle of the plaza, shaking the ground. Every disciple nearby stared with their mouths wide open. But Lu Xun landed perfectly. He stood firm with incredible style, leaving everyone stunned. Deep down, he smugly thought this level of body control was effortless for him. After that landing, both the male and female disciples looked at him with even greater admiration. Praise echoed everywhere, as they called him cool, handsome, and worthy of a true master. Just then, the system showed another warning that shocked Lu Xun. His reputation points were still soaring, but the terrifying part was that the men's favorability was rising even faster than the women's. The system even reminded him to protect both his body and his butt. After reading that warning, Lu Xun completely froze. He had no idea what was going on anymore. Just as the atmosphere grew more chaotic, Shen Yan cleared his throat a few times to draw everyone's attention. Hearing the sound behind them, the disciples immediately turned around. The moment they recognized who had arrived, everyone bowed respectfully and greeted the junior granduncle. Lu Xun slowly scanned the crowd, clearly searching for someone while wondering where that girl had gone. Within seconds, he found her. Behind the group of female disciples, someone was squeezing through and waving excitedly. It was Li Li. Seeing her, Lu Xun smiled back. That tiny smile alone sent the female disciples into another frenzy. They screamed with excitement. Of course, Li Li was no exception. Only one thought filled her mind. Did he just look at me? Did he really notice me? At that moment, someone stepped up to Lu Xun and politely bowed in greeting. Lu Xun calmly returned the gesture, but inwardly sighed. Earlier, the disciples treated him like an ancestor, and now even peak masters and the sect master had to bow. His seniority was unbelievably high. Up in the sky, Mao Nanbei looked back from her mount and even stuck out her tongue to tease him. Lu Xun decided to let it slide for the royal cat's sake. Shen Yan then reminded everyone and invited the junior granduncle to begin his lecture. Hearing that, Lu Xun instantly put on the look of a great master with an interested expression, even though he had never come here to teach. Right after that, the system asked whether he wanted to level up. Lu Xun confirmed without hesitation, secretly pleased that the timing could not have been better. In an instant, spiritual energy burst from his body and spread across the area. He jumped straight from level 1 to level 2, leaving every disciple below stunned. The junior granduncle had really broken through to the second stage of the spirit absorption art, a barrier that was famously difficult to overcome. Mao Nanbei also landed, dismissed her mount, and fixed her eyes on Lu Xun. She fell into deep thought, because reaching the second stage of the spirit absorption art was even harder than the 10th. It required true enlightenment. The first stage only guided spiritual energy into the body, but to reach the second stage, a cultivator had to comprehend their own spirit sea. That demanded not only incredible talent, but also a perfectly calm mind. In everyone's eyes, the junior granduncle remained completely composed before the crowd and even entered a state of enlightenment on the spot. The disciples felt as if they had grasped a profound truth and shouted in unison that the path of cultivation was long and endless. They believed that without tempering the mind, no one could go far. That was the lesson the junior granduncle wanted to teach them. The entire crowd immediately bowed together and respectfully accepted the junior granduncle's guidance. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was completely dumbfounded. He had only wanted to show off a little, so what exactly had these people figured out on their own? At the same time, his reputation points shot up again, reaching 1375 out of 2000. Seeing the notification, Lu Xun nearly fell over in shock and wanted to scream. Beside him, Shen Yan sank into deep thought. The junior granduncle had reached the second stage in only 2 days, so just how vast was the spirit sea he had seen? Ordinary people with limited vision could only see something as small as a pond. Those with better talent might see a flowing stream. But for a monster-level genius, the sight had to be far beyond that. Thinking of this, Shen Yan smiled with growing interest. Confidence slowly appeared on his face because his own spirit sea had looked as vast as a mighty river from the very beginning. That only made him even more curious about the terrifying scene Lu Xun was witnessing. Meanwhile, Lu Xun frowned in confusion. He vaguely remembered that breaking through the second stage should reveal his own spirit sea. The problem was that no matter how hard he looked, absolutely nothing appeared. He stood there completely bewildered. Lu Xun was lost in chaotic thoughts. Could it be that as the child of destiny, his cultivation's experience was completely different from what the books described? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable that answer seemed. After all, he was the child of destiny, and confidence was practically part of his bones. Seeing his mysterious expression and overwhelming aura, the disciples admired him even more. Everyone wondered just how incredible the spirit sea before the junior granduncle truly was. Some even insisted it had to be at least a roaring river. Just then, a female disciple swayed her body with a teasing smile and softly said she thought she already knew what the junior granduncle looked like on the inside. Hearing that, the people around her quickly gathered and eagerly asked whether she meant his inner world or something else entirely. Shen Yan then turned to the Peak Masters and asked what they thought the junior granduncle had seen as his spirit sea. Gong Yupan of Luoding Peak was famous for speaking his mind, so he immediately guessed that the junior granduncle stayed silent because his spirit sea was actually very small. Luo Wanshu of Shuiyun Peak instantly disagreed. She believed that, as the master's disciple with such an extraordinary state of mind, the junior granduncle's spirit sea had to be exceptional. Even a vast river or ocean would not surprise her. Sima Quan of Chongqing Peak joined the discussion and admitted that his intuition actually leaned toward Gong Yupan's guess. Yue Heshan from Yaolai Peak laughed and suggested that since everyone had their own opinion, they might as well start a betting pool. But the moment he noticed everyone staring at him with sharp eyes, he quickly backed down and claimed he had only been joking. Just then, Gong Yupan suddenly remembered something and froze in surprise. He immediately recited the sect rules, reminding everyone that Rule 13 strictly forbade organizing gambling, with a penalty of 500 spirit stones for violators. After hearing that, the Peak Masters showed no concern at all. Each of them tossed a bag of spirit stones to him and laughed, saying it was not completely forbidden if they simply paid the fine first. Gong Yupan stood there, of spirit stone bags, while staring blankly at the others, who had already gone back to chatting as if nothing had happened. Moments later, he quietly set all the spirit stone bags down on the ground. Then Gong Yupan pulled out another bag of spirit stones and joined the bet himself. As he walked over, he muttered that breaking the rules once in a while should be fine. After saying that, Gong Yupan happily ran toward the sect master and the others, shouting for them to save him a spot. Meanwhile, Lu Xun felt goosebumps under the curious stares of the old monsters. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt, as if they could see right through him. Just then, Mao Nanbei rode over on her mount and called him to head back. What confused Lu Xun even more was how cheerful she looked. She kept giggling the whole way as if she had discovered something fascinating. On the way back, Lu Xun finally called out to his fourth senior sister. He asked why she had been staring at him the entire time and what was going on. Mao Nanbei smiled and said she might as well ask him directly. Then she dropped the big question. Just how large was the spirit sea he had seen? The moment Lu Xun heard it, he froze and could only mumble his way through. His mind kept replaying the moment he had just leveled up. But no matter how he recalled it, all he had seen was an endless stretch of darkness. There was no sign of any spirit sea at all. In the end, Lu Xun simply kept a mysterious expression and said it was not something he could reveal. Hearing that only made Mao Nanbei even more curious. She could not understand why he had to keep it secret when she was his senior sister. Lu Xun did not answer right away and quietly weighed his options. He told himself that even though he enjoyed acting like the chosen one, he still had his pride. If people found out he had not seen any spirit sea at all, his image would be ruined. With that thought, he immediately put on a pitiful look and stared at Mao Nanbei with watery eyes. Seeing how awkward he looked, Mao Nanbei came to her own conclusion. She stopped asking and casually said it was fine if he did not want to talk about it. Deep down, she figured her junior brother probably was not some heaven-defying genius, after all. She quickly changed the subject and said that if he wanted to make up for her emotional distress, he had to grill extra fish for her tonight. Lu Xun agreed without hesitation. Mao Nanbei looked at him confidently and thought that even if his spirit sea was tiny, it did not matter. He belonged to the little study, and if anyone dared bully him, she would cut their head off herself. But at that moment, a trace of loneliness and bitterness suddenly appeared on Lu Xun's face. He remembered his real life. No parents, no support, and no powerful group to rely on. He always had to stand out just so people would notice him. As a solo player without a guild backing him, showing off was the only way to get hired. The truth was, no one enjoyed putting on an act every single day. Thinking about that, Lu Xun slowly sat down on the back of the mount. Then he stretched out to rest and quietly sighed. Sometimes the only way to survive was to make sure people noticed you. After all, he still had a younger sister to support. But then another possibility suddenly crossed his mind. What if his spirit sea was actually black? At that very moment, a strange and mysterious dark aura seemed to flicker around Lu Xun. The next morning, after finishing every last grilled fish, Mao Nanbei lazily sprawled across Gu Xiaoman while enjoying being petted like a pampered cat. Seeing her reaction, Gu Xiaoman asked curiously. She carefully wondered if their junior brother had seen only a very spirit's sea. Mao Nanbei calmly nodded with a confident meow. After hearing that, Gu Xiaoman fell silent and unconsciously looked toward Lu Xun in the distance. Suddenly, Mao Nanbei sprang to her feet and leaped to the ground. Before anyone knew what was happening, she jumped right onto Lu Xun's head. He was so startled that he immediately complained. Her fur was about to end up all over his bowl of rice. Ignoring the fact that Lu Xun was still calmly eating his fish, Mao Nanbei suddenly called out to her junior brother in a serious tone. She said she had something important to tell him and ordered him not to move. Hearing such a serious voice, Lu Xun froze with his chopsticks halfway to his mouth as sweat began to form. Mao Nanbei put her hands on her hips and boldly declared that no matter how small his spirit sea was, he should never lose heart. If anyone dared bully her junior brother, she would personally send them to the afterlife with a single slash. Hearing those heartfelt words of support, Lu Xun was so touched he nearly teared up. He looked up and sincerely called out, "Fourth senior sister." Then he offered Mao Nanbei the last piece of grilled fish and asked if she wanted it. She accepted without the slightest hesitation and happily ate it. The only problem was that crumbs kept falling all over Lu Xun's head, making him complain non-stop. From a distance, Gu Xiaoman quietly watched the two of them. At that moment, she had only one thought. She wanted to help Lu Xun. That night, the silent darkness was suddenly broken by a panicked scream. The voice belonged to Lu Xun. He seemed trapped in a terrifying nightmare, repeatedly asking who his attacker was. He suddenly jolted awake, covered in cold sweat, and cursed in confusion. Lashan's face looked pale as his chest heaved violently, as though he had just survived something horrifying. He quickly checked his body and wondered if it had all been a dream. The strange part was that someone had tried to kill him, yet he could never see the attacker's face. The image of that eerie blue shadow lingered in his mind, leaving him even more confused. Just then, the system notified him that his reputation points had reached 1827 out of 2,000. Seeing that, Lu Xun lay back down and convinced himself it was only a nightmare caused by stress. He calculated that he needed just over 100 more reputation points to finish the mission. That was what truly mattered, so he forced himself to go back to sleep. Outside, the night remained deathly quiet. But the moment he drifted off again, the eerie blue shadow returned in his dream. Lu Xun broke out in a cold sweat and shot upright with a shout. "What the hell? Again?" He yelled in disbelief. It was just a dream, so why did it even have a sequel? Before he could recover, the shadow transformed into a sword-wielding girl and charged at him. The icy blade stabbed straight toward him, making Lu Xun curse once again in terror. On instinct, he slapped himself hard across the face and woke up with a start. Both cheeks were bright red, his hair was a complete mess, and he panted in exhaustion. His head felt like it was about to explode. What kind of endless nightmare was this? Had he really run into a ghost? After calming himself down, he lay back again, determined to sleep no matter what. He stubbornly declared that tonight he would get a good night's rest. Before long, Lu Xun drifted off once more. But fate seemed determined to mess with him. The cursed blue shadow appeared again almost immediately. Lu Xun pinched his own cheek and jumped awake with wide, panicked eyes. This time he knew something was seriously wrong. Gritting his teeth, he refused to believe he would lose to something this bizarre. With that, Lu Xun closed his eyes and tried sleeping again. But the shadow clung to him like a curse. The instant he fell asleep, it appeared once more. By now, Lu Xun was completely speechless. His face twisted as if he were about to cry, and he could only curse his terrible luck. Inside the dream, the mysterious figure chased him everywhere with a sword like a relentless hunter. After being hunted countless times, Lu Xun finally realized something was off. There was no way every dream could repeat the exact ceased scene by coincidence. Something had to be causing it. With that thought, he immediately called up the system. A notification appeared. Sword Intent Infusion had been activated. The mission was Gu Xiaoman's Sword Intent Special Training, and the system asked whether he wanted to accept it. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes and carefully read every line. A few seconds later, his face lit up as he finally understood what was happening. Muttering that this really was his second senior sister's way of helping him, he accepted the mission without hesitation. At that very moment, the system entered burst mode, and the blue figure ahead slowly drew her sword once again. The cold blade slowly pointed straight at Lu Xun. That entire night, Lu Xun was beaten into the ground in every way imaginable. Every time he was cut down, his expression changed like a comedy skit, while his screams grew more pitiful. The ghostly swordswoman killed him 36 times in a single night. The next morning, Lu Xun opened his eyes and let out an exhausted sigh. But only a few seconds later, he suddenly sat up with bright eyes, actually disappointed that morning had come so soon. He had been thinking he could die a few more times, when the sound of someone happily munching came from beside him. Mao Nanbei had appeared without him noticing. While eating, she glanced at him and casually asked how many more rounds he wanted. Lu Xun quickly waved his hands and refused. Deep down, he admitted that last night had been intense, but his body was already at its limit. No matter what he thought, Mao Nanbei enthusiastically stuffed more food into his mouth. She practically forced him, ordering him to finish everything, and even making him swallow 2 fruits. Lu Xun could only mumble helplessly in protest. Before long, he was choking with a pale face and cold sweat all over. Mao Nanbei stayed perfectly calm and explained that these fruits were very good for him, but he could only eat 2 a day. After finally swallowing them, Lu Xun immediately sensed something unusual. The fruit felt cool and refreshing the moment it entered his mouth, and once it reached his stomach, his mind became much clearer. It really was a precious treasure. Just then, Mao Nanbei suddenly changed the subject and mentioned that she had been counting carefully last night. Lu Xun had been cut down by their senior sisters, Sword Intent exactly 36 times. She grinned and asked if that Sword Intent had been exciting enough. Instead of answering, Lu Xun threw a question back at her. Mao Nanbei leaned right into his face and proudly patted her chest, saying there was nothing in the world she did not know. She even offered to take him to beg their second senior sister to remove the Sword Intent. Although she sounded sincere, Mao Nanbei secretly giggled to herself because she knew their second senior sister would never listen anyway. More than anything, she just wanted to see her junior brother looking miserable. Unexpectedly, Lu Xun said he really had something important to confirm with her. Mao Nanbei became secretly excited, thinking he was finally about to ask for help. But after clearing his throat a few times, Lu Xun simply asked whether their second senior sister's Sword Intent would weaken over time. Mao Nanbei froze for a few seconds before answering that it definitely would not. She felt oddly disappointed, because things had gone nothing like she expected. The moment Lu Xun heard the answer, he broke into a huge smile as if he had found buried treasure. This was even better than he had hoped. Seeing his excitement only made Mao Nanbei more confused. She even wondered if her junior brother had somehow become addicted to getting beaten up. Just then, the system announced that the mission was complete. The reward was 1 point of sword talent. Lu Xun was overjoyed and quietly calculated that if this special training continued for 30 days, he would gain an incredible amount of sword talent. Thinking of that, he jumped out of bed and happily invited Mao Nanbei to go eat something delicious. The moment she heard the word food, her eyes lit up and she agreed without hesitation. But as soon as they stepped outside, Lu Xun stopped in surprise. The entire sect was unusually lively today. Mao Nanbei quickly explained that today was the day cultivators returned home to visit their families. Those with relatives went down the mountain, while those who had no family gathered in the demon sect to celebrate together. After hearing that, Lu Xun finally understood and smiled with a nod. He could not help feeling emotional. In the end, cultivators in this world were still just people with longer lives and a few extraordinary abilities. But the warmth of ordinary life was something no one could truly abandon. Maybe that was why so many people loved fantasy worlds. Compared to the coldness of reality, this place carried a warmth that was hard to describe. With that thought, Lu Xun gave a bittersweet smile. The streets were packed with people laughing and chatting. Some proudly talked about their sons returning home, while others boasted that their daughters had entered the inner sect, or even become disciples of an elder. Not far away, a storyteller in a tea house was speaking with incredible energy, drawing everyone into the tale. He slammed the table and loudly declared that Zhang San had ripped off Lisa's underwear. His vivid description of a pair of fair legs left the audience blushing with imagination. The storyteller was a handsome white-haired man with crystal blue eyes. As the story reached its climax, the audience became completely absorbed and kept urging him to continue. But just when things were getting exciting, the storyteller suddenly fell silent, making everyone furious. Some even shouted that stopping there was completely unprofessional. Even so, the storyteller remained perfectly calm. He took a sip of tea and leisurely said that if they wanted to know what happened next, they would have to wait for the next chapter. Just then, a lively young man ran out and struck a gong, grinning as he shouted that those with money should tip, and those without could always borrow some. Unfortunately, the audience became even more disappointed. They all got up to leave, saying the story had been cut off too soon and they would pay after hearing the rest next time. Even as the tea house emptied, the white-haired storyteller remained completely calm. Meanwhile, the young man beside him sighed that the storyteller's habit of stopping at the climax would get them both starved one day. The storyteller casually replied that telling stories was meant to be enjoyable, so making money was not what mattered. The young man then asked if they were heading back to the mountain. The storyteller simply asked, "Why?" The young man looked confused and asked if they were not going back to see how their junior brother was doing. As they walked through the busy street, something suddenly caught the storyteller's attention. He crouched down to admire several mirrors on a vendor's stall and quietly wondered if he really needed to return. Even if he did, his junior brother's life would not improve. While admiring his own reflection, he calmly remarked that everyone had two eyes, one nose, and one mouth anyway. The young man beside him was completely speechless. Deep down, he thought the storyteller was far too obsessed with his own looks. He even started wondering if sect master Shen Yan had only been chosen because he was short and bald. Before anyone noticed, the storyteller had wandered over to a group of old men playing chess and bluntly declared that one of their moves was terrible. The old men immediately exploded in anger, shouting that spectators should never comment during a game. But the storyteller had already slipped away, laughing the whole time. He sprinted off like the wind while loudly trying to justify his comment. From the way he defended himself, it was obvious his chess skills were awful, leaving the young man behind him shaking his head in disbelief. After thinking it over, the young man decided to let it go. As long as the storyteller was having fun, there was no rush to return to the mountain. After walking for a while, the storyteller suddenly turned around and shouted, "Why are you so far behind? Your chess skills really are terrible." Hearing that, the young man hurried to catch up and insisted he was not that bad. Once the young man caught up, the storyteller beamed with excitement and pointed ahead, saying there seemed to be a betting house and they should go play a few rounds. The young man quickly stopped him and asked one question. He truly did not understand why the storyteller had set such strange conditions for accepting disciples. It turned out the man before him was the famous little study master. In response, he casually said that while standing on the guidance peak that day, inspiration had struck, so he simply made them up on the spot. The answer sounded completely unconvincing, making the young man even more suspicious. He thought to himself that the storyteller was obviously making excuses. Those three conditions had to hide a deeper meaning. It seemed that after returning to the mountain, he would have to carefully study the only junior brother who had fulfilled all three requirements. This young man was also a disciple of the little study master and the well-known third senior brother who loved learning. Thinking about it, he smiled with eager anticipation. The scene shifted to a lush bamboo forest bathed in warm sunlight as a gentle breeze drifted through. Lu Xun and Mao Nanbei were on their way to find Gu Xiaoman. As they walked, Lu Xun curiously asked Mao Nanbei why their second senior sister had left her sword intent with him. At the same time, he complained about her sneaking snacks the entire trip. Mao Nanbei kept chewing as if she had not heard him. She casually replied that after seeing him, reached the second stage of the spirit absorption art, and noticing his T-Spree, their second senior sister had simply decided to train him a little. Hearing that, Lu Xun immediately asked how much of their second senior sister's true strength was contained within that sword intent. Mao Nanbei only gave a vague answer. How much? You'll find out later. That half-hearted reply left Lu Xun completely helpless. He even started wondering if this little cat honestly had no idea what she was talking about. After walking a little farther, the two finally arrived at Gu Xiaoman's residence. From a distance, Mao Nanbei happily shouted, "Senior sister, we brought food." Lu Xun stepped forward, respectfully bowed, and sincerely thanked his second senior sister for her guidance. Deep down, he felt a trace of anticipation. Until now, his second senior sister had rarely spoken to him first. Maybe today would be different. With that thought, he bowed once again and solemnly thanked his second senior sister for her guidance. Gu Xiaoman gave a slight nod and replied in her usual calm tone, "I heard you." Lu Xun quickly presented her with a steaming bowl of noodles and enthusiastically introduced Today's Special, a brand new sauce recipe he had made just for her. The moment Gu Xiaoman accepted the bowl, she could not help blurting out that the aroma was incredible. She immediately began eating, and after only a few bites, her expression changed. Her eyes lit up with surprise and delight. The flavor was far better than she had expected. Watching his second senior sister enjoy the meal, Lu Xun quietly smiled to himself. He suddenly felt that beneath her icy personality, she had an unexpectedly adorable side. But the instant she finished eating, an overwhelming burst of sword intent erupted from her body. Lu Xun froze in shock, because he instantly recognized that terrifying aura as sword intent. At that moment, a bold guess flashed through his mind. Lu Xun fixed his eyes on the hairpin in Gu Xiaoman's hair, his heart trembling. Could that hairpin actually be her true sword? Looking at her, he began thinking quietly. The online version of Heavenly Dust had only reached level 60, so no player had ever seen his second senior sister fight. Just how terrifying was her real strength? The sword intent from nothing more than that hairpin had already kept him awake all night and left him drenched in sweat dozens of times. Thinking about it made Lu Xun want to crawl into a hole from embarrassment. His imagination then wandered even further. If Gu Xiaoman removed that hairpin and let her long hair flow in the wind, just how breathtaking would she look? After delivering the food, Lu Xun and Mao Nanbei started heading back. Before long, Lu Xun was already gasping for breath and begged his fourth senior sister to slow down. Sweat poured down his body, his breathing came in ragged bursts, and he complained that his body was about to give out. In complete contrast, Mao Nanbei looked perfectly fine. She turned around with a mischievous grin and teased that human men were always saying they could never show weakness. Squinting at Lu Xun as he gasped like a fish out of water, Mao Nanbei mocked him again. "You've only walked a little, and you're already falling apart?" Hearing the suggestive remark, Lu Xun did not get angry. Instead, he blushed in embarrassment and silently wondered if this little cat even realized what she had just implied. Seeing his stunned expression, Mao Nanbei stuck out her tongue, made a funny face, and continued teasing him for being so weak. The moment she finished speaking, she turned and ran off, waving over her shoulder as she shouted that she was heading back to sleep. But karma came fast. Before she had gone very far, Mao Nanbei slammed into someone and immediately clutched her head in pain. The person she had collided with was none other than Shen Yan. The sect master maintained his usual composed demeanor, nodded politely, and respectfully greeted both of his martial uncles. The moment Mao Nanbei saw Shen Yan, she exploded. She pointed at him and scolded him for being a short, bald guy who never watched where he was going. She even threatened to bite him to pieces if he blocked her path again. Shen Yan could only laugh awkwardly. The collision had left a bright red bump on Mao Nanbei's round forehead, making her look oddly funny. Rubbing the sore spot, she continued glaring at Shen Yan and warned him once more that next time she really would bite him. Lu Xun finally staggered over, still panting, and asked Shen Yan what he wanted with him. Shen Yan blinked in surprise, unable to understand how the junior granduncle had already guessed he had come specifically to see him. Lu Xun smiled helplessly. "What else? A sect master like you surely didn't come here to discuss serious matters with fourth senior sister." No matter how he imagined it, it made no sense. Was the sect master planning to invite Mao Nanbei to catch fish or raid bird nests? The image alone was ridiculous. Shenyan laughed and admitted that Lu Xun really did understand his senior sister well. He then confessed that he had indeed come to ask him something. Shenyan curiously wanted to know just how vast Lu Xun's spirit sea was. He even pulled out a bag of spirit stones to tempt him into revealing the answer. But all he got in return was a firm refusal, no. Shen Yan's smile instantly froze. He awkwardly laughed it off, admitting that such a private matter was difficult to ask about directly, before explaining that he actually had another reason for coming. Looking at Shen Yan's expression, Lu Xun could barely hold back his laughter. It was obvious the sect master had an ulterior motive. After a moment, Shen Yan changed the subject and said the outer sect elders were about to hold a training event. He asked if Lu Xun wanted to join. Lu Xun was surprised. With his current strength, was he really qualified to participate? Shen Yan scratched his head with a grin and explained that this event was not dangerous at all. The main activity was simply painting, and most outer sect disciples would be taking part. Right then, Lu Xun's system suddenly displayed a new mission. The task was simple: participate in the painting trial for 50 minutes to earn between 1,000 and 5,000 experience points. Lu Xun almost thought he had read it wrong. Just drawing a few pictures could reward up to 5,000 EXP. It sounded too good to be true. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. At that moment, the only thing on his mind was EXP. But then Lu Xun sensed something was off. He had trained all night and barely gained any experience in the spirit absorption art, so why would a little painting give such a huge reward? Deals that looked this good usually came with a catch. So he immediately asked Shen Yan to confirm. Was it really just ordinary painting? Shen Yan rubbed his hands together and smiled. It was just painting, but the brush they would use belonged to the master. That was when Lu Xun understood. The real challenge was the brush itself. He guessed it was probably as heavy as a divine weapon. Even lifting it would be difficult, let alone painting with it. Still, at least it did not sound life-threatening, so he decided to accept first and worry later. After thinking it through, Lu Xun confidently declared that he accepted the mission and would definitely join the training event. Seeing him agree, Shen Yan happily told Lu Xun to come along and prepare for the trip. But before they could leave, Lu Xun dragged his feet like a lifeless zombie, complaining that his legs still felt like noodles after all the running earlier. Shen Yan nearly lost his balance after hearing that excuse. Left with no choice, Shen Yan simply grabbed Lu Xun and flew into the air. Experiencing flight for the first time filled Lu Xun with childlike excitement. He could not stop smiling and even thought this might be the only chance in his life to enjoy flying. While soaring through the sky, Lu Xun happily shouted Li Li's name as if he were out on a sightseeing trip. As he enjoyed the flight, something below suddenly caught his attention. After staring for a while, Lu Xun realized the mountain below looked exactly like a gigantic sword sheath planted into the earth. Noticing his curiosity, Shen Yan smiled and asked if he was wondering about the shape of Guidance Peak. But the moment he mentioned its creator, his expression turned serious. Lu Xun stared at the mountain in amazement and asked if it had really been shaped by a human. Just imagining an entire mountain being sliced flat gave him chills. Shen Yan calmly replied that it had all been done with a single sword strike. That one slash had transformed Guidance Peak into what it was today. Hearing that, Lu Xun naturally assumed the master had been the one who swung the sword. But Shen Yan shook his head. The one who made that strike was not the master, but the founder of the demon sect. He was also the master's first disciple and, in other words, Shen Yan's own teacher. Lu Xun froze in surprise and blurted out that the demon sect had only reached its second generation. Shen Yan immediately pointed at him and said he had completely missed the point. Shen Yan quickly regained his serious expression and cleared his throat a few times. Then he proudly declared that the real point was that his master had become unrivaled under heaven with a single sword strike. No matter how the outside sword sects fought over the title of greatest swordsman, as long as his master lived, none of them would ever have a chance. As he spoke, Shen Yan became so excited that he started gesturing wildly. Lu Xun grew even more curious and quickly asked if his eldest senior brother really was the greatest swordsman in the world. If so, where was he now? Shen Yan nodded and confirmed that his master was indeed the strongest sword cultivator alive, but he was currently in a life-or-death closed-door cultivation. Hearing those words, Lu Xun was startled. He had seen the term while playing the game, but hearing it in person carried a completely different weight. Shen Yan continued explaining that life or death seclusion meant risking everything to break through to a higher realm. Failure meant never leaving seclusion again. In the end, there were only two possible outcomes, either death or a successful breakthrough. At the mention of it, Shen Yan's face turned grim. He could not stand the people from Wanjian Mountain because they kept spying to see if his master was alive or dead, all to steal the title of the world's greatest swordsman. After listening for a while, Lu Xun still had one question. If senior brother founded the demon sect, then what was Sir's role? Shen Yan calmly explained that Sir was actually an independent cultivator. He had never joined the demon sect, not in the past and not even now. Lu Xun finally got it and burst into laughter. No wonder the demon sect never felt like an evil sect. Seeing his reaction, Shen Yan was speechless. He felt like all his explanations had barely sunk in. Shen Yan immediately felt unwilling to accept that. He told himself Lu Xun was simply too weak to understand how unbelievable their master truly was. That meant it was his duty to open Lu Xun's eyes. With that, Shen Yan pointed into the distance and excitedly continued. After their master split the mountain, the sword aura had remained until today, so countless sword cultivators secretly came here to study it. Lu Xun still looked doubtful and asked if that was really true or just another tall tale. Shen smiled and told him to look where he was pointing. Sure enough, a huge crowd had gathered there. But Lu Xun found the mountain strange. It looked short and completely flat, as if someone had sliced the top clean off. Shen Yan calmly nodded and said that was exactly right because he was the one who cut the mountain. Shen Yan explained that those sword cultivators secretly studying his master's sword intent were one thing, but climbing all over the place made them an eyesore, so he simply cut the mountain. His smug grin made it clear he was extremely proud of it. Looking at Shen Yan's smug face, Lu Xun actually liked it. He secretly laughed because the demon sect was finally starting to show some real dominance. Anyone daring to climb over their heads would be slammed right back down. Thinking about it, those sword cultivators were obviously not there for sightseeing. They wanted to comprehend the remaining sword aura. That made Lu Xun curious enough to try his own luck. He immediately asked Shen Yan if he could take a look at the half-strand of sword aura left behind by senior brother. Shen Yan smiled and agreed. He said it was no problem because he often came here himself whenever he hit a cultivation bottleneck, but he stressed that Lu Xun could only look once and must not get greedy. That warning only made Lu Xun even more curious. He asked what would happen if he looked again. Shen Yan's expression turned serious. The moment you look at the sword aura, it also looks at you. If it glances back even once, you die instantly. Lu Xun was still not fully convinced. Since he could revive anyway, dying might not be the end. If taking the risk let him gain some insight, it would be completely worth it. Shen Yan watched his expression and smiled. So, little martial uncle, you still want to see it? Lu Xun nodded without the slightest hesitation. Even if it killed him, he wanted to witness that sword aura with his own eyes. Seeing his determination, Shen Yan placed a hand on Lu Xun's forehead and sent a strand of spiritual energy into him. He said he would do everything he could to keep him safe. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xun felt himself pulled into another world. Everywhere he looked was nothing but rocks, completely different from before. Right then, a strange flash of light appeared in the distance. Lu Xun immediately realized the half-strand of sword aura was hidden inside that light. He cautiously leaned forward and looked deeper within. The instant he saw what was inside, his eyes widened in shock. A terrifying sword aura suddenly appeared and slashed downward with world-shaking force. The overwhelming pressure made Lu Xun curse inwardly. Could a human really wield power like this? He stood frozen, his eyes locked on that devastating sword strike. Lu Xun's entire body went stiff, unable to move at all. Even worse, he felt as though the sword aura was truly staring back at him. But at that very moment, the sword intent suddenly changed direction. Instead of charging at him, it veered away. Then it vanished into the endless black sky, making the surroundings feel even more oppressive. The result left Lu Xun completely disappointed. He blinked in confusion. Wait, did the sword aura just run away? But at that moment, an invisible hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him. It was Shen Yan. He immediately pulled Lu Xun out of the dangerous sword aura. Saving him had clearly drained Shen Yan. Sweat covered his face, and he was breathing hard, but he still asked if Lu Xun had gained any insight. But as soon as he asked, Shen Yan noticed something strange. Lu Xun just stood there in a daze and quietly answered with a distant yes. Right then, the system popped up with a notification. Congratulations, the host has obtained a great opportunity, and gained 1 Sword Dao aptitude point. Lu Xun was stunned by the new attribute. He had only looked at the sword aura once and already unlocked a special reward. This gamble had paid off big time. The next moment, a brilliant light burst from his body. Watching from behind, Shenyan froze in shock. Had little martial uncle really comprehended the sword Dao? The more Shenyan thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Could the man before him really be a once-in-a-thousand-years sword genius? The light around Lu Xun grew even brighter, releasing an extraordinary aura. Shenyan could not help crying out. Could this be the legendary innate sword embryo? The radiant light slowly gathered at the center of Lu Xun's forehead. Seeing that scene, Shenyan completely lost his composure. He was so shocked that he could barely speak. A second later, the light exploded with such intensity that Shenyan had to shield his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Xun kept his eyes closed as his mind sank into a deep state of enlightenment. The light pouring from his body spread all the way to the horizon, like a miniature sun rising in the sky. The terrifying phenomenon instantly stunned every disciple in the sect. Even the swords they carried trembled violently as if responding to something. Everyone looked toward the strange light in confusion. Many feared that a major disaster was about to strike the demon sect. Elsewhere, Li also watched the strange phenomenon closely. The longer she looked, the more uneasy she became because it seemed to be coming from the back mountain where Lu Xun was. Before anyone understood what was happening, a thunderous voice echoed across the entire sect, followed by hearty laughter. The speaker loudly congratulated little martial uncle for successfully condensing a sword heart. The mood across the sect exploded in an instant. Worry turned into excitement as everyone below shouted little martial uncle over and over. Li was overjoyed as well, her eyes filled with happiness for Lu Xun. At the center of the phenomenon, Lu Xun slowly opened his eyes after his enlightenment finally came to an end. The system immediately displayed his updated status and added a note confirming that he had successfully condensed a sword heart. Before he could even gather his thoughts, Lu Xun was startled to see every sect master and peak master standing before him. They all bowed together to congratulate him on condensing a sword heart. Luo Wanshu gently stepped forward and patted his shoulder in congratulations. Behind her, Shenyan excitedly explained that no disciple at Lu Xun's cultivation level had ever condensed a sword heart before. In other words, little martial uncle had become the first person to break this record. The more Shenyan spoke, the brighter his smile became. Then all the sect masters and peak masters burst into wild laughter, leaving Lu Xun completely confused. In his mind, he had only unlocked another skill. Was it really worth getting this excited? Right then, the system displayed another notification. His fame mission was complete with a score far beyond the original requirement. Lu Xun was just as happy and immediately joined the laughter. From a gamer's perspective, condensing a sword heart simply meant gaining more fame. He had no idea how earth-shattering it was in the real cultivation world because he was basically a walking bug who leveled up with experience points. But the rewards were not over yet. The system granted another 10,000 experience points and 1 free special attribute point. Lu Xun nearly laughed out loud. 10,000 experience was enough to push him straight to level 5, and that free attribute point was the real prize. He even wondered if dumping it all into Sword Dao aptitude would make everyone here lose their minds from excitement. Just then, Shenyan stepped forward and gently suggested that if little martial uncle wanted to return to the back mountain for secluded cultivation, he could skip this outer sect trial. But Lu Xun refused without hesitation. He politely said he still wanted to take part. On the inside, though, he was shouting that no tiny opportunity could stop his leveling grind. Hearing that, Shenyan nodded in agreement. He even thought that with little martial uncle's talent, he might stumble upon another heaven-defying opportunity during this trip. After traveling for a while, the group finally arrived at the trial grounds. Shenyan pointed toward the arena below and explained that all the disciples had already gathered there. The moment Lu Xun's group appeared, every disciple immediately bowed with great respect and greeted little martial uncle, the sect master, and all the elders. Lu Xun casually waved back. With a warm smile, he politely told everyone that they were all participants today, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. Those words deeply moved the disciples below. In their eyes, little martial uncle was not only handsome but also kind, the very image of perfection. One male disciple was so overwhelmed by Lu Xun's charm that he almost melted on the spot. He even blurted out that if he were a girl, he would have fallen in love already. Everyone around him could only stare in silence. Shen Yan turned toward the Peak Masters with a faint smile and said the trial was about to begin, so it was probably time for old men like them to step aside and let the younger generation shine. The Peak Masters immediately played along. One said it was the perfect time to leave. Another suggested finding a place for tea, while others remarked that it had been a long time since they had all gathered together. Just as they were acting in perfect sync, Gong Yuban suddenly interrupted with a cold reminder that they had literally been drinking tea together yesterday. The mood froze on the spot. The Peak Masters all looked at Gong Yuban helplessly, wondering how someone could be so painfully honest. Then one of them asked if Elder Gong really did not want to stay and watch little martial uncle's trial. Only then did Gong Yuban realize what they meant. He cleared his throat a few times before quickly changing his tune. Of course he had to stay for something this important. He even smiled from ear to ear, leaving everyone speechless at how quickly he had changed sides. Not long afterward, Yue Heshan walked over and casually threw an arm around Gong Yuban's shoulders. The two looked like the oddest pair imaginable, yet they happily went off together to drink tea and chat. Just then, someone suddenly called out Lu Shun's name from the crowd, making him turn around in surprise. Amid the sea of people, someone kept standing on tiptoe while waving and shouting that it was her. It was Li Li. Surrounded by a group of female disciples completely captivated by Lu Xun, she waved with a bright smile while secretly thinking that little martial uncle was just as dazzlingly handsome as ever. The moment he saw her, a faint smile appeared on Lu Xun's lips. He raised a hand and warmly called her over. That simple gesture made Li Li's heart race, and her face instantly turned bright red. She hurried through the crowd, quietly asking everyone to make way for her. After finally escaping the sea of people, Li Li slowly walked over to Lu Xun. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato. She stammered for a long time before finally managing to say that it had been a while. Seeing how different she was from before, Lu Xun chuckled and teased her. He reminded her that she had once boldly wanted to capture him as a cultivation cauldron, so why was she suddenly so shy now? As he spoke, Lu Xun slowly walked closer and casually asked if she still had that terrifying idea. Then he gently rubbed Li Li's head. The affectionate gesture made her so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole and hide. She lowered her head and quietly replied that she did not dare anymore. But Lu Xun could see through her at a glance. She denied it with her words, yet her eyes were filled with undisguised admiration, leaving him helplessly thinking that she was completely obsessed with his looks. Just as the atmosphere grew a little awkward, Qiu Shui suddenly appeared with a smile and introduced herself as the elder in charge of this trial. While asking Lu Xun whether he wanted to go first or observe for a while, she also playfully teased the blushing Li Li beside him. Lu Xun remained calm and composed, volunteering to go first in the trial. He explained that this would help everyone relax instead of feeling nervous with him watching from below. His gentle smile instantly won over many of the disciples. The disciples were deeply touched. To them, little martial uncle was approachable, thoughtful, and always considerate of others. But behind that warm smile, Lu Xun had other plans. He secretly hoped they would all become devoted fans and earn him even more fame points. A quick glance at the system showed his total had already reached 2,333. On the trial stage, Qiu Shui pointed at the table in the center and invited little martial uncle to begin the test. As Lu Xun stepped closer, the system immediately identified the item on the table as a large low-grade talisman paper. Seeing that, he quickly guessed the talisman paper was only a prop. The real focus of this trial was probably the brush beside it. Standing nearby, Qiu Shui explained the rules. She pointed at the brush and said it had been brought back from the lower realm by Sir and was normally used for writing and painting. The test was simple. Each participant would use that brush to write or draw on the large talisman paper. She then announced that whoever could hold the brush the longest would win a green jade pill. As she spoke, she took out the pill for everyone to see. The moment the reward appeared, the disciples became wildly excited. Some said the green jade pill could support cultivation for dozens of days. Others proudly claimed they were skilled painters. One even bragged that he had been painting in bed yesterday, only for his fellow disciples to expose him for wetting the bed, making everyone burst into laughter. Lu Xun turned to Li Li and gently encouraged her to do her best in the upcoming trial. She immediately nodded with determined eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was ready. Seeing that, Qiu Shui loudly declared that little martial uncle's test had officially begun. At that very moment, Lu Xun called out to the system and requested an appraisal. In an instant, the information appeared. It was a low-quality writing brush with an inkstone once used by Sir. Both were level 20 artifacts and even contained spiritual essence. Lu Xun could not hide his surprise. A seemingly ordinary brush had such an incredible level and even possessed spiritual essence. It only made him more curious about just how powerful his mysterious master really was. Even so, he quickly pushed the thought aside and decided to test it himself. Secretly hoping it would not be as ridiculous as Thor's hammer, he reached out and grabbed the brush. To his surprise, the brush felt almost weightless, like a toy. Even Lu Xun stood there in disbelief. Thinking the trial was nothing special, he decisively dipped the brush into the inkstone. But the instant he did, the brush suddenly became unimaginably heavy, as if an entire mountain had landed on his hand. Lu Xun's expression changed at once. He had to use both hands just to keep holding it while inwardly wondering how something so small could weigh this much. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xun refused to give up. Had he trained his Kirin arm all this time only to lose to a tiny brush? With that thought, he pushed even harder until veins bulged across his face. He did not rely on physical strength alone. Lu Xun also circulated spiritual energy throughout his body to force the brush upward. After a long struggle, he finally managed to lift it without being completely overwhelmed. Lu Xun let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little proud that he had actually done it. The disciples below watched with wide eyes, completely stunned as they stared at him. To protect his image as the demon sex idol, Lu Xun could only grit his teeth and endure it. Inside, he was screaming because the brush felt heavy enough to crush his soul. Yet on the outside, he maintained a perfectly calm expression, refusing to embarrass himself in front of everyone. As he guided the brush across the paper with spiritual energy, the pressure gradually eased. That made Lu Xun relax a little and think the writing test might not be as difficult as he had expected. Below the stage, the disciples kept cheering him on. In their eyes, even though Lu Xun's arm was shaking violently, his face remained perfectly calm, just like a legendary cultivator with an unshakable Tao heart. In truth, Lu Xun really did look calm. No matter how badly his arm trembled while holding the brush over the blank paper, his expression never changed. In the distance, Shen Yan sipped his tea while carefully watching Lu Xun's every move. He nodded with satisfaction, praising little martial uncle's remarkable composure. The others beside him also watched closely and nodded in agreement. In their eyes, anyone chosen by Sir was bound to be extraordinary. The only question was how long Lu Xun could endure. At that moment, Lu Xun focused entirely on the brush. After observing it for a while, he finally realized the real purpose of the trial was to test one's control over spiritual energy. As long as his spiritual power remained steady, he could handle it. Even as he thought it through, his arm continued shaking violently as he struggled to maintain control. After countless efforts, the tip of the brush finally touched the blank paper. But the instant it did, something strange happened. Lu Xun froze like a statue without moving at all, leaving everyone confused. Some even guessed that little martial uncle was contemplating some earth-shattering masterpiece. Unfortunately, the truth was far less impressive. Lu Xun simply could not move the brush. His face turned pale as he silently cursed the stubborn thing for refusing to budge. He immediately changed his approach. Since this was all about spiritual energy, then he would go all in. His eyes instantly filled with determination. A surge of spiritual energy burst from his body and rushed straight into the brush. Yet the brush remained completely motionless, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Chu Shui explained the trial to the disciples. The timer started the moment the brush touched the paper. More importantly, the brush had already developed a spirit of its own, so brute force alone could never control it. Hearing that, Lu Xun suddenly felt as if everything had clicked into place. He immediately realized where he had gone wrong. This was not about overpowering the brush. It was about guiding it with spiritual energy. Once he understood the principle, Lu Xun instantly switched tactics. He even began coaxing the brush in his mind as if comforting a spoiled little ancestor. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the brush slowly began moving according to his will. Lu Xun nearly laughed with relief. Something with its own spirit really had to be handled gently. Only then did he fully understand the true purpose of the trial. It had never been a test of strength. It was a test of refined spiritual energy control for demon sect disciples. Once he realized that, the challenge no longer seemed so intimidating. With his new understanding, Lu Xun gradually controlled the brush more smoothly, and each stroke became increasingly natural. Watching the scene, the sect masters above quietly nodded in admiration. They had not expected little martial uncle to grasp the key so quickly. But those who understood the trial knew it was still incredibly difficult. It drained not only spiritual energy, but also demanded extremely precise control. Without enough experience, few could last very long. By now, Lu Xun was drenched in sweat, and exhaustion was written all over his face. Yet the more he controlled the brush, the more natural it felt, leaving even him wondering why, since he rarely practiced spiritual energy control. Then he suddenly remembered. It had to be thanks to the brutal training his second senior sister had forced him through inside his dreams. Thinking of that, Lu Xun's determination flared once again. He silently vowed to finish this trial and make sure her efforts had not been wasted. Beside him, Qiu Shui continued observing in silence. In her eyes, this trial tested not only spiritual energy control, but also consumed an enormous amount of mental strength. At Lu Xun's current pace, his spiritual energy would probably run out before long. Right then, Lu Xun's system displayed a new notification. The first stage of the trial mission was complete. Progress had reached 20%, and he received 1,000 experience points. But the cost was obvious. His arm had gone almost completely numb, trembling so badly that he nearly dropped the brush. He had only cleared the first stage, yet his body already felt completely drained. Lu Xun panted heavily as he wiped the sweat from his face. Seeing his condition, Luo Wanshu commented from afar that little martial uncle had already done extremely well. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still limited, and his spiritual energy was likely close to exhaustion. Even though every muscle in his body ached, Lu Xun smiled stubbornly. In his mind, there was only one rule. A true gamer never quits a mission halfway through. Then all of a sudden, everyone around him widened their eyes and cried out in shock. Lu Xun had broken through. Sure enough, his cultivation jumped straight from level 2 to level 3. With the breakthrough, controlling the brush became much easier. Lu Xun figured drawing crooked lines was getting boring, so why not try a straight one? He immediately drew a perfectly straight line across the paper, and it felt so effortless that it barely took any strength at all. Seeing that, the sect masters nearly fell out of their seats in shock. They all shouted that little martial uncle had actually drawn a straight line. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Xun became more and more confident as he kept writing, as if he had just discovered a whole new truth. Deep down, he was thrilled. So this was what controlling spiritual energy felt like. Now he wanted to see where his limit really was. Before long, the trial had turned into his own personal challenge. Lu Xun kept moving the brush non-stop across the paper, looking completely immersed. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, yet he showed no sign of stopping. Every now and then, he even smiled as if he were thoroughly enjoying himself. The disciples watching below were completely stunned. Little martial uncle had not only lasted for half an hour, but had even broken through twice. It was beyond anything they could imagine. They stared at him like he was a monster in human form. By now, his cultivation had reached level 4. The talisman paper was covered with messy black circles and strange scribbles that looked like a challenge to the entire world. After finishing his completely incomprehensible masterpiece, Lu Xun finally stopped writing and realized that the system had only required 25 minutes. Yet he had lasted a full hour. He turned and calmly stepped away from the trial area, announcing that his test was over and making room for the other disciples. The crowd instantly erupted into cheers as they looked at him with admiration. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Lu Xun was like the brightest star on the stage. Praise echoed from every direction, calling him a rare genius and the role model everyone wanted to follow. But beneath that cool appearance, Lu Xun was barely hanging on. His head spun, his legs wobbled, sweat poured down his face, and his complexion turned pale. Inside, he was screaming that this ridiculous trial had almost cost him his life. Seeing him stagger, the disciples below began to panic. It looked as though little martial uncle had completely exhausted every last bit of his strength. As he wiped away the sweat, Lu Xun silently gritted his teeth. If he collapsed in front of everyone now, his image as the demon sect's idol would be ruined. A man could be weak in many ways, but he absolutely could not let people think he had weak kidneys. Even Qiu Shui could not help worrying. In her eyes, no matter how talented little martial uncle was, enduring that trial non-stop for so long had to be incredibly draining. Li Li was just as anxious. She was terrified that Lu Xun might suddenly collapse. More than anything else, she hoped that handsome face of his would not hit the ground. Lu Xun was nearly panicking. Both hands searched frantically inside his sleeves for something that could save him. His only thought was protecting his newly built reputation as the demon sex idol. After rummaging around for a while, he finally touched something familiar. It was the hawthorn fruit that Mao Nanbei had given him earlier. The moment he remembered it, Lu Xun grabbed it like a lifeline. Without wasting another second, he stuffed the fruit into his mouth. Miraculously, his completely drained stamina recovered at an incredible speed. The refreshing energy spread through his body, clearing his mind. Lu Xun could not help wondering if Mao Nanbei had somehow predicted this situation and prepared the fruit in advance. But the moment he remembered her usual airheaded personality, he dismissed the idea. Someone as innocent as Mao Nanbei could never have planned that far ahead. After finishing the miraculous fruit, Lu Xun was practically back to full health. He immediately regained his composure and glanced toward the disciples, thinking this was the perfect chance to reinforce his image as a strong and dependable man. In the blink of an eye, every trace of exhaustion vanished. Lu Xun returned to his calm and elegant demeanor before telling everyone that this trial offered tremendous benefits and that they should all give it their very best. Seeing him recover as if nothing had happened, everyone froze in disbelief. Even Li Li and Chu Shui stared with wide eyes, quietly sighing in relief that little martial uncle had not actually collapsed. But the moment Lu Xun accidentally met Li Li's eyes, a chill ran down his spine. Her gaze was completely different from everyone else's, as if she were secretly plotting something dangerous. After a few seconds, Chu Shui cleared her throat and resumed the trial, announcing that the next participant should step forward. The instant her name was called, Li Li jumped in surprise, her face briefly flashing with panic. Unlike Li Li's nervousness, the disciples below were fired up. They shouted encouragement together, thinking that if little martial uncle had pushed himself that far, they could not afford to back down either. Amid the cheers, Li Li looked toward Lu Xun. Still maintaining his flawless idol image, he smiled warmly and gently told her to simply do her best. Hearing those words, Li Li's eyes became incredibly determined. She gritted her teeth, picked up the brush, and silently vowed that she would claim everything connected to Lu Xun. But seeing that dangerously determined expression, Lu Xun's face turned pale. He could not understand why simply holding a brush made her look like she was marking her territory. Her possessiveness was honestly terrifying. Li Li's whole body trembled, sweat pouring down her face, yet she kept encouraging herself that she had to succeed. After pushing herself to the absolute limit, she finally collapsed from exhaustion. Chu Shui immediately announced that Li Li had lasted for more than a quarter of an hour. Hearing the result, Li Li let out a satisfied sigh. Secretly, she was delighted because she had finally enclosed Lu Xun completely. It turned out that throughout the entire trial, all she had done was draw one enormous heart around Lu Xun's earlier work. Witnessing such reckless determination, everyone was left speechless. They admired her resolve, yet at the same time found her frightening. The atmosphere instantly grew even more intense. Every disciple became more determined than ever. Some wanted to surpass their juniors, while others fought for a higher ranking. In their minds, first place already belonged to Li Li, while second place was untouchable because little martial uncle still stood above everyone. After finishing the trial, Li Li's strength completely gave out, and she collapsed with a satisfied smile still on her face. Chu Shui immediately supported her with spiritual energy, silently marveling at how hard the young girl had pushed herself. Her spiritual energy had been almost completely exhausted. Just then, Chu Shui noticed Lu Xun signaling to her from a distance. With just one glance, she understood immediately. At this point, letting little martial uncle take care of Li Li was the most reasonable choice. Before long, Li Li was brought over to Lu Xun, who quickly caught her in his arms. Lu Xun took out a hawthorn fruit and handed it to her, gently saying that it would help her recover quickly. Li Li obediently opened her mouth and took a bite. As she ate, she could not help saying how sweet the fruit was. But to everyone's shock, she accidentally wrapped Lu Xun's finger into her mouth as well. The overly bold gesture made Lu Xun blush bright red as he hurriedly told her to let go of his finger. Watching from afar, the sectmasters froze in place. Their faces turned bright red as they completely lost track of what was happening. After a moment, their expressions shifted into helpless disbelief. What had started as a serious trial suddenly felt like a romance story. This had originally been an ordinary outer sect examination, but ever since little martial uncle got involved, everything had taken a completely unexpected turn. Looking down now, disciples were sprawled all over the ground, as if they had just survived a great battle. Chu Shui slowly stepped into the center of the arena and announced the final results. As she prepared to reveal first place, her eyes briefly drifted toward Lu Xun and Li Li standing among the exhausted disciples. Then she loudly declared that the champion was Li Li. Hearing her name, Li Li froze in shock, almost thinking she had misheard. Seeing her reaction, Lu Xun simply smiled calmly. He gently explained that of course she deserved the prize. As little martial uncle, there was no way he would compete with his juniors for a reward. Hearing that explanation, the disciples admired Lu Xun even more. In their eyes, this was the grace and generosity of someone who stood on an entirely different level. At the same time, Lu Xun's fame points kept skyrocketing, leaving him thrilled. His position as the Dissimsek's #1 idol was becoming more unshakable than ever. After receiving an enthusiastic round of applause from Chu Shui, Li Li stood there in a daze. She was glowing with joy, yet it all felt like a dream. She had no idea how she had ended up taking first place. Just then, Lu Xun praised her performance with a few kind words, saying she had done very well. Li Li immediately panicked, jumped in surprise, and stammered out her thanks. Meanwhile, the sect masters had already left the viewing platform. Shen Yan walked away carrying a bag of spirit stones with a huge grin, proudly claiming that he had known Li Li would win from the very beginning. His eyes were filled with satisfaction as he looked at Li Li. Seeing the disciple he favored shine so brightly made him incredibly proud. But his happiness did not last long. He soon noticed that several peak masters were staring at Li Li with shining eyes. One look was enough to tell they had plans of their own. The sight immediately made Shen Yan feel a sense of danger. He knew perfectly well that he could not compete with those peak masters. They had abundant resources, superior cultivation methods, proper guidance, and generous support. Compared to them, he was famous for being stingy. The more Shen Yan saw them eyeing Li Li like hungry wolves, the more anxious he became. If he wanted to keep her, he had to distract them with something else. Better yet, make them think a major crisis was approaching. With that thought, an idea suddenly came to him. Without hesitation, Shen Yan put on a serious expression and said that he had planned to wait until Sir returned before bringing it up. But since Sir might not appear anytime soon, it would be better to discuss it now. Hearing him sound so serious, the peak masters immediately asked what had happened. Shen Yan turned toward them and calmly brought up the incident when little martial uncle jumped into the abyss. He asked if they still remembered the mysterious pressure that had appeared at time. The peak masters thought for a moment before nodding. Even with their strength, none of them had been able to identify its source, and Sir had shown no concern about the matter. Shen Yan kept his serious expression and asked what they would do if that mysterious force appeared again and targeted the demon sect. Sure enough, everyone took the bait. They immediately became serious, believing that if the unknown force truly had hostile intentions, the demon sect would face a major threat and needed to prepare in advance. Seeing his plan succeed, Shen Yan secretly smiled to himself. In truth, he suspected that overwhelming pressure had simply leaked out from his master during secluded cultivation. But on the surface, he remained completely serious and suggested that everyone discuss the matter carefully. At that moment, Shen Yan had only one goal in mind. He absolutely could not let anyone steal Li Li away from him. As for the person at the center of it all, Lu Xun remained completely unaware and was still chatting happily outside. That night in the bamboo forest, Lu Xun sat on his bed studying the system panel. He was now level 4, with more than 12,000 experience points. Even he was surprised that he still had so much experience left after leveling up. Lu Xun muttered that he needed to save those points for future skill upgrades, then yawned repeatedly as sleepiness took over. Before long, he flopped onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. But inside his dream, everything was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere filled with dark energy. Moments later, the familiar assassin appeared again, and Lu Xun instantly knew exactly what was about to happen. His face darkened, sweat poured down his forehead, and he sighed in despair. It looked like another night of brutal training awaited him. The next morning, Lu Xun looked absolutely miserable. His limbs felt weak, his body trembled so badly that he had to hold onto the door just to walk, and he muttered that he had been killed 19 times in a single night. Outside, Munanbei was casually eating breakfast. Seeing how exhausted he looked, she curiously asked if he had spent 7 straight days and nights partying at a brothel. Lu Xun grabbed a slice of apple and smirked. That was nothing. He could handle even more than that. Hearing that, Munanbei suddenly remembered something important and immediately asked if he had really condensed a sword heart and what it had felt like. Lu Xun remained completely calm and replied that he had indeed condensed one, but it was honestly nothing special. Aside from being flashy and attracting a lot of attention, it felt pretty much the same as before. Deep down, he could only complain that it was just like leveling up in a game. The visual effects were spectacular, but he still had no idea what was actually so extraordinary about it. After hearing that, Mao Nanbei looked even more confused. She tilted her head and asked, "What do you even mean by that?" Lu Xun waved it off and said it was hard to explain. Everything happened in just a few seconds. Mao Nanbei gave him a strange look and joked, "Your speed is really impressive." Then she suddenly remembered something. "You already awakened Sword Heart, yet you do not even have a natal sword." Her words instantly made Lu Xun turn serious. He finally realized what the real problem was. He immediately bowed to Mao Nanbei with full respect and sincerely thanked her for the sword. His sudden gratitude left her completely stunned. Mao Nanbei instantly reacted like a cat with its tail stepped on. She looked shocked and had no idea how to respond. She let out a quiet snort and turned away, acting like she could not care less and treating him like thin air. Right then, the system suddenly sent a notification. Lu Xun froze for a few seconds, wondering why it was calling him now. The next message appeared. The closed beta players were about to enter this world. Lu Xun widened his eyes in surprise and excitement. The game testers were finally coming. Thinking about those future free workers arriving soon, a dangerous smile slowly spread across his face. Out of nowhere, Mao Nanbei turned into a demon cat and leaped onto Lu Xun's head like it was her usual spot. She lazily lay there and asked why he was smiling so suspiciously, then urged him to hurry and bring food to second senior sister because she was craving pumpkin porridge. Caught off guard, Lu Xun jumped in surprise. After calming down, Lu Xun asked if they were bringing food for second senior sister or just feeding her endless appetite. Mao Nanbei calmly sat on his shoulder, pretending not to hear him while grinning with satisfaction. Before long, the two were so full that they lay beside a huge rock, rubbing their stomachs and praising the pumpkin porridge. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman remained as silent as an ice statue the entire time. Lu Xun began feeling the pressure. The players would arrive soon, yet he was only level 4. Even he found that strength disappointing. With that thought, he told himself to level up faster and immediately sprang to his feet. Lu Xun cupped his hands and bowed to Gu Xiaoman, saying he would bring dinner again tonight. His heart was filled with determination because the path of cultivation left no room for laziness. Gu Xiaoman kept her cold expression unchanged and replied with only a few brief words. Hearing her answer, Lu Xun smiled. He vaguely felt that second senior sister's attitude toward him had softened a little. Then he remembered something important and asked if they wanted anything special to eat tomorrow, since it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. The moment he finished speaking, the drowsy Mao Nanbei instantly became wide awake, her eyes shining with excitement. She jumped up at once with a bright smile and said that hearing about food chased away all her sleepiness. Lu Xun could only laugh to himself. She really was a true foodie. Getting excited over food was easier than cultivating. Still, it was a holiday, so a great meal was worth it. After saying that, he turned and walked away as his footsteps gradually faded. Lu Xun still had no idea that from this moment on, he was no longer alone in this unfamiliar world. As soon as Lu Xun disappeared from sight, Mao Nanbei excitedly bounced in front of Gu Xiaoman and kept saying that little junior brother would definitely prepare an amazing feast tomorrow. Then she turned back into a little cat and curled up on Gu Xiaoman's shoulder. While rubbing her head affectionately, she remembered that Lu Xun had awakened Sword Heart yesterday, but still lacked a proper sword. Mao Nanbei smiled and asked if they should find a way to get him a really good weapon. Smack! Gu Xiaoman flicked her right on the head, leaving a huge bump. Mao Nanbei held her head with teary eyes, while Gu Xiaoman sternly warned her never to teach Lu Xun that strange blade-nourishing art. Hearing that, Mao Nanbei immediately put on the most pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with tears. She softly reminded her, "Second senior sister, are you sure? Little junior brother is dirt poor. If the blade-nourishing art activates too strongly, it could drain all his spiritual energy. After all, eldest senior brother created it." But Gu Xiaoman remained just as cold and firm. She simply said, "Do as I told you." At the same time, waves of spiritual energy began spreading outside, one after another. Lu Xun was sitting cross-legged in his room, fully focused on cultivating with the qi-devouring art. The peaceful moment did not last long before the door burst open with a loud bang. Before Lu Xun could react, someone slammed him face first onto the bed. Startled, he shouted, "Who is it?" Once he recognized Mao Nanbei pinning him down, he called out, "Fourth senior sister." She quickly cast a spell while holding him firmly and urged him to close his eyes and focus. There was no time to explain. The next moment, Mao Nanbei began chanting a series of strange and mysterious incantations. In an instant, countless glowing runes surrounded them, creating a breathtaking scene that left Lu Xun stunned. Right then, the system asked if he wanted to learn the sword nourishing art. It was an orange-grade skill created by the demon sect's eldest senior brother, the man known as the greatest swordsman in the world. Mao Nanbei had later modified it into the blade nourishing art, and now it had finally returned to its original form. After reading the description, Lu Xun was completely speechless. This was the legendary orange-grade skill. Even after countless hours in his previous life, he had never dreamed of obtaining a top-tier skill like this. A chance like this had fallen right into his lap, so Lu Xun accepted it without a second thought. The system immediately displayed his current experience as 12,150 out of 1,000. Meanwhile, Lu Xun kept his eyes shut as new knowledge poured into his mind. The system chimed again. "Congratulations. Sword Nourishing Art learned successfully. Current level, level 0. The status panel showed Sword Nourishing Art level 0, EXP 12,150 out of 1,000, upgrade available. Lu Xun's excitement instantly disappeared. "Wait, what do you mean level 0? Even though he wanted to curse, he gritted his teeth and confirmed the upgrade. More than 10,000 EXP went in, yet the skills was still level 0. The next upgrade even required 15,000 EXP. There was no turning back now. The moment the upgrade was confirmed, spiritual energy erupted inside Lu Xun like a massive flood. Even Mao Nanbei was shocked by what she saw. She never expected little junior brother to comprehend it so quickly. In just a few breaths, he had already mastered the sword nourishing art. The more Mao Nanbei watched, the less it made sense. How could someone with only one point of comprehension achieve something this unbelievable? The surging spiritual energy was even stranger. Even worse, the energy kept growing stronger instead of fading. Mao Nanbei became worried because the sword nourishing art required a sword as its vessel, but little junior brother did not even own one. At that moment, Lu Xun's face suddenly turned pale as if he were about to die. His whole body trembled in agony as veins bulged across his forehead and neck. Inside his mind, Lu Xun nearly screamed. This technique was even more painful than normal cultivation. It felt like he was about to explode. Without a sword to channel it, the enormous amount of spiritual energy he absorbed had nowhere to go. It felt like being thrown into hell. Every blood vessel seemed to be emptied and replaced with boiling lava. His heart pounded so violently that it felt ready to burst from his chest. Suddenly, Lu Xun's consciousness was pulled into a dark space filled with black mist. Floating before him was his own glowing crimson heart. It did not take long for him to realize that the glowing object was actually his sword heart, and all the spiritual energy was rushing toward it. Lu Xun was completely stunned. His heart had actually turned into something like this, and it was shining so brightly. But as he looked closer, he immediately noticed something unusual inside the light. At the very center of the sword heart was something like a tiny needle. Looking closer, it resembled a miniature sword. Filled with curiosity, Lu Xun focused on the narrow gap within his sword heart. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes and saw Mao Nanbei's face right in front of his, carefully checking on him. The instant he opened his eyes and found Mao Nanbei staring inches away, Xun nearly jumped out of his skin, looking as pale as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Mao Nanbei calmly remained sitting on top of him and asked if he felt anything wrong with his body. After calming down, Lu Xun immediately switched into teasing mode and grinned. "Fourth senior sister, were you staring because you finally realized how handsome I am?" Seeing that he still had the energy to joke around, Mao Nanbei finally relaxed and jumped off the bed. She sighed, saying his cultivation had become so unstable that she thought he was about to die. But luckily, he avoided backlash. She then warned him with a serious face. The sword nourishing art was an extremely high-level technique. It had to be learned step by step. Rushing into it recklessly could leave him bleeding from every opening, or worse, drive him into cultivation deviation and make him explode. Hearing such a terrifying warning, Lu Xun could only scratch his cheek with an awkward smile. The experience did not seem quite that horrifying to him. Mao Nanbei saw that he was still taking it lightly and scolded him again. Without a natal treasure, no matter how hard he trained, the results would be limited. Lu Xun blinked in confusion and asked what a natal treasure actually was. Mao Nanbei did not bother explaining. She grabbed his hand and dragged him away, saying second senior sister needed to examine him. If he died, who would cook delicious food for her? The three of them soon returned to the familiar quiet bamboo forest. After a careful examination, Gu Xiaoman finally discovered the problem. Deep inside Lu Shun's heart there was a hidden sword. Under normal circumstances, that should have been impossible. A mortal body could never serve as a sword vessel unless… Seeing Gu Xiaoman stay silent for so long, Mao Nanbei nervously asked if little junior brother had really suffered side effects. Gu Xiaoman gently shook her head and calmly said that was not the case. Then she slowly revealed the truth that changed the entire atmosphere. Little junior brother is a heaven-born sword embryo. Even her usually calm expression turned unusually serious. Hearing those words, both Mao Nanbei and Lu Xun were stunned. Mao Nanbei quickly explained that the demon sex founder had been a heaven-born sword embryo, and rumors claimed their eldest senior brother possessed the same physique. Anyone born with it was destined to become one of the greatest sword cultivators. Lu Xun's eyes lit up at once. Only one thought remained in his mind. This talent was unbelievably powerful. But a moment later, he looked up at the sky with a helpless expression. He carried the title of heaven-born sword embryo, yet his sword aptitude was only 1 point. That made no sense at all. After thinking it over, Lu Xun concluded that he probably was not the genuine version. He was more like a massive bug in this world. The thought brought a sly smile to his face. Gu Xiaoman turned to Mao Nanbei and calmly told her to visit Peak Master Sima and bring back a sword. Mao Nanbei looked puzzled and asked why they needed a sword. Gu Xiaoman glanced at Lu Xun and answered calmly, "Let little junior brother try it." Mao Nanbei happily agreed and dashed away without hesitation. After listening to everything, Lu Xun also became excited. Since someone was already fetching a treasure for him, he had to make one more request. He immediately jumped to his feet and shouted after Mao Nanbei, "Fourth senior sister, make sure you bring the highest grade one you can find." Mao Nanbei was left speechless. She could not help thinking that her little junior brother really knew how to seize every chance for personal gain. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was practically glowing with excitement. At last, the demon sex little Grand Master was about to have a sword of his own. Not long afterward, Mao Nanbei hurried back carrying not one but 2 swords. She happily ran over to Lu Xun and announced that she had brought the swords. Lu Xun immediately greeted her with a cheerful 4th senior sister. But in the very next moment, Mao Nanbei tightened her grip on both sword hilts. Without any warning, she hurled both swords straight at Lu Xun. They shot through the air with terrifying force, making the air tremble as she shouted, "Little junior brother, catch them." The 2 swords flew toward him at incredible speed with overwhelming power. Lu Xun froze in disbelief. The only thought in his mind was, why are these swords flying this violently? They even brought a gale with them. Mao Nanbei revealed a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling, as though she were enjoying a show. She even teased him by wondering whether little junior brother could catch both swords. Faced with the situation, Lu Xun could only sigh inwardly. 4th senior sister was clearly treating him like a new toy again. If he actually tried to catch them head-on, he might end up skewered on the spot. But then again, if he did not even dare catch them, it would be too embarrassing. As he thought it over, Lu Xun quietly gathered spiritual energy into his palms. A layer of power spread across his hands to prepare for the impact. Right now, he only had one goal: protect his handsome face at all costs. Just then, Gu Xiaoman stepped in. She calmly said only a few words, "Stop causing trouble." Instantly, the 2 charging swords were completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, both swords dropped to the ground and lay there as if nothing had happened. Mao Nanbei suddenly looked a little guilty and awkwardly explained that she only wanted to test little junior brother's strength. Gu Xiaoman remained calm and gently reminded her that a senior sister should know how to take care of her junior brother. Hearing that, both Mao Nanbei and Lu Xun were so touched they almost cried. They silently agreed that second senior sister was truly one of a kind. Gu Xiaoman then gestured for Lu Xun to try picking up the swords. He immediately understood what she meant. Lu Xun checked both swords with the system. The one on the left was Bazi Dihong, a gold-grade high-rank magic weapon. The other was Hachi, also gold-grade but only mid-rank. After studying them, he figured one looked completely ordinary while the other had an unusually flashy design. Ironically, the strange-looking one was actually the better sword. To play it safe, Lu Xun decided to test the weaker one first and slowly walked toward Bazi Dihong. The moment he grabbed the hilt, he secretly celebrated because everything seemed perfectly normal. But his relief lasted only a moment before the heart inside his body suddenly reacted. A burst of golden light erupted as Bazi Dihong was blasted out of his hand and slammed onto the ground. Mao Nanbei stared in complete confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. Lu Xun was just as puzzled. After checking himself, he gradually realized that the tiny sword inside his sword heart seemed to reject every other sword. Refusing to give up, he decided to test the second one. Lu Xun bent down and picked up Hachi, still hoping this attempt would succeed. But only seconds after touching it, the sword reacted violently and threw him off. Once again, he could not hold it. Looking at the glowing light in his chest, Lu Xun muttered, "Don't tell me the thing inside my heart gets jealous too." At that moment, Gu Xiaoman stepped forward and softly called his name. Lu Xun immediately turned around. Second senior sister. Gu Xiaoman calmly removed her hairpin and told him to try holding her sword instead. The tiny hairpin instantly transformed into a sword with an overwhelming aura. Even Lu Xun's system could not identify it. The terrifying pressure made him swallow hard. If even the system could not read it, this sword was definitely extraordinary. The real question was whether he could even hold it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xun gathered his courage and reached for the sword. The instant he touched it, an overwhelming force exploded from the blade and surged straight into his body. As expected, this time was even worse. Lu Xun was blasted high into the air. After crashing painfully back to the ground, even Mao Nanbei and Gu Xiaoman could only watch with helpless expressions. Lu Xun's hair was now a complete mess, and his mind was full of confusion. The tiny sword inside his heart was so domineering that it even rejected second senior sister's sword. Thinking about it only made him more frustrated. He looked down at his own hands and wondered if he would never be able to wield a sword in this life. But at his lowest moment, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through Lu Xun's mind. His eyes lit up as he grinned. "Wait, what if I try using my feet instead?" The moment she heard that, Mao Nanbei frowned and immediately protested, saying he still refused to act seriously even at a time like this. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman quietly withdrew her sword. Mao Nanbei looked Lu Xun up and down with growing confusion. A perfect heaven-born sword embryo who could not even hold a sword sounded completely absurd. On the other side, disappointment was written all over Lu Xun's face. He sighed helplessly, thinking that perhaps fate had never intended for him to walk the path of the sword. Seeing little junior brother lose his confidence so badly, Mao Nanbei grew anxious. At this rate, even his Dao heart might collapse. She quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Do not worry, little junior brother. Once Master returns, he will definitely find a way to solve this." In Mao Nanbei's eyes, Master could do almost anything. He had even helped her take human form when she was just a little cat. The only problem was that Master had a strange dislike for overly handsome men. Everyone else was treated kindly. While talking excitedly, Mao Nanbei suddenly froze, as if she had realized something terrible. She glanced at Lu Xun and silently panicked. Seeing her suddenly go blank, Lu Xun looked completely confused and asked, "What is it?" The problem was that Lu Xun was exactly the kind of ridiculously handsome man that Master disliked the most. Thinking of that, Mao Nanbei wanted to grab her head and scream. They were in real trouble now. Just as Lu Xun was about to stand up, Gu Xiaoman suddenly suggested testing him in real combat. Maybe it would trigger a different reaction. Lu Xun immediately became interested. He guessed second senior sister wanted to see how the tiny sword inside his sword heart would react in battle. Beside him, Mao Nanbei's eyes lit up as she eagerly volunteered to spar with him. Lu Xun instantly looked at her with suspicion and asked what she was planning this time. Mao Nanbei only gave him a mysterious grin. But Gu Xiaoman quickly rejected the idea. She said the opponent had to be an outer sect sword cultivator instead. Mao Nanbei obediently nodded. Not long afterward, Mao Nanbei returned with someone else. She had brought Li Li, an outer sect sword cultivator. The moment Li Li saw everyone, she greeted Lu Xun with a bright smile. Lu Xun smiled back and said she had arrived at the perfect time because he needed her help with something. After Mao Nanbei set Li Li down, she looked curiously at Lu Xun and asked what he needed. Lu Xun calmly said something that stunned everyone. "Draw your sword and stab me with everything you've got." Li Li was so shocked that she rushed over to check his forehead, worried he had a fever. Lu Xun gently held her hand and assured her that he was perfectly sane. He seriously told her to go ahead. Seeing how determined he was, Li Li finally agreed and slowly stepped back to prepare. The moment she drew her sword, her aura surged upward. She seriously warned Lu Xun that she would attack with her full strength, so he had better be careful. Lu Xun remained completely calm and simply told her not to hold back. Spiritual energy rapidly gathered around her blade. Li Li let out a powerful shout, making it obvious she was attacking for real. In the next instant, she charged straight toward Lu Xun at incredible speed, her sword slicing through the air. But just then, a strange invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xun. Li Li froze in shock. It felt as though something was blocking her sword completely. Before she could understand what happened, the barrier released a powerful recoil that blasted her backward, making her cry out in surprise. Mao Nanbei immediately rushed forward to catch Li Li and shouted for her to be careful. Even Lu Xun was stunned. He quickly realized that the tiny sword inside his sword heart seemed able to automatically repel every sword that came near him. That thought immediately made him wonder if he had awakened a swordless domain. Lu Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement as if he had discovered a great truth. He shouted, "Swordless domain activate." Seeing his strangely excited expression, Gu Xiaoman, Li Li, and Mao Nanbei were all speechless. Mao Nanbei even pouted and muttered that a heaven-born sword embryo who could not use a sword sounded pretty useless. Even Lu Xun started questioning himself. If he could not wield a sword, what was the point of having such a powerful sword heart? Was he supposed to activate a swordless domain and then fight everyone barehanded? But the more he thought about it, the stranger it sounded. A sword cultivator fighting with his fists would completely ruin the image. As the demon sect's future legend, wrestling people like a street brawler was hardly impressive. After thinking for a while, Lu Xun stared at his own hand and wondered if there was a cool way to fight without actually holding a sword. That immediately reminded him of firing sword energy from his fingertips like the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. He started copying the movements on the spot, looking more than a little ridiculous. To everyone's surprise, a tiny strand of sword energy really shot out from his fingertip. Lu Xun stared at it with wide eyes and stammered in disbelief. Is that really sword energy? The others immediately gathered around to look. Gu Xiaoman hesitated before confirming that it really was sword energy. Li Li's eyes sparkled with admiration, even though she barely understood what sword energy actually meant. As for Mao Nanbei, she only glanced at it once before saying, "Great, you have sword energy, but you still don't have a sword to use." On top of that, the strand of sword energy was ridiculously short. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed weak. Compared to a real flying sword, it was nowhere close. Mao Nanbei's look of disdain immediately annoyed Lu Xun. No man could stay calm after being told his attack was both short and weak. Before he could argue back, Gu Xiaoman interrupted and calmly said, "Not necessarily. Let's test it first." As soon as she finished speaking, spiritual energy burst from her body, and her aura rose dramatically. Li Li panicked at the sight, thinking Second Grandmaster was about to crush Lu Xun on the spot. To be honest, she was more worried about his handsome face than his life. Gu Xiaoman ignored her concerns and launched the attack straight at Lu Xun, telling him to block it. Mao Nanbei secretly prepared herself as well. If the kid could not handle it, she would at least be ready to save him. In an instant, several massive rocks carrying tremendous force came crashing toward Lu Xun. Yet Lu Xun stood there completely calm. He even smiled with confidence, convinced he had found the perfect way to use his power. The next moment, he casually waved his hand a few times and sliced every incoming rock apart with the sword energy from his fingertips. After dealing with the attack, he landed gracefully, looking every bit like a cool master. Lu Xun proudly raised the tiny strand of sword energy and grinned. "It may be short, but its power is no joke." Gu Xiaoman nodded in approval, saying the sword energy was impressive. Mao Nanbei reluctantly admitted it was decent. Li Li was by far the most excited, her eyes practically turning into hearts as she kept praising Little Grandmaster. But at that very moment, Lu Xun's expression suddenly changed. The spiritual energy inside him dropped at an alarming rate, leaving his body weak. Less than a second later, Lu Xun collapsed, unconscious from complete exhaustion. After checking him, Gu Xiaoman concluded that the sword energy consumed far too much power for his current cultivation level. That night, under the quiet moonlight, Lu Xun's head was dragged across the ground as Mao Nanbei slowly hauled him back. She was taking him back to the mountain in the most outrageous way possible. His legs were draped over her shoulders, while the rest of him scraped along behind like cargo. After returning, Mao Nanbei tossed him onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. Since his head had been dragged all the way home, A patch of hair had been rubbed clean off the back of his head. While complaining, she said she only bothered bringing him back because she was afraid his weak body would catch a chill. Then she scolded him for risking his life like that, asking if he thought all his senior brothers and senior sisters were already dead. Hearing those words, Lu Xun felt so touched he almost cried. Mao Nanbei then declared that if anyone dared bully him, she would chop off that person's head herself. Just then, a strange light suddenly appeared outside the window. Mao Nanbei's attention was instantly drawn toward it. She hurried outside and loudly called, "Xiao Hei." A pitch-black cat slowly appeared before her. Mao Nanbei's face lit up with overwhelming joy. She ran toward it as fast as she could, calling Xiao Hei over and over with an emotional voice. But just as her hand was about to touch it, the black cat vanished into thin air. Mao Nanbei froze as the truth hit her. Her eyes widened and tears began rolling down her cheeks. She slowly sank to the ground and whispered in despair that it had only been an illusion. Mao Nanbei looked up at the full moon, her voice filled with quiet loneliness. Time had passed so quickly. It was already the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Yet on a day meant for family reunions, she had no idea where her loved ones were. Beneath the cold moonlight in the bamboo forest, her lonely figure looked even more sorrowful. The next morning, Lu Xun finally woke after sleeping until dawn. As he stepped outside with a yawn, he casually greeted fourth senior sister. At the same time, he concluded that he could not use that sword energy recklessly, or it would completely drain his spiritual energy. Mao Nanbei lay sprawled across a chair, looking unusually lifeless as she answered him in a weak voice. Lu Xun immediately sensed something was wrong. At this hour, she would normally be demanding food, especially since today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Thinking that, he walked over, sat beside her, and gently asked what was wrong. Mao Nanbei sadly rubbed the edge of the chair and quietly asked if he knew why she had appeared in Wei City before. Lu Xun thought for a moment and guessed that she had come to hunt the 100 ghosts. Mao Nanbei then asked if he knew why she had been so determined to kill them. Lu Xun scratched his head and thought it over. Was it for cultivation? No. To gain experience points? That made no sense either, since only he had the system. After failing to come up with an answer, he honestly admitted that he did not know. Mao Nanbei slowly answered, for revenge. The reply caught Lu Xun completely by surprise. Lying back in her chair, she began telling him about her past. She had once been a cat spirit living in the forest outside Wei City. After taking human form, Master brought her back to the sect. Many of her family and friends had remained in that forest, companions who had been with her long before she became a spirit. But everything was destroyed in a sea of flames. The entire forest burned bright red, every living thing reduced to ashes, with the charred bodies of animals scattered everywhere. The one responsible was a mountain ghost that had evolved into a ghost king. It possessed a terrifying body and eyes filled with murderous intent. Back then, Mao Nanbei charged at the Ghost King with everything she had, while the monster fought back with its razor-sharp fangs. According to her, the battle was fierce beyond words. The raging fire engulfed the entire forest, but in the end, she personally killed the mountain ghost and avenged everyone. Yet after its body was torn apart, it split into countless 100 ghosts. While hunting them down, she eventually met Lu Xun's group. As she reached that part of the story, her expression grew even gloomier. Seeing her like that, Lu Xun immediately understood. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival. She was missing home. The sight reminded him of his younger sister after she had been bullied as a child. The lonely look on her face was almost the same as Mao Nanbei's now. With that thought, Lu Xun gently reached out and held her hand. He led Mao Nanbei into the house with a smile and told her to follow him. She looked completely confused. As soon as they entered the kitchen, Lu Xun began searching for ingredients. Calmly, he said, "Just wait. I'll cheer you up." He explained that whenever his little sister felt sad back when they were poor, he always made this dessert for her. They did not have white sugar, but rock sugar should work just fine. As he spoke, he busily prepared the ingredients. Behind him, Mao Nanbei quietly watched his back with an unreadable expression. Even though she was still doubtful, she secretly wondered if he really thought food could make her happy again. It sounded a little silly. Meanwhile, Lu Xun hurried around the kitchen, working non-stop to finish the dessert. After a while, he finally finished and turned to Mao Nanbei with a smile. "Fourth senior sister, can you freeze this with your spiritual energy?" Mao Nanbei did as he asked. Spiritual energy immediately wrapped around the bowl in his hands, though she still asked if that was enough. Lu Xun nodded and mysteriously declared that it was time for a miracle. Then he flipped the bowl upside down onto a plate. When he lifted the bowl, a perfectly smooth pudding appeared underneath. Lu Xun smiled proudly and told her to give it a try. Mao Nanbei stared suspiciously at the unfamiliar dessert. She picked up a spoon but kept muttering that she had never seen anything like it before. Then she cautiously took a bite. In an instant, her eyes lit up, and the bliss on her face said everything. After that, she completely forgot about keeping up appearances and happily devoured the pudding, praising how delicious it was with every bite. Only after getting pudding all over the corner of her mouth did Mao Nanbei suddenly remember Lu Xun. She turned to him and asked if he wanted some too. Lu Xun simply smiled and gently told her to keep eating. If she liked it, he would make it for her again any time. Hearing that, Mao Nanbei stopped holding back. She cleaned the entire plate at an incredible speed while happily thanking him between bites. Watching her adorable appetite and her twitching cat ears, Lu Xun suddenly became curious. He wondered what it would feel like to touch them. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he slowly reached toward Mao Nanbei's ears. But halfway there, he started losing his nerve. With fourth senior sister's temper, getting punched would not be surprising. Just then, Mao Nanbei suddenly turned to look at him. She even turned her whole body toward him, causing Lu Xun's hand to land gently on top of her head. The unexpected moment caught him off guard, and his face turned slightly red. To his surprise, Mao Nanbei did not get angry at all. She happily let him stroke her ears, narrowing her eyes in contentment before thanking her little junior brother. While gently patting her head, Lu Xun smiled and said they were family now, so there was no need to be so polite. Hearing that, Mao Nanbei immediately took advantage of the situation. She held out her empty plate with sparkling eyes and eagerly asked if she could have another serving. Meanwhile, outside under the bright daylight, Shen Yan's group slowly made their way up the mountain. Walking behind them, Gong Yuban remarked that Little Grandmaster had already been with the demon sect for quite some time. It was finally time for Lu Xun to visit the place every demon sect disciple had to experience. As he spoke, a sly smile spread across his face, making it obvious that place was anything but pleasant. Shen Yan calmly agreed that Lu Xun should make the trip. It was both the starting point for every demon sect disciple and the final resting place of countless lives. The description alone was enough to send chills down Anyon's spine. After climbing the mountain for a while, Shen Yan's group finally arrived. Mao Nanbei was still busy eating. Seeing them, she casually asked, "You're here already?" Shen Yan and the elders immediately cupped their hands in respect and wished all the senior uncles a happy mid-autumn festival. Mao Nanbei could not care less about formalities. She kept eating and gave them a few half-hearted replies. Just then, Lu Xun walked out carrying another plate of desserts and greeted everyone with a smile. Shen Yan and the elders quickly returned the greeting, showing great respect to their little grandmaster. But Lu Xun soon noticed something. These old men had come to celebrate the festival empty-handed, without bringing even a single gift. The thought immediately annoyed him. The moment he decided to fleece them a little, Lu Xun put on the friendliest smile possible and warmly invited everyone to try the dessert he had made. Shen Yan's group curiously stared at the pudding. One thought it looked like tofu, another said it was much clearer than tofu, and someone even guessed it was a special creation made by Little Grandmaster. After examining it for a while, everyone finally scooped up a spoonful to taste. The instant the pudding melted in their mouths, every one of them froze. Even Shen Yan could not hide his surprise. The smooth, chilled texture left him genuinely amazed. The others were no different. Every face looked as though they had just discovered a whole new world. One elder became so emotional that he said he had lived for more than 200 years and had never tasted anything so delicious. He hurriedly asked Lu Xun what heavenly ingredients he had used. The elders eagerly declared that if Lu Xun was willing to reveal the recipe, they would gladly pay with spirit stones. Seeing that everyone had taken the bait, Lu Xun could barely contain his excitement. This was the perfect chance to make a fortune. He put on the most sincere smile imaginable and said that sharing the recipe was not a problem at all. After all, they were all members of the demon sect. But then his expression subtly changed, and his tone became meaningful. Everything depended on how much sincerity they were willing to show. He added one final push. If someone offered too little yet received such a valuable recipe, would they not feel embarrassed themselves? The sectmaster and elders immediately exchanged tense glances. Shen Yan looked straight at Lu Xun and asked what exactly Little Grandmaster wanted. Lu Xun remained perfectly calm and replied that the recipe would go to whoever showed the greatest sincerity. Better yet, that person could even start selling the dessert themselves. He emphasized that the profits would be enormous. The elders' eyes instantly lit up as if they had discovered buried treasure. Their minds immediately began calculating. If this dessert spread across the world, it would surely become a massive hit. By then, the demon sect's cultivation resources would be overflowing. Thinking of that, Yue Heshan was the first to bid. He immediately offered 1,000 spirit stones and declared that he had to win the recipe. Gong Yuban refused to back down and instantly raised the bid to 1,500. Yue Heshan gritted his teeth and countered with 1,501. Watching the chaotic bidding war unfold before him, Lu Xun was thrilled. He knew the real fun had finally begun. Just then, Luo Wantiu calmly spoke up. She declared that she absolutely had to have a dessert like this, and raised the bid to 2,000 spirit stones. Shen Yan watched everyone throw around money like water, and simply could not understand it. His frugal nature immediately took over. It was just a dessert recipe. Was it really worth 2,000 spirit stones? That amount could buy an excellent magic weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was practically overjoyed. As someone who had spent countless hours online in his previous life, this recipe was so simple that he could have found dozens of versions in seconds. Yet now it was worth a mountain of experience. Thinking that, Lu Xun raised his hand like a professional auctioneer and loudly called out, 2,000 spirit stones going once. Does anyone want to bid higher? Another word. Luo Yuanshu stood there with a smug smile while Lu Xun called out the second bid at 2,000 spirit stones. Shen Yan kept his arms crossed with a look of contempt. He thought they were all fools for wasting that many spirit stones just for food. As Lu Xun prepared to close the auction, Li Li beside Mao Nanbei kept staring at the pudding with eyes full of longing, swallowing over and over. That sparkling look in her eyes was enough to make Shen Yan hesitate. His face instantly darkened as an intense battle raged inside his mind. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was happily wrapping up the auction. Just as he was about to speak again, a voice suddenly cut him off. Shen Yan slowly raised his trembling hand like he was cutting his own flesh, and stammered in pain, I bid 3,000 spirit stones. The moment everyone heard it, they were completely stunned and thought they had misheard. The elders stared at Shen Yan like they had seen a ghost. This was the man who would rather suffer than spend spirit stones on treatment. Yet today he spent 3,000 just for a dessert recipe. Lu Xun beamed with delight and quickly called 3,000 spirit stones once, twice, 3 times. Sold. Shen Yan only forced himself to pay because of the hungry look in Li Li's eyes. Even so, his heart ached, and he could only comfort himself by eating one less meal every day. Lu Xun handed the pudding recipe to Shen Yan with a bright smile and congratulated him on obtaining the premium pudding recipe. Shen Yan stood there as if half his soul had left his body. Hugging the huge bag of spirit stones, Lu Xun happily announced that the future of this mysterious dessert now belonged to Sect Master Shen. Shen Yan could only force out a lifeless smile. But at that moment, several peak masters quietly moved toward him. Shen Yan immediately became wary and asked what they wanted. They all flashed crafty smiles and said they had fought side by side for years, so they might as well share the recipe. Gong Duban even pulled out a bag of spirit stones and offered 500 up front as a sincere payment. Seeing the bag of spirit stones right in front of him, Shen Yan began doing the math. It really was a profitable deal and would help recover his losses. But, after thinking it over, he changed his mind. If they learned the recipe first and used it to win over Li Li, he would lose his precious disciple. The more he thought about it, the more relieved he was that he had not fallen into their trap. Meanwhile, his eyes stayed locked on Li Li as she drooled over Mao Nanbei's pudding. Seeing her stare so eagerly, Mao Nanbei casually fed her a bite. Shen Yan quickly pulled the bag of spirit stones aside and smiled awkwardly, saying that anything sold by Junior Granduncle was never meant to be shared. Everyone was left speechless and stared at Shen Yan in confusion. Was this really the infamous miser Shen? Meanwhile, Li Li happily enjoyed the pudding with pure joy written all over her face. After putting away the bag of spirit stones in his storage ring, Lu Xun turned around. Shen Yan suddenly became serious and said that besides celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival, they also had an important matter to discuss. Lu Xun raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" Shen Yan smiled and explained that they wanted Junior Granduncle to visit Kang Mountain, where the heroic spirits of the demon sect rested and where countless disciples had earned the recognition of magical treasures. Ye Heshan eagerly added that everyone was curious about what rank of magical treasure Junior Granduncle would obtain. But before he could finish, Gong Duban immediately covered his mouth, leaving him to mumble in protest. After hearing the explanation, Lu Xun stayed calm. It sounded like a place where ownerless magical treasures chose their own masters. He said he could go anytime, just not today. Tonight, he wanted to have a reunion dinner with his family first. As he spoke, Lu Xun gently rubbed Li Li's head while Mao Nanbei stayed focused on the food. As night fell, glowing lanterns filled the sky above the streets, creating a lively and beautiful scene. People everywhere celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival with laughter and joy. Back in the bamboo forest, Lu Xun's group gathered around for dinner. Li Li did not hold back at all, and casually stole a piece of chicken from his plate. While eating, Mao Nanbei asked if Lu Xun was mentally prepared for Kang Mountain, because once he entered, there would be no turning back. Lu Xun looked confused. What did she mean by no turning back? Mao Nanbei explained that after cultivators died, their souls did not always disappear. Their spiritual power gathered where they had fallen. Demon disciples were treated as juniors by the heroic spirits, so they would not be troubled. But if someone rejected a magical weapon and later returned to claim it, the heroic spirits would see it as a grave insult. Lu Xun finally understood. The demon sect treasure vault was basically a one-way road. Once you refused, there were no second chances. Mao Nanbei nodded while chewing and said that was pretty much it. Gu Xiaoman quietly added that he should think very carefully before making his choice. After listening to everyone, Lu Xun finally understood everything. He stood up with a smile and said that second senior sister did not need to worry because he had already made his decision. Mao Nanbei then asked if Lu Xun was aiming for eldest senior brother's top-tier magic sword. She advised him to give up because he already had a little sword in his heart. Lu Xun pretended to think deeply before replying that he would decide when the time came. Li Li was happily gnawing on a chicken drumstick. When she noticed Lu Xun looking at her, she instantly panicked and thought he was about to steal her food. Hey, this one is mine. Just then, Gu Xiaoman handed Lu Xun a small black object and told him to keep it with him. Lu Xun became curious the moment he saw it. Even the system could not identify the item, making it even more intriguing. Gu Xiaoman calmly explained that it was a gift left behind by eldest senior brother for his junior brothers and sisters. Mao Nanbei happily showed that she had one too. There were only 5 in total, and this was the last one. Lu Xun examined the object and asked what it did. Gu Xiaoman did not answer directly and simply said he would know when the time came. Kang Mountain stood before them like a towering giant. Thick clouds wrapped around its peak, giving it a mysterious and overwhelming presence. Shen Yan had just brought Lu Xun there. As they walked, Shen Yan reminded him that flying was strictly forbidden here. Even the master had to climb the mountain on foot, because many of the demon sect's family and friends were buried there. Just then, Lu Xun noticed an old wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain and asked about it. Before anyone could answer, someone walked out from inside the cabin. It was an old man with snow-white hair and a beard reaching his chest. Shen Yan quickly introduced him as the guardian of Kang Mountain and the person who had served the master the longest. The old man slowly stepped out of the cabin and asked in a solemn voice, "So you have finally arrived?" Looking at the old man's immortal-like appearance, Lu Xun could not help feeling surprised. He looked nothing like a member of the demon sect and carried a completely different aura from ordinary demonic cultivators. Shen Yan immediately cupped his hands in greeting and smiled as he introduced Lu Xun as the master's newest disciple. The moment the old man looked at Lu Xun, surprise filled his face, as though he had witnessed something unbelievable. Lu Xun found it strange because the old man's gaze felt like someone who had known him for a very long time. After the introductions, the old man politely returned the greeting to both Lu Xun and Shen Yan. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification that he had received a luck bonus of +1. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xun's luck stat increased to 2. He was completely stunned. After playing countless accounts in his previous life, he had never seen anything like this. Every player's luck stat normally started at 1. Lu Xun secretly wondered if the old man was the legendary Lucky Koi. The next instant, he pictured the old man turning into a shiny golden carp, and the image felt completely ridiculous. His imagination went even further as he pictured Mao Nanbei happily eating that transformed carp. The thought alone sent chills down his spine, so he quickly forced himself to stop thinking about it. After chatting for a while, Lu Xun finally stepped into Kang Mountain. Watching Lu Xun disappear deeper inside, Shen Yan immediately revealed a sly smile, thinking his mission was finally complete. And the next thing to do was obviously place a bet. With that thought, he turned around and left at once. A heavy bag of spirit stones slammed onto the betting table. Yo Heshan was the one running the bets this time. He loudly announced that everyone could wager on what rank of magical treasure Junior Granduncle would bring out of Kang Mountain. Around him, the sect masters and peak masters watched with great excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Xun quietly looked around as he walked. So this was the legendary Kang Mountain. Countless magical treasures were hidden everywhere. He kept moving forward while carefully observing his surroundings. His thoughts were already fixed on Sword Qi Jin at the mountain's peak, and his anticipation kept growing. He guessed that Sword had to be at the highest point. A cultivator chose a treasure, but the treasure also chose its master. The only question was which one would choose him. With that thought, Lu Xun climbed another step. At that instant, every sword nearby suddenly trembled together as eerie green spiritual light burst from them. Lu Xun was briefly startled. He quickly realized that every sword-type treasure was resonating with him, as if they all wanted him to take them away. At the same time, the heart sword inside him began glowing non-stop. Lu Xun immediately understood what was happening. Crossing his arms in annoyance, he realized those swords were not interested in him at all. They were attracted to the heart sword within him. In Lu Xun's eyes, these yellow-rank magic swords were nowhere near worthy of standing beside his heart sword. He did not even bother looking at them again. Outside, the sect masters watching through the magic mirror could not help sighing in amazement. A heaven-born sword embryo was truly unbelievable. Even the magic swords responded to him on their own. But what surprised them even more was Lu Xun's attitude. He did not even care about spirit-rank swords, leaving everyone wondering what treasure Junior Granduncle was really after. Inside Kang Mountain, Lu Xun glanced at the surrounding weapons and sighed to himself. It was not that he did not want to choose one. The problem was that the troublesome heart sword inside him would not let him touch any of the swords. All he could do was glare at it in frustration. After walking a little farther, Lu Xun suddenly sensed something unusual from higher up the mountain. The aura clearly came from the area where immortal rank treasures were kept. Such treasures were the greatest heirlooms of any sect, instantly making Lu Xun much more serious. Outside, the sect masters continued watching through the magic mirror and chatting among themselves. One of them remarked that Junior Granduncle was about to reach the area holding the magical treasures of the previous senior brothers. Their master had once accepted 12 disciples, yet only a few remained alive. The path of cultivation was truly cruel, and even their current master was still in secluded cultivation. Hearing those old stories, Shen Yan could not help letting out a long sigh. Just then, Lu Xun noticed something unusual ahead. A familiar robe floated before him with powerful spiritual energy swirling around it. The moment he saw it, Lu Xun stopped in his tracks. It was first meeting, the equipment he had loved most in his previous life. What puzzled him was why it had appeared inside Kang Mountain. Looking at the robe, he could not help remembering how it had carried him through countless battles in the game. Whenever he wore it, he looked unstoppable. Thinking about their old bond, Lu Xun secretly hoped first meeting would at least react to him. Reality was far too cruel. The robe remained perfectly still without the slightest response, leaving Lu Xun completely speechless. Being ignored so completely, Lu Xun immediately lost his temper and shouted at first meeting like an old friend who refused to recognize him. He let out a cold snort and turned away at once. The more he looked at it, the more annoyed he became. Even so, he began thinking seriously. In his previous life, he had found first meeting inside a mysterious secret realm. That meant a demon sect disciple had once been acknowledged by it, but eventually died there. If he ever had the chance to warn that person to stay away from that place, perhaps the ending would be different. With that thought, Lu Xun continued climbing the mountain. After walking for a while, he suddenly began coughing as the fog grew thicker and thicker until even breathing became uncomfortable. The next moment, Lu Xun felt as though he had crossed into a completely different world. The treasures floating around him no longer glowed green. Every one of them now radiated purple light. A single glance told him they were all purple immortal rank treasures. Among all those treasures, one strange item immediately caught Lu Xun's attention. It was a single die. Outside, the moment Ye Heshan saw that treasure, his entire body trembled in shock. His expression turned complicated as long-buried memories resurfaced. He was taken back to the day when a beautiful young girl smiled brightly and told him that if his die rolled higher than hers, she would marry him. Young Yue Heshin lit up with joy and eagerly asked if she really meant it. Holding the die in her hand, the girl solemnly declared before their master and senior brothers that she would never break her promise. The people around them immediately burst into excitement, happily gathering to watch the wager. As Yue Heshin shook the die, he silently prayed with all his heart for a 6. His senior brothers cheered him on, shouting for their 11th junior brother to roll a 6 and win. Then the die was finally cast. But it stopped on 2, and the lively atmosphere instantly fell flat. Seeing that, the girl quickly picked up the die with a bright smile and said it was her turn. As she rolled it, she told Yue Heshan that she had known he liked her for a long time. If she rolled a 1, then it would be fate, and she would marry him. But when the die stopped, it landed on 6. Everyone around them froze in disbelief, and even Yue Heshan stood there speechless. At that very moment, the girl secretly used her spiritual power on the die. In the blink of an eye, the 6 became a 1. Yu Heshan stared in shock and called out, "Junior sister." The girl remained as proud and confident as ever, and said that if she could not roll a 1 herself, she would simply change the result into 1. The crowd instantly erupted with excitement, shouting that the 11th brother had won and should hurry up and get married. Cheers echoed everywhere, and some even demanded they hold the wedding that very night. Yue Heshan and the girl smiled happily as they held each other's hands. Although it was pouring rain that day, it remained the brightest sunny day in his memories. Back in the present, after looking around at the surrounding treasures, Lu Xun became even more puzzled. Was there really nothing here that suited him? Just then, a weapon suddenly shook violently, as if reacting with overwhelming intensity, instantly drawing Lu Xun's attention. Outside the magic mirror, Shen Yan and the others were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. The trembling sword was Calm the Storm, eldest senior sister's immortal weapon. It ranked second only to the master's sword Qi Jin in the entire demon sect. If junior granduncle truly took it away, eldest senior sister's legendary glory might finally return. Lu Xun carefully stared at the longsword before him and quietly guessed that it was clearly stronger than every other treasure here. Maybe it had sensed his protagonist aura. The only thing he was unsure about was whether the sword would truly acknowledge him. With that thought, Lu Xun slowly reached out. But then he decided to stop overthinking. He would try first and worry later. No matter what happened today, he was determined to obtain Calm the Storm. Lu Xun firmly stretched out his hand toward the sword, but at that very moment, the space around him suddenly went dark. His hand seemed only a tiny distance away from the hilt. Then Calm the Storm suddenly erupted with a blinding burst of power. In an instant, Lu Xun was pulled into another world. Endless snow covered everything, while Calm the Storm stood planted before him in the middle of the frozen wasteland. Watching the snowflakes fall onto his palm, Lu Xun immediately guessed that this was a sword domain created by the immortal weapon. As expected of a purple immortal rank treasure, its presence alone was enough to overwhelm anyone. Amid the endless snow, Calm the Storm continued radiating an icy glow. Outside, Shen Yan watched the scene and could not help recalling the sword's glorious past. Calm the Storm had once followed eldest senior sister across the world, becoming famous after a single legendary battle. Back then, eldest senior sister had been an unmatched genius. The evil flood dragon had terrorized countless lands, yet she froze its enormous body solid with a single strike. Even the elders of the Azure Heaven sect had been powerless against that flood dragon, and countless cultivators had died beneath its claws. Thinking of that, Shen Yan could not hide his regret. If eldest senior sister were still alive, the position of demon sect master would never have fallen to him. Gently rubbing his shiny bald head, Shen Yan looked at Lu Xun with great anticipation. He truly hoped junior granduncle could recreate eldest senior sister's unmatched glory. Amid the raging snowstorm, Lu Xun struggled forward step by step toward Calm the Storm. As he fought against the wind, he grumbled to himself. It was shaking excitedly a moment ago, so why was it blocking him now? Shielding his face with one hand and reaching for the sword with the other, Lu Xun gritted his teeth and shouted that today he would make it acknowledge him no matter what. After a long struggle, his hand finally touched the hilt, but at that very instant, the heart sword inside him flared brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, an invisible force blasted Lu Xun away. He slammed face first into the ground, trembling in pain, then raised a hand and cursed in frustration. "If I cannot have it, you could have said so earlier." Outside, the sect masters were completely baffled. They had all believed Calm the Storm had chosen Junior Granduncle, yet everything suddenly changed. None of them understood what had happened. Lu Xun painfully lifted his head from the ground and muttered unhappily that if he could not get this one, then so be it. One way or another, he was leaving with a magical weapon today. With that thought, Lu Xun turned his eyes toward the mountain peak where the final sword awaited. His expression immediately became serious. At the highest point of Kang Mountain floated Sword Qi Jin, the ancestral sword of the demon sect. Strangely, the blade hovered in the air while its sheath rested alone on the ground below. Lu Xun stared at the sword and quietly felt that something was not right. Calm the Storm had at least reacted to him, but Sword Qi Jin remained so calm that it was almost frightening, as though it did not care about him at all. The longer he observed, the stranger it seemed. He circled around for a better look and realized the sword and sheath were completely separated, which clearly was not normal. Just then, he remembered the black object Gu Xiaoman had given him before he came. Deep down, he felt it was connected to Sword Qi Jin. Lu Xun immediately took out the black object. The instant it appeared, Sword Qi Jin suddenly trembled violently, startling him. So it finally reacted, but it was reacting to this strange thing instead. Lu Xun cautiously stepped forward, planning to seize Sword Qi Jin while it was distracted. But at that exact moment, the heart sword inside him lit up once again. Lu Xun clenched his teeth in anger. Every critical moment, it had to ruin everything. Ignoring everything else, Lu Xun swore that even if he was beaten half to death, he would leave with something today. He pushed himself closer to Sword Qi Jin, despite the violent aura pouring from it. The pressure around the sword became more terrifying with every step, yet Lu Xun stubbornly reached out toward the blade. The result was exactly what he expected. He was blasted away once again, and his miserable scream echoed across the mountainside. Sword Qi Jin still floated coldly above the peak, but strangely the sheath below had vanished. Lu Xun was thrown all the way to the foot of the mountain and crashed face first into the ground again. His HP was almost empty, his whole body ached, and all he could do was lie there gasping. As expected of eldest senior brother, he really showed no mercy. But at least this trip had not been a complete loss. Thinking of that, a satisfied grin slowly appeared on his face. The next moment, Lu Xun raised the item in his hand. It was Sword Qi Jin's sheath. He was so excited he almost shouted that his mission was finally complete. But just then, the system displayed a notification that the buff he had received earlier had been completely destroyed, leaving Lu Xun frozen for several seconds. He immediately realized that the old senior's buff had taken the blow for him and shattered in the process. While he was still thinking about it, the old mountain guardian suddenly appeared before him with a gentle smile. The familiar figure made Lu Xun call out in surprise. Still lying flat on the ground, Lu Xun looked up and asked if the old man needed something. The old man said nothing. He simply looked at Lu Xun and smiled with an unreadable expression. Then he gently tapped the sheath in Lu Xun's hand with his bamboo staff. Lu Xun was startled on the spot. Could a sword sheath actually have its own spirit? It was the first time he had ever heard of something so strange. The old man remained silent and simply gestured toward himself. Lu Xun guessed that perhaps the sheath had once belonged to him. The old man shook his head. Looking at the sheath, Lu Xun asked again, "Then were you the one who forged it?" This time, the old man finally nodded. Lu Xun's eyes immediately lit up. He began to suspect this old man was no ordinary person and might even be an incredible master blacksmith. The old man still said nothing. He simply raised a hand and gave a gentle wave as if saying goodbye. Then he placed a hand on Lu Xun's shoulder and smiled with hidden meaning. The more Lu Xun looked at that smile, the more confused he became. It felt as though the old man was entrusting something to him. Just then, voices in the distance suddenly congratulated Junior Granduncle on obtaining a magical treasure. A crowd instantly appeared before him, startling Lu Xun. The sect masters looked at him with delighted smiles and respectfully saluted him. They explained that even the master's sword sheath was a top-tier magical treasure that Junior Granduncle could freely use from now on. Lu Xun was trembling from the pain, but still forced out a crooked smile. He said they could talk about that later, but someone should help him stand up first. Nobody paid any attention to his request. They simply stood there grinning as though they had won the lottery. As night fell, the bamboo forest became quiet once again. In his room, Lu Xun admired the sword sheath in his hand more and more. It was a genuine treasure, a mid-purple rank item that even his strongest account in his previous life could never have dreamed of owning. The system quickly displayed its full details. After reading everything, Lu Xun fell into deep thought. The strongest weapon he had ever owned in his previous life was only mid-blue rank, and it did not reveal its full power until level 60. Yet the item before him was only a sword sheath and had already reached mid-purple rank. Even at level 60, he might still be unable to unleash its full potential. On top of that, it possessed two incredibly powerful special abilities. One of them was Sword Seal, which could directly lock an opponent's sword. The effect sounded very similar to his swordless domain. The other ability was Charge. The longer it stored power, the more devastating the strike would be when the sword was drawn. Just imagining it was terrifying. But while analyzing it, Lu Xun suddenly realized a critical problem. His eyes widened as he blurted out, "Wait a second, where am I supposed to get a sword to draw? Is this skill just for decoration?" Lu Xun desperately searched for an answer. If he did not have a real sword, could he use sword chi instead? After all, sword chi was still part of a sword's power. He immediately tested the idea by releasing a strand of sword chi from his fingertip straight into the sheath. The moment they made contact, the sheath trembled as if responding, leaving Lu Xun stunned. It actually worked. Lu Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could not stop smiling. Everyone else drew swords, but he was about to draw sword chi instead. That sounded unbelievably cool. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He kept pouring sword chi into the sheath, and it greedily absorbed every bit without hesitation. After a long while, the sheath was packed with sword chi, while Lu Xun had been drained completely. He collapsed onto the bed like an empty shell, unable to understand how a mere sword sheath had nearly sucked him dry. Staring at the ceiling, Lu Xun quietly planned his next move. Only 6 days remained before the game officially opened to players. It was time to prepare, and it was finally time to leave the mountain. Thinking about that, he suddenly remembered his younger sister. If he truly had the chance to see her again, even from a distance, it would be enough. The image of his sister, smiling brightly as she called his name, naturally appeared in his mind, making him consciously reach out. Lu Xun quietly sank into his memories. His sister had also played this game, but she logged in for only 1 hour every day. She was never interested in games. She only wanted something to talk about with him. With just 1 hour each day, would he really be able to meet her? Thinking of that, Lu Xun clenched his fists and silently pushed himself to keep trying. Before he could think any further, sleepiness washed over him and his eyelids grew heavy. Not long afterward, Lu Xun drifted into a deep sleep. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a familiar mental world once again. Inside the dream, Lu Xun stood there in complete confusion. Suddenly, a green figure appeared before him without warning, making him jump in shock. The instant he recognized it, Lu Xun cried out in despair, "Oh no, not this nightmare again. Wasn't this second senior sister's sword chi avatar?" Gu Xiaoman's sword chi avatar wasted no time and immediately charged at him with a slash meant to cut him down. Facing the attack, Lu Xun instantly gathered his own sword chi to fight back. Deep inside, he thought that with his current strength, he should at least be able to hold on for a while. But the moment he attacked, his sword chi suddenly stretched far longer than usual, leaving even Lu Xun stunned. Staring at his own sword chi, Lu Xun broke into a wide grin. Dreams really were different from reality. It had become so long it almost reached his waist. But he got so distracted by that discovery that he completely forgot about his current situation. By the time he noticed, the sword chi avatar's blade was already right in front of his face. Lu Xun's eyes widened in panic, and before he could react, his miserable scream echoed everywhere. The next morning, Lu Xun woke up drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. He comforted himself by thinking that this time he had only died a little over 10 times. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Lu Xun dragged himself out of bed, still half asleep and slightly puzzled. Was it already morning? Yawning as he opened the door, he found Shen Yan waiting outside. Shen Yan calmly said that today was the day Junior Granduncle would leave the mountain for training. Shen Yan smiled naturally and added that he had already arranged for a disciple to accompany him. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Xun asked who it was, although he was almost certain of the answer. According to the original plan, it had to be Li Li. To his surprise, the moment Shen Yan stepped into the room, he said exactly what Lu Xun had not expected. The companion definitely would not be Li Li. Lu Xun was completely stunned. He immediately asked why Li Li was not coming with him. Shen Yan calmly replied that Li Li had already left the mountain for her own training. Hearing that, Lu Xun quickly asked when she had left, but Shen Yan simply answered that he did not know. Realizing that the disciple he cared about had quietly left the mountain before her own master even knew, Lu Xun felt like a complete failure. After thinking for a while, he scratched his head and asked if there was anything else. If not, he would leave shortly. Then he asked where Merongyan was waiting. Shen Yan took out a small pearl and handed it to him. Before leaving the mountain, Junior Grandicle should first bind the life pearl with a drop of blood. Lu Xun followed the instructions and then curiously asked what it was for. He looked at the pearl with confusion. As far as he remembered, no such item had ever existed in the game. Still smiling, Shen Yan calmly replied that if Junior Granduncle died outside, the pearl would turn black to notify them. Lu Xun was instantly speechless. So this thing was nothing more than a device to confirm whether he was alive or dead. No wonder he had never seen anyone use something so bizarre. After bowing, Shen Yan quickly took his leave and mentioned that Merongyan was waiting at reception peak. Watching him leave as if a huge burden had been lifted, Lu Xun found it even stranger. The least he could have done was give him a few life-saving treasures. Scratching his face, Lu Xun muttered that even if Shen Yan was stingy, his senior sisters surely would not ignore him. Arriving at Bamboo Residence, Lu Xun respectfully greeted Gu Xiaoman and Mao Nanbei, saying he had come to say goodbye before leaving the mountain. The moment it Bocher, Mao Nanbei cried out in panic, "Does that mean no one will cook dinner for me tonight?" Before she could say anything else, Gu Xiaom flicked her on the forehead. Then she looked at Lu Xun and simply said, "Come back soon." Lu Xun nodded gently and said he understood, drawing a rare faint smile from Gu Xiaoman. After saying his farewells, Lu Xun turned around and prepared to leave, bidding goodbye to his two senior sisters. Even while holding her swollen head, Mao Nanbei still shouted after him, "If you can win, then fight. If you cannot, run immediately. Do not let your pride get you killed. And if you have no way out, come back and tell fourth senior sister. I will back you up." Lu Xun laughed, raised a hand, and casually waved behind him. He simply replied, "Got it." At reception peak, many female disciples had already gathered early, all staring at Lu Xun with admiration. Merongyan bowed respectfully and said she had been waiting for Junior Granduncle for quite some time. The moment they met, Lu Xun noticed she had lost a lot of weight. Merongyan smiled awkwardly and explained that she had once weighed over 100 kilograms, but after her cultivation improved, she had slimmed down to around 50 kilograms as the excess fat disappeared. Lu Xun politely congratulated her and casually asked what magical treasure they would use for the journey. Merongyan happily took out two tiny flying swords and said they would naturally travel on her flying swords. Seeing how unbelievably small they were, Lu Xun was completely bewildered. Before long, he was being carried through the air at an unbelievably terrifying speed. Each of them rode a flying sword through the sky. Lu Xun's heart pounded at the sight. It still felt hard to believe, but Merongyan's flying sword was surprisingly steady. As they flew, the sky suddenly turned dark. A blinding streak of light ripped across the heavens in a bizarre flash. Lu Xun froze in shock and confusion. How did the clear sky suddenly become like this? He looked at Merongyan and found she showed no reaction at all, as if she could not see the strange scene. That made it even harder to believe. Lu Xun quickly realized it was half of senior brother Yan Li's sword chi, but why had it appeared in the middle of nowhere? The next instant, that half strand of sword chi shot straight toward him at terrifying speed. Lu Xun's face changed as he shouted for Merongyan to get away at once. Merongyan had no idea what he was yelling about and just stood there. The sword chi slammed straight into Lu Xun, making him cry out in pain. Lu Xun turned pale as a ghost, while Merongyan innocently asked what had happened to little Grand Marshal Uncle. He forced himself to endure the pain and replied that he was fine. Inside, however, he knew something major had happened. It turned out senior brother Yan Li's sword chi clone was not trying to kill him. It flew straight into the sword sheath inside his storage ring. It had nearly scared him to death. Right then, the system announced that he had obtained 1% of Yan Li's sword chi. That number alone left Lu Xun deeply shaken. He began to wonder if his senior sisters had skipped giving him a protective treasure, because they already knew he would have this sword chi guarding him. If that was true, then the power of that 1% sword chi was probably far beyond imagination. Thinking about it, he quietly glanced at his storage ring. While flying, Merongyan suddenly asked where they should go, now that they had left the demon sect's territory. Lu Xun fell into thought. Knowing Li Li's personality, she had probably gone straight to seek revenge after leaving the mountain. Even with her strength and spiritual power, dirty tricks could still put her in danger. One unexpected accident could ruin her entire life. Lu Xun could not help imagining Li Li falling into the hands of evil people, making him even more anxious. He immediately shouted, "Head to Li Li's old home right now." The sudden yell made Merongyan cover her ears, as she complained there was no need to shout. She quickly changed the direction of her flying sword and said she had heard Li Li mention that her old home was in Yonggan County. Hearing the name, Lu Xun felt it sounded familiar, as if he had passed by before. He recalled there were many black-haired monkey monsters around that area. Merongyan looked confused and asked what black gorilla monsters were, since they were just black monkeys. Lu Xun laughed and said it was only his own nickname. About 30 li from Yonggan County stood a place called Happy Inn. Suspicious laughter echoed from inside, as if someone had just received a valuable catch. Inside the inn, a one-eyed bandit was talking with the innkeeper and kept praising the quality of this latest shipment. Just as they were talking, the inn door was pushed open. Lu Xun calmly walked in and ordered food as if nothing was wrong. The bandit saw the guests and immediately signaled the innkeeper with a glance. The old innkeeper instantly understood. Before long, the innkeeper approached Lu Xun and Merongyan's table and asked what they wanted to eat. Lu Xun simply replied with 2 words, "Bring the menu." A few seconds later, his expression suddenly changed as if he had noticed something strange. Seeing that reaction, the innkeeper became nervous and stammered as he asked what the guest wanted to order. Lu Xun casually said anything was fine. The innkeeper did not dare ask more and quickly backed away. Merongyan picked up her teacup and quietly asked what was going on. Lu Xun immediately warned her not to drink the tea. It was definitely poisoned. This was clearly a black inn. Hearing that, Merongyan instantly poured the tea onto the floor. The moment it touched the ground, black smoke rose into the air, leaving her staring in shock. It really was poisoned. After recovering from the shock, she quietly asked Lu Xun how he knew something was wrong with this place. That the moment he entered the inn, he noticed a very strange smell. Merongyan actually sniffed the air and nodded, saying she could smell it too. Her innocent reaction left Lu Xun speechless because he had only been bluffing. The real reason was something else entirely. The innkeeper's name above his head was glowing bright red. In Tianchen, only people who had killed carried red names. Lu Xun kept staring at the scarlet name above the old man's head. That was why he knew from the start the innkeeper was definitely no good. Just then, the food was served. At the same moment, the system activated the first side quest. The mission was to rescue an unarmed mother and child, with a reward of 50,000 experience points and 100 personal reputation points. The moment Lu Xun saw the quest, he lit up with excitement. It was his first side quest, and it was even a 3-stage chain mission. He quickly analyzed the situation. The first stage required finding an unarmed mother and child, which most likely meant they had already been tied up somewhere. Seeing him deep in thought, Merongyan curiously asked if he was trying to find the source of that strange smell. Lu Xun smiled mysteriously and replied, "Yes and no. What I am looking for is the people they captured." Merongyan's eyes widened in shock. "You mean there are prisoners here?" Lu Xun calmly pointed toward the back of the inn and said they were probably locked up near the kitchen. These people might even be planning to cook them and serve them to customers. Just imagining that scene made Merongyan turn pale as she begged him to stop because it was too disgusting. She slammed the table and jumped to her feet in anger, saying she had to check the backyard right away and could not let these people continue. Her sudden move startled Lu Xun. He immediately grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back into her seat, telling her to wait a little longer. Lu Xun kept a serious expression and explained that a black inn like this was never simple. Charging in recklessly would only bring trouble. Merongyan then asked how he planned to handle it. Lu Xun straightened his clothes and slowly stood up like he was about to put on a grand performance. Then he loudly called for the waiter. The waiter hurried over with a fake smile and asked what the guest needed. Lu Xun calmly told him to have the innkeeper release the captured mother and child behind the kitchen. He also demanded that the innkeeper tie himself up and roll over to confess his crimes. Lu Xun thought the display was incredibly impressive, but Merongyan and the waiter looked at him like he had lost his mind. The waiter's face quickly darkened as he sneered that the guest had gone too far with the joke. The moment he finished speaking, several burly men stepped out from every direction. Seeing the tension rise, Murongyan immediately tried to make a move, but before she could stand, Lu Xun coldly told her to sit down. His eyes flashed with excitement as he grinned. It had been a long time since he had fought monsters, and today was the perfect chance. With that, he burst into laughter and charged straight into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, leaving Murongyan staring in disbelief. Lu Xun fought with unstoppable momentum. Every punch and kick sent the waiters crying and begging for mercy. Watching the scene, Murongyan could only think that although this was a black inn, her little Grand Marshal uncle looked even fiercer than the bandits. Before long, the entire group had swollen faces from the beating. Lu Xun calmly stepped on one of them and asked where the mother and child were being held. The battered waiter trembled as he pointed toward the kitchen and confessed everything. But at that very moment, he suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground, startling even Lu Xun. An arrow had pierced his head from outside. At the same time, a cold voice declared that worthless trash had no right to ruin his business. The innkeeper appeared with a large group of bandits. He casually ordered them to drag the body away so it would not affect business. The men behind him answered in unison. Looking at the overwhelming number of enemies, Murongyan tilted her head and asked if she should fight this time. Lu Xun calmly replied there was no need. In his eyes, every one of them was a murderer, because every name above their heads glowed bright red. The bandits wasted no time. They roared and charged together. Lu Xun remained standing where he was, with a perfectly calm expression. He slowly declared that people like them no longer deserved to live. The next instant, spiritual power erupted violently around him. In an instant, the bandits were blasted backward. Realizing their opponent was a cultivator, they panicked. Some even coughed up blood, unable to understand how their weapons had been knocked away. Lu Xun calmly summoned his own weapon. The sword sheath instantly appeared in mid-air, releasing an overwhelming wave of spiritual power. The innkeeper still held his crossbow and sneered with confidence. He mocked Lu Xun for seeking death and claimed he would become food for the bandits today. Before he could finish, several bodies flew back toward him, making his face turn pale with shock. Before anyone noticed, Lu Xun had already appeared behind him and coldly asked again where the mother and child were being held. Spiritual power surged around Lu Xun as he smiled with chilling confidence. "Tell me the truth, and I will make your death less painful." The innkeeper's face turned ugly as sweat poured down his forehead. He realized the young man before him was far stronger than expected. The next second, he spun around and ran for his life. He even shouted back that if Lu Xun wanted to find the mother and child, he would have to pry the answer out of him. He tried to sound fearless, but his desperate sprint exposed his panic. After a few steps, he suddenly turned and fired his crossbow at Lu Xun. A barrage of arrows shot through the air, but Lu Xun stood completely still, as if they meant nothing. In the blink of an eye, every arrow was knocked to the ground. Lu Xun coldly warned that if they insisted on fighting, they should not blame him for showing no mercy. While the innkeeper was still running, Lu Xun had already rushed straight ahead. The distance between them vanished almost instantly. The innkeeper frantically drew his weapon to fight back. He thrust his blade at Lu Xun, but the moment it touched, an invisible force stopped it cold. The innkeeper stared in horror, unable to understand what was happening. Only then did he ask with a trembling voice if Lu Xun was a cultivator. Lu Xun stood before him and calmly replied that he had realized it far too late. With a sharp shout from Lu Xun, the sword chi inside the sheath erupted with terrifying force. The innkeeper immediately dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. Crying, he claimed he had been forced into this life because Yongan County's magistrate was so cruel that the people had no choice but to become bandits. Hearing that, Lu Xun frowned slightly and began paying closer attention. Seeing Xun listening, the innkeeper pushed his act even further. He said Yongan County had once been peaceful and prosperous. But everything changed after a new official took office 3 years ago. The man built a grand mansion, forced the people into labor, and exploited them without mercy. Farmland was abandoned, homes were destroyed, and countless families were torn apart. He claimed many people had been driven to death, and the bandits had fled to the mountains only because they had no other way to survive. He cried so miserably that anyone would have pitied him. After hearing the story, Murongyan felt some sympathy. She sighed that although the world looked peaceful on the surface, most officials were corrupt. Even many demon sect disciples had once been forced into the mountains. Even so, Lu Xun still felt something was wrong. He immediately asked that if the story was true, Why had they captured an innocent mother and child? Seeing that Lu Shun seemed to believe him, the innkeeper quickly smiled and urged him to follow. He promised to take them to the mother and child so everything could be explained. In the kitchen behind the inn, a woman held her young child close while gently comforting them. She hid her fear and softly promised that their father would come to save them. The innkeeper led Lu Shun to the door and pointed at the woman, saying she showed no fear of them because she was used to bullying others. According to him, the mother and child were relatives of the Yongan County magistrate. At that moment, the system announced that the first quest had been completed. Lu Shun received 50,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. Even so, he remained suspicious because the fat man's story did not feel entirely true. Right after that, the next quest appeared. It required uncovering the truth behind the mystery, and the reward was even greater. Lu Shun immediately realized something was off. If the quest required finding the truth, then the innkeeper's story was probably a lie. Thinking of that, Lu Shun carefully watched every change in the man's expression. After a moment, Lu Shun coldly said that the truth would come out sooner or later. For now, take me to see her. The innkeeper immediately opened the door and led the way, but secretly began plotting. He knew that if the questioning continued, his lies would soon be exposed. All he needed was to stall until the boss returned. Seeing the innkeeper frozen in thought for too long, Lu Shun coldly urged him to move. Startled, the innkeeper quickly lowered his head and obeyed. Inside the kitchen, the woman held her child tightly and angrily shouted that the bandits had gone too far. She had already handed over all her gold and silver, yet they still refused to let them go. Hearing that, the innkeeper turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. He immediately pointed at her and yelled that she and her husband had oppressed the people and deserved punishment. He claimed the immortal had come today to take their lives, but he was really trying to stop her from exposing the truth. At that moment, the woman suddenly looked up with a puzzled expression. Hearing the accusations, she only sneered inwardly. He looked like an honest man on the outside, yet he was working with bandits. What a complete waste. Lu Shun silently sighed. It seemed his maxed-out insight really worked everywhere. The innkeeper's heart pounded with fear as he desperately wished they would leave before everything was exposed. Growing more uneasy, he hurriedly urged them. "Honored immortal, we should leave now. If that woman keeps talking, she will only say unpleasant things." Lu Shun ignored him completely. He sat down in front of the woman and calmly said, "I only have one question. Answer it correctly, and you and your child will be set free." The innkeeper froze in confusion after hearing those words. The woman immediately looked up in surprise. "Are you telling the truth? If so, you must release my child as well." Lu Shun answered without hesitation, "Of course." Then he asked, "People often speak of a good grain harvest. So what are the 5 grains?" Without the slightest pause, the woman replied, "Sesame, rice, glutinous rice, wheat, and beans. Everyone knows that." As soon as he heard the answer, Lu Shun stood up with a faint smile of approval. "Very good." He then turned around and called out, "Morong Yan." She immediately answered obediently, "Yes." Lu Shun's gaze turned icy. "Arrest that fat man. This woman is not some sheltered noble. She knows the 5 grains, which means she truly cares about the people." Morong Yan nodded seriously. "Understood." The fat innkeeper's face turned completely white. He spun around and ran while screaming, "Boss, save me! Boss, they're here!" The man he called really did appear. Sitting proudly on horseback, he looked incredibly arrogant. "Who dares cause trouble on my turf?" But the moment he saw the woman, a greedy grin spread across his face. "With beauty like that, I am going to enjoy myself today." Seeing the courtyard packed with bandits, Morong Yan seriously asked, "Little Grand Marshal Uncle, should I capture the innkeeper too?" Lu Shun calmly replied, "Close the door first. We do not need to touch him yet." As he spoke, he quietly calculated his next move. Capturing that man now meant nothing. Completing the quest and unlocking the next stage was more important. With that in mind, he walked over to the bound woman and sat down in front of her. "Do not be afraid. I am here to save you and your child." She remained wary. "Why should I trust you?" Lu Shun kept his calm tone. "Right now, you have no better choice than trusting me. Tell me everything." The woman stayed silent for a long moment before speaking through tears. "Maybe you are right," she began her story. "I am the wife of the Yongan County magistrate, and this is our daughter. We heard that many villages had been flooded, so I took relief supplies to help the victims. My husband was overwhelmed with official duties and could not go himself, so I wanted to share part of his burden. But on the way, we ran into these bandits." Her face turned pale as she remembered. There were flames everywhere and screams filled the air. They slaughtered people without mercy. It was like hell itself. the massacre. The bandits gathered inside the inn to discuss their plans. She overheard them saying that Li from the Li family was an excellent swordswoman who had already killed many of their men. If she returned to report them, they would be in serious trouble, so they planned to use the authorities to capture her more easily. Only later did she learn that their real goal was to use her and her child to force the magistrate to hand over a girl named Li. Mentioning Li, the woman let out a sorrowful sigh. Her parents were murdered by the bandits. Her home was burned to the ground, and now they were targeting her again. Choking back tears, she continued, "I do not want my husband to trade an innocent girl for us. I only hope he can wipe out these beasts so no more innocent people suffer." As she finished speaking, her eyes became filled with unwavering resolve. "Even if my child and I must die, we will never agree to that." Yan was stunned. "So this is connected to Li?" Before she could finish, Lu Xun cut her off. "No one is going to die. As long as I am here, I will not let that happen." Even so, the woman shook her head. "These bandits are extremely strong. My guards and the constables were all experts, yet they still lost. Young hero, do not risk your life for us. Please leave. If possible, please take my daughter back to her father." As she spoke, she gently pushed the child toward Lu Xun with pleading eyes. At that moment, the system announced the quest update. Stage 2 of 3, Uncover the Truth, was complete. Reward, 60,000 experience points and 100 personal reputation points. After learning the whole story, Tushun slowly stood up and spoke with complete confidence. "I already said everything will be fine, and it will." The moment he stepped outside, the system revealed the final stage of the quest chain. Escort the mother and child safely home to earn 70,000 experience points, 100 reputation points, and 1 selectable aptitude point. Seeing the reward, Lu Xun was thrilled. If he rolled sword aptitude, this trip would be a huge win. With that thought, he turned back and smiled. "Wait here, I will deal with this and be right back." Seeing them about to leave, the woman could not help asking, "Are you all cultivators? Which righteous sect do you belong to?" Yan calmly replied, "We are from the demon sect." The answer left the woman completely stunned. Lu Xun stepped outside and swept his gaze across the bandits. "Oh, you even prepared bows. Looks like you have been training pretty hard for a bunch of bandits." The bandit leader immediately pointed his weapon at Lu Xun and shouted, "Enough talking. The woman in that house belongs to me. Even if you are a cultivator, you are not taking her today." Lu Xun remained completely relaxed. "You only captured them because of Miss Li's treasured sword, right? I can offer you something even more valuable, so there is no need to keep making trouble." Hearing that, the leader grinned greedily. "Looks like you know how things work. Hand over the treasure, and maybe I will spare your life." Lu Xun said nothing. He slowly drew the sword from its sheath and smiled faintly. "This is indeed a fine treasure. If you want it, come and take it." The leader immediately urged his horse forward, his eyes blazing with greed. "Let me have a look." But the moment he got close, he raised his weapon and slashed at Lu Xun's arm with a vicious grin. "Since you are giving me your treasure, you can leave your arm behind too." Before the strike could even land, both the man and his horse were blasted backward by an invisible force. Lu Xun never moved. Sword intent rippled around him as he coldly declared, "If you are so eager to die, then become experience points for me." Realizing something was wrong, the leader panicked, turned his horse around, and shouted, "Fire! Shoot him now!" The bandits instantly drew their bows. In the next instant, countless arrows rained toward Lu Xun. Facing the attack, he calmly uttered only 2 words, "Unsheath." Screams echoed everywhere as invisible sword slashes tore through the battlefield. Blood sprayed in every direction, turning the scene into a living hell. Amid the chaos, Lu Xun stood motionless beneath the open sky while the bandits collapsed all around him, each one in miserable condition. Under the sunlight, he smiled calmly. "When I comprehended the sword, none of you had even been born." Just then, Yan helped the woman outside. The moment she saw Lu Xun, she excitedly called out, "Immortal Master." Lu Xun gently replied, "There is no need for formalities, madam." With his striking appearance that seemed worthy of a painting, he continued, "I will escort you and your daughter back to the county so the magistrate can rest easy." Outwardly, he remained calm, but he had already planned everything. Once this escort mission was complete, the entire quest chain would be finished. The woman stared at Lu Xun in a daze, her cheeks turning slightly red. This demon sect immortal master was nothing like she had imagined. Instead of looking sinister, he was exceptionally impressive. She lowered her head and said, "Then I must trouble you, immortal master." Before long, the 3 of them calmly traveled along the road near Yong'an County. As Lu Xun observed the surroundings, he quietly recalled that there was a powerful monster area somewhere nearby, but the experience rewards were also excellent. At that moment, a wave of black demonic aura suddenly spread out and engulfed the entire group. Lu Xun instantly sensed danger and sighed inwardly. It cannot be this unlucky, can it? Murong Yan also turned pale after recognizing what had appeared. This is bad. It is a black fur demon. The woman tightly hugged her daughter and trembled as she asked, "Immortal Master, what is happening?" A moment later, several massive black fur demons appeared before them, their savage eyes locked onto their prey. The woman trembled in terror, her face completely drained of color. Even Murong Yan looked worried. "Little Grand Marshal Uncle, these black fur demons are all at the second realm. They will not be easy to handle." Surrounded on all sides, Lu Xun immediately gave the order. "Murong Yan, protect the mother and child. Leave these monsters to me." Murong Yan quickly replied, "Understood. Leave it to me, little Grand Marshal Uncle." In sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere, Lu Xun broke into an excited grin. To him, these monsters looked like nothing but walking experience points. In an instant, spiritual power exploded from Lu Xun's body. At the same time, the black fur demons charged forward with furious roars, their killing intent overwhelming. Yet Lu Xun remained perfectly calm. Holding the sword sheath in one hand, he sneered, "Big bodies and tiny brains. I farmed monsters like you until I got bored in my last life. Since you are so eager to become my experience points, I will gladly accept." With those words, Lu Xun unleashed a series of clean sword strikes that slashed straight through the monsters, making them howl in agony. Within moments, the monsters were covered in deep wounds. Realizing Lu Xun was too difficult to defeat, they quickly came up with a new plan. "This guy is too tough. Go after the weaker targets instead." "Good idea." The moment they agreed, the entire group changed direction and rushed toward Murong Yan and the mother and child. Seeing that, Lu Xun showed no panic at all. He calmly raised the sword sheath and said, "You know how to switch targets. Did you really think I could not use a flying sword?" His eyes turned icy. Sword unsheathed. In the next instant, the sword sheath shot forward like lightning and smashed the demons into bloody pulp. As soon as the battle ended, the system announced the reward. Successfully defeated 3 black fur demons. Gained 2,222 experience points. They really were walking experience points. After everything was over, Lu Xun gently picked up the little girl and softly comforted her. "It is all right now. Uncle chased all the monsters away." Watching the scene, both Murong Yan and the woman looked at him with admiration. By the time they returned to the Yongan County Magistrate's residence, night had already fallen. A grateful voice immediately echoed through the residence. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for your righteous help. Please accept my deepest respect." Standing before Magistrate Zhang, Lu Xun politely helped him up. "There is no need for such courtesy, Magistrate. I only did what anyone should." Just then, Lu Xun's eyes suddenly stopped on someone in the back. A little girl was kneeling with everyone else to express her gratitude. Noticing Lu Xun staring at her, she curiously looked up. After seeing her face clearly, Lu Xun quietly sighed to himself. "This little girl is really adorable." At that moment, the system announced the completion of the final quest. Escorting the mother and child home safely was complete. Rewards: 10,000 experience points, 100 personal reputation points, and 1 random aptitude point. Reading the reward, Lu's heart raced. If it turned out to be sword aptitude, this would be a massive breakthrough. Without wasting another second, he immediately called for the system to start the aptitude draw. A brilliant light burst before his eyes, filling Lu Xun with anticipation. He even smiled excitedly. "Here it comes." But the next second, the result made the corner of his mouth twitch. "Spear Mastery level 0+1. Better luck next time." Lu Xun froze for several seconds, his mind full of questions. Spear Mastery? How did it miss the mark this badly? Then his expression suddenly changed and a sly grin slowly appeared. "Wait, this Spear Mastery is that kind of Spear Mastery?" The thought instantly made him laugh to himself. For some reason, any man would find those words strangely appealing. Watching his expression change again and again, Murong Yan could only scratch her head in complete confusion. Magistrate Zhang had already stood up, looking full of guilt. "I never imagined such terrible murder and robbery could happen under my jurisdiction. I have truly failed the people of Yongan County." Hearing that, Lu Xun gently patted his shoulder. "There is no need to blame yourself too much, Magistrate. Just continue doing your duty well." Those words made Magistrate Zhang admire him even more. After chatting for a while, Lu Xun prepared to leave. "We will take our leave now." In his mind, he was already thinking about the next task. He needed to reach the Li residence and find Li as soon as possible. Murongyan also smiled and waved goodbye. Magistrate Zhang and everyone else immediately bowed together. Farewell, immortal master. Along the way, Murongyan carefully checked the map before speaking. If the address Li gave us is correct, her home should be just ahead. Lu Xun looked ahead and calmly replied, "That's right, this is the place." But when they arrived, all that remained was the ruined Li residence. The entire estate was cold, desolate, and devoid of life. The two slowly walked inside, and the devastated scene made the atmosphere even heavier. Looking around, Lu Xun could not help sighing to himself. This place must have once been the home of a very happy family. Fragments of the past seemed to appear in his mind. Li's father happily pushed her on a swing while the little girl laughed with pure joy. Then came the image of her gentle mother teaching her swordsmanship beneath the warm sunlight. It was such a peaceful memory that it hurt to remember. Because it had once been so full of warmth, the ruins before him felt even more heartbreaking. Now everything was gone. Standing behind him, Murongyan seemed to feel Li's pain as well. She gripped the map tightly and softly said, "I never imagined junior sister Li had gone through so much." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Killing intent nearly overflowed from her. "Those bastards deserve to die. I will avenge junior sister." Seeing her so worked up, Lu Xun stopped her. "Calm down. To be honest, I want to smash their heads in too." As he spoke, he reached out and caught a falling leaf. But some debts only have meaning when the person settles them with their own hands. Murongyan still looked worried, but junior sister Li's cultivation. Lu Xun immediately cut her off. "They are only a bunch of petty bandits. They are too weak to survive even one strike. Trust Li. She can do it." Hearing that, Murongyan wiped away her tears and sobbed. "Poor junior sister Li." Lu Xun gently replied, "Do not worry. We just need to wait for her to come back." By the next morning, the sun was already high, yet the two of them were still sitting outside the Li residence. Murongyan anxiously asked, "Little Grand Marshal Uncle, do you think junior sister got lost again?" Lu Xun calmly answered, "That is hard to say." Then he suddenly remembered something, and his expression turned strange. "Do not tell me." She wandered into the bushes looking for the way again like last time. Just then, a figure slowly appeared in the distance. It was Li. Her body was covered in wounds, her clothes stained with mud, and she looked utterly exhausted. Even Lu Xun was shocked by her condition. Her face was filled with grief and pain as tears streamed down non-stop. Seeing her like this, Lu Xun felt a sharp ache in his heart. It had been a long time since he had seen that expression on her face. The little girl from those days had finally grown up. Perhaps that painful night had forced her to leave childhood behind. Thinking about it, it was not because she cried loudly. It was because she tried so hard not to cry. Lu Xun quietly looked at her and softly asked, "Did you finish your revenge?" But the moment he spoke, he suddenly thought of his own younger sister. He wondered if Xiaoyu had finally accepted his death after all this time. Lila's hands trembled slightly before she quietly nodded. "Yes." The moment Murongyan saw her, she rushed over and hugged her tightly while bursting into tears. "Junior sister Li, you had me so worried." Watching them, Lu Xun could only sigh inwardly. He wanted to hug her too, but considering how dangerous she could be, he decided it was better not to risk it. A while later, Li quietly buried something beneath a tree in the courtyard, her face filled with sorrow. She whispered silently in her heart, "Father, Mother, I finally avenged you. I am doing well now, so please do not worry anymore." Just then, Lu Xun suddenly spoke from behind her. "Uncle and Aunt, please rest easy. Little Li is very strong. From now on, I will protect her." Those words made Li quickly turn around. Her sparkling eyes made cold sweat run down Lu Xun's back. He could only pray inwardly, "Uncle and Aunt, if you can hear me, please appear in her dreams and tell her to stop being so obsessed with me." Lu Xun then changed the subject. "Do you want to rebuild the Li residence?" Li immediately shook her head. "No, this place holds too many memories. I do not have the courage to face them again." Hearing that, Lu Xun did not force the issue. He simply patted her head and said, "Then let us go. Time will heal this place on its own." Li quietly nodded and followed behind him. Before long, the group was riding in a carriage back toward Tong County. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a new notification before Lu Xun. "Closed beta will officially begin in 20 days. Seeing those words, he froze in surprise. More notifications immediately followed. Control panel unlocked, NPCC mode unlocked. Reading them, Lu Xun was so excited he nearly laughed out loud. It was finally here. The system quickly listed every new NPC function. It included giving quests, opening shops, teaching skills, adjusting favorability, and even an apprentice system that was still locked. Then a massive map of the Tianchen continent appeared before Lu Xun, leaving him stunned. The continent was far bigger than he expected. The beginner zone alone was packed with countless spawn points, yet only 1,000 test players had entered. He wondered how many would end up in Tong County. Thinking about the players arriving soon, Lu Xun instantly came up with countless dangerous prank ideas. While he was lost in thought, a huge incident broke out in Tong County. An hour earlier, a giant beam of light had suddenly split the sky, terrifying the guards out of their wits. They ran in every direction with pale faces, screaming that the sky had been pierced and they did not want to die yet. Right after that, strange figures began stepping out of the light one after another. One look was enough to tell they were all players. Every head displayed a bizarre username. Some spawned stuck in tree branches, some sat there laughing, while others started shouting with excitement the moment they landed. The whole place turned into complete chaos, and nobody knew what was going on, but everyone was having a great time. A player named Mark Wanker kept touching his arms and legs the moment he spawned, wearing the biggest grin. Everything felt unbelievably real, almost impossible to describe. Just then, someone interrupted him. It was Chuck Ho Yi. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Damn, this game's realism is insane." Mark Wanker burst out laughing after hearing the name. Chuck Ho Yi? Brother, you've got guts picking that name. Chuck Ho Yi laughed back. Your name isn't exactly normal either. I bet you've watched way too many adult movies. At that moment, Mo Guanji pointed at someone standing nearby. You two are nothing. That guy is the real legend. The man he pointed at was Li Zhuangji. He turned around with a friendly smile and proudly showed off a body packed with rock-hard muscles. Chuck Ho Yi's eyes lit up. Wow, there's only one word for that. Awesome. Even though the Tianchen system forced character names to stay somewhat normal and banned overly offensive ones, the imagination of gamers clearly had no limits. Just then, a system notification appeared before everyone. Follow the map to your assigned beginner village, Tong County. The players instantly erupted in cheers. Time to grind quests, boys. Chuck Ho Yi immediately threw an arm around Mark Wanker's shoulder. Brother, want to team up? He casually introduced himself. I'm with the Knights Guild. Mark Wanker stayed calm. I'm just a solo player. I haven't joined any guild. After chatting for a bit longer, Mo Guanji turned to leave. He waved as he spoke. You guys go ahead. I want to look around first. Chuck Ho Yi simply smiled. All right, see you later. Mo Guanji nodded and walked away. As he followed the road, Mo Guanji curiously looked around at everything. Even the spider webs by the roadside looked unbelievably real. This game was truly incredible. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed something was not right. Acting on instinct, Mo Guanji crouched into the bushes and watched. The scene before him left him stunned. Did I just stumble onto a hidden event? Two people were fighting fiercely ahead. One was Li Shan the assassin, and the other was Chen Yun the heavenly sword wanderer. Their titles alone screamed NPC. Li Shan pressed his opponent back while speaking coldly. Chen Yun, someone paid 200 taels of your life. Stop struggling. My sword is very fast. Chen Yun was barely holding on, but in that critical moment, he suddenly spotted Mo Guanji hiding in the distance. In an instant, a vicious idea crossed his mind. If he could not win, he would use someone else as a sacrifice to escape. Without hesitation, Chen Yun rushed straight toward Mo Guanji, scaring him into a loud scream. He grabbed Mo Guanji by the collar as easily as lifting a chicken. The next second, Chen Yun hurled him directly toward Li Shan's incoming sword, making Mo Guanji scream in despair. Everything happened too fast for him to react. The sword tip was already inches from his throat, leaving his face completely drained of color. Only one thought remained in his mind. Did I seriously get own-shot the moment I entered the game? But at the most dangerous moment, a foot gently landed on the blade and stopped the attack cold, just before it reached Mo Guanji's throat. The one who appeared was none other than Lu Xun. He stood there with overwhelming presence like a legendary swordsman stepping out of a martial arts movie, making Li Shan's expression change in shock. With a single burst of power, Lu Xun sent both Li Shan and his sword flying. The assassin cried out in agony. Even Mo Guanji was knocked face-first into the ground by the shockwave, with his legs sticking straight up in a hilarious pose. Despite the embarrassing position, his eyes sparkled with admiration as he stared at Lu Xun. Damn, that was insanely cool. Lu Xun floated in midair with an overwhelming presence and spoke coldly. I will only count to 3. Before he could even finish, Li Shan panicked, turned around and ran for his life. Senior, spare me. I'm leaving right now. After Li Shan disappeared, Lu Xun glanced at the player's ID and froze for a moment. Mo Guanji? What a coincidence. Memories from his previous life immediately surfaced. Mo Guanji had become famous across the Tianchen continent twice. The first time was when he joined Xiao Shuzai as the master's disciple. The second time was because he died suddenly. Lu Xun could not help remembering the old trending forum posts. Mo Guanji joins Xiao Shuzai. Hot. Mo Guanji dies suddenly. Also hot. Stop it. I'm about to die suddenly too. And in the end, he actually did. After walking for a while, Lu Xun suddenly realized just how awkward the situation had become. He stood there thinking, damn, I just stole someone else's storyline, and now I've run into the actual guy. This is getting messy. While Lu Xun was lost in thought, Mark Wonker kept staring at him. The longer he looked, the more flawless Lu Xun seemed. From his appearance to his aura, everything was perfect. If someone posted this face on the game forum, he would become an instant celebrity. What confused Lu Xun even more was how Mark Wanker's gaze kept becoming friendlier. His maxed-out charm was clearly no joke. Men or women, everyone found it easy to gain favor toward him. The moment Mark Wonker noticed the purple name above Lu Xun's head, he completely froze. His mind exploded. A purple name NPC? You've got to be kidding. In Tianchen, NPC name colors represented status, from gray, yellow, blue, purple, orange, and finally the legendary rainbow rank. Seeing Mo Guanji standing there like his brain had crashed, Lu Xun was speechless. He thought to himself, this guy really doesn't look very bright. Is he trying to get himself killed? Maybe I should just save his life while I'm at it. Just then, System suddenly asked whether he wanted to assign a quest to the player Mo Guanji. Lu Xun immediately became interested, so NPCs could issue quests directly to players. What caught his attention even more was that the interface had turned purple. Since it was a purple interface, things became much easier to handle. Without hesitation, Lu Xun selected yes. He immediately put on the demeanor of a mysterious master and looked at Mo Guanji. Are you willing to work for me? Even as an NPC, Lu Xun still could not resist showing off like a true gamer. Mo Guanji was stunned at first, but a huge smile quickly spread across his face. Only one thought remained. I just entered the game and already met a top-tier NPC. I can brag about this forever. Without the slightest hesitation, he accepted. Meanwhile, Li, who had watched everything nearby, looked visibly annoyed. Someone had stolen the dialogue she had planned to use. She immediately called out to Lu Xun, trying to get his attention, but neither he nor Mo Guanji paid her any mind. After confirming that Mo Guanji had accepted, Lu Xun began studying the newly unlocked quest system. Rewards could be items, experience, or money. After thinking it over, he chose silver as the reward. After all, he barely had enough experience for himself. While Lu Xun was making preparations, Mo Guanji was growing increasingly nervous. He was thrilled, but he also worried that a quest from a purple name NPC would be far beyond his current abilities. At that moment, Mark Wanker's system displayed a new quest. The objective was simple: find more companions and bring them here. The reward was 10 taels of silver. The moment he finished reading, his eyes lit up. It was a little different from what he expected, but he was sure this was only the beginning. Without wasting another second, Mark Wanker accepted the quest. Lu Xun immediately received the notification that the player had accepted. He slipped into character at once and declared with imposing authority, "Go, I will wait here for your return." On the outside, Lu Xun looked incredibly cool. Inside, he felt like crying. He silently complained, even yellow name NPCs get chased around by players like celebrities during the early game. I'm a glowing purple name NPC. If I enter the city, those players will probably swarm me until I can't even escape. Mo Guanji was visibly excited. He flashed a huge smile and confidently promised to complete the quest perfectly. Seeing him so fired up, Lu Xun secretly smiled to himself. Go bring me more people, my hardworking little workers. At the gate of Dong County, the entrance was already packed with players. Complaints filled the air as everyone grew more frustrated by the second. Some cursed loudly, while others could not believe they needed travel papers just to enter the city. They had barely started the game and were already stuck. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Mo Guanji immediately asked the nearest player what had happened. Chuck Ho Yi was so angry that his face had turned red. He pointed at the guards and started ranting. According to him, the soldiers refused to let players into the city, calling them suspicious outsiders with unknown origins. Since the guards had no idea what these outsiders really were, the magistrate had issued a direct order: no travel permit, no entry. Chuck Ho Yi grew even angrier, and declared that if his level were just a little higher, he would have stormed in and taught that magistrate a lesson. Hearing all this, Mo Guanji could only stand there in amazement. This game felt unbelievably realistic. He leaned closer and quietly told Chuk Ho-yi to calm down. Getting angry would solve nothing. Right now, they needed someone powerful to back them up. Meanwhile, Mo Guanji was already planning to drag Chuk Ho-yi into the quest first. Chuk Ho-yi immediately perked up and eagerly asked if he had a plan. Mo Guanji simply turned around, waved his hand mysteriously, and said, "Just follow me." Before long, Mo Guanji brought everyone back to Lu Xun. He was still sitting inside the carriage with the calm and lofty demeanor of a mysterious master. Standing outside the carriage, Mo Guanji quickly explained everything from beginning to end, including being stopped at the gate and lacking the proper documents. After listening, Lu Xun casually replied, "So all you need is a travel permit?" He was honestly surprised that the game even had such an interesting identity system. Mo Guanji nodded repeatedly and explained that anyone entering the city needed official documents stamped by the authorities to prove their identity. He even put on an innocent act, insisting he was just an ordinary citizen. While he was talking non-stop, Chuk Ho-yi finally noticed the color of Lu Xun's name. In that instant, he almost exploded with excitement. His mind screamed, "A purple name NPC? No way, this feels like a dream." Li, who sat beside Lu Xun, looked a little worried and quietly reminded him that the people in front of them did not seem very trustworthy. Lu Xun simply replied that he knew what he was doing. He then looked at the two players and told them he would handle the matter himself. They only needed to return to Yong'an County first. After all, he knew a few people there. Outwardly, he remained calm, but inside he was already calculating. Once he solved their paperwork problem, he would have a few more reliable helpers to use later. Watching Lu Xun's impressive bearing, both Mo Guanji and Chuk Ho-yi were completely won over. Their favorability shot up, and the only thing on their minds was how unbelievably handsome this senior was. Just then, Lu Xun received a new system quest: help the players solve their identity problem. The reward was 1,000 experience points and 100 personal reputation points. He could not hide his delight. This system really knew exactly what he wanted. The scene shifted to the magistrate's residence. After getting out of the carriage, Lu Xun turned back and told Li to stay aside and rest. They would only be gone for a short while. Li obediently nodded. A faint blush appeared on her face as she happily watched Lu Xun walk away. She did not understand why he would not let her come along, but his concern still made her feel warm inside. A short while later, Lu Xun walked out carrying a stack of documents while politely smiling at Magistrate Zhang. In the distance, Mo Guanji and Chuk Ho-yi watched with shining eyes. They both shared the same thought. They absolutely had to hold on to this golden opportunity. Magistrate Zhang remained extremely respectful and hurriedly returned the courtesy. Being able to help an immortal master was already a tremendous honor. He would never dare accept thanks. While chatting, Lu Xun thought that since the magistrate had been so helpful, he should return the kindness. After a brief pause, he said that Magistrate Zhang's eldest daughter possessed excellent cultivation talent. Once she was old enough, she could try joining the demon sect. The moment Mo Guanji and Chuk Ho-yi heard the words demon sect, they became incredibly excited. Their minds raced with one thought. So this great senior was actually from the demon sect. They had no idea what it truly meant, but it already sounded unbelievably powerful. Magistrate Zhang was stunned and overjoyed, barely able to speak. He could not believe his daughter truly had cultivation talent. In the Tianchen continent, children were not encouraged to cultivate too early, so they could enjoy a normal childhood and receive a proper education first. Lu Xun remained calm and replied casually, "A cultivator never speaks falsehoods." Hearing that, Magistrate Zhang hurried forward and bowed in gratitude. He never imagined his daughter would receive such a blessing. Lu Xun simply nodded, treating the matter as settled. Magistrate Zhang beamed with joy, repeatedly praising the Zhang family for finally producing someone with the talent to cultivate. He immediately ordered his servants to bring his wife and daughter so they could thank the immortal master in person. The servants rushed off at once. Before long, Madame Zhang came out carrying her daughter and gently encouraged the little girl to step forward. Magistrate Zhang smiled as he introduced his daughter to Lu Xun and told her to greet the immortal master properly. The little girl, Zhang Yu, obediently knelt and sweetly called him pretty uncle, making everyone want to laugh. After saying that, she bowed so hard that her forehead hit the ground with a loud thump. When she lifted her head again, a bright red bump had already formed on her forehead. Lu Xun was startled and quickly asked if she was hurt before helping her up. Inside, he could only sigh. This game really was ruthless. Even little kids got dragged into its crazy system. Lu Xun picked Zhongyu up to comfort her, then asked Merongyan to check the girl's cultivation talent. Merongyan respectfully accepted the order. She slowly raised a hand toward the little girl's forehead. Spiritual energy flowed into Zhongyu's body as Merongyan examined her meridians and natural talent. The moment the examination ended, 7 rings of light appeared, shaking the entire room. Seeing this, Lu Xun calmly put on the look of a wise master and said, "Just as I expected. I was not mistaken. Grade 7 talent is considered truly exceptional." Magistrate Zhang was so overjoyed that he nearly fainted. He repeatedly thanked Lu Xun and promised to send his daughter to the demon sect as soon as she was old enough. Lu Xun gently set Zhang Yu back on the ground and waved his hand. "Just remember your promise." Then he prepared to leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Behind him, Magistrate Zhang bowed deeply as he respectfully saw the immortal master off. After everything was settled, Lu Xun casually tossed a stack of travel permits to Mo Guanji and told him to hand them out to everyone who needed one. Mo Guanji and Chuk Ho Yi immediately bowed again and again, thanking Lu Xun on behalf of all the other players. Mo Guanji admired him even more. They were complete strangers, yet Lu Xun had gone out of his way to help. This was exactly how a true master should act. Even more surprising, Lu Xun tossed him a pouch of silver and praised him for doing a good job. At the same moment, the system notified Mo Guanji that he had received the reward of 10 taels of silver. Seeing his friend get rewarded, Chuk Ho Yi instantly grew anxious. He raised his hand high, desperately hoping Lu Xun would notice him. "Master, please look at me too. I've been working hard as well." Lu Xun glanced at Chuk Ho Yi and quickly remembered who he was. This guy was one of Gao Da's men from the Knights Guild, which meant he could still be useful in the future. A small plan immediately formed in Lu Xun's mind. He would deliberately suppress Chuk Ho Yi a little. The more anxious he became, the harder he would work later. With that thought, Lu Xun quietly adjusted the favorability setting in the system. In an instant, Chuk Ho Yi received a bright red notification. The purple name NPC's favorability toward him had dropped by 1 point. He froze on the spot, screaming inside, "What did I do wrong? Did he seriously dislike me because I'm ugly?" Chuk Ho Yi was on the verge of tears, while Lu Xun remained completely calm as if nothing had happened. He simply ordered the 2 players to deliver the travel permits to Dong County before heading straight to Qingling City. At the same time, both players received a new quest: escort the carriage safely to Qingling City and receive the Grey Rank Eagle Finger skill as the reward. Lu Xun secretly approved of the choice. The skill required no experience to learn, making it perfect for players, even if its attack pose looked a little goofy. Chuk Ho Yi accepted the quest while forcing back his tears. He silently reminded himself to stay calm and absolutely not break down now. A moment later, while no one was paying attention, Chuk Ho Yi secretly turned on the recording feature and started filming Lu Xun. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had struck gold. Losing a little favorability meant nothing. He could always earn it back later. What really mattered was that he had made contact with an incredibly rare purple name NPC. That achievement alone would be enough for the guild leader to reward him handsomely. After Lu Xun settled into the carriage, Mo Guanji and Chuk Ho Yi could not resist sneaking a look inside. The moment they looked in, both of them froze at Li Li's beauty. She had the pure elegance of a fairy, yet carried a charm that made it impossible to look away. The 2 young men stood there in shock for several seconds. Their hearts raced as they blurted out that she was unbelievably beautiful. Seeing the love-struck expressions on their faces, Lu Xun immediately frowned and ordered them to get moving. He looked completely serious on the outside, but inside he felt a little annoyed. So they had ended up seeing Li Li after all. The 2 players snapped back to reality and hurried onto the driver's seat, repeatedly answering, "Yes, sir," as if being 1 second too slow would get them beaten up. Inside the carriage, Lu Xun deliberately sat in front of Li Li before seriously telling her to dress more modestly in the future. He even suggested wearing a veil. In his mind, her youthful face and stunning figure would throw the entire server into chaos if players posted her pictures on the forums. Hearing Lu Xun warn her so carefully, Li Li curiously asked, "You don't want other people to see me?" Lu Xun simply coughed a few times to avoid answering. Deep down, He thought that if anyone dared to spread her pictures everywhere, he would probably memorize every player ID and hunt them down one by one. Just imagining it already sounded exhausting. Along the way, Chuck Ho-yi quietly asked Mo Guanji something that had been bothering him. Aren't cultivators supposed to fly? Then why is that senior still riding in a carriage? Mo Guanji looked at him, as if asking whether he was actually that clueless. He explained that a purple name NPC was supposed to act differently. Besides, without the carriage, what excuse would the two of them have to stay with him and continue the quest? After hearing the explanation, Chuck Ho-yi slapped his thigh and nodded repeatedly. He could not help saying that Mo Guanji was unbelievably lucky to receive a quest from such an incredible purple name NPC right after entering the game. Guanji proudly puffed out his chest and replied, "If this quest only needed one person, there was no way it'd have shared it with anyone." Chuck Ho-yi was so touched that he almost wanted to become sworn brothers on the spot. Right after that, Chuck Ho-yi sent a message to his guild leader. He explained that he had just encountered an unbelievably rare purple name NPC, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On the other side, Manhwa read the message and immediately cried out in surprise. A purple name NPC? That definitely isn't normal. He instantly threw the broom in his hand onto the ground, his eyes shining as though he had found buried treasure. Only one thought remained in his mind. His chance to make a name for himself had finally arrived. Without wasting any time, Manhwa created a forum post titled something like, "Knights Guild member encounters a purple name NPC during a guild quest." The moment the post went live, Manhwa grinned with satisfaction. He deliberately refused to reveal any details, leaving only a note saying that more information would be updated later to keep everyone curious. Looking at Lu Xun's image on the system, Manhwa felt the man was almost unfairly handsome. He could only hope Chuck Ho-yi would not ruin this golden opportunity. After all, he was the guild leader. If he wanted attention, he had to do it professionally. Meanwhile, Chuck Ho-yi had already seen the forum post his guild leader had just created. Watching the thread heat up on the forums, Lu Xun could not help laughing. These players really knew how to create drama on their own. Too bad he could not leave comments, or he would have happily joined the fun himself. Before long, the post climbed straight to the top of the trending forum. The discussion count surged to nearly 1,000 replies. Lu Xun immediately opened it with quiet satisfaction. His plan was already starting to work. As soon as he entered the thread, countless comments filled the screen. Some insisted the purple name NPC story was obviously fake. Others mocked the original poster for being drunk. One player even declared that if a purple name NPC really appeared in a beginner village, he would livestream himself doing a handstand. Almost everyone believed the whole thing was just another attempt to farm attention. The more Lu Xun browsed the forums, the more excited he became. All he wanted now was for the players to keep stirring up chaos so his reputation would keep soaring. Just then, the system displayed another notification. The Knights Guild thread had been updated after passing 3,000 comments. Lu Xun chuckled in curiosity. It's already this popular? Let's see what they're up to now. As soon as he opened the thread, a picture of himself filled the screen. A purple name NPC with a cold aura and refined elegance that immediately caught everyone's attention. Lu Xun looked at the picture with obvious satisfaction. He even praised himself in secret. Not a bad angle. It captured at least 80% of my real charm. The comment section had completely exploded. Some players screamed over his looks, while others claimed they had lost all their dignity after seeing one picture. A few even demanded every piece of information about this NPC within a minute. The forums became even more chaotic. Players rushed to call him their husband, as if they would lose him if they hesitated for even a second. Comments like, "Please notice me," and "I'll follow you forever" flooded the page. Lu Xun felt goosebumps the more he read. The endless confessions left him completely overwhelmed. These players were way too enthusiastic. At that moment, the system displayed another notification. The romanceable NPC feature had been activated, but it was not fully unlocked yet. Lu Xun immediately grew curious. Romanceable NPC? Does that mean there will eventually be public favorability bars too? In an instant, all kinds of terrifying scenes flashed through his mind. Players chasing him everywhere to raise favorability, or countless girls following him day and night. Just imagining it sent chills down his spine. He decided it was best not to unlock that feature anytime soon. Meanwhile, another popular forum thread appeared with the title, "Name the Purple NPC." Some suggested Purple Lightning, while others came up with names like Cold Young Master or Overbearing CEO. Lu Xun stared in disbelief. He never expected a threat about him to climb the rankings so quickly. What left him completely speechless was that the cheap-sounding name Purple Lightning had already received 60,000 likes. Seriously? Their taste is hopeless. It did not stop there. Another comment suggested creating a group to find the perfect soulmate for Purple Lightning. The moment Lu Xun read it, he shot to his feet with a flushed face. Only one thought remained in his mind. Who started that ridiculous group? When I find them, I'm going to take them down 800 times. His sudden reaction startled both Murongyan and Li Li. Murongyan quietly asked who he wanted to kill 800 times, while Li Li looked at him with puzzled curiosity. Lu Xun could only hold his forehead and sigh before making up an excuse. I suddenly remembered my neighbor's stupid dog, so I got a little emotional. Both Murongyan and Li Li stared at him in complete confusion. Looking at the sunlight outside the carriage, Lu Xun quietly comforted himself. Things had definitely gone off script, but at least he was famous now. Just then, Chuk Ho Yi called from outside that they had arrived at Dong County. The carriage stopped at the city gate, where a huge crowd of players had already gathered. Lu Xun immediately ordered them to begin distributing the travel permits. Mo Guanji quickly acknowledged the command and climbed down from the carriage. But the moment he appeared, whispers spread through the crowd. At first, Mo Guanji and Chuk Ho Yi thought everyone was talking about them, and they even felt a little embarrassed. The very next second, the crowd knocked them both to the ground and charged straight toward Lu Xun's carriage. Shouts of Purple Lightning echoed everywhere. Some players even called their online friends immediately, saying an incredible opportunity had appeared. The women in the crowd looked at Lu Xun like devoted fans meeting their ultimate idol. They had waited at the city gate for ages just to test their luck, never expecting to actually meet the legendary handsome NPC. Meanwhile, Mo Guanji struggled back to his feet with footprints covering his clothes from being trampled. Seeing the players so obsessed with him, Lu Xun secretly felt rather pleased. Since he was already famous, he might as well enjoy being an idol for a while. As soon as the idea crossed his mind, he put on an elegant smile and gently said, "Please stop pushing. If someone gets trampled, it will only cause trouble." But the gentler he acted, the crazier the crowd became. Some women screamed uncontrollably, while others declared it was love at first sight. One player even claimed she was ready to spend money just because Purple Lightning had looked her way. At this point, there was no chance anyone was leaving. Some even wanted to follow him everywhere. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lu Xun immediately ordered everyone to receive a travel permit. Mo Guanji, with his hair completely messed up, quickly carried out the order. He began handing out the permits one by one. Every player who received one looked as if they had just escaped disaster. They kept saying that Purple Lightning had truly come to save them. Some had been stuck outside the beginner village for so long that they almost cried with relief. After everything was finally sorted out, Guanji returned and reported that every permit had been distributed. Lu Xun calmly replied, "Then we're done. Let's move." But the moment everyone heard he was leaving, the players immediately fell into chaos. Some regretted not getting enough time to admire him, while others asked where he was going so they could follow. Cries of Purple Lightning echoed everywhere, throwing the entire area into complete disorder. Chuk Ho Yi and Mo Guanji could only stand there in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the crowd's unbelievable enthusiasm. On the road to Qingling City, Lu Xun's face gradually turned pale as sweat poured down his forehead. He fanned himself while silently panicking. He never expected being an idol to be this exhausting, especially with fans chasing after him the whole way. Seeing his condition, Murongyan suggested that he disguise himself. Lu Xun blinked in confusion. He quickly waved the idea away and confidently declared that someone like him should naturally expect this level of attention. On the outside, he remained calm, but inside he secretly enjoyed every bit of the fangirl's enthusiasm. Just then, the system announced that the quest to solve the player's identity problem had been completed. The reward was 10,000 experience points. The moment Lu Xun saw the number, he broke into a delighted smile. Resources were finally flowing into his hands. The system continued with another notification. Each day, he could distribute up to 2,000 experience points to players. The limit would refresh every 24 hours, and the maximum was calculated as his current level multiplied by 500. After reading it, Lu Xun immediately began planning. If he spread the experience among enough players, he could build an entire workforce. At that moment, he realized the perfect time had finally arrived to begin his grand farming plan. A sly grin slowly appeared on his face. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. his face even flushed with excitement. Only one thought remained in his mind. Don't think I'm short on workers. My field is so huge I'll never finish harvesting it. Night fell beneath a clear sky filled with moonlight, and everything around them became unusually quiet. Just then, Chuck Ho Yi announced that they were almost at Qingling City. A moment later, Murong Yan appeared and quietly instructed everyone to move the carriage into a hidden spot beside the road. The two players quickly obeyed, but after parking the carriage, they could not help asking what they should do next. Without explaining anything, Murong Yan immediately cast a spell. In an instant, thick mist completely covered the carriage. Chuck Ho Yi and Mo Guanji were astonished. Anyone standing outside would never realize a carriage was hidden there. Seeing the two of them whispering non-stop, Murong Yan quietly reminded them, "Master is cultivating inside. Keep your voices down." At that moment, Lu Xun had entered a deep state of cultivation as spiritual energy surged endlessly around him. Sitting nearby, Li Li sensed that the sword intent surrounding Lu Xun had changed in a very strange way. She could clearly feel the difference, yet she could not explain exactly what had changed. Inside his sea of consciousness, Lu Xun continued battling the sword aura phantom of Gu Xiaoman. His eyes were cold and completely focused. Today was the final day of the sword intent trial. If he succeeded, he would earn another point of sword talent. He suddenly thought about his second senior sister and felt strangely conflicted. The first 29 days had been miserable, yet on the final day he almost felt reluctant for it to end. Habits really were terrifying. Even so, he never stopped exchanging blows with the sword aura. At that very moment, the sword aura phantom suddenly shot straight into the center of his forehead. Lu Xun was caught completely off guard. The system immediately displayed a notification confirming that the quest had been completed and awarded him 1 point of sword talent. Noticing the sudden change in Lu Xun's expression, Li Li immediately began observing him more carefully. Lu Xun focused on the system interface and discovered that his sword talent had increased from rank 1 to rank 2. Better yet, it could continue to be upgraded. The more he read, the more excited he became. Since he had already decided to devote himself to the sword path, there was no reason to save his points. Without hesitation, Lu Xun pressed the upgrade button, unable to hide the excitement on his face. At that moment, the system announced that Lu Xun had successfully awakened sword intent, and his sword aptitude rose from Tier 2 to Tier 3. In an instant, a powerful aura burst from his body, while his sword heart released an incredibly sharp presence. One hand rested on his sword heart, while the other gripped his weapon tightly. Lu Xun could not hide his excitement. He had finally forged a sword intent that truly belonged to him. Seeing his strange reaction, Li Li quickly asked if something had happened. Lu Xun was about to say he was fine, but then he froze after noticing a strange change in his sword sheath. Li Li beside him noticed it as well. Outside, Murong Yan hurried over and asked what was going on, but with a single glance, she realized even her own sword seemed to be affected. The sword shook violently as if it had lost control. Lu Xun gently stroked the blade and softly calmed it down. Although he looked calm, Lu Xun was secretly overjoyed. The sword was clearly celebrating because its master had awakened sword intent. A mid-grade purple weapon was truly extraordinary, but causing such a scene in Qingling City was a little too eye-catching. Thinking of that, he immediately decided to enter the city as quickly as possible to avoid trouble. He ordered the group to continue, and Mo Guanji carried out the command at once. Qingling City was the nearest major city to the beginner village. Backed by the demon sect, no one dared cause trouble here. The city gates had long remained open day and night. Under the bright moon and cool breeze, Lu Xun's carriage slowly entered the city. But on a distant rooftop, a mysterious figure silently watched the carriage from beginning to end. The person seemed greatly interested. A faint smile appeared before quietly whispering 2 words, "Immortal Artifact." After entering the city, Mozo Guanji's system announced the mission was complete. He received the Eagle Finger skill as a reward and was asked whether he wanted to learn it immediately. Mo Guanji and Zhu Houyi instantly raised 2 fingers with smug grins. Their strange gesture left Li Li and Mu Rongyan completely confused, while Lu Xun could only hold his forehead. The simple customs of Tianqian continent were about to be ruined by the players. Just then, an inn waiter hurried over to greet them and warmly asked whether they wanted food or rooms. Murong Yan stepped down from the carriage and calmly said they needed rooms for the night. The moment the waiter saw their robes, his attitude became much more respectful. He recognized them as inner sect immortals and quickly welcomed them inside. This inn was no ordinary place. It existed because the junior grand uncle's third senior brother loved cooking so much that he opened this unique stronghold. After taking a seat, Lu Xun slowly set his teacup on the table and called Zhu Houyi by name. He calmly said the mission was finished, so Zhu Houyi was free to leave now. It looked like the classic main character move of letting someone go after using them. But Lu Xun already had another plan. He wanted the players to grow stronger and level up on their own before collecting the rewards later. Hearing that he had to leave, Zhu Houyi immediately looked heartbroken. He felt like he had been abandoned and could only wonder if he had done something wrong. Mo Guanji simply sipped his tea and kept shaking his head, wearing the expression of someone who knew everything but dared not say a word. Zhu Houyi looked at Lu Xun with pitiful eyes and tried to explain himself. Before he could finish, Lu Xun cut him off and bluntly said that with his current talent, staying by his side would be useless. Lu Xun told Zhu Houyi to train on his own and return only after becoming strong enough. He sounded serious, but inside he was already thinking that the wealthy guild leader would raise this player well, and he could harvest the results later. After hearing that, Zhu Houyi felt even more depressed. He was so weak that he could not even qualify to follow a powerful master. Still, he quickly asked if becoming stronger meant he could return and follow the immortal master again. Lu Xun nodded with satisfaction and casually praised his understanding. That single compliment instantly reignited Zhu Houyi's fighting spirit. Zhu Houyi jumped to his feet and firmly promised he would never disappoint the immortal master. In his mind, he was already imagining his glorious return one day. He would finally earn the right to stand beside Zidian, and the thought alone filled him with excitement. After that, Zhu Houyi walked over to Mo Guanji to say goodbye. His tone was full of sorrow, as if telling his brother to take good care of the immortal master while he left first. He acted carefree on the outside, but deep down he was jealous of Mo Guanji. No matter how he looked at it, Zidian clearly favored him more. But that was only for now. The future could still change. Mo Guanji smiled politely and wished him well, saying they would meet again if fate allowed. But secretly he was already thinking that by the time Zhu Houyi returned, he would already be the immortal master's #1 follower. Meanwhile, Lu Xun kept staring at Zhu Houyi as if weighing something in his mind. With Zhu Houyi's incredible luck, Lu Xun felt he could not let his growth be limited. Seeing the immortal master staring at him, Mo Guanji became completely confused. In the end, he nervously asked if he should also leave to train. He felt uneasy, as if he was about to be sent away before proving himself. Lu Xun gave a faint smile and said yes and no. Then he directly asked whether Mo Guanji was willing to become his sword attendant. The moment he said that, Lu Xun secretly laughed to himself. He did not even have a real sword with him, but as long as there was a sword in his heart, anyone serving him could still count as a sword attendant. The logic was questionable, yet strangely impossible to argue with. The moment he heard that title, Mo Guanji was overwhelmed with joy. His eyes lit up as if he had found the opportunity of a lifetime. In his mind, becoming a sword attendant meant officially joining Zidian's side. Without a second thought, he jumped to his feet and accepted immediately. Watching this, Lili became so annoyed she almost lost her temper. It felt like this guy not only stole the chance, but also shouted far too loudly. Mo Guanji felt like he was floating on air. He kept imagining the glorious future ahead. As long as he stayed close to Zidian, his fame would soar, and even the female players on the forums would surely admire him. Thinking about how the demon sect was already famous across Tianchen continent, while Zidian was even more mysterious and powerful, Mo Guanji became even more excited. In his excitement, he also confirmed his decision to join the demon sect through the system. Right after that, the system asked if he wanted to become Lu Xun's sword attendant. Mo Guanji accepted without hesitation. Only then did he learn that Zidian's real name was Lu Xun, and he immediately imagined showing off everywhere while the female players cheered. At the same time, Lu Xun's system unlocked the master and disciple interface. The only occupied slot was the outer sect disciple position, filled by Mo Guanji as his sword attendant. Lu Xun was surprised because this feature was supposed to unlock only at level 30. After thinking it over, he confidently concluded that this had to be another butterfly effect caused by his own actions. Since that was the case, he planned to make full use of it. But first, he needed to make sure Mo Guanji kept his mouth shut and did not ruin his image. With that in mind, Lu Xun spoke in a cold voice and reminded him that this trip into the mortal world was a secret mission that must never be revealed. Mo Guanji immediately understood and quickly promised that he would keep everything absolutely confidential. Lu Xun took a sip of tea and nodded in satisfaction. He quietly thought that everyone appreciated someone who knew how to keep a secret. Knowing that Mo Guanji was a true child of fortune, Lu Xun believed he would easily stumble upon lucky opportunities. So he told him to explore the city and return in 10 days. He also instructed him to report to the inn waiter if he discovered anything related to a special quest. To put it simply, Lu Xun wanted in on every valuable hidden quest. Mo Guanji smiled so widely that his eyes nearly sparkled and nodded over and over. He was deeply moved, feeling as though the main character had suddenly found a legendary benefactor. As for that so-called benefactor, Lu Xun calmly continued drinking his tea while telling Mo Guanji to get going. But inside, he was silently cheering for his useful tool to hurry out and create more miracles for him. Lu Xun understood one simple rule. If you wanted the horse to run, you had to feed it. With that thought, he casually increased Mo Guanji's favorability by 5 points, making him even more motivated to work hard. At that moment, Mo Guanji's system popped up with a notice that Lu Xun's favorability toward him had increased by 5 points. The moment he read it, he nearly screamed with excitement. Earning favorability from the man in purple was something worth bragging about for life. After receiving the reward, Mo Guanji immediately rushed off to complete his mission. He was overflowing with excitement and motivation. Before leaving, he loudly bid farewell to the immortal master, leaving Lu Xun very satisfied. An obedient tool was always the easiest to use. After settling everything, Lu Xun looked at Merongyan and Li Li, suggesting they take a walk around Qingling City. But to avoid drawing attention, everyone needed to change clothes first. The two girls instantly lit up with excitement. Back in his room, Lu Xun began changing into a new outfit. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, a voice suddenly came from outside, catching him off guard. Li Li hesitantly called his name and asked if she could come in. Before he could answer, the door swung open, revealing Lu Xun with his upper body still bare, showing off his lean and muscular physique. The one who entered was Li Li. She had also changed into new clothes today. Looking both shy and flustered, she quietly asked again if she was interrupting him. Li Li was completely stiff with embarrassment. Her thoughts were a mess. The perfect chance was right in front of her, yet she had no idea how to begin. Seeing her like that, Lu Xun nearly lost his composure and almost got a nosebleed. He hurriedly stammered for her to stay calm and stop moving so much. After gathering all her courage, Li Li suddenly called out, "Junior Grand Uncle." Lu Xun casually answered, asking what she wanted, but his eyes clearly could not stay focused on her face anymore. Li Li lowered her head, her face burning red with embarrassment. She only felt that this was far too difficult to say out loud. Lu Xun was suffering even more. His nosebleed was almost impossible to stop. A completely unrelated thought even crossed his mind that she probably could not see her own feet when looking down. Finally, Li Li gathered every ounce of courage and shouted that she wanted to become his sword attendant. Hearing that, Lu Xun froze on the spot. He stared blankly, completely confused about where this so-called sword attendant idea had come from. Li Li's face was so red it looked ready to burst into flames, yet she stubbornly begged him to accept her. She only had one thought in mind. She could not let anyone else take Lu Xun away. Looking at her, Lu Xun was left speechless. He knew perfectly well that she did not simply want to serve his sword. Her true goal went much further than that. Even so, Li Li kept her head lowered and respectfully asked him once again to agree. Looking at the girl before him, Lu Xun smiled helplessly. He knew she had completely fallen for him, but she was still too young, so he could not encourage this. With that in mind, he firmly rejected her request to become his sword attendant. The moment she heard his answer, Li Li's face turned pale. Her mood sank to rock bottom. Looking deeply disappointed, she quietly asked if she simply was not good enough. Lu Xun calmly comforted her, telling her never to look down on herself because she already had many qualities to be proud of. As he spoke, however, his thoughts wandered somewhere that made it difficult to stay serious. But Li Li sadly replied that she only wanted to become stronger so she could protect him. Yet now he would not even give her that chance. Hearing that, Lu Xun gently patted her head and softly said he had never forgotten what she did before. He had truly been touched. Then he smiled and told her that as a man, he should be the one protecting her instead. Those words left Li Li completely stunned. Outside, Qingling City remained as lively as ever. Birds chirped, merchants shouted, and countless sounds filled the streets, yet amid all that noise, Li Li could hear nothing except the pounding of her own heart. Her face turned bright red as she panicked inside, thinking she was done for, because that feeling had returned again. The way she looked at Lu Xun was now filled with affection and admiration. Her favorability soared once more, leaving Lu Xun speechless. Girls really were easy to win over once their emotions took over. To stop the atmosphere from becoming even more awkward, Lu Xun quickly changed the subject and said he wanted to check how much her cultivation had improved lately. Hearing that, Li Li's ears turned bright red as she puffed up her cheeks in frustration. She complained inwardly that bringing up cultivation at a moment like this completely ruined the mood. While Li felt disappointed, Lu Xun wore a sly grin before suddenly rushing toward her and loudly declaring that the inspection was about to begin. A second later, Li took a painful knock on the head. She instantly grabbed her head and cried out in agony. Lu Xun landed lightly on the ground, his movements smooth and effortless. About half an hour later, the spar was completely one-sided. Lu Xun easily pinned Li to the ground and looked at her with amusement, casually lecturing her like a child. Completely unable to resist, Li stared at him in disbelief. She thought this was just an excuse to get closer to him, but he had actually been serious about testing her cultivation. Lu Xun could only cover his face with a wry smile and asked how she planned to protect him with her current strength. Hearing that, Li became so angry she nearly exploded. She clenched her fists with determination, secretly swearing that once she became strong enough, she would turn the tables on him. But when Lu Xun noticed the dangerous look in her eyes, a chill ran down his spine. He suddenly had the uneasy feeling that she was plotting something very dangerous. Li slowly stood up and coldly thanked him for his guidance. Seeing her attitude, Lu Xun became even more suspicious. He looked calm, but he did not believe she had truly accepted the lesson. After that little commotion, the group finally wandered through the streets. The roads were packed with people, but the strangest thing was that turtles were crawling everywhere. Yan looked around in confusion and could not help asking why there were so many turtles here. Lu Xun also found it strange, because the moment he looked at them, every turtle lowered its head toward him. The sight left him puzzled. It almost looked as if the turtles were bowing to him. Yan smiled and explained that perhaps they were showing him respect. Lu Xun was immediately stunned by her answer. She continued by saying that the turtles stood alongside the dragon, Qilin, and phoenix among the 4 sacred beasts, symbolizing good fortune and blessings. After explaining, Yan smiled brightly, as if it were wonderful news. Li, however, still felt something was off. She looked around and asked why there were so many turtles here, especially since the locals treated it as perfectly normal. Hearing that, Lu Xun casually tapped his sword sheath before explaining. He said that Qingling City had actually been built on the shell of a gigantic black tortoise. Its remaining spiritual energy still protected the city, so the people had long regarded turtles as symbols of good fortune and lived peacefully alongside them. After hearing the explanation, Li looked at him with admiration. She praised his vast knowledge, while Lu Xun casually brushed it off as nothing special. Deep down, however, he could not help smiling. Everything he knew came from memories of playing the game in his previous life. At that moment, Lu Xun suddenly glanced behind him and realized someone had been secretly following them. The discovery caught him by surprise. Yan noticed it as well, and quietly warned that someone was tailing them. Lu Xun calmly told everyone to keep walking as usual and not reveal that they had noticed. Meanwhile, Li seized the chance to cling close to Lu Xun, pretending to be frightened. She asked if Yang Yishan's people had come to cause trouble. Yan gripped her sword with a wary expression, wondering who would dare make a move within the demon sect's territory. Lu Xun simply waved his hand, telling them not to worry. He calmly said they only needed to lure the followers somewhere secluded to find out what they wanted. Outwardly, he remained composed, but inside he was already thinking about the disturbance caused by his sword sheath last night. Had it really attracted someone this quickly? Li curiously asked what he thought was going on, while Yan said she would follow whatever the junior grand uncle decided. After walking for a while, Lu Xun suddenly pointed toward a dark alley ahead and deliberately said in a loud voice that it looked like the perfect place for shady business, so they should check it out. The act was so obvious that Li and Yan were left speechless. Anyone could tell it was a trap. After entering the alley, Yan quietly asked if such an obvious performance could really fool their pursuer. Lu Xun folded his arms confidently and replied that this was exactly the opportunity their enemy had been waiting for. Then he openly called for the hidden person to reveal themselves. At that instant, a dark figure suddenly flashed past the 3 of them at incredible speed, startling everyone. Realizing something was wrong, Murong Yan immediately shouted a warning. Just as she yelled for the junior grand uncle to be careful, a hand shot straight toward Lu Xun. Lu Xun reacted instantly. He spun around as sword chi erupted to defend him, then shouted as he prepared to strike back. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious woman's figure appeared, but she was immediately blasted backward by Lu Xun's sword chi. She clicked her tongue and sighed. As expected, a mid-grade immortal artifact was no joke. Its power was far beyond ordinary. Beside the silver-haired beauty with her stunning figure stood a masked, muscular man whose presence was overwhelming. The moment Lu Xun saw them, he was startled. So it really was a foreign demon woman. The foreign demon woman carefully studied Lu Xun. At first, she thought he simply had a good build, but seeing him up close, she was shocked by how unbelievably handsome he was. She smiled and said that someone worthy of wielding a mid-grade immortal artifact truly possessed extraordinary bearing. Hearing those flirtatious words, Lili frowned in annoyance. She secretly cursed the woman's shameless gaze fixed on Lu Xun. Lu Xun remained calm and quickly saw through their intentions. They were clearly after his sword sheath. The foreign demon woman continued in a charming voice, asking if he would give her the sword sheath for the sake of her beauty. Lu Xun flatly rejected her, saying she had no chance. Being rejected so directly, the foreign demon woman instantly became furious. Her aura flared as she demanded to know if he had ever heard of showing mercy to a beautiful woman. Lu Xun calmly removed his veil and coldly replied that he was not trying to insult her, but compared to him, her looks were not worth mentioning. The moment his face was revealed, everyone froze. They stared at Lu Xun in complete disbelief because he was even more beautiful than most women. Seeing their reactions, Lu Xun secretly felt pleased. Trying to compete with his looks was asking for humiliation. He even teased her, telling the beauty to wipe the drool from her mouth before it hit the ground. Hearing that, the foreign demon woman subconsciously covered her mouth before softly admitting that she had never expected him to be so handsome. He had truly stolen her heart. Lu Xun remained completely indifferent and bluntly told her to stop wasting time, leave immediately, and quit offending his eyes. Even after such harsh words, the foreign demon woman kept acting seductive. She softly said she only wanted a weapon that suited her, and if he handed it over, she would grant him anything he desired. Lu Xun answered with only one sentence, "Keep dreaming, dreams have everything." That reply drove the foreign demon woman into a rage. She pointed at him and warned him not to force her to use violence, while Lu Xun began to feel there was something very strange about her. A moment later, spiritual energy and sword chi erupted around Lu Xun at the same time. His voice turned icy as he asked if she really intended to fight. But right then, Lili suddenly rushed forward with her sword. Angrily, she declared that she wanted to fight too because that woman dared to covet her man. Hearing that, Lu Xun froze on the spot. The foreign demon woman finally dropped her playful attitude. Blood-red energy spread from her body as she coldly asked whether they truly knew no fear. The instant she sensed that aura, Murong Yan's face turned pale. She anxiously shouted that things were bad because the woman had third realm cultivation. Lu Xun quickly compared it with the system's level scale and nearly grimaced. Third realm was roughly level 31 to 40, while he was only level 4. The gap alone was enough to make him speechless. The Tianchen world had a strict cultivation system. Every realm was divided into early, middle, and peak stages. Fifth realm cultivators were already considered true powerhouses, while eighth realm experts were legendary figures. First realm roughly matched levels 11 to 20, third realm covered levels 31 to 40, and fifth realm ranged from levels 51 to 60. Thinking of that, Lu Xun immediately ordered the system to inspect his opponent. To his surprise, the system displayed absolutely nothing about the foreign demon woman. It could not even reveal her name, making Lu Xun realize she was anything but ordinary. He then turned to Murong Yan and asked if she had any confidence in winning. She calmly replied that with her second realm cultivation, she stood absolutely no chance. Hearing that, Lu Xun nearly broke down inside. He could only curse his own carelessness. Looking at the hard-earned experience points stored in his system, Lu Xun hesitated. It had taken so long to save them up, and even spending everything might not be enough. Keeping them in reserve still felt much safer. Just as the foreign demon woman was about to attack, an idea suddenly flashed through Lu Xun's mind. This was demon sect territory. Who would dare openly cause trouble here? Regaining his composure, Lu Xun put on a confident face and coldly asked, "Are you really planning to fight here?" The foreign demoness gathered blazing red spirit energy in her hand and calmly replied, "What is it? Only scared now." Lu Xun stayed calm and said, "Not at all. Why not look around first?" As the foreign demoness instinctively glanced around, Lu Xun immediately turned to Murongyan and shouted, "Where is the teleportation talisman?" Murongyan froze for a moment before quickly handing it over. The moment Lu Xun held the talisman, his presence surged. He calmly said it belonged to the demon sect, and if they fought, she might not survive once the demon sect disciples arrived. Hearing that, the foreign demoness turned grim and gritted her teeth. "Are you threatening me with the demon sect?" she secretly cursed, never expecting these people to have ties with the demon sect. Lu Xun simply waved the talisman in his hand and calmly said, "If you do not believe me, then try it." Seeing his annoyingly confident look, the foreign demoness hesitated. She could kill them before reinforcements arrived, but offending the demon sect over a mid-grade immortal artifact was not worth the risk. The man behind her quickly whispered, "My lady, the demon sect is not someone we should provoke. We need to think this through." Lu Xun looked even calmer and gave them a warning stare. He said running was pointless because this was a special demon sect prototype talisman that could summon help instantly. Their cooking might be terrible, but their talisman research was second to none. He looked fearless on the outside, but inside Lu Xun was panicking. All he could do was pray that the demoness would leave because he did not want to embarrass himself in front of the juniors. Fortunately, everything went as he hoped. The foreign demoness finally gave up and coldly said he was lucky today. He could keep the sword sheath for now, but they would meet again. With that, the two of them immediately retreated. Watching them disappear, Lu Xun was inside and even waved goodbye with a smug grin. Only after they were completely gone did Li and Murongyan finally breathe again. Both felt they had barely escaped death. They admired their grand martial uncle, while Lu Xun casually replied that it was nothing. Even though he looked calm, countless questions were already racing through his mind. The more Lu Xun thought about it, the stranger the demoness seemed. He had a feeling something huge was coming. He even suspected he had triggered a hidden quest, and right then the system rewarded him with 10,000 experience points, and an important clue about the foreign race. After reading it, he could not hide his smile. So it really was a hidden quest. But before he could celebrate, Lu Xun froze when he saw the words foreign race in the notification. In his previous life while playing Tian Chen, the foreign race had been the nightmare of the entire continent. Players fought until their eyes turned red, and every battlefield was covered in blood and corpses. The more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. According to the current timeline, the foreign race should not have appeared yet. Just then, a hand suddenly waved back and forth in front of his face. The one who pulled him back to reality was Li. Seeing his distracted expression, she curiously asked, "Grand Marshal Uncle, what are you thinking about?" Lu Xun snapped back and casually said it was nothing, but deep down, he had already decided to investigate this matter to the end. Murongyan also spoke seriously, saying that person definitely had an extremely mysterious background. Lu Xun nodded and told Murongyan to secretly keep an eye on that person, but never take unnecessary risks. Murongyan immediately accepted the order with respect. After dealing with the trouble, Lu Xun casually continued walking forward and laughed. "Every woman loves shopping. We are not done yet, so let us keep going. Do not let small matters ruin the mood." That sounded noble enough, but his real goal was completely different. Lu Xun still wanted to find a few innocent players and trick them into trading valuable gear. Li and Murongyan believed every word. They looked at him with admiration, thinking their grand martial uncle truly understood people. But as soon as they stepped out of the alley, Lu Xun suddenly stopped when he spotted a familiar figure ahead. It looked like Xiao Ran. Seeing Lu Xun suddenly freeze with a tense expression, Li could not help asking softly, "Grand Marshal Uncle, is there something unusual about that girl?" Lu Xun quietly sized her up. She really was beautiful, worthy of being the closest thing to the female lead in this world. She still looked younger than he remembered, but she was already stunning. Hearing Lu Xun praise another woman right in front of her, Li felt like her heart was being crushed. She wanted to cry as she silently complained inside. Standing nearby, Murongyan noticed Li's devastated expression and immediately sensed the atmosphere had turned awkward. But what confused them even more was that Lu Xun suddenly turned around and sprinted away, muttering that getting close to her would only bring disaster. Li was left completely stunned. As he ran, Lu Xun cursed his terrible luck. Of all people, he had to run into that crazy psycho here. Xiao Ran was a disciple of the Luotian sect, one of the four great sects. She possessed monstrous talent and a gentle, delicate appearance that made anyone want to protect her. But anyone fooled by that face was digging their own grave. Beneath that fragile look was a real monster. Xiao Ran was infamous for being terrifyingly twisted. She looked like an angel, but her heart was pitch black. She could calmly sew with a needle while killing people, and casually claim she had no choice. She always apologized with complete sincerity, then turned the entire area into a sea of blood. One unlucky player was once sliced into 18 pieces by her. That was why Xiao Ran became the first NPC in Tianchen history to have hidden stats from the moment she appeared. But that was not even the scariest part. Later, a female player named Ren Bao successfully won her over, unlocking the legendary Yuri storyline that shocked the entire server. After that, countless players chased NPC affection with no turning back. Just thinking about it gave Lu Xun chills because even he had been beaten up by that lunatic before. Remembering those days gave Lu Xun a headache. After that incident, the world of Tianchen seemed completely covered in pink from the player's point of view. But something still felt wrong. Why would someone like Xiao Ran appear in Qingling City at this time? Then Lu Xun suddenly remembered. Near Qingling City was a leveling area called Gui Tui Marsh. She must have come here to hunt monsters. Seeing his strange reaction, Li Li walked over to ask what was wrong. Lu Xun only replied with a disgusted look that he had just seen something incredibly unpleasant. Li Li became even more confused and thought he was talking about some terrifying demon. Lu Xun immediately shook his head and seriously warned her that what he had just seen was far scarier than any demon. If she ever met that woman again, she should stay at least 3 meters away. Li Li refused to believe it. She clenched her fists and proudly puffed out her chest, convinced that Xiao Ran looked so weak she probably was not even as strong as her. To prove it, she casually threw a punch and shattered the huge rock beside her. Lu Xun was left speechless, almost forgetting how unbelievably strong this girl really was. Even so, he repeated his warning with complete seriousness. Just remember what I said. Seeing how serious he was, Li Li blushed slightly and quietly replied that she understood. Watching everything from behind, Merongyan admired Lu Xun even more. In her eyes, Xiao Ran looked fragile, but her strength was unfathomable. Even several people like Merongyan working together might not stand a chance. After a while, Lu Xun returned to his usual relaxed self and told everyone to continue shopping. Li Li instantly cheered up and happily skipped after him. But before long, Lu Xun froze again after spotting another familiar figure walking down the street. He narrowed his eyes and thought, could that be? Sure enough, the woman ahead was Ren Bao. What unbelievable timing. This strange fate was beyond words. Lu Xun stood there like a statue, with a crooked, helpless smile. This world was simply too unbelievable. Meanwhile, Renbaok was excitedly looking around at everything. She could not help shouting that Tianchen was an amazing game. It felt just like walking through a real ancient city. On the other side, Lu Xun quietly watched every little reaction from Renbao. He could not help admiring her. No wonder she became the greatest tank in Tianchen history. From her face to her figure, she perfectly matched the elegant, mature beauty type, making it easy to see how she reached the top of the server. Seeing Lu Xun lost in thought, Merongyan quietly asked if he had noticed something unusual. Lu Xun calmly replied that women like her should never be underestimated. After that, he kept thinking. Things had clearly changed from his previous memories. He never expected Renbao to join during the open beta. It seemed the strange bond between those two really began here. A dangerous smile appeared on Lu Xun's lips. Since fate had delivered this opportunity, giving it a little push sounded pretty entertaining. Lu Xun quickly worked out a plan. A useful tool was still a useful tool, no matter the method. If he could get Renbao onto his side, he would also gain the benefits of her protagonist-level luck. After making up his mind, he casually walked past her. The moment Renbao saw him, she froze on the spot. In an instant, her face turned bright red. Faced with Lu Xun's elegant yet overwhelming presence, Renbao completely lost herself. Only one thought remained in her mind. That physique was absolutely perfect. Not only was his build flawless, but his aura was unbelievably cool. Even with part of his face hidden, Renbao immediately recognized him, Zidian. She was so excited she wanted to scream. She had actually met Zidian in person. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Her heart pounded so hard she felt like she was running out of air. When Lu Xun slowly removed his hood, Renbao could not take her eyes off him. Every expression on her face revealed complete admiration. Inside, She was screaming with happiness. She felt like she was about to burst from pure excitement. Under the sunlight, Lu Shun's face looked unbelievably perfect. Renbao was so moved she almost cried. Zidian looked far more handsome than any artwork. She even pinched her own cheek to make sure she was not dreaming. The pain immediately woke her up. It was real after all. But just then, Lu Xun pulled his hood back up and covered his face again, leaving Renbao visibly disappointed. Without hesitation, she rushed over and blocked his path, calling out to him in the gentlest voice she could manage. Lu Xun pretended to be surprised and asked if she was speaking to him. He looked calm on the outside, but inside he was laughing. Just as expected, the fish had taken the bait. Renbao's face was burning red, and she could barely form a complete sentence. Even she wanted to disappear from embarrassment. Renbao screamed inside her head. She never thought a handsome man could leave her completely speechless. Even Zidian's voice was irresistibly warm. At that moment, Renbao reached a new realization. It was not that she liked women. She simply liked beautiful people. The thought almost made her cry at herself. After finally calming down, Renbao gathered her courage and asked Lu Xun if he was willing to accept a disciple. Hearing that, Lu Xun smiled knowingly and softly replied, "You have excellent potential." That single sentence made Renbao feel like she was floating, her mind instantly filled with happy fantasies about becoming Zidian's disciple. But Lu Xun immediately crushed those dreams by saying she was not meant to become his disciple. Renbao froze in disbelief. Lu Xun calmly pointed ahead and said that her true opportunity was waiting over there. Following his finger, Renbao saw Xiao Ran standing in the distance. She was completely confused. Even though she had no idea what was happening, her eyes instinctively lit up at the sight of another beauty. While she was distracted, Lu Xun had already slipped away. The safest move was to leave first. When Renbao finally turned around, Lu Xun had already vanished without a trace, leaving her stunned. But only a few seconds later, she switched to full admiration and praised Zidian as a true hidden master who appeared and disappeared like a divine dragon. Then Renbao looked towards Xiao Ran and silently guessed. If Zidian said her true opportunity was with that beautiful woman, then maybe this was Tian Chen's hidden beginner guide. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. She had only gone out for a walk, yet Zidian had personally guided her. Without another thought, she sprinted straight toward Xiao Ran. The moment she got close, Renbao stared at Xiao Ran with sparkling eyes. She secretly judged that this blue-grade NPC was absolutely gorgeous, only slightly less beautiful than Zidian. Then she started circling Xiao Ran like she had found a priceless treasure, looking her up and down while clicking her tongue. This was exactly her type. The longer Renbao looked, the deeper she fell into her own world. Xiao Ran's eyes, lips, and icy aura struck her right in the heart. Seeing the strange girl staring at her so oddly, Xiao Ran frowned in annoyance, completely confused about what was wrong with her. Renbao was so captivated she was practically drooling. She kept thinking Tian Chen was truly an incredible game. Every handsome man and beautiful woman was stunning. Watching her become stranger by the second, Xiao Ran finally lost her patience and coldly asked, "Miss, is there something wrong with your head?" Renbao froze on the spot. But instead of getting angry, Renbao became even more fascinated because Xiao Ran's voice sounded so beautiful. She was so distracted she almost forgot what had just been said. Xiao Ran kept her cold expression and warned her again, "If you have nothing to say, stay away from me." But Renbao shamelessly stuck around with a grin and asked, "Beautiful sister, are you looking for a Dao companion?" Hearing that, Xiao Ran immediately glared at her in anger. She waved her hand and blasted Renbao backward with spirit energy before coldly calling her completely insane. But the more she was attacked, the more excited Renbao became. She even felt that being struck by such a beauty was a strange kind of happiness. Watching from a distance, Lu Xun smiled in satisfaction. With his little push behind the scenes, Renbao might actually win Xiao Ran over. The seed had already been planted. Now all he had to do was wait for it to grow. Seeing Lu Xun's sly grin, Lili suspiciously asked if he was plotting something bad again. Lu Xun simply put on an innocent face and asked, "Do I really look like that kind of person?" Merongyan stood beside them, completely speechless after watching everything unfold. Lu Xun casually waved his hand and said, "This is the world of adults. Kids like you would never understand." Meanwhile, the game forums exploded after Lu Xun appeared in front of Renbao. Renbao even made a post describing the encounter. She wrote that Zidian, the dream man of countless female players, had suddenly appeared before her like an immortal descending from heaven. No matter how hard she tried, she could not describe just how handsome he really was. The post instantly exploded with comments. Some screamed in jealousy, some offered outrageous prices for a photo, and one player even promised a car if Renbao shared a picture. As the guildmaster of the Ren Alliance Guild, having countless followers was nothing unusual. Among the player community, Renbao was famous for her endless flirting skills. Even now, she kept throwing cheesy pickup lines at Xiao Ran. She asked if she could buy Xiao Ran's heart, then asked where her own heart was, before answering that it was with Xiao Ran. Just imagining it made Lu Xun want to laugh. Knowing Xiao Ran's personality, she was definitely reaching her limit. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Outer Sect disciple Mo Guanji, Trial Sword Attendant Level 0, had successfully advanced to Level 1. Thanks to the Master Disciple bond, Lu Xun also gained additional comprehension experience. He was surprised. It had only been one day, and this guy had already leveled up. As expected of someone blessed by destiny, his growth speed was unbelievable. Lu Xun even wondered if Mo Guanji had triggered some hidden event. If he really had, this promising recruit deserved careful investment. 2 days later, early in the morning, Lu Xun was cultivating in his room when someone knocked repeatedly at the door. He calmly asked who it was. The person outside respectfully replied, "Master, it is Mo Guanji." The moment Lu Xun opened the door and saw him, he frowned. Mo Guanji was covered in blood from head to toe, looking like he had just crawled off a battlefield. But after taking a closer look, Lu Xun realized something was off. The blood smelled more like chicken blood than human blood. A question immediately popped into his mind. Did this guy disguise himself after reviving? What on earth had he been through? Mo Guanji looked completely miserable and tearfully explained that everything had started the day before. While digging up radishes, Mo Guanji suddenly saw a villager sprinting toward him with a deathly pale face, shouting that they were all doomed. One glance was enough to tell something was terribly wrong. "Brother, what happened?" A group of strange people had appeared on the mountain near Qinglang City. They staggered around like lunatics and attacked anyone they saw alive. Quite a few people had already been bitten to death. Hearing that, Mo Guanji immediately thought of the last thing he wanted to see. Those sounded exactly like zombies. The moment he said that, the man panicked even more and could barely speak. Right then, the system popped up with a notification. The Corpse Chi quest had been triggered and asked if he wanted to accept it. He was instantly thrilled. He had picked up a quest just by walking around. His luck really was unbelievable. He put on a confident smile and reassured the man, "Do not worry. I am an immortal cultivator. Leave this to me." On the mountain outside Qingling City, a group of humanoid monsters gathered around corpses, crazily devouring them like wild beasts. Their flesh had shriveled up, and their faces looked just like walking corpses. Mo Guanji tightened his grip on the Fanshi sword he had bought for 10 taels of silver. He was already imagining himself scoring his very first kill in Tianchen and claiming an awesome first blood. He was so excited that he wanted to charge in immediately, treating those zombies as walking EXP packs. His confidence was through the roof. So he rushed forward with overwhelming momentum, wearing the face of someone who thought he was unbeatable. 1 moment later, the entire group of zombies pinned him down and drained his blood like they were enjoying a smoothie. Only then did Mo Guanji realize he was about to become a dried corpse himself. Back in the present, he looked completely miserable as he reported to Lu Xun that he was too weak. He had barely escaped alive and stood no chance against those monsters. But inside, he was putting on the performance of a lifetime. The chicken blood covering his body smelled awful, but he endured it just to make it look like he had barely survived. He only hoped Zidian would not notice the act. Lu Xun had already seen through the whole performance, but could not be bothered exposing him. He calmly said that Mo Guanji's cultivation was still too low, so failing to deal with the monsters was perfectly normal. Hearing that, Mo Guanji was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. In his eyes, Zidian was the perfect NPC. He was so easygoing that even serving as his sword attendant felt completely worthwhile. After all, having a powerful expert backing you up felt completely different. Besides, Zidian was unbelievably strong. Lu Xun quietly thought to himself, zombies appearing at a time like this meant the kid had definitely triggered some hidden quest. There was no way he would let such a reward slip away. The system cooperated perfectly and displayed another notification asking whether he wanted to accept the Corpse Chi quest. Lu Xun immediately realized he could join the quest as well. This time, he was the real chosen one. He casually said, "Tell me, how do you want me to help? If there is meat to eat, I will leave you some soup at least." Mo Guanji's eyes lit up immediately, and he finally revealed his true goal. He hoped Lu Xun would send one of the senior sisters to help fight the monsters, preferably the one with the enormous chest. He never dared dream that Zidian would personally come, but either of the two female disciples would be more than enough, especially that beautiful senior sister, who was every man's dream wife. But Lu Xun rejected the idea without hesitation. He felt this matter was far from simple, and the danger was probably much greater than Mo Guanji realized. "I will go there myself." As far as Lu Xun was concerned, free EXP delivered right to his doorstep was impossible to ignore. Besides, he was curious about what this kid had really stumbled into. He suddenly remembered how, back in the modern world, he had also been obsessed with female NPCs. Imagining NPCs as your future wife was perfectly normal, but Mo Guanji had no chance this time. Besides, he still had to leave behind a small Dao sword chi to secretly protect Morong Yan and Li Li. That was already the greatest compromise he was willing to make. Mo Guanji stammered in disbelief. Was Zidian really going to help him complete the quest himself? Lu Xun bluntly replied that not only would he personally handle it, but he would also take every bit of the experience reward. Mo Guanji could only stand there speechless. A legendary NPC really was built differently. He began to suspect he had accidentally triggered an unbelievably terrifying hidden quest. Lu Xun coldly ordered, "Lead the way." Mo Guanji immediately led him deep into the forest and pointed ahead. "Zidian, it is right over there." Lu Xun carefully observed the surroundings while making his calculations. Hidden quests required both strength and luck. He happened to have both, and he especially enjoyed borrowing someone else's luck to claim the rewards. Suddenly, he remembered something. Qingling City, Corpse Chi, Zombies, wasn't this the hidden quest that once shook the entire game? Back in the LPL region, the Hidden Corpse Chi quest exploded across forums and IFVS live streams. Everyone was stunned by its insane difficulty. No guild could handle it alone, so two top guilds had to join forces just to attempt the cursed quest. Lu Xun could not help feeling regret. If he had joined back then, he could have earned enough money to cover his sister's living expenses for half a month. At that time, Tianqian had only recently been explored by players. Everyone's Oz level was still low, so no single guild stood a chance of clearing the quest. Based on the current timeline, the real boss had not appeared yet. That meant he still had a chance to dig deeper into the quest. Going all the way was always better than stopping halfway. "We are here." Lu Xun spoke calmly, clearly planning to see Mo Guanji's true strength with his own eyes. In his eyes, Mo Guanji was nothing more than bait on a fishing hook, waiting for the fish to bite. Just then, rustling came from the bushes, and Mo Guanji instantly tensed up. "It is here." He silently vowed that this time he had to put on a good performance. "This time I definitely will not." Before he could finish speaking, a zombie suddenly burst out and charged straight at him. Its terrifying roar alone was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Mo Guanji's whole body stiffened. Before he could react, he was slammed to the ground as easily as an adult knocking over a child. He could only sigh inside. Showing off really did not work whenever he wanted. Feeling Zidian's gaze on him only made him even more embarrassed. That expression looked exactly like pure disappointment. But Lu Xun paid no attention to the clumsy performance. He was only calculating how much HP this human tool could help shave off the monsters. As long as he was not dead, he still had some value. Gritting his teeth, Mo Guanji charged again. With Zidian watching beside him, he refused to embarrass himself in front of such a legendary expert. But the zombie's claws were covered in fresh blood. The stronger the scent of blood became, the crazier it grew, as if it had been given another burst of power. Only then did Mo Guanji realize his chest had already been ripped open. The blood belonged to him. He almost wanted to cry. His sword only dealt 5% of the monster's HP, while one casual swipe from the zombie took away 20% of his. How was he supposed to fight this? What drove him even crazier was how real the pain felt. His chest burned as if it were on fire. Before he recovered, the monster charged again. "Zidian, save me." Pride meant nothing when death was right in front of him. One glance was enough for Lu Xun to see through the kid's intentions. But the zombie suddenly changed direction and ran off, leaving even Lu Xun slightly surprised. Before Mo Guanji could celebrate, the zombie slashed his chest again, making the pain almost unbearable. Lu Xun watched in silence. This guy's combat skills and awareness were unbelievably terrible. He was starting to suspect Mo Guanji had survived this long through nothing but blind luck, while the non-stop screams only made everything more annoying. Finally, Lu Xun ordered the system to inspect the monster. The result appeared immediately. Title: Half Corpse. Level 3. A dead body corrupted by corpse chi that could only slaughter mindlessly. It had not even reached the weakest true zombie rank. Lu Xun relaxed at once. Trash like this was nothing more than easy target practice. The next moment, he made his move. Lu Xun casually swung his sword several times, each strike simple but incredibly precise. Mo Guanji stared with his eyes wide open. Drawing the sword that fast was exactly what a legendary expert should look like. That was insanely cool. But more zombies soon began pouring in. One after another, they rushed forward without fear. Mo Guanji's face instantly turned pale. He suddenly wondered if dying in front of Zidian, reviving with money, and coming back would make Zidian mistake him for a half-corpse and cut him down on sight. He had finally found such a powerful backer. Was it really going to end before he could enjoy the benefits? At the most critical moment, Lu Xun stepped in front of him and shouted coldly, "Beast, how dare you harm people?" Mo Guanji was so touched he nearly cried. In his eyes, Zidian was someone who truly valued loyalty and would never abandon an ally, even in the face of death. But Lu Xun was thinking something completely different. He had gone out of his way to look cool, so if this guy did not start recording, the whole performance would be wasted. Sure enough, Mo Guanji immediately pulled out his recording device. He was so excited that he wanted every player on the forum to witness just how overpowered Zidian was. Mo Guanji instantly turned on the recording. Hearing the familiar sound, Lu Xun secretly grinned. So he really was filming. This would be his very first debut on the Tianchen forum. He even thought to himself, "Let my name light up the entire forum." At that moment, the zombies roared together and charged like mad. Lu Xun simply raised one hand and calmly ordered, "Go." His sword technique was unleashed. At first glance, the zombies looked completely unharmed. Mo Guanji turned pale and quickly shouted that the monsters were still alive. Lu Xun remained perfectly calm and casually replied, "Do not rush. Let the sword chi travel a little farther." The moment he finished speaking, every zombie was instantly sliced to pieces by the sword chi. Mo Guanji nearly screamed from excitement. In his eyes, Zidian was an unbeatable legend, so cool it sent chills down his spine. Lu Xun continued acting like a true master. "I merely borrowed the wind." He claimed to borrow the wind, yet his sword chi also took every zombie's head with it. Behind him, Mo Guanji could only stare in pure admiration. To him, Zidian was the perfect role model. Lu Xun secretly wondered why his name still had not exploded across the forum after such a performance. The Tianchen players really had no eye for talent. While Lu Xun turned around, Mo Guanji quickly saved the recording. He was convinced this clip would become even more popular than the biggest guild posts. The system announced that 6 half-courses had been defeated, awarding 600 EXP. The Corpse Chi quest was also completed, granting another 300 EXP. Even so, Lu Xun was not impressed. To him, 900 EXP was almost nothing. Still, if half-courses had appeared, stronger zombies had to be deeper inside. There was definitely a bigger reward waiting ahead. On Mo Guanji's side, the system also confirmed the quest completion and rewarded him with 300 EXP. He was overjoyed. Just following a top expert had earned him free rewards. It felt like he had stumbled upon a protagonist-level NPC. Lu Xun said nothing else and simply told him to keep moving. Mo Guanji immediately lowered his head and answered with great respect. Inside, he was celebrating wildly. Tagging along with an elite NPC for free EXP was every gamer's dream. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that fate had chosen him. Meanwhile, Lu Xun looked at him as nothing more than a walking bundle of good fortune. There was no way he would let someone this lucky die so easily. Both of them had their own plans, yet on the surface they got along perfectly. After walking a little farther, they reached a fork in the road. Mo Guanji hesitated and asked which path they should take. Lu Xun casually told him to choose. It would be a waste not to use the luck of a heaven-blessed lucky player. Just then, Mo Guanji noticed the sword tassel hanging from Zidian's scabbard begin to sway on its own. Lu Xun looked at it and asked, "You want to go right?" Mo Guanji's eyes widened as the tassel actually nodded. Lu Xun then asked about the left path. The tassel immediately shook back and forth in protest, leaving Mo Guanji completely stunned. In his eyes, even Zidian's sword tassel had gained a spirit. Too bad he had not recorded the miracle. Even Lu Xun was surprised. It was the first time the sword tassel had shown its own will, proving that something on the right was attracting it. Since the tassel had made its choice so clearly, Lu Xun decided to head right. As they walked, Mo Guanji's imagination ran wild. He wanted to record Zidian's every move 24 hours a day, but the idea sounded a little too creepy. In the end, he did not have the courage to do it. Before long, the sound of rustling wind echoed around them as a thick fog slowly spread through the area. Mo Guanji immediately felt uneasy and asked Lu Xun if they should really continue into such a creepy place. Lu Xun instantly became alert. The fog reminded him of the aura at Kongshan. It was not nearly as powerful, but something was definitely hiding inside. This trip was proving to be worthwhile. Just then, the sword tassel started shaking violently again. Lu Xun immediately realized it wanted to go deeper, and it seemed incredibly anxious, urging them to hurry. He frowned and asked what could possibly be inside to make it so restless. The tassel kept swaying frantically, as if it could not wait another second and was telling him to move now. Mo Guanji's eyes lit up. In his mind, Zidian's equipment was so incredible it was practically an AI. He even started dreaming about owning a treasure like that someday. Lu Xun began to feel uneasy. In theory, the sword tassel would never harm its master, but the strange fog made him wonder just how terrifying the thing hidden inside really was. Mo Guanji suddenly volunteered to scout ahead. He insisted the fog was too dangerous and said it would be safer if he led the way for Zidian. Lu Xun simply glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Stay here and wait for me." Mo Guanji immediately protested. On the surface, he claimed he was worried about Zidian's safety, but all he really wanted was to keep farming free EXP. Lu Xun was completely unmoved. He calmly replied that this little fog was nowhere near enough to threaten him, then ordered Mo Guanji to stay put. Mo Guanji froze in place, letting out nothing but a disappointed, "Huh?" Before he could argue again, the system flashed a bright red warning. The quest required him to remain here, and forcing his way forward could even result in his account being deleted. His face instantly turned pale, as cold sweat poured down. He had no idea why, but he knew this was no joke. In the end, Mo Guanji could only watch Lu Xun disappear into the fog. No matter how badly he wanted the EXP, he was not risking his account. Meanwhile, Lu Xun calmly advanced deeper into the mist, his eyes filled with caution. The fog was not as terrifying as the one at Kongshan, but it still severely limited his vision. The air was also much colder than outside, making the atmosphere even more eerie. Before the real bots appeared, he decided to play it safe and ordered the system to inspect the area. The system immediately shut him down, stating that his current level was too low to inspect this place. At that moment, the scabbard at Lu Xun's waist began trembling non-stop. Curious, he asked if it was trying to guide him. The sword tassel gently brushed against his hand as if acting cute, making Lu Xun realize it was actually responding to him. He began thinking seriously. The sword tassel had been bonded with him for a long time and was even nurturing the little sword inside his body. There was no way it would betray him. Besides, even if there really was danger, so what? As long as any boss showed an HP bar in Tianchen, he was confident he could deal with it. His expression instantly filled with confidence. About 15 minutes later, the deeper he went, the more violently the scabbard shook, leaving him puzzled. The shaking became faster and stronger until Lu Xun felt like his whole body was being dragged along. He silently complained that this crazy shaking was getting out of hand. Finally, he grabbed it firmly and shouted, "Where are you trying to take me?" But the scabbard seemed completely out of control, dragging him forward at incredible speed. After racing through the thick fog for a while, it finally stopped. Lu Xun stood there, catching his breath, staring at an ancient coffin resting alone in the cold mist. Still breathing heavily, he asked if this was where it had wanted to bring him. The scabbard continued trembling without pause. The sword tassel lightly tapped his hand before pointing ahead, urging him to take a closer look. Only then did Lu Xun get a clear look at the coffin. Its surface was covered with talismans, and the eerie aura pouring from it sent chills down his spine. He stared at it and asked if this coffin was the sword tassel's true target. The scabbard immediately shook in confirmation. Lu Xun then wondered why it had suddenly stopped. Was there something inside the coffin? After carefully interpreting the sword tassel's intentions, he realized he should not get any closer. The scabbard quickly shook again to confirm it. Lu Xun immediately guessed there had to be a powerful formation or deadly trap surrounding the coffin. But instead of feeling afraid, a sly smile slowly appeared on his face. The next second, he took a stance and declared confidently, "If that is the case, I will handle it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xun smiled and casually hurled the scabbard straight at the coffin like a throwing spear. He calmly watched it fly and thought to himself that once something had grown up, it should learn to be independent. But instead of resisting, the scabbard trembled with excitement as if it had been waiting for this moment. That only made Lu Xun feel even more uneasy. In the blink of an eye, the scabbard pierced through the coffin with a loud explosion. A strange green aura immediately burst out, as though something inside had just been awakened. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes at the hole in the coffin, completely confused. The coffin itself did not seem very durable, but why had the sword tassel insisted on drilling through it? The moment the eerie green aura escaped, the scabbard rushed in and began absorbing it like crazy. Lu Xun was stunned, so it had pierced the coffin just to devour Yin Qi. Watching closely, Lu Xun guessed that the sword tassel was feeding on the yin qi inside the coffin. Its appetite was unbelievably intense. It looked like it was gulping down milk as it greedily swallowed the yin qi without stopping. The longer he watched, the stranger it felt. Could this really be the true key to the hidden quest? Sure enough, the system immediately displayed a notification. Hidden quest activated. Zombie boss. Accept? Lu Xun could not help laughing to himself. Who would have thought the quest that once forced 2 top guilds to cooperate had actually been triggered by him? He almost accepted it without hesitation. But at the last second, cold sweat ran down his back. If he remembered correctly, that zombie was level 39 with terrifying combat power, while he was only level 14. Fighting it now would be pure suicide. Even Lu Xun hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, he accepted the quest anyway. After all, he had crossed into this world. There was no way he would back down from a single. The system immediately confirmed the quest. Objective: defeat the level 39 zombie boss. Reward: 30,000 EXP and 1 blue-grade yin pearl. The moment Lu Xun saw the rewards, his eyes lit up. As expected, blue-grade gear was enough to drive anyone crazy. This quest had become legendary back then for 2 reasons. First, it was so difficult that no single guild could clear it alone. Second, the rewards were simply too valuable. In the early game, even gold gear was incredibly rare, let alone blue-grade equipment. Compared to that treasure, the 30,000 EXP was just a bonus. That was always how Tianchen worked. The better the item reward, the less EXP it gave. According to the rumors, this coffin rested on a yin vein, and the zombie inside relied on its yin qi to nurture the yin pearl. After thinking it through, Lu Xun judged the zombie boss to be an intelligent monster. It was far stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. With his current strength, he had almost no chance of winning. His only hope would be his natal sword qi. He estimated the boss would not fully mature for another 2 or 3 years. Right now, it was probably still asleep while nurturing the yin pearl, unable to wake up yet. Judging from the scabbard's reaction, the disturbance had definitely reached it. After careful consideration, Lu Xun decided to leave the quest alone for a few years. Once he became strong enough, he could come back and finish it. He had always been the type to avoid unnecessary risks before he was fully prepared. Meanwhile, he continued watching the scabbard absorb yin qi like a bottomless pit. The area around the coffin was surely filled with corpse poison, so rushing over to retrieve it would be reckless. The safest plan was to let it eat its fill and return on its own. But seeing how unbelievably excited the scabbard looked, Lu Xun could not shake a strange feeling. Somehow, it almost seemed like the sword tassel was cheating on him with the coffin. His imagination instantly ran wild. In his mind, the natal sword qi cried out in despair, "Darling, do you still remember me?" The coffin smugly replied, "Do not worry. She is completely obsessed with me now. She does not even think about you anymore." The more Lu Xun imagined it, the more he wanted to cover his eyes from the ridiculous scene in his own head. Just as he was entertaining himself, the sky suddenly darkened. Black clouds rolled in and heavy rain poured down. Lu Xun looked up at the sky with growing unease. Rain appearing out of nowhere like this was clearly a bad sign. Then he glanced back at the scabbard and sighed to himself. This thing really had no limit. It had been devouring yin qi for so long and still showed no sign of stopping. But the moment he finished thinking that, the scabbard shot straight back into his hand. Holding the scabbard, Lu Xun fell into deep thought, completely puzzled. He glanced at the silent coffin, and his expression slowly changed. A terrible thought crossed his mind. Had the sword tassel drained the entire yin vein, the scabbard simply trembled proudly in response. Lu Xun nearly lost it. Pointing at the scabbard, he scolded it for sucking every last bit of yin qi away. There was nothing left to nourish the zombie inside. It really was a complete troublemaker. Thunder rumbled across the sky while the coffin below began shaking violently, as if something inside was about to crawl out. The moment Lu Xun saw it, his face turned pale. Only one thought remained in his mind. This was really bad. He knew the seal could no longer hold whatever was inside. His face lost all color as he looked back, while the scabbard kept trembling excitedly as if it was enjoying the show. Over on Mo Guanji's side, he also witnessed the terrifying phenomenon. A bolt of lightning crashed into the ground, and the entire area became icy cold and eerie. Mo Guanji trembled uncontrollably, barely able to stand. He could only panic over whatever was roaring out there and pray for Zidian to come back and save him. Meanwhile, the coffin lid shook even more violently, as though the creature inside was about to burst out at any moment. With no way out, Lu Xun gripped the scabbard tightly and prepared to fight for his life, silently admitting that whatever was awakening had to be unbelievably terrifying. But just then, the scabbard gently rubbed against his hand, as if telling him he had guessed wrong. Lu Xun forced an awkward smile and kept staring at the coffin. At this point, all he could do was face whatever came next. A few seconds later, a pale, wrinkled hand with razor-sharp claws slowly reached out from inside the coffin. The level 29 zombie boss finally revealed itself. Its skin was ghostly white, its eyes glowed blood red, and its fangs and claws looked absolutely terrifying as it stood atop the coffin. The instant Lu Xun saw its face, a chill ran down his spine and sweat poured from his body. He could not understand why this monster looked so unbelievably fierce. Even though panic filled his heart, he forced himself to stay calm. The more dangerous the situation, the more he needed a clear mind. Back then, it had taken 2 guilds using endless waves of players dying over and over again just to bring down this zombie boss. Boss monsters in Tianchen had always been far stronger than ordinary players. Thinking of that only made Lu Xun feel more hopeless. Unlike the players, he did not have countless lives to throw away. If this monster devoured him, even resurrection might not save him. At that moment, the zombie boss suddenly let out a furious roar. A single stomp was enough to make the ground tremble violently. Lu Xun had to cover his ears just to endure the pressure of the roar. As expected of a boss, its killing intent alone made it hard to breathe. Staring at the zombie's twisted, hideous face, Lu Xun's own face grew even paler, while his heart pounded wildly. He tightened his grip on the scabbard, desperately searching for a way out. The gap in strength was far too great. Running was pointless. His only hope was the Natal sword Qi within the little Dao sword. To his surprise, the boss suddenly fixed its gaze on him. Lu Xun could only force an awkward smile and wave politely, like someone trying to stay civilized moments before death. The next instant, the zombie suddenly leaped high into the air, nearly giving him a heart attack. But instead of attacking him, it flew in another direction. That direction happened to be where Mo Guanji was standing. He looked up and froze in horror as something rushed toward him at incredible speed. When the system displayed the boss information, Mo Guanji nearly lost his soul, screaming the moment he realized it was a boss monster. Yet in the very next second, he quickly activated the system's recording function. His curiosity completely overpowered his fear. He kept filming, terrified of missing such a rare scene. The longer he watched the zombie boss through the recording, the more excited he became. A real boss zombie was right in front of him. After circling around for a while, the zombie boss flew back toward Lu Xun, making every nerve in his body tighten. It felt like the monster was about to land and tear him apart. Knowing there was no escape, Lu Xun gripped the scabbard with all his strength. He unleashed his ultimate move without hesitation. His aura erupted as he went all in against the boss, and his sword technique burst forth. Streams of sword chi shot straight into the zombie boss one after another. Seeing that scene, Mo Guanji completely lost it. He shouted in excitement, convinced it was Zidian's sword chi. The spectacle was beyond anything he had imagined. Lu Xun quickly realized that his own sword chi alone was nowhere near enough to defeat a boss like this. Without another thought, he raised the scabbard and shouted, "Now it is your turn. Show them the natal sword chi." If he was going all out, he might as well do it properly. The next instant, an overwhelming force erupted from the scabbard, shaking the very air around it. The sword chi shot forward at incredible speed, heading straight for the zombie boss. Faced with that heavenly strike, the boss did not even have time to react. It could only stand there in shock. In the blink of an eye, almost its entire body was cut away. leaving only the lower half crashing to the ground. Mo Guanji stood nearby with his jaw hanging wide open. His mind went completely blank. All he could do was keep shouting, "Wow," while jumping around in pure excitement. Watching the sword light split the sky apart and scatter the dark clouds left Mo Guanji speechless. The more he thought about it, the more he admired Zidian. One strike to erase a boss was simply unbelievable. Even Lu Xun was stunned by the power of the scabbard. Zombies were famous for having bodies as tough as steel, yet before that attack, they were as fragile as paper. Just then, the boss' lower body landed near Lu Xun, startling him. As he watched the corpse slowly disappear, Lu Xun became even more curious. If only a tiny fraction of the natal sword qi was this terrifying, just how powerful was its true owner? After the battle, the scabbard rubbed against his face like it was asking for praise. Lu Xun gently patted it and said everything was fine now. Whether he liked it or not, he had to admit the natal sword qi was unbelievably powerful. Hearing the compliment, the scabbard became visibly delighted and even seemed a little shy. Lu Xun could only sigh, feeling like he had just witnessed an awkward romance. Outside Qinglang City, a mysterious woman from another race was speaking with her subordinate when she suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful sword qi in the distance. Xiao Hong immediately tried to stop her, saying the aura alone was terrifying enough to make him tremble. But the woman remained perfectly calm. She believed whatever had been there had already been reduced to ashes by that single strike. She wanted to see for herself what kind of expert could unleash such a terrifying attack. Xiao Hong still looked deeply uneasy. Before he could finish speaking, the woman had already dashed it away with great interest, telling him to stay behind if he was afraid. Xiao Hong immediately made a miserable face. Being left alone sounded even scarier, so he hurried after her. Meanwhile, Lu Xun's system announced that the zombie boss quest had been completed, rewarding him with 30,000 EXP. He also received a yin pearl, making him smile in satisfaction. The hidden quest was finally complete. Moments later, the yin pearl emerged from the boss remains, radiating a chilling yin aura. Lu Xun picked it up and began examining it. So this was hidden inside the zombie's body. No wonder it had nearly exploded after all the yin qi was drained. He even lifted the pearl and gave it a sniff. Fortunately, despite coming from a zombie, it did not smell strange at all. Just then, the scabbard started rubbing against his hand again. Lu Xun looked at it in confusion and asked what it wanted now. The constant rubbing was making his hand itch. It was obvious the scabbard was trying to win him over. He held the yin pearl in front of it and asked, "Is this what you want?" The scabbard immediately nodded over and over, looking incredibly eager. Lu Xun rolled his eyes and muttered, "Was an entire yin vein not enough for you? Now you want this too?" The scabbard only turned bashful before rubbing against him even harder. Lu Xun was completely speechless. He raised the yin pearl and proposed a deal. Nod once if you just want to eat it. Nod twice if it actually has another use. The scabbard stared at the pearl as if it could hardly wait. The moment it heard the conditions, it nodded twice without any hesitation. Seeing that response, Lu Xun carefully examined the yin pearl again, wondering what special ability it really possessed. The system quickly displayed its information. It was a low-grade blue spirit treasure that could disrupt an opponent's mind during battle. After reading the description, Lu Xun immediately lost interest, secretly thinking that his own good looks were sometimes more effective than that effect. If it only wanted a snack, he did not mind feeding it this low-grade treasure, since it was nothing worth showing off anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, he brought the yin pearl close to the sheath and asked if it wanted to eat it too. The sheath immediately nodded with excitement. But just as he was about to feed it, a panicked shout suddenly came from behind, telling him to stop. The one who shouted was the foreign demon girl. She was so shocked she could not believe he was about to feed a priceless treasure to the sheath. The moment Lu Xun saw her, he froze. What a small world. At the same time, Xiao Hong hurried over behind her. Xiao Hong recognized him at once from their last meeting. The foreign demon girl suddenly blushed and looked unusually flustered. No matter where he stood, Lu Xun always stood out. Under the sunlight, his face looked even more dazzling. The foreign demon girl stared at him in a daze before blurting out the innocent question of how someone could be that handsome. A few seconds later, she regained her composure and pointed at the yin pearl, scolding him for using such a spirit treasure as food for a sword spirit. Lu Xun only replied that he could do whatever he liked. Lu Xun also found it strange because she seemed unable to recognize him after he removed his hat. The foreign demon girl kept lamenting the waste, saying such a precious spirit treasure should be used for cultivation instead. Lu Xun calmly asked if she was trying to teach him how to do things. At the same time, he wondered if she was only pretending to get close to him. The foreign demon girl remained extremely agitated and stressed that this was a rare low-grade spirit treasure, not worthless junk. Lu Xun calmly stuffed the yin pearl into the sword sheath and smiled, saying low-grade spirit treasures were beneath his notice. Deep down, he thought that if she liked it that much, feeding it to the sheath right in front of her would be even more satisfying. Watching the scene, the foreign demon girl was so heartbroken she almost cried, as if a priceless treasure had just been destroyed. Then she suddenly noticed something even stranger and froze. That sword sheath was no ordinary item. It was actually a mid-grade immortal artifact. Lu Xun only smiled faintly and said it was merely a temporary item he used. After saying that, he quietly felt puzzled. This woman had always been cold and fierce, yet today she was strangely gentle. The foreign demon girl's eyes lit up as if she had found a treasure. She excitedly asked if he owned an entire arsenal. Seeing that expression, Lu Xun suddenly felt uneasy. Her favor toward him shot up, leaving him even more confused. Even if her personality had changed, her obsession with weapons clearly had not. He then calmly asked what any of that had to do with her. The foreign demon girl immediately asked to buy a magic treasure from him, saying she would accept any price. Lu Xun asked if she truly did not care about the cost. The foreign demon girl nodded over and over without hesitation. But at that moment, Lu Xun's tone suddenly turned cold as he brought up how she had once tried to steal his sword. Was this just another approach? Exposed on the spot, the foreign demon girl became extremely embarrassed and started stammering. Just then, Xiao Hong stepped forward and explained that this was the member of the demon sect he had mentioned before. Hearing that, the foreign demon girl immediately blamed Xiao Hong for not telling her sooner. Xiao Hong could only helplessly reply that he never had the chance to speak. Watching their reactions, Lu Xun became even more suspicious. He grew curious about what they were really planning. With that thought, he released his spiritual power and sternly demanded to know their true identities and why they had approached him. The foreign demon girl stammered, unable to answer. Deep down, she had only wanted to meet the owner of that terrifying sword aura. But the moment she thought about that sword aura, she suddenly froze as if she had realized something terrifying. She immediately pointed at Lu Xun with wide eyes and asked in shock if that sword aura had not even been his full strength. Lu Xun calmly replied with a meaningful smile, "Figure it out yourself." As he watched her reaction, Lu Xun found it even stranger. The demon girl before him acted nothing like the one from before, almost as if they were two completely different people. Hitting a sore spot made her grind her teeth in anger. She stared at the sword sheath in Lu Xun's hand with both curiosity and caution. According to her older sister, this man had only been at the early stage before, so how had he become this overwhelmingly powerful already? No matter how she looked at it, he had to be hiding his true strength. Anyone with a mid-grade immortal artifact could not possibly be weak. She needed to get away as fast as possible. Xiao Hong was just as alarmed. A single sword strike had killed that terrifying monster. If this continued, their lord's secret would surely be exposed. The foreign demon girl suddenly stepped closer to Lu Xun and softened her tone, saying she had heard about him from her older sister, but never imagined he would be this terrifying. The moment she mentioned her older sister, Lu Xun immediately realized the one who had tried to steal his sword before was her twin. The foreign demon girl openly admitted they were twin sisters and apologized on her sister's behalf for her rude actions last time. Lu Xun mocked them, saying they really were sisters since both loved eyeing other people's belongings. Even so, something still felt off. Being twins was one thing, but even their clothes were exactly the same. The foreign demon girl lowered her head and explained that they only wanted better weapons and never meant any harm. Xiao Hong also took the chance to apologize and ask to leave. The foreign demon girl quickly agreed, looking like she wanted nothing more than to escape. But Lu Xun directly blocked their path with his spiritual power. His eyes turned cold as he said they were not leaving without his permission. He had already decided to uncover their true identities. Caught off guard, the foreign demon girl forced a smile and cautiously asked what else he wanted. Lu Xun calmly asked when they had first arrived on Tian Chen continent. The foreign demon girl's eyes immediately wavered before she hurriedly claimed that she and her sister had been born there. Lu Xun simply asked, "Really?" That single question threw both Xiao Hong and the foreign demon girl into panic. She quickly insisted she was hiding nothing and asked why he doubted her. Lu Xun slowly stepped closer until they were face to face, then coldly said that based on what he knew, when the foreign race invaded. The foreign demon girl immediately pretended to be innocent and asked what the foreign race even was. But Lu Xun was not fooled at all. He directly told her to stop pretending because she clearly knew what he meant. Hearing that, the foreign demon girl's face turned pale. She was convinced the man before her had to be a supreme expert because he knew their secret. With that thought, she immediately shouted for Xiao Hong to run. Startled, Xiao Hong turned around and fled at once. In the blink of an eye, both of them were sprinting away, as if death itself were chasing them. Lu Xun remained where he was and calmly asked if they really thought they could escape. Then he quietly opened his mouth and unleashed a sword technique. Sword aura instantly tore through the air and struck both the foreign demon girl and Xiao Hong, badly injuring them and making them cry out in pain. Xiao Hong turned back and shouted for his lord to escape while he stayed behind to hold Lu Xun off. After saying that, he charged straight at Lu Xun without caring about his own life. Lu Xun simply raised the sword sheath in response. Then he slammed it straight onto Xiao Hong's head with tremendous force, leaving him no chance to react. Xiao Hong immediately collapsed unconscious. Seeing that, the foreign demon girl cried out his name in panic. She then glared at Lu Xun and angrily complained that he had torn her clothes and knocked Xiao Hong unconscious. Lu Xun kept the same cold expression and simply replied that he had not expected them to be so weak. Furious, the foreign demon girl stormed toward him, only to accidentally kick a small stone. She instantly slipped and crashed face first into the ground, crying out in pain. Lu Xun looked down at her miserable state and revealed a dangerous smile, saying it was her turn now. Even lying on the ground, the foreign demon girl boldly demanded to know what he wanted. If he would not sell his treasures, why scare people like this? Lu Xun crouched in front of her and asked why she had suddenly run away when they had been chatting so nicely. At the same time, he quietly judged that her cultivation had only reached peak primordial realm. Hearing that, the foreign demon girl immediately flared up. She argued that he was only strong because of his immortal artifact, and without it, the outcome would be uncertain. Lu Xun calmly replied that weapons were part of one's strength. Besides, if they really fought barehanded, she might hit the ground even faster. The more she listened, the angrier she became. She immediately rushed at him, shouting for him to face her if he had the courage. Lu Xun only tilted his body slightly to dodge with ease, then mocked her for showing off tricks before a true master, making her finally panic. Furious to the point of trembling, the foreign demon girl ground her teeth, glaring at him as if she wanted to devour him alive. As she jumped up to charge again, she failed to notice Lu Xun was standing on the hem of her robe, and a large piece was ripped away. She still had not realized what had happened and kept pointing at him while shouting threats. But at that moment, her clothes came loose, exposing her body right in front of Lu Xun. The unexpected scene left both of them completely frozen, their minds blank for several seconds. The moment she realized what had happened, the foreign demon girl's face turned bright red as she screamed in embarrassment. Too ashamed to stay any longer, she immediately turned around and tried to flee. But Lu Xun had no intention of letting her escape so easily. He reached out and grabbed the remaining piece of cloth on her. In a stern voice, he told her not to even think about escaping. Unfortunately, he pulled far too hard and tore away the last piece of clothing, leaving the foreign demon girl completely exposed. As if that was not bad enough, she slipped and crashed face first into the ground, with nothing left to cover herself. Lu Xun was stunned as well. His face turned bright red as he stammered that he truly had not meant to do it. The foreign demon girl desperately covered herself, while furiously calling him a shameless pervert and complete scum. The next instant, an incredibly eerie and terrifying aura erupted from her body. A chilling voice echoed word by word. She declared through gritted teeth that she would kill Lu Xun today no matter what. Her killing intent was almost tangible. Seeing this, Lu Xun immediately realized the real problem. That terrifying third realm personality had returned. A blood-red aura wrapped around the foreign demon girl. She coldly declared that even if he belonged to the demon sect, he would still die today. Although Lu Xun kept a calm face, he was genuinely nervous inside. The pressure of a third realm expert was far beyond what he could withstand. His senior brother's sword aura had already been exhausted, and his own sword aura would never threaten her. After thinking it through, he realized he had only one last option. Lu Shun's eyes immediately fell on the piece of clothing still in his hand. At that moment, the foreign demon girl charged straight at him with overwhelming killing intent, eager to tear him apart. Yet Lu Xun remained perfectly calm. He raised the piece of clothing high and shouted that if she kept running around like that and someone else saw her, she would never live it down. Hearing those words, the foreign demon girl froze in midair, her face flushing all the way to her ears. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xun tossed the cloth into the air and asked a deadly question. Did she want to kill him first or protect her dignity first? The moment he finished speaking, he turned around and ran at full speed. The foreign demon girl could only stand there, trembling with rage as she cursed him for being utterly shameless. She pointed in the direction Lu Xun had escaped and swore that sooner or later she would find him and settle the score. While running for his life, Lu Xun felt rather pleased. He thought that if she really dared to storm into the demon sect and kill him in front of everyone, she would truly be fearless. It seemed the Honored One had really returned. Before anyone could ask anything, Lu Xun rushed past Mo Guanji like a gust of wind, leaving behind only a quick message to meet at the inn. Watching him flee as if death were chasing him, Mo Guanji stood there in confusion. He could not understand why someone as powerful as the Honored One would run away like that. Then a bold theory suddenly appeared in his mind. Could this be just like those typical cultivation stories? Following the usual logic, defeating a boss would leave behind an inner core. Since the Honored One had left in such a hurry, he must have gone back to refine the treasure. The more Mo Guanji thought about it, the more convinced he became. Even someone that powerful trained without rest, so a nobody like him had to cling tightly to such a golden opportunity. As long as he followed the right person, leveling up would be easy. While he was still lost in his imagination, he suddenly saw someone rushing toward him at incredible speed. The newcomer was none other than the foreign demon girl. The moment Mark Wonker saw her face, he froze and blushed bright red. Only one thought remained in his head. How could someone possibly be this beautiful? But beneath that enchanting appearance, the foreign demon girl attacked without hesitation. She coldly swept her arm toward his neck before Mark Wonker even realized what was happening. In the blink of an eye, his body was cut apart and collapsed motionless on the ground. The foreign demon girl remained completely calm, as if nothing had happened. She even felt a little better after killing a human. Looking at the blood still on her hand, she clicked her tongue in regret. If she had waited a little longer, she could have forced him to reveal where Lu Xun had escaped. Even so, the foreign demon girl did not dwell on it and simply turned to leave. Her goal was not to start a war with the demon sect. That place was full of hidden experts, and rushing in would only bring trouble. But the moment she recalled Lu Xun's mocking smile, her anger flared up again. This grudge was now deeply etched into her heart. Sooner or later, that bastard would fall into her hands. By then, Mark Wanker's body had already melted into a pile of strange slime. Thanks to the game's revival system, he immediately spent a revival coin. Within seconds, his body was completely restored as if he had never died. Mark Wanker's face turned pale as he tremblingly touched his neck. He still had not recovered from the shock. Damn, I really got my throat cut just now? Thinking back to the foreign demon girl, he felt both fear and curiosity. Could she be a newly spawned boss? How had she survived after facing the Honored One? Just then, the system sounded with a new quest notification. After reading the mission about disposing of the corpse, Mo Guanji nearly jumped in shock. The Honored One had given him another task. But after thinking it over, something felt strange. If a boss was still alive, the Honored One should not be calmly assigning corpse-cleaning missions. A few seconds later, Mark Wanker slapped his thigh as if he had discovered the truth. He got it. Even the Honored One had not noticed that woman. Did that not mean this was an exclusive opportunity meant just for him? Excited, Mo Guanji pulled a shovel out of the system with a smug grin. Lightning in his left hand and a beauty in red by his right side. That was the ultimate dream life. As long as he kept digging up corpses for resources, the day Tianchen continent bowed beneath his feet would not be far away. He even struck a dramatic pose after saying it. But halfway through admiring himself, Mark Wanker suddenly froze as he remembered something important. Right, he had to upload this to the forum immediately. Holding the recording tightly, his eyes lit up as if he had found priceless treasure. Staring at the video, his smile gradually turned sly. Once everyone fell for the Honored One's overwhelming presence, and he was known as the Honored One's closest disciple. Just imagining that future, Mo Guanji drifted into a happy fantasy. Countless beautiful women surrounded him, sweetly calling him Brother Mo, making him blush with delight. While he was still lost in his daydream, Lu Xun safely returned to the inn. As soon as he settled down, he immediately began leveling up. He went from level 4 all the way to level 8, and his aura surged with every breakthrough. After finishing, Lu Xun slowly opened his eyes and silently calculated. Those female zombies had earned him over 30,000 EXP, yet only a few level-ups had nearly used it all. Still, once he reached level 10, he would finally be able to fly on his sword. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. With his unbelievably handsome face, winning over countless girls should not be difficult. He immediately imagined himself soaring through the sky on a flying sword, while countless young women below screamed his name like he was a legendary hero. But in the very next second, a chill ran down his spine. Listening more carefully, those imagined screams sounded more like pigs being slaughtered, instantly giving him goosebumps. Just then, a new system notification appeared. The NPC function had been upgraded, allowing him to grant up to 4,000 EXP to players each day. After reading it, Lu Xun fell into thought. If he gave all that EXP to Mo Guanji, that guy would level up like a rocket. But after thinking it through, he had no intention of holding back such a useful tool. The stronger his subordinate became, the greater the benefits he would bring. He decided to check the forums while he was at it. As he logged in, Lu Xun quietly reflected that with revival coins, it did not matter how many times Mo Guanji died. The important thing was promoting his image properly. The moment he opened the forum, countless sensational headlines flooded the screen. Titles like "What did Dian do to the Zombie Queen?" made it obvious the forum had become complete chaos. Lu Xun immediately grew curious. He wanted to see what kind of image people had turned him into. The comments under the video flew by so quickly they were hard to read. Some shouted that he was unbelievably strong, others cried out for their husband to notice them, and some openly declared they wanted to devote themselves to Zidian. The chat was pure chaos. Seeing the explosive reaction from the community, Lu Xun simply nodded. At least this face was still an incredibly powerful weapon. His topic kept climbing the trending rankings, and at this rate, sword cultivators would soon become one of the most crowded classes in the game. But Lu Xun was still a little curious. Faced with so much temptation, could Mo Guanji really stay loyal? With that thought, he opened the profile for Zidian, the sword boy. Without hesitation, he went straight to his disciple's profile page. The moment he saw the follower count, even Lu Xun's eyes widened. In such a short time, Mo Guanji had already gained more than 8,000 followers. Lu Xun immediately pictured countless major factions trying to recruit him. Anyone who could get close to Zidian would surely gain endless wealth and beautiful women. The more he imagined it, the more Lu Xun felt like a true superstar. Just standing beside him was enough to become famous. It seemed Mo Guanji's real test against temptation had only just begun. Elsewhere, the sound of a shovel digging echoed steadily through the quiet surroundings. Mo Guanji was hard at work digging away, looking exactly like an exhausted workhorse. Suddenly, the system began flooding him with private message notifications. From sweet little girl to lonely young wife, every kind of username kept popping up. The messages poured in like a non-stop barrage, making Mo Guanji clutch his head in despair. He had only uploaded Dian's video, yet his inbox was already exploding with spam. Unable to take it anymore, he disabled all private messages and flopped onto the ground like a fish out of water. Only one thought remained in his mind. Time was precious, so who had time to reply to messages? All Mo Guanji truly wanted was to keep serving Zidian as his loyal follower. Right now, he looked exactly like an incurably faithful puppy. Meanwhile, back at the inn, while Lili and Murongyan were away, Lu Xun straightened his clothes and prepared to head out. He planned to stop by the Demon Sect trial dungeon in Qinglang City. What interested him most was whether the turtle breath beast could now be summoned outside. If it could, that would basically mean exploiting a legal system loophole over and over again. On the way, the giant turtles immediately dropped to their knees the moment they saw him, as though welcoming a great figure. The sight left Lu Xun completely speechless. He truly could not understand why these turtles insisted on bowing every time they saw him. After thinking it over, a look of disgust slowly appeared on his face. Did they actually see him as the supreme leader of all turtles? The instant that thought appeared, Lu Xun threw it out of his mind. He quickly turned into a narrow alley, refusing to think about it any longer. His expression looked awful, as if he had swallowed something disgusting. Becoming the leader of those turtles? Just thinking about it sounded absurd. A while later, Lu Xun stopped before a large ancient well sealed with countless talismans. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He had finally found it. The ancient pit before him was actually the place where the demon sect of Qinglang City tested the turtle breath beast. At first glance, it looked completely ordinary, with only a few scattered talismans around the edge. Lu Xun looked down into the endless black abyss and immediately thought of the trial zones he knew from before. As long as he could enter once, he was sure to return loaded with EXP and valuable loot. It sounded tempting, but he still stood there with one hand on his chin, unable to decide whether to enter. Reality quickly poured cold water on his excitement. After checking the trial monument, the system displayed a cost of 19,999 points. The moment he saw it, Lu Xun nearly exploded with rage. Nearly 20,000 just to enter once? That was daylight robbery. What kind of middle-of-nowhere place charged fees this outrageous? After calming down a little, he stared at the abyss with hopeful eyes, secretly wondering if his NPC status might give him special privileges. Thinking that, he immediately sprinted toward the pit and leaped forward, hoping this time he might get in for free. He was so excited that he even removed his hat, grinning from ear to ear as he jumped, as if he were about to claim a huge reward. But the instant he reached it, an invisible barrier sprang up and blocked him. Lu Xun slammed headfirst into the barrier with a loud thud, bounced backward, and let out a painful scream. He landed in a completely undignified pose, with his backside sticking into the air, while his whole body trembled from the impact. At that moment, the system displayed a message, "Area not yet available. Please leave." Lu Xun lay sprawled on the ground with a huge bump on his forehead and blood streaming from his nose. He could only sigh bitterly. So it really was not open yet. He had actually thought he just did not qualify for special treatment. But his usual confidence quickly returned. He muttered that if it had not opened yet, then there was still a chance to claim that special privilege. Lu Xun brushed the dust off, climbed out of the pit, and instantly returned to his calm and composed demeanor as if nothing had happened. He even declared that the next time he came back, he would definitely get in. After saying that, he casually picked up the hat lying on the ground. He figured that since he could not enter anyway, he might as well head back to the inn for something to eat. He put his hat back on and walked away with his usual cool expression. On the way back, Lu Xun happened to run into Xiao Nian and Ren Bao. The moment he saw them, he immediately recognized the familiar pair. Ren Bao was happily hugging Xiao Nian's arm, while Xiao Nian kept a cold face and reminded her that she was only her master. Before Xiao Nian could finish speaking, Ren Bao switched straight into full charm mode, blinking pitifully as she begged for a candied hawthorn skewer. Even Xiao Nian looked completely baffled by her spoiled behavior. Even after being ignored, Ren Bao refused to give up and kept pestering her until even the candy vendor could not stand it anymore. In the end, the vendor forced an awkward smile and suggested that Xiao Nian just buy one skewer to settle the matter. The instant she heard that, Xiao Nian's face darkened, an icy sword aura surged around her. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp sword lights shot outward. The poor candy stall was instantly torn apart as if a storm had swept through it. The owner dodged in panic while crying out for mercy. Xiao Nian coldly turned and walked away, reminding him to pay attention to people's ages before speaking carelessly, especially when talking to women. Meanwhile, Ren Bao happily held her candied hawthorn as if nothing had happened. Watching everything from the sidelines, Lu Xun could not help clicking his tongue. The relationship between those two was developing surprisingly fast. Ren Bao then held the candied hawthorn in front of Xiao Nian with a bright smile and asked her master to try a bite. Xiao Nian answered without hesitation, no. But Ren Bao was not about to give up. She directly stuffed the candy into Xiao Nian's mouth. After doing that, Ren Bao blushed, turned her face away, and quietly asked if the candied hawthorn tasted better after touching her lips. That question instantly sent Xiao Nian's anger through the roof. Her face became frighteningly cold, her eyes as sharp as blades, as she called out Ren Bao's name through gritted teeth. Right after that shout, Ren Bao was launched straight into the sky as usual. Instead of being scared, she happily enjoyed it, laughing that her master had sent her flying through the clouds again. Lu Xun watched Ren Bao disappear into the horizon with a head full of questions. This girl was somehow even more carefree than he was. Then a horrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind, sending chills down his spine. Just imagining Xiao Nian frantically wondering what to do if her female disciple really had feelings for her was enough to tell him how tangled her thoughts must be. The backyard of the inn echoed with the constant sound of clashing weapons. From a distance, Li could be heard gasping as she was completely overwhelmed. With nothing but a tiny needle in her hand, Merongyan had locked down Li's massive blade. Even Lu Xun stopped in surprise. While sparring, Merongyan seriously explained that even a small weapon had its own strengths, so people should not always chase after the biggest ones. Hearing that, Lu Xun immediately blushed because his mind wandered somewhere completely different. He quickly forced himself to calm down and walked over as if nothing had happened. The two girls immediately bowed respectfully and greeted their little grand martial uncle. Merongyan smiled on the outside, but inside she was breaking into a cold sweat. She could only hope Lu Xun had not heard what she had just said and comforted herself that he surely had not. Lu Xun cleared his throat a few times to regain his composure, then seriously said their training was good, learning from each other was always beneficial, and now it was time to take a break and eat. Both girls immediately answered in unison. Hearing that, Merongyan secretly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed her little grand martial uncle really was an innocent young man who had completely missed the hidden meaning behind her words. But at that very moment, Li suddenly asked a serious question that froze the atmosphere. If her senior sister practiced swordsmanship with the needle during the day, did she keep using the same needle at night? Merongyan turned pale and quickly covered Li's mouth, while Lu Xun stood frozen like a statue. Merongyan could only force an awkward smile and hurriedly explain that she was not that kind of person. She was a proper cultivator who could handle loneliness just fine, and Li should stop thinking in strange directions. Yet Li kept an utterly serious expression and replied that they were still far too weak. Daytime training alone was not enough, they also had to keep cultivating hard at night. That without working hard, she would never be able to surpass their little grand martial uncle. As she spoke, she stared straight at Lu Xun. Merongyan was left speechless, while Lu Xun nearly jumped at the wildly misleading remark. He forced himself to stay calm and slowly reminded them that enthusiasm was good, but proper rest was just as important. Inside, he quietly broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he had not said anything careless earlier, or he would have dug his own grave. After regaining his dignified composure, Lu Xun called both girls over for dinner. Merongyan and Li obediently followed. Even so, Li's eyes remained fixed on his back. Only one thought filled her mind. Lu Xun had become even stronger if she did not work even harder. Then how could she ever hope to suppress him? Inside the dining hall, the waiter had already prepared a table full of steaming dishes and warmly invited everyone to eat. The moment Merongyan and Li saw the stir-fried peas, their eyes lit up as if they had found treasure. They happily exclaimed that their favorite dish had finally arrived. Seeing their reaction, Lu Xun could only sigh inwardly. Their tastes were surprisingly simple. With that, he casually picked up his chopsticks and began eating. But the taste of the food unexpectedly brought old memories flooding back. In that memory, the younger Lu Xun happily placed peas into his little sister's bowl and gently urged her to eat more. His little sister smiled with pure happiness and sweetly thanked her older brother. Thinking of that made Lu Xun's heart ache even more. This had always been his sister's favorite dish. Across two different timelines, both versions of himself had said the very same words, "Eat a little more." Outside the courtyard, a small figure in tattered clothes walked by while carrying a plate of food. The little girl was breathing heavily from exhaustion, yet she still gritted her teeth and kept working. Seeing her, Merongyan could not help feeling sorry for her. She even said the girl was so thin that she wanted to give her some of her own flesh. Li nodded in agreement. Lu Xun looked carefully at the little figure, and his expression grew serious. He had finally recognized who she was. No wonder the demon sect had never been able to find her. Just then, the waiter suddenly shouted at the little girl, telling her to get away and stop disturbing the immortal masters. If she angered them, someone like her could never bear the consequences. The frightened girl immediately panicked. Trembling from the scolding, she only dared to secretly glance upward once. But the instant she saw Lu Xun's face, she froze in place. His appearance was so beautiful that she could hardly believe someone like him truly existed. Only one thought remained in her mind: he is so beautiful. She stared absent-mindedly for so long that she accidentally dropped the plate, sending the food crashing onto the ground. The waiter's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly knelt before Lu Xun and repeatedly begged for forgiveness, insisting the little girl had not done it on purpose. Then he immediately shouted at her to kneel and apologize. Terrified by the yelling, the little girl turned deathly pale. Her whole body trembled as she dropped to her knees, unable to make more than frightened, incoherent sounds. But Lu Xun gently lifted her up with spiritual power, refusing to let her kneel any longer. His voice remained calm as he said she had done nothing wrong. He then called the little girl over and asked the waiter to step outside first. Hearing that only made the waiter even more nervous. Even though he was sweating with anxiety, he did not dare disobey and could only repeatedly agree. Deep down, he believed Lu Xun was an important figure in the demon sect and probably would not trouble a little girl, yet he still could not stop worrying. Seeing the waiter's helpless expression, the little girl became even more frightened and called after him. The waiter lowered his head once more and pleaded that the girl was both mute and simple-minded, with an extremely timid personality. If she had done anything wrong, he begged the immortal master to forgive her. In response to his concern, Lu Xun slowly replied that there was no need to worry, because this little girl possessed an immortal destiny. Hearing those words, the waiter finally relaxed. His face brightened as he repeatedly thanked Lu Xun. Before leaving, he reminded the little girl that since the immortal master had said she possessed an immortal destiny, she had to treasure this opportunity. But the moment the waiter left, the little girl's body curled up instinctively. Without anyone to protect her, she felt even more uneasy. Her eyes reddened as tears welled up. All she could think about was her family. Just then, Lu Xun's voice broke the silence, making her flinch. He gently asked if she had eaten lunch yet. The little girl immediately shook her head over and over. Seeing that, Lu Xun softly invited her to sit down and eat with them. Hearing that, the little girl cautiously walked over to the table. The moment she sat down, Lu Xun's system displayed her information. Her name was Lin Chan. The instant he saw that name, he knew she was the one he had been searching for all this time, the child who carried the world's future hope. Lili warmly placed food into Lin Chan's bowl and happily recommended the braised fish. Yan quickly joined in as well. Faced with such kindness, Lin Chan quietly lowered her head and secretly wiped her hands clean on her clothes. Only then did she carefully begin eating small bites. Watching her, Lu Xun could not help feeling a pang of sadness. Every cautious movement she made was filled with the fear of troubling others. The sight reminded him of the difficult days he and his younger sister had endured after their parents passed away. While Lin Chan quietly ate, Lili curiously asked Yan why the little girl was not serving herself any food. Yan sighed softly and explained that there was already a huge gap between ordinary people and cultivators, and Lin Chan happened to be especially timid and insecure. For someone like her, simply sitting at the same table with cultivators was already overwhelming, let alone reaching for food herself. Hearing that, Li's eyes turned red as she quietly admitted she had come to understand that feeling after losing her own parents. Just then, Lu Xun suddenly cleared his throat, making Lin Chan shrink back in fright. She immediately put down her bowl with an anxious expression, unable to understand what she had done wrong. But Lu Xun simply smiled, placed a piece of fish into her bowl, and gently told her to give it a try. Even so, Lin Chan remained so nervous that she did not dare pick up her chopsticks. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Xun enthusiastically kept adding more food until her bowl was piled high. Smiling, he urged her to eat more because she was far too thin, insisting she had to eat her fill today. His overwhelming kindness left Lin Chan completely stunned. Before long, her rice bowl had become a small mountain of food. Lu Xun confidently told her not to worry and just enjoy it. Watching the scene, Lili and Yan could only smile. Lin Chan stared blankly at the overflowing bowl in front of her. Lili and Yan also cheerfully encouraged her to eat more, saying bigger bites tasted even better. Surrounded by such genuine warmth, Lin Chan's eyes turned red as tears quietly rolled down her cheeks. She carefully lifted her bowl and slowly began eating one bite after another. Before long, Lu Xun, Lili, and Yan had all finished their meal. Seeing everyone done eating, Lin Chan immediately stood up to clean the table. Lili quickly got up to help, but Lu Xun gently stopped her and said it would be better to let Lin Chan do it herself, because stepping in would only make the girl feel even more awkward. After hearing his explanation, Lili obediently sat back down. Just then, the sword sheath beside Lu Xun suddenly trembled and slowly drifted toward Lin Chan. It even rubbed affectionately against her as if greeting an old friend vine, leaving Lin Chan completely confused. Seeing that, Lu Xun calmly told it to stop fooling around, and the sword sheath obediently floated back. But Lu Xun already understood everything. Even the sword sheath had recognized that the true owner of the innate sword embryo was Lin Chan, not him. A talent like that could never be borrowed from someone else. The little girl before him was a once-a-thousand-years sword genius. In the future, she might even surpass Xiao Nian. Thinking of her incredible talent, Lu Xun felt it would be an enormous waste not to accept her as his disciple. Seeing Lu Xun staring at her, Lin Chan became uneasy and timidly asked if the immortal master had any further instructions. Lu Xun then spoke directly. He said he had seen her immortal destiny and wished to accept her as his disciple. Would she be willing? Hearing those words, Lin Chan froze completely. She could not believe such an opportunity had fallen into her hands. Deep inside, she kept asking herself whether someone like her truly possessed an immortal destiny. Lu Xun calmly lifted his cup and asked again, "Your name is Lin Chan, correct?" The little girl quietly answered yes and obediently nodded. Lu Xun then slowly asked if she knew about cicadas. Those cicadas spent many years living beneath the earth. Just as he spoke, the sound of summer cicadas echoed outside beneath the blazing sun. Lin Chan stood silently, listening to every word. Holding his warm cup, Lu Xun calmly continued. No matter how long they waited underground, once they emerged, they became the brightest sound of summer. Hearing that, Lin Chan widened her eyes in shock. A mix of hope and emotion filled her heart. Could someone as ordinary as her really have a chance to shine one day? Lu Xun took a sip of tea and calmly said that if she had no objections, he would take it as her accepting him as her master. Lin Chan only gave a quiet reply. He then added that she would be his very first disciple. She had been bringing him meals these past few days, and when the time was right, he would take her back to the demon sect. As for his true identity, she would learn it herself someday. After saying that, Lin Chan picked up the bowls and turned to leave. Watching her small figure walk away, Lu Xun could not help feeling a little worried. Maybe she was still too stunned to process everything. As she carried the dishes away, Lu Xun's words about the cicadas living underground before finally shining in summer kept echoing in Lin Chan's mind. The thought of finally having a master moved her so much that she almost cried. All she could think about was calling for her grandfather. Back inside the room, Li Li's face turned dark. She stared at Lu Xun with obvious resentment, making him feel a chill down his spine. It really felt like someone was jealous. Li Li puffed out her cheeks and asked if he had really accepted a disciple, when all she wanted was to become his sword attendant. The moment she mentioned that title, Merongyan instantly got curious and asked what a sword attendant was. Lu Xun nearly broke into a cold sweat. He could only force a smile and pat Li Li on the head, telling her to focus on her cultivation. Once she became an inner sect disciple, he would personally come to congratulate her. Hearing that, Li Li's eyes lit up as she quickly asked if he really meant it. Lu Xun calmly assured her not to worry. If he failed to show up that day, she could punish him by making him copy his punishment 5 times. That single promise instantly cheered Li Li up. Meanwhile, Merongyan still refused to let it go, and kept asking what a sword attendant really was. Seeing the situation, Lu Xun could only sigh inwardly. Her obsession with him was clearly getting worse. The moment he imagined Li Li becoming famous, and proudly telling everyone that her greatest motivation was her obsession with her little grand martial uncle, Lu Xun completely froze. The more he imagined it, the more terrifying it became. Right then, the system suddenly announced that he had gained another core disciple. Lu Xun immediately opened the interface to check the details. The system quickly displayed the new information. The master-disciple bond was officially confirmed. Lin Chan had become a core disciple, while Mo Guanji remained a sword attendant. His recruitment quota had also increased to 8 out of 10. Looking at the screen, Lu Xun finally accepted that Lin Chan was now truly his disciple. After that, he stood up and told everyone to head back and get some rest. While Li Li and Merongyan were still watching him leave, Lu Xun felt mixed emotions inside. Ever since arriving in this world, he had unknowingly formed far too many bonds. Back in his room, Lu Xun sat cross-legged on the bed and coldly ordered the system to open the Sword Nourishing Art interface. In an instant, the skill information appeared before him. It was currently level 1 and could be upgraded for 10,000 experience points, increasing critical damage by 200%. Lu Xun frowned. He had expected the upgrade to be expensive, but he never thought reaching level 2 would cost that much. Right now, he only had a little over 10,000 experience points. After thinking for a while, he tapped the interface and muttered that saving the experience would not be enough for a breakthrough anyway. He might as well spend it on improving his combat strength instead. The system immediately updated the skill. After the upgrade, the critical damage bonus increased to 300%. Lu Xun happily tested his sword aura and nodded in satisfaction. The skill might not look flashy, but its power was truly terrifying. But the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly paused. Something about what he had just said felt strangely off, and the more he thought about it, the weirder it sounded. Lu Xun quickly pushed those random thoughts aside, his eyes filled with determination. He had only mastered 1% of his senior brother's sword technique. He needed to earn far more experience. Sooner or later, this skill would become even stronger. After that, he lazily flopped onto the bed and suddenly remembered that Mo Guanji still had not finished his mission. It looked like that guy had sneaked off to slack around again. Meanwhile, Mo Guanji was locked in a tense standoff with a half-corpse, gripping nothing but a shovel. He pointed the shovel straight at the monster and angrily demanded to know why it still refused to die. After yelling, he charged in with a flushed face. The half-corpse roared back and rushed forward without hesitation. The outcome was obvious. Moments later, Mo Guanji was flattened into the ground, cough of foam from the mouth with severe injuries. The system coldly announced his death, while the half-corpse proudly admired its victory. After crushing its opponent, the half-corpse let out a triumphant roar, shook its fat belly, and turned to leave. But Mo Guanji instantly paid to revive on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he was fully restored, still holding his shovel. He charged again and shouted that he was not dead yet. Even the half-corpse stared in disbelief. But the surprise did not last long. The monster casually slammed a heavy blow straight into Mo Guanji's face. The familiar ending returned. The system displayed another death notification. Lying there in despair, Mo Guanji still convinced himself that if someone as powerful as him got serious, the consequences would be terrifying. Meanwhile, the half-corpse enjoyed another delicious meal and happily wandered off, burping in satisfaction. Refusing to give up, Mo Guanji spent more money to revive once again. The moment his spiritual power returned, he boldly declared that today he would settle the score with that monster. He charged forward once more, panting as he swore that if he failed to kill the monster, he would no longer deserve to be called human. By now, the half-corpse's belly was completely swollen from overeating. It happily burped as it strolled away, leaving Mo Guanji behind, so furious he nearly coughed up blood. All that remained at the scene was a lonely white skeleton, as the system displayed another notification that one revival had been consumed. A moment later, the skeleton transformed back into Mo Guanji. He placed his hands on his hips and sneered confidently, convinced the half-corpse had run away because it feared him. The more he talked, the bolder he became. He even threatened that if the monster dared to come back, it would be finished. As he kept bragging, his lies practically grew longer by the second. Even so, Mo Guanji felt incredibly proud, believing he had discovered the ultimate strategy for dealing with monsters. He even named his reckless revive-and-fight style the Mo Victory Method. Thinking about it made him even prouder as he praised himself for being worthy of the hall before happily skipping away. Back at the small inn, everything remained as peaceful as usual. While carefully wiping the tables and chairs, Lin Chan still could not shake the unreal feeling that becoming the immortal master's disciple had all been a dream. Looking at her small, calloused hands, she found it even harder to believe. What could someone as insignificant as her possibly have that caught the immortal master's attention? Right then, a shiny bald head suddenly appeared in front of her. The newcomer was none other than Liu Huangchu, who casually knocked her on the head. The moment he stepped into the inn, he froze in place and let out a shocked gasp. When Liu Huangchu saw Lin Chan's name tag, his eyes nearly popped out. Only one thought remained in his mind. A green NPC? Every NPC around him was gray, and he had not even found a single yellow one. Yet now a green NPC had appeared. It was obvious she was hiding a huge opportunity. His eyes immediately lit up like he had struck buried treasure. This time he had truly hit the jackpot. Without another word, he rushed over, snatched the cleaning cloth from Lin Chan's hand, and loudly stopped her from working. Lin Chan was completely confused by the strange bald man and had no idea what he was trying to do. Liu Huangchu happily wiped the tables for her while grinning from ear to ear. He even declared that he could handle all the hard work, saying 100 tables would be no problem. Lin Chan stood there completely stunned. Before she could understand what was happening, The waiter arrived with two burly men and coldly demanded to know why he was harassing the inn's staff. Just moments ago, Liu Huangchu had been full of confidence, but the instant he met the fierce eyes of the enforcers, he immediately shrank back, drenched in sweat as he desperately tried to explain. Unfortunately, he did not even finish his sentence before they threw him straight out the front door without mercy. The powerful throw made him yelp in pain. His hat was crooked, and his face was still full of confusion over what had just happened. Right then, Liu Huangchu landed with a loud thud right in front of Mo Guanji, leaving him equally confused. There was even a clear boot print on his backside. The pain brought tears to his eyes as he kept complaining about how unbelievably real everything felt. Mo Guanji paid him no attention and calmly walked inside. Seeing that, Liu Huangchu smiled to himself, convinced the guy would be thrown out just like he was. But after waiting for a long time without seeing anything happen, he grew confused. Why had that guy been inside for so long without getting kicked out? After thinking for a while, he remembered the other players. ID was Mo Guanji. The name sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen it. Meanwhile, Mo Guanji was just as shocked when he saw Lin Chan's name. Only 2 days ago, she had been a gray NPC, and now she had become a green NPC. He quickly pushed the thought aside and decided to turn in his quest first. Inside the room, after hearing the report, Lu Xin simply sat on the bed and calmly said that he had done well. He then completed the quest through the system, and Mo Guanji happily received 500 experience points. After collecting the reward, he immediately asked if there were any more quests available. Lu Xin replied that there were none for now and told him to leave, but then he suddenly remembered something. He explained that he had just accepted a new disciple named Lin Chan. Since she also served as his sword attendant, she was technically Mo Guanji's martial aunt. Mo Guanji was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. That green NPC had become one simply because Lu Xin casually accepted her as a disciple. That was truly on another level. Before he could let his imagination run any further, Lu Xin lost his patience and used spiritual energy to throw him straight outside. Lu Xin secretly felt annoyed. The kid refused to leave. Was he planning to stay for a free meal? After all, this was supposed to be a private dinner with his disciple Lin Chan. By then, the sun had begun to set, and the last rays of daylight slowly faded away. Lu Xin and the others gathered around the dinner table, and he smiled gently as he invited everyone to eat. Lin Chan, however, still held her bowl tightly, quietly believing she should wait until everyone finished before touching the leftovers. Lu Xin would never let her go hungry. He immediately filled her bowl with meat and vegetables, reminding her to eat a balanced meal so she would stay healthy. It was obvious he did not want his disciple to go hungry. Being cared for so warmly made Lin Chan's nose sting with emotion. She could not stop feeling grateful. Her master truly treated her well. Ever since her grandfather passed away, no one had ever made her feel such warmth again. Those memories from the past came flooding back. Ever since she was little, her body had been plagued by severe cold energy. By the age of 5, Lin Chan was already frail and sickly, curled up inside a rundown house patched together from countless repairs. Her breathing was weak, her face burned with a high fever, and only one desperate thought remained in her mind. Was she really going to die? At that time, a Taoist glanced at old Lin and slowly said that the situation was critical. The little girl's soul had already begun to scatter. Hearing those words, old Lin panicked and hurriedly asked how to save her, saying she was his only granddaughter. The Taoist stretched out his hand with a knowing smile and said that saving her was not difficult. It all depended on how sincere he was. Without any hesitation, old Lin reached into his clothes and took out something he had carefully hidden away. His trembling voice pleaded that as long as Xiao Chan could be saved, he would do anything. He carefully unfolded a small cloth bundle. Inside were only a few small pieces of silver. Old Lin cautiously offered them to the Taoist and quietly asked if it was enough. The Taoist immediately showed his contempt at the pitiful amount of money. His face darkened as he spat out a harsh remark. Even so, he casually pocketed the silver before pretending to be generous. He claimed he would help out of respect for old Lin's sincerity, then instructed him to walk backward exactly 7,000 steps starting from outside the house, with not a single step more or less. He also ordered old Lin to keep calling Lin Chan's name for 7 straight days while walking. Only then could her life be saved. Without hesitation, old Lin obeyed, walking backward through the blinding snowstorm while calling out, "Chainer." In Lin Chan's memories, her grandfather truly walked all 7,000 steps. Frost covered his hair His face was nearly frozen solid, and his voice had turned completely hoarse, yet he still gritted his teeth and continued. His body had gone pale from the cold, and his forehead burned with an unnatural fever, yet old Lin kept calling his granddaughter's name again and again. After a long struggle, Flynn Chan finally woke up. Old Lin cried tears of joy as he tightly held her hand and kept saying that waking up was all that mattered. Later, the neighbors told her that he had fallen many times during those 7,000 steps, leaving his entire body covered in injuries. To Lin Chan, her grandfather was the only person in the world who had ever truly loved her. But a few months ago, old Lin fell gravely ill. He lay unconscious with a burning fever, coughing non-stop. Lin Chan wanted to save him the same way he had once saved her, but fate was cruel because she was mute. Just like her grandfather had done years ago, Lin Chan walked backwards step by step, trying to call his name, yet not a single sound could leave her lips. She believed that because she was a useless mute, her grandfather's soul could never hear her. In the end, she could only scream in despair inside her heart. She kept walking, but old Lin never woke up again. No matter how hard she tried, nothing changed. Only her tears continued to fall. Back in the present, those painful memories made Lin Chan burst into tears. Deep inside, she told her grandfather that she had finally met another truly kind person, so he no longer needed to worry about her. Seeing her like that, Lu Xin felt a deep ache in his heart. She reminded him so much of himself. Both of them had been alone in this vast world, but from now on, things would be different. With that thought, he gently asked Lin Shu Chan if she knew how to write. She quickly nodded. She remembered that when she was little, a scholar had once stayed at her home, and that was how she had secretly learned a little reading and writing. Lu Xin opened his palm and softly said that knowing how to write was enough. If she ever wanted to tell her master something, she could simply write it down. If there was no paper or brush, she could write directly on his hand. Hearing those words, Lin Chan froze. She was so moved that her mind went completely blank, and her lips parted without realizing it. Trembling slightly, she slowly reached out and placed her small hand against Lu Xin's open palm. Lu Xin smiled warmly and told her to write whatever she wanted. They were master and disciple now, and one day he would even rely on her to take care of him in his old age, so there was no need to be shy. Those words overwhelmed Lin Chan once again. She slowly traced 2 words across his palm, Master. Lu Xin immediately smiled with satisfaction and happily answered her. He then asked Li Li and Murong Yan to take his new disciple shopping for some new clothes after dinner, adding that he would pay for everything. They both agreed without hesitation. The moment she heard they were buying clothes, Lin Chan instinctively reached into her robe for her money. She had managed to save a little because her former employer had always paid her fairly. But Lu Xin gently pressed her hand down and refused to let her spend a single coin. He deliberately put on a serious face and said that he had already told her he would pay. Was she really planning to disobey her master right after becoming his disciple? Hearing that, Lin Chan obediently tucked her money pouch back into her robe. A little later, Lu Xin stood up and proudly declared that from this day forward, Lin Chan was officially a disciple of the demon sect. She immediately bowed with complete sincerity and formally acknowledged him as her master. Lu Xin then asked Murong Yan to examine his disciple's cultivation talent. She simply nodded and got to work. Murong Yan placed her hand on Lin Chan's forehead, and radiant light immediately spread around them. Only a few seconds later, glowing rings representing her cultivation aptitude appeared before everyone's eyes. As soon as Murong Yan finished counting, she was completely stunned. There were 9 rings. Even Li Li was shocked. She excitedly exclaimed that Lin Chan's talent was even higher than her own. Lu Xin really had an incredible eye for people. While everyone else discussed it excitedly, Lin Chan simply looked around in confusion. She had no idea what those 9 rings actually meant. Lu Xin handed her a cultivation manual and explained that it was his gift for her training. It even contained detailed notes from her martial uncle, so studying it carefully would help her greatly. The moment Lili saw the manual, she suddenly froze and hurriedly searched herself with a blank expression. That book looked far too familiar. Lin Chan carefully held the cultivation manual like a priceless treasure, silently thanking her master. She only hoped that after cultivating, she could finally cure her strange illness. Meanwhile, behind her, Li Li angrily chased after Lu Xin, demanding justice, because he had originally promised that book to her. At that moment, Lin Chan's face was filled with a rare look of pure happiness and contentment. Watching the other 2 bicker so noisily, she could not help but smile. If her muteness could truly be cured, then perhaps she could stay by her master's side and care for him for the rest of her life. Li nearly went crazy. She kept punching Lu Xin while loudly complaining that he had clearly promised to give the manual to her. Right then, Lucien suddenly flashed a sly grin. It looked like he had already figured out how to deal with her. He suddenly took Li's hand and casually teased her, saying that the real person was standing right in front of her, so why would she need those lifeless items? The unexpected move left Li completely frozen. Her face turned bright red, and she could barely get a sentence out. Before she could recover, Lu Xin leaned close and quietly asked her to teach Lin Chan the sword technique so he could test her comprehension. Li immediately agreed without a second thought, as if she had been completely charmed. Seeing how obedient she became, Lu Xin secretly felt quite pleased. He even wondered if this was the true power of good looks. Still, he had to admit that Li's shy expression just now was surprisingly adorable. Even thinking about it made his face feel a little warm. Just then, a wooden practice sword suddenly swung into view. It turned out Li was demonstrating for Lin Chan. She explained that this sword art was passed down through the Li family. It could not compare to immortal techniques, but it was more than enough for self-defense. Lin Chan nodded attentively. Li immediately began demonstrating the sword form with swift and precise movements, reminding Lin Chan to watch every move carefully. Even Lu Xin was stunned by the performance. He had never noticed it before, but her swordsmanship looked as elegant as a scene from a movie. After finishing one full demonstration, Li turned to Lin Chan and asked if she wanted to see it one more time. Lin Chan stood there looking slightly dazed, only vaguely understanding what she had seen. A moment later, she crouched down and wrote on the ground that she wanted to try it herself first. Hearing that, Li quickly warned her that although this was not some legendary sword art, it was still difficult to master. Even a genius like her had needed 3 whole days to learn it. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Chan had already begun copying the movements, leaving Li frozen in shock. After seeing it only once, Lin Chan recreated the entire Li family sword art with almost perfect accuracy. Her comprehension was simply monstrous. Watching the scene, Li was left completely speechless. Merongyan sat nearby, casually chewing on vegetables as she explained that someone with 9 rings of comprehension belonged among the greatest talents in the world. Learning ordinary martial arts this quickly was perfectly normal. She also admitted that she had always admired Li's cultivation speed. Hearing that, Li's eyes immediately sparkled. She happily asked if senior sister truly admired her, and Merongyan nodded without hesitation. After finishing one round of practice, Lin Chan was breathing heavily from exhaustion. She quietly worried that she must have made mistakes somewhere. But Lu Xin walked over with a proud smile and declared that she learned incredibly fast and possessed amazing comprehension. She truly deserved to be his core disciple. Lin Chan blushed deeply at the praise. Lu Xin gently patted her head and softly reminded her to eat more from now on. A healthy body was the most important foundation for everything else. Those strange words left Li, Lin Chan, and Merongyan staring at him in complete confusion, with no idea what he meant. Seeing everyone look at him like he was some strange creature, Lu Xin could only laugh awkwardly, before quickly changing the subject. He told them to hurry up and take Lin Chan shopping before the night market closed. After everyone left, Lu Xin quietly watched them from behind with thoughtful eyes. Lin Chan possessed an innate sword embryo, terrifying comprehension, and could master sword techniques after seeing them only once. If he devoted himself to training her, her future would be beyond imagination. Someday, she might accomplish what even his own master never could. Thinking about that filled Lu Xin with determination. Before long, night had completely fallen. The moon hung high above, surrounded by countless stars. On the second floor, Lu Xin stood alone in the quiet night. His hands rested behind his back as he gazed at the sky, but his mind was occupied with one thing: earning more experience points. He even wondered where all those walking experience farms had disappeared to. After thinking for a while, Lu Xin came up with a new idea. He would assign them more quests and make them grind all night, giving them a gaming experience even more exhausting than working overtime. The thought alone made him grin mischievously. Just then, a knock came from outside, followed by someone announcing that they had returned. Lu Xin immediately looked eager. The door quickly opened as Merongyan and Li walked inside. But Lu Xin noticed his disciple was nowhere to be seen, so he immediately asked where she was. Hearing the question, the two girls simply looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Then they stepped aside at the same time. In that instant, Lin Chan appeared in a new blue and white outfit that perfectly highlighted her pure beauty and graceful aura. Seeing her new appearance, Lu Xun could not help nodding in satisfaction. His disciple finally looked exactly as she should. Hearing her master's praise, Lin Chan immediately blushed. Deep down, she thought someone as handsome as her master was one of a kind, and she could never compare. Just then, Lu Xun glanced at the system interface and was surprised to see that Lin Chan's name had turned green. That instantly reminded him of players like Cha Ho-yi and Mo Guanji. He could not help wondering how they would react if they saw Lin Chan now. Putting the thought aside, Lu Xun told her she would stay in the back courtyard with everyone from now on. He asked her to follow Li Li and choose a room while he went out to take care of something. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Yan and Li Li each grabbed one of Lin Chan's arms and happily led her away, saying they were all family now. Their warm welcome left her too flustered to know how to respond. Lu Xun remained standing there for a long time. Now that he had accepted a disciple, he could not stay in Qingling City forever. He needed to recruit more useful players, because relying only on Mo Guanji was like trying to butcher an elephant with a mosquito. The next day, Lu Xun wandered through the city streets while thinking things over. His goal was to recruit suitable players, but there were only 1,000 closed beta players scattered across the entire Tianchen continent. After ruling out the ones who failed to meet his standards, the remaining candidates were pitifully few. As he walked, he quietly observed the people around him. Right then, old memories suddenly surfaced, reminding Lu Xun of his days as a professional gamer. Back then, he had made plenty of enemies for all kinds of reasons, and most of them had been top-tier players. He could only hope his luck would not be so terrible that he ran into those troublesome people again. With that thought, Lu Xun continued searching for talented players. Before long, he spotted someone hiding in a corner with an excited grin, muttering that since nobody was around, he wanted to see if the game would let him take off his pants. Before he recovered from that shock, he found another player completely absorbed in a barking contest with a stray dog. Then he saw yet another bizarre sight. Someone had climbed to the top of a tree and was laughing like a madman after discovering that trees in the game could actually be climbed, non-stop praising the incredible graphics. After witnessing one ridiculous scene after another, Lu Xun was completely speechless. His face darkened as a headache set in. Out of 1,000 players, could he really not find a single normal person? At the same time, Liu Huangchu was also walking through the streets. Seeing those players barking at Daydog, he looked at them with complete disdain. In his opinion, anyone wasting time like that would definitely fall behind once the open beta started. The moment Lu Xun spotted Liu Huangchu, he immediately recognized him. This was the legendary player famous for sticking to NPCs and flattering them better than anyone else. Just as Lu Xun had that thought, Liu Huangchu suddenly lit up after spotting an old street vendor carrying shoulder baskets. He rushed over as if he had found buried treasure. In an instant, he was standing right beside the old man, staring eagerly at the baskets while sweet-talking him. He kept asking what smelled so delicious inside and whether he could have a taste. The old man looked at him suspiciously and cautiously took a step back, asking if it really smelled that good. But Liu Huangchu became even more convinced that he had stumbled onto a hidden quest. Based on his years of experience, that evasive look clearly meant the old man was a hidden NPC protecting a rare treasure. Thinking that, he became even more enthusiastic. He stepped closer and loudly declared that the old man had to be a special NPC waiting for the chosen player. He confidently announced that he was that chosen one and urged the old man to hurry up and reveal the treasure. Completely exhausted by the harassment, the old man sighed, set down his baskets, and told him to go ahead and try it himself if he wanted. Hearing that, Liu Huangchu was absolutely thrilled. The moment the basket was opened, Liu Huangchu eagerly shoved his hand inside, grinning as if he had just found a legendary treasure. The old man calmly explained that it was a basket of manure, and he could dig in as much as he wanted. But it was already too late, because Liu Huangchu's hand was buried deep inside. Feeling the sticky mess on his hand, Liu Huangchu instantly started gagging in disgust. The old man simply shook his head, picked up his load, and walked away, muttering that young people these days were impossible to understand. Watching the whole comedy unfold, Lu Xun could not help wincing. He thought Liu Huangchu was exactly the same as before, incredibly good at uncovering hidden quests through shameless flattery, yet somehow always creating ridiculous situations. The biggest problem was that he belonged to the Emperor Desolation Guild. Right then, Lu Xun recalled an old conversation with the Vice Guild Master of Emperor Desolation. Back then, he had politely declined a commission because he was not strong enough, even apologizing and promising a 20% discount next time. The person on the other end showed no courtesy at all, and bluntly told Lu Xun that if he was not good enough, he should never have accepted the job in the first place. Remembering it still annoyed Lu Xun, especially the Vice Guild Master's sharp tongue. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Even though Lu Xun liked to think of himself as generous, he clearly remembered crushing that entire group back then. The battle had been complete chaos, and their screams had echoed everywhere. Just as Lu Xun turned into a quiet alley, Liu Huangchu happened to spot his familiar figure and instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, he became as excited as someone who had struck gold. The purple NPC standing before him was none other than Zidian. Liu Huangchu immediately began tailing him in secret, convinced he had just stumbled onto an amazing hidden quest. He had heard that everyone under Zidian used swords, so he quickly drew his own sword, hoping to earn a little favor. But Lu Xun had already noticed someone following him. His eyes immediately turned cold. It seemed this guy had delivered himself right to his doorstep. Meanwhile, Liu Huangchu still believed fortune had smiled on him when he saw his target walk into a dead end, completely unaware that he was walking straight into a trap. Suddenly, the system sounded a warning, making him jump in fright. A bright red notification appeared, informing him that his favorability with the purple NPC had dropped to -50, and there was now an extremely high chance of immediate retaliation. Liu Huangchu felt completely wronged. He had not even done anything yet, and somehow the NPC already hated him. The moment he looked up, Lu Xun was already standing right in front of him. Their eyes met, and Liu Huangchu nearly lost his soul from fear. He stumbled backward while desperately begging for mercy. Yet in the next instant, Lu Xun's figure vanished completely as if he had never been there. That only made Liu Huangchu panic even more. He searched everywhere, but Zidian was nowhere to be found. In the end, he collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. It felt like he had barely escaped with his life, and he finally realized that Zidian absolutely hated people who stalked him. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was calmly sitting by the roadside, gently stroking a small turtle as if he had just finished taking care of something that greatly satisfied him. He then carefully placed the little turtle back on the ground. After that, he turned around and walked away at a relaxed pace, reminding himself that he was now a celebrity in Tianquan and had to maintain a proper image. If this had been the old him, he would have already started a full-blown argument and verbally destroyed that annoying fool. The more Lu Xun thought about the past, the more he felt he had lived far more freely back then. Still, he had to admit he looked just as carefree now. After thinking it over, he decided that living freely like before might actually be more enjoyable. And so, beneath the evening sky, Lu Xun slowly disappeared into the crowded streets. As night fell, the marketplace lit up with countless lanterns. Vendors shouted from every direction while Lu Xun quietly walked through the sea of people. Just then, he noticed a stunning young woman with an alluring figure standing on an upper balcony. She deliberately waved her handkerchief at him, her gentle voice inviting Lu Xun upstairs for a chat. The moment Lu Xun saw the beauty, his face turned bright red. He was visibly flustered, almost forgetting himself. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. Finding promising players was far more important. Then, a split second later, something caught his eye and made his heart skip a beat. Sitting in the corner was Han Boki, happily playing with a little turtle like a child who had just received a new toy. The moment Lu Xun recognized a familiar face, he froze. What was Han Bogui doing here? Han Bogui used to be his teammate. His skills were top tier, and his tactical sense was even better than Lu Xun's. He usually looked slow and clueless, but the second a fight began, he turned into a complete monster. If not for his goofy face and slow reactions, Lu Xun would have thought this was another version of himself. That thought instantly boosted his ego. Someone as handsome, smart, and powerful as him was rarer than a legendary treasure, and his charm had clearly reached 10 stars. After Lu Xun started working under Tianquan to make a living, he heard Han Bogui had joined a club as a professional dungeon raider. But sometime later, Han Bogui vanished. No one saw him compete again, and even his battle videos disappeared from the forums. People said that place could create geniuses, but it could also destroy them. Thinking of all the talents swallowed by time, Lu Xun could not help feeling sorry for him. After thinking it over, Lu Xun decided to recruit Han Bogui and add another strong ally to his side. He deliberately walked right past Han Bo-gui. But Han Bo-gui ignored him completely and kept happily playing with a tiny turtle. Lu Xun took critical damage, his face darkened, and his soul almost left his body. He could not believe someone ignored his glowing purple ID, so he convinced himself Han Bo-gui simply had not noticed. Thinking that, Lu Xun stepped back and coughed loudly right in front of him. Han Bo-gui still did not react. Lu Xun coughed so hard it sounded like his lungs would burst, yet he was treated like thin air. Lu Xun was so furious his teeth clenched and his eyes turned bloodshot. Unable to hold back anymore, he leaned over and shouted straight into Han Bo-gui's ear. Only then did Han Bo-gui notice him. He innocently asked if Lu Xun was sick and wondered if game viruses could spread through the internet now. Lu Xun pointed at his own face and asked in annoyance, "Do you really not know who I am?" Han Bo-gui smiled and said Lu Xun looked just like Wu Yanzu, so there was no way he could mistake him. He even asked if Lu Xun also played this game, because what a coincidence. Lu Xun was left speechless. Even after being praised for his looks, he felt no joy and started wondering if Han Bo-gui never read the forums. But he quickly refocused. He came to recruit someone today, not to satisfy his ego. Lu Xun got straight to the point and asked if Han Bo-gui wanted to become his sword attendant. Han Bo-gui looked completely confused as the system popped up and asked whether he accepted becoming Lu Xun's sword attendant. Seeing him hesitate, Lu Xun grew impatient. He was practically screaming inside for him to hurry up and choose. After a while, Han Bo-gui nodded and said it sounded interesting before pressing accept. The system immediately announced that Han Bo-gui had officially become Lu Xun's sword attendant. Next, the system granted him the Eat Chi art. After reading it, Han Bo-gui only scratched his head because he had no idea what it was. Lu Xun coldly ordered, "Train the Eat Chi art to level 5, then come find me at the demon sect." At the same time, the system gave Han Bo-gui a unique quest. When he saw the reward of 4,000 experience points, he completely froze while Lu Xun had already walked away. Han Bo-gui remained standing there in a daze, muttering that this really was a unique quest. As for Lu Xun, after achieving his goal, he was in a great mood and once again praised himself for being a rare genius who was smart, handsome, and battle-savvy. He wandered around Qingling City for a while before finally returning to the inn. Lin Chan was curled up outside the entrance, nervously looking around as if waiting for someone. Lu Xun was surprised to see she was still awake at this hour. The moment she spotted him, Lin Chan happily waved at him. Seeing that, Lu Xun quickly realized she had been waiting there for him the whole time. As he walked closer, Lin Chan quickly stood up and held out a bowl of food with both hands. It was a steaming bowl of vegetable porridge. Looking at the simple meal, Lu Xun suddenly felt his nose sting, realizing it had been prepared just for him. Lin Chan gave a soft nod, but she still worried her master might not accept such a simple meal. After putting away his sword, Lu Xun casually asked if she had eaten dinner yet. The question made Lin Chan misunderstand. She lowered her head, thinking her respected master was politely refusing because someone of his status would never eat such plain food. But instead, Lu Xun stirred the porridge and told her to bring another bowl because he did not like eating alone. Lin Chan's face instantly lit up and she nodded excitedly again and again. The master and disciple sat outside the inn, chatting while enjoying their porridge together. Watching his disciple smile, Lu Xun thought he was already full, but eating a little more would probably make her even happier. With that in mind, he pushed his bowl toward Lin Chan, praised the porridge, and asked for another serving. Lin Chan happily ran off to get it right away. Seeing her master eat with such enthusiasm, her eyes sparkled as she became certain he truly loved her cooking. Lu Xun ate until his stomach was completely full and even let out a few accidental burps, making Lin Chan cover her mouth to hide her laughter. Seeing his disciple so happy made Lu Xun feel much more at ease. It seemed the distance between them had finally disappeared. In his opinion, this was exactly how a proper master and disciple relationship should be, natural and close. After the late-night meal, Lu Xun stood up and returned to his room. Noticing Lin Chan still following behind, he asked if she had washed the bowls. After she nodded, he reminded her to get some rest, because it was already late. Before entering his room, he gently wished Xiao Chan a good night with a warm smile. Those words left Lin Chan frozen in place because she did not even know what wishing someone good night meant. She quickly lowered her head and respectfully bowed to Lu Xun. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chan's face as she silently wished her master a good night as well. Back in his room, Lu Xun sat on the bed and resumed cultivating. His qi surged through his body as his experience points steadily increased. But the cost was terrifying. Every inch of his body felt like it was being torn apart. His face turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. Even so, he endured it because this was the most reliable way to gain experience. The pain grew more intense until Lu Xun was almost completely drained. After a while, he braced himself against the bed and slowly stood up. Even though the pain nearly made him collapse, he reminded himself not to stay lazy for too long or heaven might take away his talent. By now, he had no strength left. Lu Xun only had a one-star foundation, meaning heaven had never blessed him with any real talent. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by the complete opposite of his miserable state. Lin Chan stood outside, yawning but looking full of life. The moment she looked at him, Lu Xun immediately put on the air of a great master and calmly wished her good morning. Taking a closer look, he was shocked. Lin Chan looked much healthier today, and the spiritual energy around her flowed with remarkable stability. Lu Xun immediately asked if she had continued cultivating last night. Lin Chan happily nodded over and over, thinking she had slept better than ever, all thanks to her master. Lu Xun circled around her several times as if studying something unbelievable. He was secretly amazed by her 9-star talent. She cultivated the I Ching art without any pain and made incredible progress in just one night. After a long silence, he comforted himself by thinking that she was his disciple after all. There was nothing wrong with a disciple becoming stronger than her master. He simply had to work harder to keep up. With that thought, Lu Xun gently patted Lin Chan on the head and told her to keep cultivating because everything would change in the future. After saying that, he planned to encourage her a little more while Lin Chan obediently listened and nodded again and again. When he finished, Lu Xun simply waved his hand to dismiss her. Lin Chan respectfully bowed before quietly leaving. But the moment she was out of sight, his face turned deathly pale. He clutched his body and groaned in agony. This I Ching art was absolutely brutal. It hurt so much he wanted to curse non-stop. As time passed, Han Bo-gui and the little turtle became as close as lifelong comrades. Meanwhile, Lin Chan successfully reached the first stage of the I Ching art. As for Lu Xun, he was still struggling to find another human tool. To put it simply, everyone else was making progress, except him, who still had not found a suitable recruit. That clearly annoyed Lu Xun. He slammed the table and complained that this batch of players was getting more useless by the day. But his frustration quickly turned into a calculating smile. Once the official launch began, there would be no shortage of new people to recruit. Just then, Guanji was walking down the street when the system suddenly announced that the closed beta had ended, and everyone would be forcibly logged out. He was not the only one. Every player received the same notice. Those in the middle of something froze for a few seconds before cursing in surprise. The closed beta was already over. It felt like it had only started a few days ago. Han Bo-gui gently placed the little turtle on the ground and smiled, telling it he would be back soon and that it should wait for him. As soon as he finished speaking, his body vanished right in front of the little turtle, leaving it completely confused. After that, the little turtle entered its guard state and stayed perfectly still like a statue. Up above, Lu Xun calmly sipped his tea while listening to the people below discuss the sudden disappearances. They believed those people had used some instant 1,000-mile technique, filling in the blanks with their own wild theories. The crowd remained noisy, but Lu Xun simply continued drinking his tea. This was demon sect territory, so the locals were already used to seeing strange things. Hearing their theories, Lu Xun frowned and thought, so this was how the people of Tianchen explained the existence of players. It was completely different from what he had expected. He suddenly remembered that the game mentioned a disturbance in the heavenly Tao when the closed beta began, and that perfectly explained why all the players disappeared at once. This world felt so real that it was hard to believe it was only a game. Maybe everything really had been created by the heavenly Tao. Had he really transmigrated into a game? Or had he actually arrived in a completely different world? For once, Lu Xun's expression turned unusually serious. Just as he was deep in thought, someone knocked on the door. Lu Xun turned and asked who it was. The visitor was Li Li. She walked in with small, shy steps and softly asked if he had any plans for today. Lu Xun intended to look at her face, but his eyes were immediately drawn to her impressive chest, leaving him completely stunned. Seeing his reaction, Li Li grew even more confident. The older sisters had been right. Men really did like big breasts. Suddenly, Lu Xun slammed the table and jumped to his feet, startling Li Li. He excitedly said that the closed beta was over, which meant the trial ground had finally opened. Li Li had no idea what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Li Li blushed for a completely different reason. She secretly became hopeful, thinking his words hinted at something intimate. Lu Xun paid no attention to her thoughts. His mind was fully occupied with calculating how to clear the trial dungeon. With his current strength, it would be almost impossible. While thinking, his eyes suddenly stopped on the scene before him. At some point, Li Li had loosened her clothes, revealing her fair and alluring cleavage. Looking at him, she gently reminded him that she still wanted to become his sword attendant in the future. Lu Xun's face instantly turned bright red. He quickly stepped back while screaming inside. Was she seriously tempting him to commit a crime? Li Li misunderstood his reaction. Seeing him blush made her secretly overjoyed. She believed that once they became a couple, no one could ever take him away from her. Her fighting spirit flared to life as she silently vowed to pursue him no matter what. Just then, Lu Xun walked right up to her. He slowly reached out his hand. Li Li immediately closed her eyes, her heart racing wildly. She was certain something major was about to happen. But the outcome was nothing like she imagined. Lu Xun simply pulled her clothes back into place and covered her up. After fixing her clothes, Lu Xun seriously reminded her that dressing like that was far too revealing. If someone else saw her, it would ruin her image. Li Li stood there completely frozen, her mind filled with question marks as she had no idea what had just happened. Lu Xun gently pinched her cheek and softly explained that he did not know what she had been thinking, but he did not want the two of them to remain in such an undefined relationship. Feelings should develop naturally, and he could never bring himself to hurt such a lovely girl. Hearing those words, Li Li's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She was overjoyed, thinking she had just heard the legendary confession. The more she thought about it, the faster her affection for Lu Xun climbed. Even Lu Xun would have been speechless. Her favorability was practically breaking through the sky. But Lu Xun soon fell into deep thought. Back then, Tianchen had only been a game to him, and romance in games was completely normal, even a good motivation to keep grinding. He glanced at Li Li beside him. She was beautiful, capable, and incredibly charming. What ordinary man could resist someone like her? Then he slowly realized something. Deep down, this place was no longer a game to him. He was no longer the lonely young man who once relied on his little sister. Now he was Lu Xun, the junior grandmaster of the demon sect. It felt like a flash of light crossed his mind, and countless things suddenly became clear. Tears quietly rolled down Lu Xun's face. Somewhere deep inside, he understood that he would never return to his old world again. Seeing his sorrowful expression, Li Li panicked and thought she had done something wrong. Instead of answering, Lu Xun suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. He leaned close to her ear and softly thanked her. If he had not met her during those first days, he did not know how he could have survived in this unfamiliar world. His heartfelt words made Li Li's eyes sting as tears quietly gathered at the corners. She hugged him back, laughing and crying at the same time. Without Lu Xun, she would have died at the hands of villains long ago and never had the chance to avenge her parents. The two simply held each other for a long time, as if the world around them had stopped moving. After a while, Li Li slowly closed the door behind her. She walked away with a face full of happiness, wondering what the two of them would be doing together tomorrow. Her heart was overflowing with sweetness. Looking up at the bright sunshine, she felt their relationship had taken a huge step forward. She was so happy she could almost fly, raising both arms to embrace the rare feeling of joy. One day later, the two arrived at the demon sect trial ground in Qingling City. Lu Xun and Li Li stood beside an ancient well that seemed bottomless. Staring into the endless darkness below, Li Li could not hide her curiosity and unease. She asked if this was the important place he had mentioned. Lu Xun calmly nodded and bluntly told her to jump in. At the same time, he quietly guessed that now the closed beta was over, the trial ground should be fully open, though the previous restrictions probably only applied to players like him. The moment Li Li heard him tell her to jump into the well, she was completely stunned and thought she had misheard. But Lu Xun stepped onto the edge of the well and said he would go first. She only needed to follow and stop hesitating. With that, he jumped into the endless darkness without a moment of hesitation. The sight left Li Li pale as she cried out in panic. She hurried to the edge and looked down. The pitch-black abyss below was enough to send chills down Anyon's spine. But her overactive imagination immediately went to work. In her mind, Lu Xun tearfully said they could never be together because of the difference in their status, so dying together was their only choice. The more she imagined it, the more she believed it might actually be true. After creating an entire drama in her head, Lily finally regained her courage and declared that she would do anything for Lucien. After shouting his name, she stepped onto the edge of the well. The next moment, Lily jumped, without the slightest hesitation. As soon as she leaped in, a violent wave of energy erupted from the ancient well and spread in every direction. Lily continued falling through endless darkness. She had no idea how much time had passed, and the endless drop filled her heart with confusion. Tears rolled down her cheeks, yet she still smiled with quiet satisfaction, thinking that dying together with Lucien would not be such a bad ending. But just as the mood reached its most tragic point, Lucien's voice suddenly echoed up, casually announcing that they had already reached the bottom. Lily instantly opened her eyes and realized Lucien was catching her in his arms. She blushed furiously, completely stunned by what had just happened. Then she instinctively looked around and was immediately shocked by the incredible sight before her. It turned out the bottom of the well hid a completely different world. The place looked like something out of a fairy tale, with small cottages and groups of people gathered nearby. Seeing her expression, Lucien chuckled and asked if she had really thought they'd jump down here for a lover's suicide. Lily could only force an awkward smile, embarrassed enough to dig herself a hole. But Lucien's kindness lasted less than a second. He let go of her without warning, and Lily landed hard on the ground. Ignoring her yelp of pain, he coldly told her to hurry up. As they walked forward, Lucien explained that this was Qingling City's trial ground. Behind the stone gate were countless valuable treasures. The moment she heard that, Lily hurried after him and asked if they could make a fortune here. Lucien calmly replied that what was inside was worth far more than money. Lily's eyes instantly lit up, and she nearly started drooling. To her, this place was a treasure vault. Just then, the people nearby noticed the two of them, and whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Before long, everyone cupped their fists and bowed respectfully, greeting him as the junior grandmaster. Lucien simply smiled and waved them up. Secretly, he was thoroughly enjoying the title. Having high status in the demon sect really was convenient. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared behind him. The man's sharp eyes swept over the pair before he asked in a deep voice if someone had already come to the trial ground. This man was Elder E, the guardian of the demon sect trial ground. Elder E looked Lucien up and down before clicking his tongue in admiration. He said this must be the new disciple accepted by the master, and even remarked that Lucien was more handsome than Li Ji, making the atmosphere strangely awkward. Lucien remained calm and politely greeted him. At the same time, he quickly analyzed Elder S' identity because he had never visited this place in his previous life and knew nothing about him. Meanwhile, Lily could only stand behind him, completely confused. Elder E suddenly let out a knowing laugh and asked Lucien how life on the back mountain had been lately. Although the question felt rather strange, Lucien calmly replied that everything was fine and that his two senior sisters treated him very well. Hearing that, Elder E immediately asked whether the master was away from the back mountain. After Lucien confirmed it, Elder E wore an expression as though he had figured out something incredible and smiled even more mysteriously. That cryptic attitude only made Lucien more suspicious. He secretly wondered if the only reason he had survived peacefully until now was because the master had been absent. But the more he thought about it, the less it made sense. What did any of this have to do with him being more handsome than his senior brother? It felt like he had touched the edge of a huge secret without seeing the full picture. Elder E then asked whether they planned to challenge the trial and told them to decide who would enter first. Without a second thought, Lily rushed forward and boldly volunteered to go first. Her expression was completely serious. She believed this had to be a secret demon sect trial, and Lucien was probably here for the first time as well. After all, he had not paid any attention to his surroundings, especially the ranking boards nearby. Thinking about Lucien's position as the junior grandmaster, Lily became even more determined. If his result turned out too poor, it would be embarrassing, so she wanted to scout the trial first and report everything back. Filled with determination, she quickly walked up to the stone gate and quietly encouraged herself before charging in. At that moment, Lily looked exactly like a vanguard, clearing the path for Lucien, fully committed to the mission she had given herself. Watching her disappear into the trial, Lucien secretly laughed to himself. That silly girl probably thought she was gathering information for him. The truth was that he had farmed this place so many times in his previous life that he knew every monster pattern and every dungeon mechanic by heart. With the right preparation, clearing it would be as easy as candy. The thought had barely crossed his mind. The crowd immediately broke into another round of discussion. As expected of the junior Grand Master, always making time to cultivate, Lu Xun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as if deep in meditation. In reality, he was thinking about something else. Since Lily had already gone in to scout ahead, this was the perfect chance to take care of a few personal matters. The disciples outside continued looking at Lu Xun with pure admiration. Some praised him for never wasting a single moment, while others vowed to work twice as hard so the master would notice them one day. If they knew the truth, they would be speechless. Lu Xun's so-called cultivation was actually just secretly browsing the forums. He scrolled through post after postos while rating them. This model looks pretty good. If that skirt were any shorter, it probably would not have passed moderation. The more he browsed, the more entertained he became, and his face even started turning red. This was completely his type. Just then, a highlighted post suddenly caught his eye. Breaking news: the Emperor Guild is recruiting players for a hidden quest. The familiar name immediately made Lu Xun sit up straight and open the post. What hidden quest did those Emperor Guild guys uncover this time? The system quickly displayed the details. The Heavenly Gate sect of 3,000 Mountains had issued a bounty to find the person responsible for the sect master's missing son. Anyone providing clues would receive a mid-grade spirit artifact, while the one who dealt with the culprit would earn a high-grade spirit artifact. Lu Xun paused for a moment. To players at this stage, spirit artifacts were basically legendary loot. A dangerous smile spread across his face. 3,000 Mountains was nothing more than a cluster of minor sects, and the Heavenly Gate sect was only average among them. Yet the Emperor Guild had uncovered a hidden quest with rewards this valuable. They really had some skill. For new players, loot of this level was almost impossible to resist. The system then updated the suspect's description. A red mark had been left on the culprit's left palm after being struck by the Heavenly Gate sect master. Lu Xun simply shook his head. Trying to find someone with nothing but a palm mark? Just wear a glove and the problem was solved. Then the rewards became even better. Anyone helping the Emperor Guild complete the quest would receive 100,000 in cash along with a massive amount of experience. Now Lu Xun was truly interested. High-tier gear and real money together. They were obviously trying to get every closed beta player to join the hunt. Unfortunately, the best opportunity had already passed. The closed beta was over, so the chances of completing this quest had practically dropped to zero. Lu Xun could not help letting out a cold laugh. Old memories flooded back, along with every insult people had thrown at him. They called the Emperor Guild heartless trash, cursed their families, and even mocked the compensation money his mother had received. The more he remembered, the colder his eyes became as his fists tightened. Since they had exposed this hidden quest, it was time for him to return the favor with something far more painful. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the temperature around him seemed to drop, and his dark expression alone was enough to make others nervous. Lu Xun then remembered the shining lock-shaped artifact. No matter what, he was determined to claim that treasure for himself. He recalled the events of his previous life, when the assassin attacked the Heavenly Gate sect master's son. The attack had been unbelievably ruthless. To avoid being hunted down, the assassin had even cut off his own left arm to remove the red mark. After losing that arm, he almost completely disappeared from Tianchen, and no one could track him down. Ironically, whenever a player happened to encounter him, the system immediately displayed a notification. The message was incredibly simple: quest target discovered. Without that ridiculously overpowered tracking system, he probably would never have been cornered or met such a tragic end. Thinking about it, Lu Xun could not help laughing. Back in present, Lu Xun stared at the system interface with a growing smile. It was only the year 3997 during the closed beta, while the full release would not begin until the year 4000. That meant he alone possessed this overpowered tracking system for the next 3 years. 3 whole years ahead of every other player. With that much time, even raising a pig would be enough to make it powerful. Just then, it seemed Lily had finished the trial and returned. A brilliant magic circle immediately appeared before him. A few seconds later, Lily stepped out from the glowing formation. One look told him she had been through a brutal fight. She was breathing heavily, soaked in sweat, and almost completely exhausted. Lu Xun looked at her and simply asked, "How did it go?" Leaning on her knees and gasping for air, Li answered, it was unbelievably hard, but I made it. Seeing that she could barely breathe, Lu Xin stopped her. Catch our breath first, then tell me everything. Li nodded and slowly calmed herself, taking steady breaths until she regained her composure. After catching her breath, Li lowered her voice. You get 3 chances to fail inside. She pulled Lu Xin a little closer and carefully looked around to make sure no one was listening. I figured out a few more rules, too. Leaning close to his ear, Li whispered, the formations keep changing. You know I'm not very smart, so it took me forever just to memorize a little. I'll secretly tell you everything. Lu Xin only smiled and gently patted her head. Inwardly, he thought differently. Silly girl, those rules would not help at all. Every person faced a completely different layout. Li still looked incredibly proud as she asked with sparkling eyes, did you remember everything? Lu Xin calmly answered with just 2 words. Not yet. His casual reply left her completely frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing that, Lu Xin slowly explained, Guisui Shou exists to train sect disciples. We came here to improve ourselves, not to chase rankings just because they look impressive. After hearing him out, Li finally understood and nodded seriously. I understand. I will not do that again. Before leaving, Lu Xin simply said, wait here for me. At the same time, the rankings outside suddenly changed. Li's name jumped straight to 59th place. The surrounding disciples immediately burst into discussion. Look, the rankings changed. She made the top 100 on her very first run. At this rate, she might even reach the top 30 next year. Everyone spoke with obvious admiration. Someone even sighed, as expected of someone brought here by the junior grandmaster. His judgment truly is exceptional. Hearing that, Li's face turned bright red. They called me the junior grandmaster's person? Watching her blush like that, Lu Xin was left speechless. Why are you blushing? Pay attention to what they actually said. With that, he walked straight into the trial ground. Outside, Elder Yi continued watching closely, his eyes filled with anticipation. He truly wanted to see what made Yan Li's junior brother so extraordinary. Inside the trial, loud rumbles echoed as the system interface appeared before Lu Xin. Enter the Guisui Shou dungeon? For him, there was only one answer. The moment he confirmed, the entire space around him began shaking violently. A layer of spiritual energy wrapped around his body. Lu Xin could not help thinking, so this is what it feels like to be swallowed by a spatial rift. I wonder where it is taking me. Not long afterward, he appeared inside a massive stone forest filled with towering pillars. Looking around, Lu Xin frowned slightly. So the first stage is the stone forest. Nearby, he spotted a sign instructing challengers to leave behind all treasures and equipment before entering. After reading it, Lu Xin immediately understood. No outside help allowed. He removed his storage pouch and sword sheath, placing them on the ground before shrugging. I was not carrying much anyway. Then he walked deeper into the trial. Let's see what the first challenge has in store. The moment he reached the center, the scenery changed. Dozens of sharp swords instantly pointed at him. Lu Xin searched his memory. If he remembered correctly, the first stage used a total of 81 swords. All 81 gray swords unleashed completely different sword techniques at the same time, darting through the air like a school of hunting fish. To clear this stage, he would probably have to block every attack exactly as instructed. Staring at the dense sword formation, Lu Xin smiled mysteriously. Outside the trial ground, Elder Yi never took his eyes off the scene. He continuously maintained his spell to observe Lu Xin's every move. It was obvious he was planning something amusing. Normally, the 81 swords appeared in waves, but since this challenger was the master's disciple and Yan Li's junior brother, Elder Yi decided to go all out and release every sword at once. Just imagining how the Demon Sect's junior grandmaster would deal with it made Elder Yi grin mischievously. The instant Lu Xin entered, all 81 swords shot toward him together, as if trying to crush everything in their path. Even he paused for a brief moment at how outrageous it was. But the next second, a confident smile appeared on his face. So someone wanted to play tricks. That happened to be one of his specialties. Lu Xin calmly walked forward, as though there was nothing to worry about. One sword after another sliced through the air with overwhelming force, moving so fast that simply watching them was intimidating. In another blink, the sword tips were already about to reach him. Even so, Lu Xin remained unbelievably calm. He even closed his eyes in the middle of the sword storm and casually said, "If you're coming, then come all at once." Instantly, an invisible force spread around his body and stopped every incoming sword before it could touch him. The power protecting him was Lu Xin's sword heart. A flash of light burst forth as he calmly activated the swordless domain. In an instant, the defensive field expanded with explosive force and blasted the entire sword formation away. Lu Xin smiled with quiet confidence. It seemed the first stage was not nearly as difficult as he had expected. Outside, Elder Yi was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what the kid had just done. Even his observation spell could not detect what was happening inside. It was simply unbelievable. The more he watched, the more interested he became. In his opinion, this young man was even more intriguing than Xiao Ran of the Luo Tian sect, who had challenged this place before. Meanwhile, inside the trial, the swords stubbornly kept charging at him. Lu Xin could only sigh helplessly. You guys really never give up. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Then, with a simple snap of his fingers, he calmly said, "If you want to keep rushing in, then try this." A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted like a tornado and scattered every flying sword in all directions. Lu Xin casually dusted off his hands, as if he had just dealt with something trivial. The swords immediately fell to the ground without moving again, and he continued toward the next stage. The system quickly announced that he had cleared the first stage and would now be teleported to the second. While heading toward the next challenge, Lu Xin recalled what he knew. If he remembered correctly, this stage only had 36 swords. In exchange, each sword was far stronger, and every sword technique was on an entirely different level. The moment he entered the second stage, known as the 36 Flying Sword Rings, Lu Xin sensed something unusual. The space was much smaller and eerily silent. He had no idea what was waiting ahead. Feeling that this place was anything but simple, he immediately raised his guard. Seeing Lu Xin become so cautious, Elder Yi grinned even wider. Just reaching this stage already meant someone had the ability to rank among the top 20. The farther Lu Xin walked, the stranger the atmosphere became. The silence itself was enough to make anyone shiver. Suddenly, a flying sword shot toward him from directly behind. In the blink of an eye, the killing intent was already upon him. Fortunately, Lu Xin's defensive barrier had never been lowered, so he escaped without injury. Even so, the sudden ambush startled him. His expression immediately changed as he shouted, "Damn it, there really was an ambush." The sword vibrated violently as it drilled into his barrier, causing visible cracks to spread across its surface. Seeing the situation worsen, Lu Xin immediately struck back and coldly shouted, "Get back." His expression became extremely serious. He now understood that these low-grade yellow martial flying swords were nothing like the previous ones that could be casually blown away by his swordless domain. This time, he truly had to be careful. Before he could think any further, several more flying swords charged toward him at the same time. Faced with immediate danger, Lu Xin focused all of his attention on defending himself and coldly snorted, "Is that all you've got?" Yet at that very moment, an incredibly bold idea crossed his mind. Did the swordless domain have limits against higher-grade weapons? Gray swords could be repelled with ease, but that golden one had been completely different. If he could test the domain's limit now, it would become invaluable in future battles. The moment he made up his mind, Lu Xin stood completely still and openly provoked the flying swords. "Come on, try stabbing me." Even Elder Yi outside was confused by his actions. In his eyes, the kid looked like he was asking to die. No defensive technique could endure forever. Although surrounded from every direction, the barrier created by Lu Xin's sword heart continued shining, as it barely held back the relentless assault of the flying swords. While observing their attack patterns, he quietly counted how many swords were forcing him onto the defensive. But the instant his focus slipped for even a moment, another sword suddenly burst out from beneath the ground and thrust upward with deadly precision. The unexpected attack made Lu Xin's face turn pale. Only one thought remained in his mind. These guys really had no sense of fair play. After several exchanges, Lu Xin finally figured out the limit of his swordless domain. With his current strength, he could block at most 6 low-grade yellow martial swords at once. Now that he understood its limit, Lu Xin immediately gathered his spiritual energy for a counterattack and coldly declared, "The experiment ends here." As soon as he finished speaking, he swept away every remaining flying sword. Then an even stronger wave of flying swords appeared, making Lu Xin stop in his tracks. This was clearly the final stage of the trial. Even with the sword formation attacking from every direction, Lu Xin dodged with perfect agility. Not even the edge of his robe was touched. He even struck a confident pose, convinced that holding off those 6 swords would be enough to clear the trial. Elder E watched from outside and kept nodding. In his eyes, this kid had incredible sword sense, but he still could not figure out how Lu Xun managed to knock away the flying swords. The longer Elder E watched, the stranger it felt. Lu Xun had entered without a sword, yet he still broke through the second sword formation. It was almost impossible to believe. Then the Elder suddenly remembered what he had seen earlier. Elder E immediately locked his gaze on Lu Xun inside the formation. A moment later, he curled his lips into a satisfied grin. It seemed the kid had secretly smuggled a sword inside. The more he considered that possibility, the happier he became. His interest in Lu Xun had clearly grown far beyond before. Meanwhile, Lu Xun kept walking through the formation with ease while reviewing everything he had learned. In his view, once he found the blind spots of the sword formation, this stage became much easier. Luckily, his sword skill had already advanced another level. Thinking about the next trial, he grew curious about what was waiting ahead. Right then, the teleportation formation lit up and sent him onward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xun arrived at the final area. The moment he landed, he looked around with obvious curiosity. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock. So this final trial was that kind of test. 3 layers of sword formations stood before him, each releasing a completely different pressure that made the air feel heavy. One quick glance was enough for Lu Xun to realize that activating one layer would likely trigger every sword formation at once. Testing it carelessly was out of the question. He quickly recalled that so far only his second senior sister had cleared this place, while even Xiao Ran had failed here. That alone proved how brutal the final trial really was. Then he checked the system information and started calculating. He still had another chance anyway, so using one life to test was not a bad idea. Once he made up his mind, Lu Xun confidently walked forward as if there was nothing left to fear. Instantly, sword inside the formation began to tremble violently. The moment the sword shot forward, Lu Xun boldly challenged it to a head-on fight. This attack carried a completely different level of pressure. Its aura alone sent chills down Enione's spine. Lu Xun reacted instantly and deployed the swordless domain to create a defensive barrier in front of him. But what shocked him most was that the sword almost pierced straight through the defense, with barely any resistance. Lu Xun's face turned pale at that moment. He never expected the swordless domain to slow it down only slightly. This was truly on another level. With no other choice, he poured his inner force into blocking the sword directly. After the clash, Lu Xun immediately recognized the power of a top-grade Huang Wu weapon. He quickly ran the numbers in his head. One sword was manageable, but if 7 of them attacked together, he was probably finished. Even while defending, Lu Xun could not resist muttering that he was an 8th-level big shot, though even he thought it sounded a little awkward. After straining with everything he had, he finally knocked the sword away and shouted in frustration. The flying sword was blasted back and slammed deep into the ground. Lu Xun stayed in a fighting stance while secretly confirming the maximum sword aura range he could unleash. He could not help thinking that the longer the reach, the bigger the advantage. Then he realized his thoughts had drifted off track, coughed awkwardly a few times, and decided that as long as it was powerful, nothing else mattered. Before he could catch his breath, 3 more swords rose into the air at the same time. All 3 locked onto Lu Xun and shot toward him at incredible speed, forcing him to focus completely. Facing the new assault, Lu Xun refused to retreat. Instead, he charged straight in, eager to see the true power of the terrifying triple-layer sword formation. The instant the thought crossed his mind, he burst forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. One sword brushed past his neck, sending an icy chill through anyone watching. Another sword ripped through his clothes in the middle of the fight. Surrounded by an endless storm of attacks, Lu Xun had to admit these swords were on a completely different level. One tiny mistake would end in disaster. At that moment, Lu Xun instantly switched from defense to offense and used his sword aura to counter the attack. The sword was knocked away at once and slammed into the ground. The remaining 2 swords immediately flanked him from both sides, but Lu Xun stayed perfectly calm, even looking down on them. Sword aura quickly wrapped around both of his hands. He was actually planning to fight the swords barehanded. Without a moment of hesitation, Lu Xun struck directly at the 2 incoming flying swords. In the blink of an eye, he overpowered both swords by force. The flying swords crashed into the ground and stayed still, while Lu Xun casually walked forward with complete confidence. But at that moment, the entire space suddenly burst into brilliant light. One new sword after another slowly rose into the air. When he saw every sword pointing straight at him, Lu Xun finally looked genuinely shaken. He froze for a few seconds before blurting out, "No way. There's more?" Soon, an even stronger group of flying swords appeared. Looking at the formation, Lu Xun guessed this had to be the final challenge. He immediately gathered his sword aura for battle, but after counting the swords, even he felt the pressure. There were 7 of them this time. The terrifying part was that they did not attack right away. Instead, they assembled themselves into a complete sword formation. At the same time, the system announced the 7-star sword formation, instantly catching Lu Xun's attention. According to the description, it was an intermediate sword formation of the demon sect. Both its attack power and flexibility were greatly enhanced. Most importantly, it could not be broken from the outside. The only option was to face all 7 swords head-on. After reading the description, Lu Xun smirked. It was definitely the real deal, even if the names sounded a little odd. Outside, Elder E sat comfortably with a fan, enjoying the show. In his opinion, these 7 swords were more than 10 times harder than the previous trial, making victory almost impossible. Inside the formation, however, Lu Xun remained surprisingly calm. He even thought that someday he had to get himself a sword formation like this from the demon sect. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the aura around him changed, and the sword heart inside his body blazed brightly. Lu Xun raised one hand and unleashed his ultimate technique. In an instant, countless waves of sword intent exploded across the entire space. With complete confidence, he declared that this was his 3rd-layer sword intent. The sight left Elder E completely stunned. He could not believe someone with Lu Xun's cultivation had actually comprehended sword intent. After several seconds of shock, Elder E slowly regained his composure and remembered an old legend. The only person who had reached this level while still at the 8th stage of sword art was Yan Li, the founding sword master of the demon sect, and the legendary innate sword embryo. That thought sent a shocking possibility through Elder S' mind. Could Lu Xun also be an innate sword embryo? He was so excited that he jumped to his feet, startling all the nearby disciples. Elder E was so thrilled that he smacked the disciple, fanning him on the head, and laughed non-stop. In his eyes, the demon sect had truly found a priceless treasure. Before this, he believed the geniuses of Luotian sect completely outclassed the younger generation of the demon sect. But after seeing this, Elder E felt the demon sect had finally found someone capable of carrying its future. Those so-called geniuses no longer seemed nearly as frightening. Inside the trial ground, Lu Xun's sword intent collided directly with the 7-star sword formation, creating a violent clash. His expression turned completely serious. The playful attitude was gone as he let out a cold shout. The sword intent in Lu Xun's hand grew stronger and stronger. Alone, he faced all 7 flying swords and their overwhelming pressure. Lu Xun unleashed every ounce of his strength and roared as if forcing his body beyond its limits. But the 7-star sword formation was no ordinary technique. Its power was so overwhelming that even space itself trembled. The first collision sent Lu Xun reeling as blood burst from his mouth, staining his lips red. Even so, he still managed to knock one sword out of the formation. Pressing the advantage, he blasted away another sword, but his injuries became even more severe as blood poured from his mouth without stopping. Even then, Lu Xun refused to fall. His fighting spirit reached its peak as he roared that he would never die here. Forcing himself beyond his limits, turned his face paper white. Blood kept spilling from his mouth, and his entire body began to tremble violently. Even Elder E, watching from outside, grew tense without realizing it and shouted encouragement. In his eyes, Lu Xun only needed to break 3 more swords to clear the final trial. Enduring the pain that nearly tore his body apart, Lu Xun gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his sword intent, and decided to risk everything. The moment he looked up, an icy sword tip was already right in front of him. It shot toward him at terrifying speed, then suddenly stopped just inches from his face. One split second later, and he would have been done for. One hand steadied his battered body while the other rose into a defensive stance. At that moment, he had only one thought left. This was an Allornothing gamble. But just as he was about to react, another sword whistled through the air and thrust straight at his face. It stopped at the last possible instant, only a hair away from piercing through him. The system announced that the trial had ended. Only then did Lu Xun realize the remaining 3 swords had been locked onto him the entire time. If they had not been forcibly stopped, he would have been riddled with holes. Lu Xun was immediately teleported back to the starting point of the 3rd trial. Looking down at his hand, he could not help feeling disappointed. He had really been just one step away from success. A flood of experience notifications filled his vision, almost making his eyes spin. This time, the system had been incredibly generous. Even though he failed, his strength had increased dramatically. Still, Lu Xun was not satisfied and silently cursed the system. After risking his life, he had only reached 4th place. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the system informed him that he still had 2 attempts left. Lu Xun immediately decided to go all in. This time, he would crush the trial completely. He flashed a dangerous grin and opened the system interface. Before entering again, he needed to prepare properly. He stepped into the next attempt, and a much stronger aura erupted around him. Watching from outside, Elder E widened his eyes. The kid had actually broken through to a new realm. Elder E was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. Breaking through in the middle of a trial, what kind of monster was this? That was right. The one who had just leveled up on the spot was Lu Xun. As both feet touched the ground once again, he slowly opened his eyes. The experience he had gained was not only enough to level up, but there was plenty left over. He had officially reached the Great Perfection stage. Feeling the new power flowing through him, Lu Xun became even more confident. This time, he was ready for a real fight. Standing before the teleportation gate, he silently pushed himself to go beyond his limits. No matter what, he had to conquer this place. Only now did Lu Xun truly understand the terrifying gap between level 8 and level 10. Looking at the familiar scene ahead, excitement filled his heart. All that experience would soon be his. Without another moment of hesitation, he stepped straight into the second trial. The system announced that the challenge had restarted from the beginning. Although it was the same trial, his current strength was on a completely different level, making everything far easier than before. He fought with a smug grin. So the second trial was only this much? Even dealing with 10 swords at once was no longer a problem. This level up felt incredible. Outside, Elder E could not make sense of what he was seeing. This kid had become absurdly strong. He cleared the first 2 trials in less than 5 breaths. Even so, Elder E narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The third trial was the real challenge. Could Lu Xun really overcome it? At last, Lu Xun returned to the place where he had previously failed, the third trial. Looking at the familiar sight, Lu Xun could not help laughing. Now this was his true peak condition. After reaching level 10, the swordless domain had also grown stronger, as if the divine skill was directly linked to its master's strength. He walked toward the golden sword embedded deep in the ground and spoke with a grin. "We meet again, old friend. This time, let's settle it properly." Just like before, the golden sword shot into the air the instant it sensed his aura. Lu Xun smirked confidently. "This time, don't even dream of breaking through my defense." His eyes locked onto the golden sword. The instant it flashed forward, he let out a cold laugh. "Trying to get close to me? This time, one small movement is all it takes to send you flying." Sure enough, before the sword could even touch him, it was blasted away into the distance. Even Lu Xun muttered to himself that he might have overdone it. Right after that, 3 more swords charged toward him together. Lu Xun laughed with excitement. This time, he'll make it a little harder by shrinking the swordless domain to its absolute limit. Even while facing all 3 swords alone, Lu Xun remained completely relaxed. After leveling up, both his reaction speed and physical agility had reached an entirely different level. After dealing with the swords with ease, he smiled and said, "When the swordless domain is compressed to its limit around my body, every fingertip becomes part of the domain." Now he finally carried the aura of a true master. Just hearing it sounded unbelievably imposing. Chu Qin fell silent for a moment. The title Swordless One sounded impressive, but the more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Looking at the swords floating overhead, Lu Xun's excitement only grew. It looked like they wanted to fight to the very end. The system displayed a new notification, and Lu Xun laughed after reading it. Nice. The stronger he became, the harder the trial became as well. But he was not worried at all. Instead, he was certain he could crush every one of them this time. Golden light erupted around him as countless sword auras surged in from every direction. Lu Xun remained perfectly calm. He raised a hand to control the massive lake above him, while noticing the sword formation shifting into a spiral once again. A wave of power burst forward like a raging storm, forming a vortex that swept away the incoming swords. The sword aura was blown away before it could even reach him. His opponents never stood a chance. Lu Xun looked up and counted the swords one by one. 3, then 4, and even more appeared. Every single one was knocked off course in an instant. The more he fought, the more excited he became. laughing as he counted up to the sixth sword. With every muscle tensed, he gritted his teeth and forced the seventh sword flying back into the sky. But then something unexpected happened. One sword slipped past his golden light and dodged to the side with incredible agility. Everyone watching was left speechless. Ordinary sword aura should never have been able to dodge attacks on its own. The next moment, a gigantic swordsman appeared in the sky with a blade in hand. His overwhelming presence made Lu Xun realize this was likely the true master of the sword formation. Even with blood running from the corner of his mouth, Lu Xun refused to retreat and boldly challenged his opponent. The blue swordsman wasted no words. The instant he appeared, he thrust his sword straight at Lu Xun with overwhelming killing intent. The two clashed head-on, unleashing a violent shockwave that seemed ready to tear space apart. But the enemy clearly surpassed him in both strength and size, while moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Lu Xun took the full force of the strike, coughing up blood that scattered through the air. In the end, he still lost. He was blasted back to the first trial and collapsed onto the ground, filled with frustration. That single strike felt as though it had shattered his organs. Just remembering it was enough to reveal how terrifying its power had been. The system immediately displayed a failure notification before his eyes. Outside, Elder E smiled proudly. Although Lu Xun had forced the swordmaster to appear, that alone was nowhere near enough to clear the trial. Lu Xun had no intention of giving up. He told himself that one defeat was not enough, and he would keep going. Spiritual power erupted around him once more, covering his body like blazing flames. Lu Xun's eyes filled with determination. Even if he had to burn through all his experience points, he would clear this trial today. Watching from outside, Elder S' jaw dropped as Lu Xun's aura surged once again. The more Elder E watched, the more fascinated he became. Achieving enlightenment twice in such a short time was simply beyond belief. On his third attempt, Lu Xun strolled through the first two trials with ease. Compared to before, his strength had clearly reached an entirely new level. He barely spent any effort before arriving at the third trial once again. The familiar sword attacked the moment he stepped inside. This time, however, Lu Xun only smiled faintly, as though he had been waiting for this moment all along. The swordmaster appeared once again with his towering figure, while Lu Xun openly provoked him to come at full strength. Golden and blue lights clashed repeatedly across the sky as the two fought on completely equal footing. Elder E stared until his eyes nearly popped out. His mind was in complete chaos because he could not understand what he was witnessing. The aftershock of the battle alone was enough to make cold sweat pour down his back. The swordmaster charged like a devastating storm. Lu Xun remained perfectly calm and met the attack head-on without hesitation. The two figures exchanged blows so quickly that the naked eye could barely keep up. Yet this time Lu Xun was not injured at all. In the end, Lu Xun emerged victorious. His opponent's sword slammed into the ground as he let out a long sigh of relief. After winning, Lu Xun immediately praised himself with a smug grin, as expected of a genius. But just as he was celebrating, the system displayed another notification that left him frozen. Even though he had cleared the trial, the top rank still did not belong to him. Thinking about his second senior sister's first-place record, Lu Xun scratched his head in curiosity. Was he still not fast enough to surpass her? Watching the gate open, Elder E felt a chill run down his spine. In his eyes, Lu Xun was nothing short of a monster in human form. The moment Lu Xun stepped out, the disciples outside erupted into cheers. Everyone's eyes were glued to the ranking board as the standings kept changing. The crowd was so excited their faces turned red. They could only marvel at how unbelievable their little grandmaster uncle was, jumping straight to second place on his very first attempt. Only Ji Li could not celebrate. She clenched her fists and silently vowed to train even harder, or she would be left far behind. As soon as Lu Xun came out, he was surrounded like a celebrity. Everyone wanted to know how he had cleared the trials so quickly. Lu Xun simply smiled and politely encouraged everyone to keep training, saying their talent was not lacking at all. Those few words left the disciples deeply moved. Each of them imagined they had earned Lu Xun's approval and became determined to train day and night. Just then, Elder E folded his arms, stepped in front of Lu Xun, and offered him a meaningful compliment. Lu Xun immediately asked the question he cared about most. How long had his second senior sister taken to clear the trial? Elder E did not answer right away. Instead, he smiled mysteriously. Seeing the old man drag it out, Lu Xun guessed it had probably taken about half a K. Elder E simply raised one finger and shook it, making it clear the guess was completely wrong. Then he circled around Lu Xun as if inspecting a priceless treasure and curiously asked where he had hidden his sword. Lu Xun could only laugh inwardly. The truth was that he did not even have a real sword. When Lu Xun stayed silent, Elder E immediately concluded that he was an innate sword embryo. Hearing that, Lu Xun put on a flawless act, stepping back with a shocked expression as if his greatest secret had just been exposed. Elder E became even more convinced he was right and burst into laughter, certain he had seen through Lu Xun's true identity. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was laughing so hard inside that it almost hurt. The old man thought he had reached the second floor, while Lu Xun was already standing on the fifth. The more Elder E thought about it, the more excited he became. He threw back his head and laughed, convinced that the sect would soon have two innate sword embryos. Just imagining the faces of their rivals made him grin. After Elder E finally calmed down, Lu Xun cupped his fists and asked again about his second senior sister's exact clearing time. Elder E recalled the scene from years ago and slowly explained that she had only been at the great perfection of the initial realm, yet her combat power had already far surpassed her peers. Hearing that, Lu Xun quickly figured she had probably used a special method to conceal her true cultivation level. Elder E then held up 3 fingers in front of him. Lu Xun guessed 3 minutes, but even he immediately felt that could not be right. Elder E turned serious and revealed the real answer. It had taken only 3 breaths. Lu Xun froze on the spot. 3 breaths meant only about 10 seconds. It was unbelievably fast. As if that were not enough, Elder E added that his second senior sister had even destroyed the Swordmaster back then. Lu Xun's face instantly turned pale, and his first reaction was to wonder if he would be forced to pay for the damage. Seeing Lu Xun's miserly expression, Elder E could only sigh. Replacing the Swordmaster was easy. The truly terrifying part was his second senior sister's destructive power. As they continued talking, Elder E reminisced about the past. Back then, his second senior sister had flattened all 3 trials with only 3 sword strikes. Everything they saw now had been rebuilt afterward. Lu Xun's eyes widened in complete disbelief. He could hardly imagine someone being that overwhelmingly powerful. But then he suddenly realized something did not add up. Looking confused, he asked another question. Before entering the trial, everyone had to surrender their treasures. So where had his second senior sister gotten a sword? Elder E calmly raised one finger and explained that a sword would always attack first upon entering the 3rd trial. Lu Xun stood frozen for several seconds after hearing that. Elder E could not resist teasing him. Everyone else knew to seize that sword and use it, but Lu Xun had fought barehanded from start to finish. Lu Xun let out an awkward laugh. So the first sword had been meant for the challenger all along, while he had mistaken it for another increase in difficulty. Under the bright moon, joyful laughter echoed through the quiet night. In another corner of the courtyard, Lin Chan rested her chin on her hand, while watching Merong Yan practice her swordsmanship. After finishing the sword technique, Merong Yan turned around and asked how much Lin Chan had remembered. Secretly thinking that the technique was so difficult, most people would be overwhelmed just by watching it. That besides the movements, the sword technique also required a special way of channeling spiritual energy to unleash its full power. After saying that, she even blushed a little, unsure whether her guess was correct. Merong Yan was completely speechless. This was an extremely difficult sword technique, yet Lin Chan had grasped it so quickly. The talent of a 9-star constitution was truly terrifying. Suddenly, Lin Chan's eyes lit up as if she had just noticed something exciting. She immediately ran outside and waved happily after spotting Lu Xun and Ji Li returning from the distance. Before they could even get close, Lin Chan happily ran straight to Lu Xun. Seeing the little girl, Lu Xun gently rubbed her head and asked if she had trained diligently today. Watching that scene made Ji Li so jealous she almost wanted to cry. Deep down, she wished she could be treated the same way. Lin Chan gently held Lu Xun's hand and wrote words across his palm one by one. Ji Li nearly turned to stone when she saw that. The only thought left in her mind was that those two were far too close. Lu Xun did not think anything of it. He casually kept chatting with Lin Chan and asked her to tell the kitchen to prepare dinner. Ji Li could only stand there trembling with grievance, her jealous gaze practically bursting into flames. Watching Lin Chan run inside, Lu Xun casually mentioned that they would return to the sect tomorrow. Hearing that, Ji Li immediately looked up and asked again, clearly not wanting the trip to end so soon. But Lu Xun felt they had already stayed long enough. It had been nearly a month. He then went to speak with Murong Yan, leaving Ji Li standing there lost in thought, knowing it would be difficult to see him again after they returned. Thinking of that, her face flushed bright red as an extremely bold idea suddenly crossed her mind. She wanted to do something before they had to part ways. After discussing everything, Lucine decided they would leave for the sect the next morning and told everyone to get some rest early. But Ji Li wore a sly smile. She was clearly plotting something, and anyone could tell she was completely head over heels for him. As the night grew deeper, Lucine returned to his room exhausted, yawning as he walked after spending the entire day in the trial dungeon. The moment he entered, he threw himself onto the bed. As he relaxed, Lucien quietly calculated that he was still stuck at level 10. He had to return to the demon sect and learn a new cultivation technique before he could level up again. At the same time, he vowed to become the strongest person there. With those thoughts settled, his eyelids grew heavy and he slowly drifted to sleep. But not long after falling asleep, he dreamed that he had returned to the modern world. Standing before the familiar school building, Lu Xin wondered in disbelief if he had really gone back to his high school days. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Lu Xin stood frozen, unable to tell whether this was reality or just a dream. Without another thought, he rushed into the building with only one goal in mind. He wanted to see her one more time. He stopped in front of a familiar classroom, breathing heavily before the closed door. After calming himself, he thought that even if this was only a dream, it would be enough as long as he could see her again. Gathering all his courage, he pushed the door open and walked inside. A long-haired girl stood beside the window. Her gentle silhouette was unforgettable at first glance. Without even turning around, she seemed to have known he was there all along and softly asked, "You're here?" Lucien immediately blushed, his voice trembling as he greeted her. Deep down, he wished he would never wake up if this was really a dream. The girl smiled softly and asked if he wanted to come a little closer. Lucien gathered every bit of courage and walked toward her, remembering that she was the only first love he had ever secretly cherished in his previous life and the light that had saved him from his darkest days. As the distance between them closed, his heart pounded wildly. He could even swear he caught the faint fragrance of her hair. But then he suddenly froze. How could he smell her scent if this was only a dream? The girl slowly reached out her hand and shyly asked if he truly liked her. Lu Xin silently looked at her for a long moment. Then he answered with complete sincerity that he truly did love her. The moment she heard his answer, she turned around, hugged him tightly, and said she felt the same way. Holding her in his arms, Lu Xin was overwhelmed with emotion, silently thanking this dream even though he knew it was only an illusion. But the instant the girl looked up and called his name, Lu Xin was stunned because her voice sounded incredibly familiar. In the blink of an eye, the girl's face suddenly turned into Gui Le. Lu Xun shouted her name in panic. He jolted awake on the spot, his heart pounding like it would burst from his chest. But what shocked him even more was that Gui Le was really lying on top of him in the dimly lit room. Before he could react, she kissed him right on the lips and caught Lu Xun completely off guard. The kiss went on, leaving him no chance to pull away. Gui Le even held both of his hands tight, as if she was afraid he would run. Only after a long while did she finally pull her lips away. Gui Le's face was bright red, her eyes shimmered with tears, and her sleepwear only made the moment even more dangerous, as she softly confessed that she liked him. Lu Xun was completely frozen, and after that forced kiss his mind went totally blank. Gui Le was still pressed close against him, while he broke out in a cold sweat and could barely stammer a reply. She seriously asked if he had not been the one who asked her that question just a moment ago. Gui Le clearly remembered him asking if she truly liked him, never realizing those words had only been part of his dream. Only then did Lu Xun finally realize what had happened. He was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear after realizing he had talked in his sleep out loud. Gui Le was still full of hope as she leaned close and quietly asked if he wanted to take things one step further because it would be her first time. Lu Xun could only stand there with his mouth hanging open, unable to form a sentence. Facing her beautiful face and stunning figure, he could hardly stay calm. With her soft body pressed against him, Lu Xun could only desperately chant calming words in his head and wonder how anyone could endure this. He forced himself to think about something else and kept reminding himself to stay calm. After all, he was the junior Grand Master of the demonic sect, and he absolutely could not ruin that image now. Deep down, he also knew he could not treat Gui Le as a replacement for his past feelings. After calming himself down, Lu Xun gently asked Gui Le to sit down first. She widened her eyes in surprise, clearly disappointed. Even so, she obediently sat beside him while Lu Xun immediately crossed his legs to meditate, leaving Gui Le completely confused. She remembered her older sisters saying that no man could resist a scene like this. Gui Le hugged her full chest and secretly felt hurt, starting to wonder if she was still not attractive enough for him. Once Gui Le calmed down a little, Lu Xun slowly explained that their relationship had not reached that stage yet, and hoped she understood what he meant. Hearing that, she instantly looked dejected, played with her fingers, and quietly admitted she knew that. But she just could not hold back and wanted to try another way. Seeing her like that, he gently rubbed her head with a warm smile, and said that not now did not mean never, but there were still too many things they had to deal with first. The moment she heard that, Gui Le's eyes lit up as she quickly asked if he really meant it. But Lu Xun only frowned and gave an uncertain answer, saying he could not promise anything. That reply left her completely stunned, and she sat there speechless. Right after that, he pulled her a little closer and seriously told her that at the very least, he would always stay by her side. Then Lu Xun raised his little finger and explained that in his hometown, hooking pinkies after making a promise meant you could never break your word. Gui Le blushed as she slowly hooked her little finger with his and softly reminded him that those words came from his own mouth. The two sealed their promise with a pinky swear, agreeing that it would never change even after 100 years. Nothing went too far that night, but they slept peacefully in the same bed, wrapped in an incredibly sweet atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Murong-yan suddenly rushed into Lu Xun's room and anxiously announced that Gui Le had disappeared. But the moment she looked inside, her expression froze and she stood rooted to the spot. Right before her eyes, Gui Le and Lu Xun were climbing out of the very same bed. Murong-yan was so shocked that she could not say a word, as if she had just been struck by lightning. Gui Le sleepily rubbed her eyes and asked who had disappeared, while Lu Xun looked half awake with drool still at the corner of his mouth as he blankly asked what had happened, making it obvious neither of them was fully awake. After seeing that scene, Murong-yan completely misunderstood everything, quickly slammed the door shut, and awkwardly apologized for interrupting. Only after the door closed did Lu Xun fully wake up and realize what had happened. He nearly cried as he rushed outside to explain that it was not what she thought. Soon the group set off, with all four riding in the same carriage. Murong-yan and Lin Chan drove from the front while the chubby girl turned to them with a teasing smile and asked if everything was going well. She even lifted the curtain on purpose and joked that the carriage was completely private, so they could do whatever they wanted. Lu Xun was so annoyed that he snapped back, asking if she still dared to bring it up, because the junior grandmaster was truly angry this time. Frightened by his tone, Murong-yan turned pale, obediently faced forward, and quietly continued driving. Only Lin Chan remained completely clueless and looked at her senior sister with a face full of questions. Seeing her junior sister's curiosity, Murong-yan could only laugh awkwardly and say it was an adult matter that children did not need to know. That only confused Lin Chan even more, as she kept wondering what safety had to do with adult matters. Realizing every explanation only made things worse, Murong-yan quickly changed the subject and said they should hurry back to the sect first. Along the way, several familiar faces stood by the roadside waving goodbye, and Lin Chan recognized them immediately. Looking at those familiar faces, she felt a wave of emotion, her nose stinging as if she was about to cry. It seemed she was truly leaving this place behind. She lowered her head and quietly wondered what she was still holding on to, because she had not had a place to call home for a long time. Just then, a warm hand gently rested on her head. Lu Xun had walked over without her noticing and softly said, "Come on, let's go home with your master." Those words deeply moved Lin Chan. She smiled and nodded, and the loneliness of leaving her old home vanished completely. For the rest of the journey, Murong-yan took over driving while everyone else focused on their own business. Even Lin Chan quietly disappeared from the front seat. She had actually climbed inside the carriage to cultivate, and her dedication and ability to endure hardship were truly impressive. Sitting beside her, Gui Le also took the chance to absorb everything she had gained from the recent trial. As for Lu Xun, he wore an obvious mischievous grin and laughed to himself as if he had just found a pile of treasure. One look at his expression made it obvious he was browsing the forum, checking out pretty girls and the latest outfits, thinking that since he could not level up anyway, this was at least a good way to pass the time. Just then, he noticed the blue glow around Lin Chan had grown stronger and clicked his tongue, realizing his little disciple had broken through again. He then glanced at Gile and found that her spiritual power had also become noticeably stronger. Even she had broken through as well. Thinking it over, he realized he was the only one among the three who had made no progress at all. Resting his chin on one hand, Lu Xun sighed that the difference between talent levels 8 and 9 really was huge. Then he suddenly realized he still did not know Murong Yan's aptitude. With that thought, he turned to look at the girl concentrating on driving the carriage. Lu Xun walked over and sat beside her, making Murong Yan jump in surprise as she stammered, asking why the junior grandmaster had suddenly come outside. He simply smiled and asked if she had also noticed that the two inside the carriage had just broken through. Murong Yan broke into a cold sweat and nodded, secretly thinking that Gui Le and Lin Shan's talents were on an entirely different level from hers. Just then, Lu Xun suddenly asked how many talent ripples she had. She scratched her head awkwardly and admitted she only had 3, which was considered the lowest aptitude in the demonic sect. Lu Xun was left speechless, thinking he had only asked casually, yet somehow it felt like he had reopened one of her insecurities. But contrary to what he expected, Murong Yan's was not upset at all. She smiled brightly and said she was lucky to be born in this era, because 1,000 years ago, someone with her talent would not even have qualified to step onto the path of cultivation. Back then, 5 talent ripples were required just to sense spiritual energy. Lu Xun became even more curious and asked why people like them could still cultivate now. At the same time, he mocked himself, thinking that with his own comprehension at only 1, he should have been the most hopeless one. Murong Yan explained that it was all thanks to a great cultivator who had improved countless foundational cultivation techniques. Without that person, countless people would never have been able to step onto the path of immortality. The more Lu Xun heard, the more interested he became, so he asked if that great cultivator was truly famous. As he rubbed his chin, he recalled everything he had read about Tian Shen. This world clearly had an incredibly deep history, as if it were hiding some huge secret. Yet, before transmigrating here, no player had ever uncovered any useful clues. Thinking about that, he could not help cursing the players in his head for being completely useless. 5 days later, the carriage finally arrived. Ahead of them floated a massive island suspended in the sky, looking absolutely magnificent. Lin Chan stepped out of the carriage and observed it for a while before letting out a puzzled sound. Seeing that, Lu Xun immediately asked if she had noticed something. She shook her head, but her expression remained uncertain, as if something felt strangely off. Seeing her reaction, Lu Xun realized that although Xiao Chani possessed an innate sword embryo, her current cultivation was still too low to sense the sect's guiding sword aura. Even so, the fact that she noticed something unusual already proved how extraordinary her talent was. Just then, countless people dressed like the trial participants suddenly appeared nearby, excitedly shouting for everyone to look over. In an instant, the entire crowd froze, their eyes so wide they looked ready to pop out. Then disciples from every direction rushed over like a tidal wave. The scene looked just like fans meeting their idol, with some shouting Junior Grandmaster, while others yelled that they had missed him so much. Lin Chan turned pale with fright and immediately hid behind Lu Xun because there were simply too many people. Seeing that, Gui Le quickly stepped forward like a protective heroine, repeatedly telling the disciples to stay orderly and stop pushing. Deep down, however, she remained on full alert. It was obvious these people wanted an excuse to get close to Lu Xun, and in her eyes he already belonged to her. As the crowd grew more chaotic, Lu Xun stepped forward and said that he was happy to see everyone again, but they should not neglect their cultivation because of it. To his surprise, those ordinary words sounded like heartfelt concern to the disciples. They instantly lost their minds, with some blushing, others clutching their chests, and everyone imagining he was smiling directly at them. Watching the scene, Lin Chan's little face immediately fell, as she quietly thought that so many people liked her master, which meant she had to work even harder. At that moment, a disciple respectfully stepped forward and reported that his flying sword only had room for Gui Le, and he was unsure how to arrange transportation for Lu Xun and Lin Chan. The moment he finished speaking, the disciples below erupted into chaos as everyone raised their hands, competing for the chance to carry the Junior Grandmaster and martial ant Lin Chan. Only then did everyone notice the petite girl beside Lu Xun, and someone curiously asked if she was the sect's new martial ant. Suddenly becoming the center of so many eyes, Lin Chan blushed bright red with embarrassment. Her thoughts immediately ran wild as she wondered if someone as insignificant as her would only embarrass her master if others knew she was his disciple. Seeing how nervous she was, Lu Xun gently patted her head before openly introducing her to all the disciples. He announced that during his journey, he had accepted a new disciple named Lin Chan, and even reminded everyone not to write her name incorrectly when registering her. Hearing those words, Lin Chan felt deeply moved. Once Lu Xun personally confirmed it, none of the disciples had any objections. They warmly greeted her one after another, introducing themselves and respectfully bowing to Lin Chan as if they were afraid of saying her name wrong. Lu Xun gently nudged her forward, and Lin Chan shyly replied in an almost inaudible voice. Immediately afterward, every disciple bowed respectfully to her together. Standing beside her, Lu Xun quietly told her not to be nervous or afraid. His gentle smile moved Lin Chan so deeply that her eyes filled with tears, and she could only softly call him Master. In truth, Lu Xun had planned for Lin Chan to appear publicly all along. He wanted her to quickly become part of the demonic sect, so there was no reason to keep her identity hidden any longer. Master and disciple simply stood there together in the gentle breeze. Lu Xun looked up at the vast sky ahead with a smile and told her, "From today on, begin your new life, Xiao Chani." After that, everyone returned to the sect on flying swords, though each of them felt very differently. Gui Le looked gloomy the entire way because she could not ride with Lu Xun, while Lin Chan, despite being carried by another disciple, forced a faint smile as she secretly wanted to cry. Gui Le kept shooting icy glares behind her, as if claiming Lu Xun as hers, making the disciple carrying her break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the female disciple carrying Lu Xun was overjoyed. She started imagining all kinds of possibilities, thinking that if the junior grandmaster had accepted one disciple, maybe she still had a chance too. She turned around, ready to introduce herself to Lu Xun, but Gui Le's killing intent instantly crushed the mood. The poor girl swallowed the rest of her words while Lu Xun had no idea what was going on. The female disciple turned completely pale, trembling inside because Gui's glare was terrifying. In the end, she decided to wait until Gui Le was not around before trying again. News that Lin Chan had become Lu Xun's disciple spread through the sect at lightning speed, growing more exaggerated with every retelling. Some even shouted that since the junior grandmaster had finally accepted a disciple, everyone else now had hope too. Before they even reached the back mountain, the rumor had already spread throughout the entire demonic sect. The sect elders immediately began discussing the news, treating it as a major event because the junior grandmaster had finally taken a disciple. Luo Wanshu covered her mouth with a smile and said they were about to gain a new junior sister, since no one on the back mountain besides their master had ever accepted disciples before. Gongsun Pan frowned and commented that taking a disciple was nothing unusual, but with the junior grandmaster's strength, finding a truly gifted student would probably be difficult. After all, Lu Xun only had a single talent ripple. Shen Yan immediately disagreed, saying it was too early to judge. Maybe the junior grandmaster had an exceptional eye for talent. Deep down, he also remembered that despite Lu Xun's low comprehension, he possessed an innate sword embryo. Seeing everyone argue, Yue Heshan laughed and suggested they make a bet on whether the new disciple's talent was high or low. Gongsun Pan, who always carried himself like a strict righteous cultivator, was the first to object to turning sect matters into a gamble. But Yue Heshan wrapped an arm around his shoulder with a sly grin and asked if he really was not curious. The question hit home, leaving Gongsun Pan speechless. In the end, the first person to place a bet was Gongsun Pan himself. Calmly taking out a bag of spirit stones, he declared that everyone should follow the rules and contribute 500 spirit stones each before placing their bets. Yu Heshan quickly recovered, clapped his hands, and praised Gongsun Pan's bold spirit. He then split everyone into two groups, with those betting on more than 5 talent ripples standing on the left and those betting below 5 standing on the right. In an instant, the crowd divided into two clear camps. Yue Heshan led the under 5 group by throwing down 500 spirit stones first, and everyone else quickly followed. Only Shen Yan stood alone on the opposite side. Shen Yan angrily asked if none of them trusted the junior grandmaster's judgment. Luo Wanshu smiled and replied that she certainly trusted the junior grandmaster, but earning a few extra spirit stones along the way was not a bad idea either. Shen Yan let out a cold snort and stopped arguing, saying they could all wait and see who would lose every last spirit stone. Elsewhere, Lu Xun brought Lin Chan to a simple yet peaceful courtyard. As she walked, she curiously looked around, thinking this must be her master's home. Just then, a group of people suddenly arrived outside the gate, and someone cheerfully called out that it had been a long time since they last met. Lin Chan jumped in surprise and looked toward the entrance. Seeing the imposing group, she immediately imagined they were enemies coming to cause trouble for her master. Just hearing their voices frightened her so badly that her mind went blank. She even began feeling sorry for Lu Xun, thinking that life in the demonic sect must have been difficult for him, so she absolutely could not let anyone bully him. Without hesitation, the tiny Lin Chan bravely stepped in front of Lu Xun like a little heroine. Looking at her small back, Lu Xun could only sigh to himself as his little disciple's imagination seemed to be getting more and more out of control. Meanwhile, Shen Yan happily walked over to greet them and asked if this was the new disciple the junior Grand Master had just accepted. Hearing that title, Lin Chan froze and muttered in confusion, wondering why the bald man had called her Master the Junior Grand Master. Lu Xun gently patted her head and confirmed that he had indeed accepted Lin Chan as his disciple. He also introduced her as everyone's junior sister. Hearing that, Lin Chan's mind completely froze, and all she could think was that she had become their junior sister. Once she realized they were all her master's acquaintances, she wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and hide from embarrassment. Yue Heshen walked over with a broad smile, introduced himself, and told Lin Chan she could call him Senior Brother Yue. He then suggested testing her aptitude. Lin Chan awkwardly scratched her cheek and asked in confusion what an aptitude test was. Standing beside her, Lu Xun immediately agreed, while Lin Chan continued staring at him without the slightest idea what was happening. In reality, Lu Xun had already seen through Yue Heshan's intentions. He knew this guy loved making bets and was probably convinced his disciple had poor talent, making this an easy win. Thinking of that, a sly grin slowly spread across Lu Xun's face because his disciple was about to leave everyone speechless. With permission granted, Yue Heshan immediately began the test. Secretly, he judged that Lin Chan looked quiet and fragile, nothing like a cultivation genius, so he was sure victory was already his. The others on his side also looked Lin Chan up and down. Luo Wanshu commented that she did not seem like a genius, and Gongsun Pan agreed, reminding everyone that she had been chosen by the junior grandmaster with only a single talent ripple. Even Shen Yan began feeling uneasy, wondering if the junior grandmaster had really made a mistake this time. Yu Heshen gathered spiritual energy at his fingertip and gently touched Lin Chan's forehead. Instantly, rippling waves echoed throughout the courtyard. Ring after ring of spiritual ripples spread outward as everyone held their breath and counted. 1 ring, 2 rings, then 4, then 5. By then, Yue Heshen's face had turned completely pale, yet the ripples kept appearing. His voice trembled as he counted 8 rings, then 9. The moment the final result appeared, Shen Yan jumped into the air and shouted in excitement that he had won. 9 talent ripples. She was a true heaven-defying genius. The elders and disciples around them all stood there with their mouths hanging open. 9 talent ripples meant the junior grandmaster had truly chosen the right disciple. In complete contrast, Lin Chan remained utterly confused. She could only watch everyone's expressions swing wildly from despair to excitement, and wonder why they kept changing moods so quickly. Seeing that, Lu Xun calmly added that his disciple's talent was far more than just 9 talent ripples. Hearing that, the elder's eyes lit up as if another incredible surprise was about to be revealed. With a proud smile, Lu Xun slowly announced that Lin Chan, just like him, possessed an innate sword embryo. Deep inside, he could not help laughing because his own title was only borrowed, while this little girl was the genuine article. That revelation struck the elders like a bolt from the blue. Today, they had actually discovered a legendary innate sword embryo. Everyone instantly threw away their dignified image and celebrated like children. Some even shouted that the demonic sect had gained another peerless monster, and losing 500 spirit stones was absolutely worth it, just to see the rival sword sects turn green with envy. Watching the crowd go from crying in despair to laughing like mad, Lin Chan began questioning reality and wondered if she was really that amazing. Lu Xun watched Gongsun Pan get so excited that he grabbed Shen Yan and spun him around. Deep down, he felt a little guilty because in the original story, Lin Chan had actually been meant to become that man's disciple. With that thought, he quietly decided to make it up to Gongsun Pan someday, Perhaps by sending over a few players he did not need. The moment the idea crossed his mind, even Lu Xun thought it sounded completely ridiculous.